Chapter 920. Back in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, after Yang Kai returned, he immediately called Su Hui and asked him to send people out to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai didn't tell him what kind of information he needed to inquire about, only ordering him to send out a lot of disciples in all directions and tell them to pay attention to the places they passed through to see if there were any major events, then to return to the 9 peaks within a month. Su Hui did as he was told and didn't ask any questions. From the dignified expression on Yang Kai's face, Su Hui also smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Master must have discovered something, otherwise he would never have acted like this. A few days later, early in the morning, Yang Kai came to his room and quietly walked over to his bed. On the bed, Xia Ningqiang still had her eyes closed, her tender body motionless, obviously still digesting the information in the true alchemic way. Yang Kai waited quietly for a while, but seeing that she didn't respond, he broke into her knowledge sea. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the little senior sister slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, giving her a beautiful appearance. "How is your harvest?" Yang Kai asked. "Almost all I need to do is familiarize myself with it," Xia Ningqiang gently nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had wrapped the information in the true alchemic way with his spiritual energy and directly sent it to the little senior sister's soul avatar. With her aptitude and comprehension of alchemy, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fully understand the true alchemic way in a few days. "Come, let's start alchemy now. I'll introduce you to a few grandmasters while we're at it." Yang Kai grinned and took the initiative to withdraw his soul avatar. The next moment, both of them woke up. Inside the private room dedicated to alchemy, Yang Kai and Xia Ningqiang walked in together. The 5 grandmasters had been waiting for a long time. Each of them had their own alchemy furnace placed in front of them. These alchemy furnaces were small and exquisite, with fluorescent lines flowing across their surfaces. None of them were ordinary, all of them were saint-grade alchemy furnaces, and were the most important artifacts of each grandmaster. After 10 days of rest, the 5 of them were in high spirits and full of anticipation. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the 5 grandmasters couldn't help but smile and nod. Chang Bao leaned his fat body against the wall and joked, "I haven't refined any alchemy for 10 days, so this old man is starting to miss the feeling of refining alchemy. Boy, let's hurry up and start." Yang Kai smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Alchemy is one thing, but why did you bring your beloved woman here? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with her for even a moment?" Yifeng chuckled and shook his head. "Young people are so hot-blooded. Don't kiss in front of us old guys later. We're not young anymore. If the scene is too exciting, we won't be able to take it." Hong Fong also laughed. Xia Ningqiang was at a loss of what to do. With a face full of embarrassment, her tender face turned bright red. She kept glancing at Kai Yang, as if she was too ashamed to show her face. "Come, little girl. Come sit with this old woman. Don't pay attention to these old men." Kong Ruoyu beckoned to Xia Ningqiang affectionately. Xia Ningqiang looked at Yang Kai, and after Yang Kai nodded, she walked over to Kong Ruoyu and sat down cross-legged. A very docile little girl, her eyes clear and flawless, untainted by the ways of the world. "Yang Kai, you can't mistreat her in the future," Kong Ruoyu said sincerely. "Senior, please rest assured, this junior has nothing but love for senior sister and will never mistreat her." The 5 grandmasters were startled, none of them having expected Yang Kai to say such blatant words in front of so many people. However, if he didn't speak from the bottom of his heart, he wouldn't have said such words. Now that they realized how deep Yang Kai's feelings for this masked girl were, all of them couldn't help showing praise. Xia Ningqiang's eyes also couldn't help flashing a look of happiness. "All right, let's not talk too much. Let's start now." Du Wani smiled and didn't interrupt. Only now did he open his mouth. Yang Kai called out towards the door, "Great Elder." Su Hui pushed open the door and entered, his expression solemn as he said, "Subordinate has been waiting for a long time." As he spoke, he put down the medicinal ingredients he had prepared and said, "These are the ingredients for today's 20 batches of pills. I'll have to trouble the Holy Lord and the Masters. When evening comes, this subordinate will come back to collect the pills. Great Elder, go outside and bring in 10 more batches of pill materials." Yang Kai ordered. Su Hui was stunned. Bring in 10 more batches? The 5 grandmasters also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chang Bao said, Little brat, alchemy is a matter of balance between work and rest. If you are in poor condition and force yourself to refine pills, it is very likely that you will fail, or the quality of the pills you refine will be poor. You can refine 10 batches a day by yourself, we've already seen it, but all of us old fogies can only refine 10 batches a day. How are you going to deal with the extra 10 batches? And if you can't refine good pills, you might as well not refine them at all. Duwani also tried to persuade him. Outstanding alchemists also had strict requirements for the pills they refined. If the quality of the pills they refined wasn't good enough, it was very likely they would ruin their reputation. Therefore, outstanding alchemists would not allow inferior pills to circulate outside. If they refined such pills, they would personally destroy them. Yang Kai glanced over at them and laughed. I understand what several grandmasters are trying to say, but don't worry, the extra 10 batches won't need to be refined by me, nor will the several grandmasters need to refine them. Then who will refine them? He Feng's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to Su Hui, a look of suspicion filling his face. The great elder quickly waved his hand and smiled. Grandmaster, don't look at me like that. I only know how to take pills. The alchemic way is 9 out of 10. I still don't understand one thing. He Feng nodded lightly. You don't look like you know how to perform alchemy. Su Hui's face went black, secretly thinking that these alchemy grandmasters were quite direct with their words. Yang Kai, Kong Ruo, you thoughtfully glanced over at Xia Ningchang a few times. You don't mean to say that the extra 10 batches will be refined by your senior sister, do you? As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned to look at Xia Ningchang. Yang Kai chuckled. That's exactly what I meant. She can also refine saint pills? Chang Bao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out. That's impossible, she's only a little older than you. Even if she started learning alchemy in her mother's womb, it's impossible for her to have the ability to refine saint pills. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I didn't start learning alchemy in my mother's womb either. The several grandmasters looked at him angrily. You're different, you can't be judged by common sense. Can she really refine a holy elixir? This old master doesn't believe it. Little brat, don't make fun of us. Be careful or these old fogies will get angry with you. This was the territory they were most proficient in, and the territory they held the most authority over. Being surpassed by Yang Kai was one thing, but there were always 1 or 2 such geniuses in this world. But if they were also surpassed by his senior sister, who knew how these grandmasters would feel, they would definitely be very disappointed, perhaps even suffering a blow and never be able to recover. I will. Xia Ningchang suddenly said. Du Wan's brow furrowed as he suddenly remembered something, staring towards Yang Kai and asking. She's the senior sister you mentioned before, the one whose alchemy skills are even better than yours? Back in Grand Boulder City, Yang Kai had casually mentioned to him that there was a senior sister whose attainments in alchemy were even better than his own. At that time, Duwan didn't believe it, but now he suddenly remembered. Yang Kai nodded. Duwan took a deep breath and quickly said, Seeing is believing, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to bring me 10 more sets of materials. Su Hui didn't say anything more and quickly left. A short time later, 10 more sets of materials were brought over. The door to the room was closed, leaving only the 7 grandmasters sitting cross-legged. The 5 grandmasters didn't rush to begin alchemy, but instead stared towards Xia Ningchang, seemingly wanting to know if this little girl could really refine a saint pill as she claimed. Being stared at by the 5 grandmasters like this, Xia Ningchang couldn't help turning a timid look towards Yang Kai. However, she soon discovered that Yang Kai had already begun to refine pills, causing her to purse her lips. Little girl, what kind of pill furnace are you using? Can you take it out and let this old woman have a look? Kong Ruoyu asked pleasantly. Seeing that Xia Ningchang seemed a little nervous, she deliberately tried to ease her mood. I don't have a pill furnace, Xia Ningchang replied softly. You don't have a pill furnace? The 5 grandmasters were all shocked. Changbao shouted. How can you perform alchemy without a pill furnace? This smelly brat really wanted to make fun of this old master, but this old master was naive enough to be fooled by him. It really makes this old master angry. Don't be noisy. Kong Ruoyu glared at him before turning to Xia Ningchang with a smile. Don't you use a pill furnace to perform alchemy? Xia Ningchang gently nodded. This time, even Kong Ruoyu couldn't help showing a strange expression. Although she couldn't quite believe it, she vaguely felt that this little girl with such clear eyes must have a pure heart and couldn't possibly be lying. Patiently, she said. Then how do you usually perform alchemy? How about we observe it now? The few of us aren't interested in anything else but alchemy, so we'd like to see how you can refine a saint pill without a pill furnace. Xia Ningchang nodded her head and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was trying to calm herself down. A moment later, when she opened her eyes again, the grandmasters were shocked to find that this little girl's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. The original Xia Ningchang was extremely shy, but now, she exuded an aura of self-confidence. There was no trace of panic in her eyes, and her every movement was extremely calm. A set of alchemy materials was placed in front of her, and she meticulously examined them one by one. Saint pill materials. Kong Ruoyu whispered softly. She's already eyeing the saint pill materials. Could it be that she can really refine them? The 5 grandmasters all paid close attention to Xia Ningchang, but the little senior sister was no longer nervous. At this moment, she seemed to have escaped into another world, leaving only the set of saint pill materials in front of her. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a gentle power burst out from Xia Ningchang's body. The moment they felt this power, the 5 grandmasters were all stunned. Chapter 921. What stunned the 5 grandmasters wasn't the strength of Xia Ningchang's strength. Although she was a third-order transcendent, the grandmasters didn't care much about her and only thought of her as a martial Dao genius like Yang Kai. Most importantly, the energy in her body was not of the fire attribute, nor was it of the yang attribute. Whether it was alchemy or artifact refining, one needed to use a burning hot energy to fuse medicinal efficacies with the essence of ores in order to refine pills and artifacts into their desired shape. Therefore, alchemists and artifact refiners must cultivate fire, or yang attribute secret arts, and the yuan qi in their bodies must also contain a certain degree of heat. However, within the power that Xia Ningchang released, there was only a very gentle aura that was close to nature. How was she supposed to perform alchemy like this? The 5 grandmasters were all stunned, but in the next moment, they were all shocked. The saint-grade herbs were wrapped in an invisible force as they floated in front of Xia Ningchang. Under the gentle force of nature, the herbs were all decomposed and the essences of the herbs condensed together, forming drops of incomparably pure medicinal liquid, while the useless impurities were all expelled from the liquid. Xia Ningchang's body remained motionless, but the strength in her body continued to circulate, her 2 jade hands forming a series of strange seals as she sent them towards the herbs. The expressions of the grandmasters all changed, each of them wearing an expression of disbelief as they stared at Xia Ningchang for a moment, afraid they would miss any of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 grandmasters, they could naturally see that this little girl in front of them had extremely profound attainments in alchemy. Her technique of condensing medicinal liquids had reached the point of perfection. Even if they were to do it themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do a better job than Xia Ningchang. None of the medicinal efficacies in the herbs were wasted, and under her wondrous technique, they were all condensed and gradually gathered together. Drop after drop of the medicinal liquid floated in front of Xia Ningchang like pearls. She pointed with her jade finger, and the power in her body continuously burst forth. Xia Ningchang used her finger as a brush and yuan qi as ink to inscribe exquisite spirit diagrams in the air. His speed was extremely fast. Everyone keenly discovered that the spirit diagram she used was almost exactly the same as the one Yang Kai used. It was obvious that they were taught by the same person. Gradually, the 5 grandmasters were drawn in. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Xia Ningchang. They no longer doubted whether or not Xia Ningchang could concoct pills. The miraculous scene in front of them clearly explained this problem. It was impossible for someone who couldn't concoct pills to understand the spirit arrays used in alchemy, and it was impossible for them to perfectly condense medicinal liquids. Moreover, Xia Ningchang's alchemy technique had a kind of aesthetic feeling to it that made them intoxicated, forgetting their own existence. Following Xia Ningchang's movements, the 5 grandmasters all discovered that they seemed to have fallen into a magical world. A world that belonged to alchemy. A broad road lay beneath their feet, and the light in front of them was bright. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls had been baptized, and their alchemy skills that had soaked in silver for 100 years seemed to show signs of sublimation. Gradually, a complex and profound spirit diagram took shape. The lines on the diagram flickered with light, guiding the medicinal liquids to gather at the center. Clearly, the medicinal liquids were fusing and clashing with each other, producing a delightful change, faintly forming the shape of a pill. The 5 grandmasters all stared with wide eyes, looking very excited. They had been alchemists for so many years, but never once had they clearly seen a pill take shape right under their noses. The pills they refined were all formed inside their pill furnaces, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only when the pill was formed could they see the true appearance of the pill. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the formation of a pill was so fascinating and eye-catching. It was like the birth of a new life, exuding a vigorous energy aura. The grandmasters' emotions fluctuated, and they were almost unable to speak. All of them stretched out their necks, seemingly wanting to get closer and observe more carefully. As the pill slowly took on a beautiful appearance, the grandmasters poured their minds into the pill, feeling extremely nervous as it was born. After a long time, a pill fragrance suddenly filled the air, shaking everyone's spirits. They felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts, and their bodies and minds relaxed. Xia Ningchang reached out and grabbed the pill in front of her, her slender white fingers pinching it as she carefully examined it for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as if she wasn't very satisfied, but she still put it into a jade bottle prepared in advance. At the same time, Yang Kai also refined a saint pill. He reached out and patted his pill furnace, causing the saint pill to fly out and fall into the jade bottle in his hand, where he sealed it. 2 slightly different pill fragrances filled the air in this room, making people feel refreshed. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the strong thumping of the 5 grandmasters' hearts could be heard. Xia Ningchang finally awoke from the world of alchemy. As soon as she raised her head, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow. Several seniors. Xia Ningchang was startled and hurriedly turned to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that they had all just recovered from their shock and had yet to recover, so he simply said, "Several grandmasters believe this junior's words now, right?" Duwan glanced at him and nodded with a wry smile. Really, seeing is believing. Everyone finally recovered, with Changbao frowning and a puzzled look on his face. But I still don't understand, without the fire and yang attributes of Yuan Qi, how could she condense the pill's efficacies? It's fine if she doesn't use a pill furnace, but this Yuan Qi's attribute isn't right. I'm not too sure. Does alchemy not require a burning power? He Feng also shook his head. Although watching Xia Ningchang perform alchemy was a huge gain, it also subverted their long-held understanding of alchemy, causing them to begin to doubt their own knowledge. Kong Ruo, you seem to be deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Have you heard that there is a special physique in this world that is specially born for alchemy?" A special physique? Du Wan's expression shook as he suddenly remembered. You mean, sacred spirit medicine body? Hong Fong exclaimed. Yes, it is the sacred spirit medicine body. Kong Ruoyu stared at Xia Ningchang with a burning gaze. This little girl may possess the sacred spirit medicine body. If that's the case, then it explains why she can perform alchemy without using a pill furnace or burning power. Duwan nodded in agreement. As top alchemists, the several grandmasters had naturally heard of the sacred spirit medicine body, and knew just how miraculous this special physique was. Comparing it with Xia Ningchang's performance, they became more and more certain of their speculations. Boy, does your senior sister have a special physique? Changbao asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. No wonder, it turns out to be the legendary physique. The eyes of the several grandmasters became brighter as they stared at Xia Ningchang as if they were looking at the greatest treasure in the alchemy world. Their expressions filled with warmth and friendliness. You senior sister and junior sister really know how to shock others. Duan smiled bitterly. This old master no longer has any confidence in his alchemy skills. And I also wonder if I've lived in vain for so long. Hifeng also couldn't help sighing. But if we really compare, this junior isn't as good as this little girl. Hongfeng laughed. Both of them are refining saint-grade pills, but in terms of time, this little girl has the upper hand. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. Senior sister's attainments in alchemy have always been better than mine. No, junior brother seems to have only studied alchemy for a short time. He didn't even know how to perform alchemy before. Xia Ningchang quickly waved his hand. You don't need to praise each other. Hurry up and continue refining. There are still 30 pills to refine today. Changbao couldn't wait to watch them again and urged them. But let's make it clear first, after being shocked by you, us old fellows won't be refining today so as to avoid wasting herbs, Hifeng added. Good, today's 30 pills will be handed over to me and little senior sister. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, no longer saying anything, and continued to immerse themselves in their alchemy. Time passed by. The 5 grandmasters had been gathered around Xia Ningchang, not missing a single detail of her movements. Yang Kai was completely ignored. They had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for some time now. And now that Xia Ningchang had joined them, naturally they weren't willing to miss out on these new techniques. Yang Kai was also happy to see this, and Xia Ningchang was even happier. She didn't have many saint-grade materials to practice with before, but now that she had come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, she no longer needed to worry about materials, so she spared no effort in refining. On top of that, with her sacred spirit medicine body's special constitution, when she performed alchemy, the speed at which her strength improved was countless times faster than when she meditated. Xia Ningchang herself had said before that alchemy was a form of cultivation, so she didn't feel tired at all. After busying herself for a long time, the 30 pills were finally refined. Yang Kai felt a little exhausted, but Xia Ningchang was still full of energy, seemingly wanting to continue. Su Hui came forward and took the 30 pills, brought them out of the Holy Land, and handed them to the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks. The cultivator was full of praise, praising the Holy Land's grandmaster's methods. After 10 days of cultivation, the number of pills he could refine had actually skyrocketed. This made the people who were waiting in line to ask for pills extremely happy. The number of pills refined by the Holy Land's grandmasters increased every day, so the time they needed to wait became shorter. At this moment, Yang Kai, Xia Ningchang, and the 5 grandmasters had all returned to their rooms, closed their eyes and meditated, comprehending the day's gains. The next day the same continued. It wasn't until 3 days later that the 5 grandmasters began to perform alchemy, sharing their own insights in the process. Inside the room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as one after another spirit-grade and saint-grade pills were produced, creating a pleasing scene. Chapter 922. Time flew by and a month later, the Holy Land disciples sent out by Su Hui to inquire about the situation returned one after another. After listening to their reports, Great Elder also faintly realized that something had happened in this world, and immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court to request an audience with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had also been waiting for this day to come, so he had not gone to perform alchemy. Inside the hall, Su Hui said with a strange expression, "Holy Master, the disciples we sent out recently discovered a very strange phenomenon after a month of traveling and inquiring about the various major events that occurred along the way." What? Many entrances to different mysterious small worlds suddenly appeared throughout the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. After the opening of the Holy Tomb, the opening of the star field, and the appearance of an entrance to a mysterious small world 2,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai faintly had a bad feeling in his heart, which was why he had asked Su Hui to send out disciples to investigate. The results of this investigation were basically the same as what he had guessed, making him feel a little uneasy. Su Hui continued. After the disciples' investigation, they found that the entrances to these mysterious small worlds all opened at the same time, all by themselves. During this time, all the cultivators in the world have fallen into a frenzy of entering these mysterious small worlds in search of treasures. Countless people have entered and exited these mysterious small worlds one after another, but according to the disciples, most of these mysterious small worlds are empty and devoid of life. Occasionally, one or two of these mysterious small worlds do contain ancient ruins and treasures. Did you find out when these entrances opened? Suhui nodded. It seems to have been about a month and a half ago. A month and a half. This further confirmed the suspicions in Yang Kai's heart. This was when Yang Kai rescued Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang. Could the strange space where great demon god's soul clone was located really be related to these mysterious small worlds? Great demon god had said that this place was the center of the entire world, and if it was destroyed, unimaginable events would occur. Could he be referring to the current situation when he said that? It was precisely because this place was the center of the world that, after it was destroyed, the mysterious small worlds hidden all over the world were able to reappear. However, this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Why was the great demonic god's divine clone so cautious? Moreover, the tone of his voice at that time was as if a great disaster was about to befall, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Seeing Yang Kai's expression fluctuating, Su Hui didn't dare to say anything and simply stood aside, waiting for further instructions. After a long time, Great Elder tentatively asked, "Holy Master, should our Holy Land also search for mysterious small worlds? Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The disciples have been cultivating for a while now, so it's time for them to go out and walk around." Yang Kai looked up at him, pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded. "Good, the Holy Land's disciples can go out at will to explore this mysterious small world, but I want them to help me keep track of some news. Saint Lord, please instruct me. If any mysterious small world appears in the central capital, Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land, or Tianlang Dynasty, report it immediately, don't delay." Yes. Su Hui didn't ask much about the significance of these places. Just by looking at Yang Kai's expression, he knew these places must be very important to him. "Also, help me find Wizard Tribulation. Tell him I have something I need his help with," Yang Kai ordered again. Only then did the Grand Elder depart respectfully. Sitting on a chair in the hall, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Although this time's events were unexpected, perhaps it was an opportunity to return to the central capital. For a long time he had been very worried about his relatives in the central capital, but he had never been able to find a way back. In the past, he had wandered around aimlessly and his strength was low, but now that he had finally settled down and grasped a huge amount of power in his hands, he naturally wanted to bring his family and friends here, so that they could enjoy a better cultivation environment. This time, the entrances to all the hidden mysterious small worlds across the continent had all opened on their own, and some of these entrances would definitely lead to the world he came from, because the central capital, strictly speaking, was also a mysterious small world. However, it was slightly different from other mysterious small worlds as the central capital's world was much larger. If some Saint Realm master with bad intentions headed to the central capital, with the heritage of the 8 great families, they would not be able to resist. He had to find a way back as soon as possible and return to the central capital one step ahead of everyone else. An hour later, Wizard Tribulation hurried over. Yang Kai asked him to use the current strength of Netherworld sect to help him keep an eye out for news from the central capital. Wizard Tribulation readily agreed, and hurried back to deploy his forces. Since establishing a relationship with Yang Kai, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had become much smoother, so he naturally would not refuse Yang Kai's request. After doing all this, Yang Kai gave some instructions to Xia Ningchang before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle alone, transforming into a streak of blue light and disappearing into the 9 peaks. A day later he appeared in Soaring Heaven sect. Inside Serene Resplendent Peak, he found Feiyu Martial Ant, and asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven sect to help him keep an eye out for news. Without much delay, Yang Kai left again. 2 days later, Dragon Phoenix Palace. Inside Dragon Pavilion, Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged, cultivating the most precious secret martial skills of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley restricted area a few years ago and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he had become the most eye-catching existence in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Palace Master Chenzhou and the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing the sect, providing him with the best cultivation environment and abundant materials. It had been a year and a half since he safely escaped from Dragon Valley, and during this time, Sun Yu's cultivation had made some progress, but it was not enough to satisfy him. Because when Sun Yu entered Dragon Valley, it took him 2 years to soar from the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, crossing an entire great realm. But now, after a year and a half, he had only reached the peak Immortal Ascension Boundary, making his progress somewhat disappointing. However, because of his identity as the Dragon Emperor, the Palace Master and the elders did not say much and simply waited patiently for him to soar to the heavens. Only Sun Yu knew in his heart that the real Dragon Emperor was someone else. During the 2 years he spent in Dragon Valley, his strength had grown rapidly because of the guidance of that senior. More than a year after that senior left, Sun Yu had diligently cultivated, but the only thing he could do was ensure that his strength grew faster than others. However, this kind of speed had undoubtedly disappointed the Palace Master and his master. Coupled with the fact that the Palace Master had been constantly trying to help him find the Phoenix Empress, Sun Yu was so annoyed that he could only enter secluded retreat. The search for the Phoenix Empress was thus put on hold. While meditating, Sun Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him. And the aura in the room also changed. Opening his eyes, Sun Yu shouted, "Who is it?" A person was standing in front of him, looking at him with an amiable smile as he praised, "Your vigilance is not bad, it seems you've grown quite a bit." Hearing this person's voice and looking at his physique and appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly got up and called out, "Senior Yang?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "Why are you here? When did you arrive?" Sun Yu was extremely excited as he rushed over to Yang Kai and asked. "I just arrived," Yang Kai replied casually. "Speak softly. There are 2 transcendents guarding this place outside." Sun Yu glanced outside and couldn't help shrinking his neck, lowering his voice as he politely brought over a chair. "Senior Yang, please sit." After Yang Kai sat down, Sun Yu respectfully poured him a glass of water before standing to the side and looking at him with a smile, as if he had just seen the person closest to him. Sweeping Sun Yu with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded. "Your cultivation has progressed quite well. You've been cultivating hard this time, right?" Sun Yu's expression became bitter as he said, "Senior Yang, please don't make fun of me. This progress may be very good compared to the average person, but compared to the expectations Palace Master and Master have placed on me, it's far from enough. Moreover, I'm not satisfied with it." "Don't worry, strength is something you grow slowly. Senior Yang, when can you explain everything to Palace Master? I've been under a lot of pressure lately," Sun Yu said with a bitter expression. "I understand," Yang Kai nodded, "but now is not the time." Sun Yu had suddenly changed from an ordinary disciple to the hope of the entire sect. Perhaps at the very beginning, Sun Yu would have been secretly delighted, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, but after he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders, he understood what it meant to not be in a position where one should not be in a position where one should not be. Being under a lot of pressure was normal. "Wait a while," Yang Kai comforted. He planned to wait until he found Su Yan and brought her back to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest before explaining this matter to Dragon Phoenix Palace's people. When the time came, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress would both appear. Presumably they would be happy to accept. "Then what business does Senior Yang have with us this time?" "There is indeed something I need your help with." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he explained to Sun Yu about his request to the wizard Jia and his martial aunt Fei Yu. Sun Yu naturally did not refuse. Half a day later, under the command of Palace Master Chenzhou, many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites were dispatched from all directions. Yang Kai bid farewell to Sun Yu and left Dragon Phoenix Palace. Standing atop the Flying Heavens shuttle, he released his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. Yang Kai had used all the connections he could to inquire about news from the central capital as soon as possible. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to go to Water Spirit Temple again, but after thinking about it, Xueling knew his origins. If they really did find the entrance to the central capital, Xue Ling would send someone to deliver the news to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even if he didn't say anything. Flying at a high speed, Yang Kai released his divine sense. Once he detected any void force fluctuations nearby, he would immediately investigate to see if there was an entrance to a mysterious small world. If there was, he would enter directly and see if this mysterious small world was his home. Disappointment after disappointment and emptiness after emptiness made Yang Kai extremely anxious. The central capital's 8 great families were second to none, but compared to Tongxian realm, they were nothing. If some great force really did find this place and set their sights on it, it was likely they would make a big fuss. Chapter 923. One day, 2 months later, Yang Kai returned from the outside world. Returning to the Holy Master Court, he called Su Hui and asked him if his disciples had found anything during this time, but there was no harvest. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. 2 months ago, he had used all of his connections to ask several great forces to pay attention to news from the central capital. In addition, Nine Heaven's Holy Land itself was also investigating, but he still couldn't find anything. Over the past 2 months, Yang Kai himself had been searching everywhere for the entrance to a small sealed world. He had entered and exited 20 to 30 small sealed worlds, but none of them led to the central capital. The Flying Heavens shuttle's incredible speed was of great help at this time. So after 2 months, Yang Kai had almost traversed half of the human territory. Every 3 days, Yang Kai would return to the Holy Land, so as not to miss any useful information. But he still hadn't obtained any news. Su Hui had already left when a fragrant wind blew past. Yang Kai looked up and saw Xia Ningchang standing in front of him in a light muslin dress. Seemingly understanding the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart, a look of deep sympathy flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai reached out and pulled his little senior sister into his arms before asking, "Have you finished refining the pills?" Xia Ningchang nodded gently. Thanks to the small sealed world, fewer and fewer people are coming here to ask for pills, so there aren't many pills to refine now. Because of the sudden appearance of so many small sealed worlds, most cultivators wanted to get a share of the pie, so they left the 9 peaks one after another to seek opportunities outside. As a result, there was no longer a need to line up outside the 9 peaks to ask for pills. This also allowed Xia Ningchang and the other grandmasters to have some free time. The senior sister and junior sister were touching each other's skin as they breathed in each other's scent. "Junior brother, are you looking for the entrance to the central capital?" Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. "Did you ask Great Elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. Xia Ningchang shook her head. "I can see it myself. Strictly speaking, the central capital is also a small sealed world. Before we couldn't find the entrance, but now that the entrance has opened on its own, it should have been discovered long ago, but there hasn't been any news about it. Junior brother, you must be very worried. You've been running around a lot these days, so I guessed it. And I've been looking for it. Unfortunately, I haven't found it. There will always be some clues, junior brother, don't worry." Xia Ningchang comforted him softly, taking the initiative to hold Kai Yang's big hand. Faintly sighing, she said, "At such a critical time, I don't know where Master ran off to. If he's here, we can't." Treasurer Meng. He probably has something important to do. Kai Yang didn't know where Treasurer Meng had run off to at this critical moment. But since he had left as soon as he arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even leaving Xia Ningchang in Yang Kai's care, it must be something important. Yang Kai even suspected that he had run off to the demon land. After all, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander, so perhaps after restoring his strength, he had gone to find trouble with the demon commander again. If this was the case, Treasurer Meng's future was bleak. Asterisk ding 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 asterisk suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Xia Ningchang was like a frightened rabbit as she hurriedly jumped out of Yang Kai's arms, blushing slightly as she stood aside awkwardly. When no one else was around, she could be affectionate with Yang Kai, but in front of outsiders she couldn't let go. The one who came in was Su Hui, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Is there something else, Great Elder?" Su Hui had just reported to Yang Kai the news his disciples had gathered, but now he had hurriedly returned. Obviously there was something he needed to report. "Holy Master, There are two women outside who want to see you. Su Hui carefully glanced at Xia Ningchang's expression before lightly coughing and reporting. Women. Yang Kai frowned. What kind of women? And very beautiful and very young. Su Hui didn't hesitate to ask. Su Hui didn't even blink as he reported bluntly. He spoke in a serious tone, clearly thinking that these two women were Yang Kai's love debts from outside, and were now looking for him. Xia Ningchang also thought the same and couldn't help smiling, her beautiful eyes faintly staring towards Yang Kai as she whispered, "Junior brother, I'll return to my room first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he righteously said, "I don't know any beautiful young women outside. Are they Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu from Bold Independent Union? When those two came to the Holy Land last time, Great Elder also saw them." "Not them." Su Hui shook his head, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Right, those two girls should be twins. They look the same, but their temperaments are somewhat different. One is charming while the other is like a fairy. And both of them are rare beauties." From his expression, it seemed Yang Kai's luck with women wasn't shallow. Obviously, he had determined that these two women had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stood up and muttered, "Twins?" Su Hui didn't know why Yang Kai's reaction was so strong and stared at him in amazement before continuing. And according to this old master's observation, these two girls should be cultivating some kind of special secret art. Their life auras are exactly the same. Even the auras they exude are exactly the same. As for their strength, they should be around the first-order transcendent realm, but they give off a feeling that they can't be ignored. It's really a bit strange. Even if they are twins, their life auras and auras shouldn't be the same. Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened, and a strange light flashed across his eyes while Xia Ningchang also stopped in her tracks, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and joy. The senior sister and junior brother glanced at each other, and both thought of the same possibility. "Where are they?" Yang Kai quickly asked, releasing his divine sense at the same time. "Just outside the mountain peak. Take me to them." "I'll go too," Xia Ningchang hurriedly said. Su Hui was speechless as he stood in place, secretly feeling anxious for Yang Kai, wondering if the senior sister of the Holy Master was planning to embarrass these two women. But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she would do such a thing. "What are you gawking for?" Yang Kai shouted before flying off with Xia Ningchang. Su Hui braced himself and followed, secretly deciding that if these women started fighting, he would immediately run away and leave the Holy Master to deal with. Good luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy. Su Hui, as an experienced man, naturally knew how terrifying a woman could be once she started making a scene. Outside the 9 Peaks, two women with graceful figures were quietly standing there. Both of them were outstanding beauties with ample breasts and graceful waists. However, their temperaments were different. The one on the left had a charming expression while the one on the right was a little more lively. When the two of them stood together, they couldn't help but give birth to a kind of captivating visual impact. The several Holy Land disciples guarding this place constantly stole glances at these two women, secretly marveling at their stunning beauty. None of them dared to stare too excessively, from time to time taking advantage of the two women's distraction to sneak a peek. "Elder sister, these people are really annoying. They keep stealing glances." The woman on the right pursed her red lips and whispered softly into the ear of the woman on the left. "Don't pay attention to them." The woman on the left shook her head and smiled. "Can't they just steal a few glances? In any case, it's not like they'll lose anything. All men are like this. There are many more people who are more annoying than them. But that person is different. That person." The elder sister's face also became dignified, revealing a look of reminiscence. "That person has been gone for more than 10 years without any news. I wonder if the person here is him." "I think so." The elder sister glanced over at her younger sister and sneered. "Although I also hope so, I still feel like it's impossible. According to others, this 9 Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master is a third-order transcendent. The two of us sisters have only been able to reach our current cultivation because we obtained a supreme inheritance. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to increase his cultivation faster than us. With the two of us working together, Our cultivation speed is twice that of an ordinary person. Elder sister, have you forgotten all the miracles he created in the central capital and War City? Anything that is impossible is possible with him. I hope so, but if it really is him, how could he become the master of this place in just 10 short years? This kind of force is not something the 8 great families can compare with. The elder sister sighed, although she still held out some hope. She still felt it was somewhat unrealistic. I wonder what the situation with the sect is like. The younger sister wore a worried look. No matter what happens over there, we can't go back now. Our only hope is to find him quickly and ask him to think of a way. Someone's coming. While speaking, the elder sister raised her head and looked into the distance, just in time to see 3 figures rushing towards them. The speed of these 3 people was extremely fast, so even with her current cultivation, all she could see was a series of afterimages. When the 3 people landed in front of them, the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters lit up. They couldn't believe their eyes, but they also felt relieved as they looked in front of them. Disciple greets Holy Master, greets Great Elder. The Holy Land disciple guarding this place respectfully saluted. Great Elder waved his hand but didn't say anything, simply standing behind Yang Kai and observing his expression. He found that when he saw these 2 girls, the Holy Master smiled, and although it was silent, it was obvious he was reuniting with an old friend. It really is you. Xia Ningchang also covered her mouth and exclaimed, Yang Kai. The 2 sisters also seemed to be a little too excited and shouted in unison. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the Great Elder, they rushed over and gave Yang Kai a big hug. Their movements were so orderly that it was as if they were the same person. Hugging left and right, their tender bodies were soft to the extreme, and their breasts were shockingly flexible. Kai Yang stood there at a loss, obviously also stunned. Too enthusiastic. After not seeing each other for 10 years, these 2 sisters had become so enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, making Yang Kai feel overwhelmed. Xia Ningchang just stood to the side and chuckled, not seeming to mind at all. Great Elder looked up at the sky with a focused expression, as if there was a great mystery in the sky. Chapter 924. Outside the 9 peaks, Yang Kai held 2 identical beauties in his arms, and a young senior sister with a veil covering her face stood next to him. The Holy Land disciple in charge of guarding this place stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, a look of admiration and envy filling his face as he thought to himself. Holy Master is truly a holy master. Even such beautiful sisters have been conquered by him. He really is a role model for all men. That's enough. What are you 2 doing? Yang Kai was almost out of breath from being hugged so tightly, and the amazing softness of their chests made him restless for a moment, so he quickly touched the waists of the 2 women. The 2 sisters released him and glared at him while gnashing their teeth. What? Yang Kai looked vigilant. It was you who delivered yourself to me, not me who wanted to take advantage of you. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still so annoying. The charming woman snorted. We've been worried about your safety all these years, but it turns out you've already become a holy master here. We've been worried about you for so long in vain. Are you worried about me? Yang Kai looked at them in amazement. Then I'm really honored. I'm not. It's Mayor who keeps talking about you. The woman blushed and denied. Elder sister has. No. Okay, don't quarrel as soon as you see each other. Let's go inside and talk. Xia Ningchang also recovered and said. Yang Kai grinned and beckoned to the 2 sisters. Come with me. Since you're already here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. I won't. The elder sister snorted and pulled her younger sister along with Xia Ningchang, taking the lead into the 9 peaks. Yang Kai shook his head with a smile as he stared at their backs, his expression gradually becoming serious. The 2 sisters were none other than the Hu sisters of Blood Battle Gang, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. Because Yang Kai had been inquiring about the central capital during this time, when he heard the great Chief Chalk report that a pair of twins had come to see him, the figures of the Hu sisters involuntarily appeared in his mind. The words of the great Chalk Elder after that also confirmed his guess. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai and Su Yan had obtained the final inheritance, which was Dragon Phoenix Palaces. However, The Hu sisters also had their own opportunities and obtained a set of twin chi shared branches divine technique. After cultivating this technique, their life aura and energy waves would be exactly the same. Since they had appeared here, it meant that the central capital and Tongxian realm had really been connected. Perhaps something had happened that made him worried. Holy Master, those two girls. Su Hui stammered, wanting to inquire about the origins of the twins and their relationship with Yang Kai, but also feeling that he was being too nosy. It's not what you think. Yang Kai glanced at him. Subordinate understands. Su Hui nodded quickly. After entering the 9 peaks, the two sisters looked around as they walked, constantly exclaiming in amazement. 9 Heavens Holy Land was a top force even in Tongxian realm, and the scenery inside the 9 peaks was pleasant, and the world energy aura was rich. The central capital simply couldn't compare. When they arrived here, they immediately felt as if their horizons had been broadened. The two sisters were like two village girls who had entered a bustling city. It was too much for their eyes to take in. In the Holy Master Court, Xia Ningchang arranged for the two sisters to sit down while Yang Kai personally poured them a cup of tea, and Ling also served them a plate of rare spirit fruits. The Hu sisters seemed to have not had a good rest for a long time. Their pretty faces filled with exhaustion, and their strength had been greatly consumed. Smelling the fragrance of these spirit fruits, they couldn't help feeling hungry. Hu Jiao unceremoniously picked up 2 fruits and handed one to Hu Mei before taking a big bite. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang sat next to the two sisters, waiting for them to recover. After eating several spirit fruits, the two sisters seemed to have recovered, and Yang Kai asked, "Looking at how travel-worn you are, have you been traveling for a long time?" The Hu sisters nodded together. "About 3 months." Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "You've worked hard." The two of them were now first-order transcendents, so traveling for 3 months had consumed a great deal of their strength. So it was inevitable they would feel exhausted. "Yang Kai, you have to hurry back to the central capital. Something may have happened there." Hu Jiao suddenly frowned and said anxiously, "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded. "You know?" The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement. "To be honest, some things have happened here recently. I've been looking for a way back, but haven't been able to find it. It just so happens that you came here today, so tell me in detail. How did you get here?" The Hu sisters glanced at each other before Hu Jiao said, "Do you remember the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened? That was one of my Hu family's mines." "Of course I remember." Yang Kai nodded. "About 3 or 4 months ago, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared there." After listening to Hu Jiao's story, Yang Kai understood why the two sisters had come to Tongxian realm, and why they had traveled so far to find 9 Heavens Holy Land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared, a dark cave suddenly appeared. The Hu sisters received a report from a disciple, and went together to investigate. Because in today's blood battle gang, or even the entire world, the Hu sisters' strength was considered top-notch. It was precisely because they had some confidence in their own strength that the Hu sisters were not afraid of danger. They entered the pitch-black cave, intending to carefully investigate what was inside. After all, the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared there, and they mistakenly thought that the cave was similar to the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but they didn't know that it was the entrance to the void corridor that led to Tongxian realm. In a moment of carelessness, they had arrived in Tongxian realm. The two sisters investigated the surroundings for 2 days, and found that the world here was completely different from what they had imagined. There were actually many traces of cultivator activity, and among those cultivator, there were many masters that even they couldn't see through. They immediately understood that they had come to an extraordinary place. Just as they were about to return to Blood Battle Gang, they were shocked to find that the entrance they had come through had been surrounded by cultivator activity from another force. That force had countless masters, and the two sisters were alone, so they couldn't get close. Once they got close, they would be intimidated and forced to retreat. As a last resort, the two sisters could only stay nearby and see if they could find a chance to return. But they were unable to do so. At this time they remembered Yang Kai, who had left the central capital 10 years ago. And with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one, they inquired about Yang Kai, wanting to know if he was also in this world. And if so, if there was any way to return to the central capital. They didn't have much hope, but when they asked, they found out the truth. In today's world, the prestige of Nine Heavens Holy Land was unparalleled, and the name of the Holy Master, Yang Kai, was widely known. After some inquiries, they discovered that the age and appearance of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land was very similar to the one they knew, so they hurried over to Nine Heavens Holy Land. The reason why the two sisters were so excited and enthusiastic when they saw Yang Kai was entirely because this Yang Kai really was the one they knew. The burden that had been hanging in their hearts for several months suddenly fell to the ground, causing them to lose their composure. I didn't expect you to really be the Holy Master of this place, but now it's easy. Since you're in charge of the Holy Land, you must have the ability to communicate with that force and prevent them from harming Blood Battle Gang and the central capital, right? Hu Jiao looked eagerly at Yang Kai, pinning all her hopes on him. Do you remember where you came from? What is the name of the force that drove you away? I don't remember where we came from. Hu Jiao slowly shook her head. This place is too big, but I heard from a nearby cultivator that the force we encountered was called Free and Unfettered. Free and Unfettered? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that he had heard this name before. That place isn't close. And Ling who had been sitting nearby and listening, interjected. These two girls should have taken a detour. Otherwise they should have been able to reach my holy land within 2 months. Do you know this force? Yang Kai turned his eyes to her. And Ling pursed her lips and smiled. The saintess' knowledge is very diverse, naturally including the strength of the world's forces and their geographical distribution. This free and unfettered force isn't weak. It has several saint realm masters, the most powerful of which should be a second-order saint. That means it's on par with my holy land. You could say that. And Ling smiled and nodded. However, in terms of reputation and prestige, it naturally can't be compared to the current Holy Land, but it still can't be underestimated. Listening to her, the Hu sisters' expressions became dignified. In their opinion, this Nine Heavens Holy Land was already quite tyrannical, but it could only fight to a draw with the free and unfettered force. They didn't know if they could rely on the strength of this place to resolve the crisis in the central capital. That depends on whether they are sensible or not. If they are, I will naturally treat them well, but if they are not, then what will you do? Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, a cold light flashing across his eyes, as sharp as a sword. The beautiful eyes of the Hu sisters shone with extraordinary splendor. This man is still as strong as he was in the past. Anyone who dared to underestimate or oppose him would pay a heavy price. The two sisters' hearts instantly relaxed, secretly thinking that as long as Yang Kai took action, they would no longer have to worry about the situation in their sect. A divine sense spread out from Yang Kai's knowledge sea, and a moment later, the sound of fluttering robes rang out outside the hall. The Holy Land's 6 chalk elders, and the 4 great commanders of the ancient demon clan all appeared. Holy Master! Master! Everyone saluted as they stared solemnly towards Yang Kai. They didn't know why he had summoned all the elders of the Holy Land, but they could faintly smell an unusual aura. Feeling the tyrannical strength of these 10 people, the Hu sisters didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the central capital, their strength was top-notch, and when the sisters joined forces, they could be said to be invincible, but at this moment, they were shocked to discover that none of the people standing here was someone they could resist. While they were shocked, they also felt inspired by the power Yang Kai had grasped. Chapter 925. Master, is there a reason you have summoned us all here today? Inside the hall, Li Rong asked while sizing up the Hu sisters, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. With her strength, she could naturally see that although the strength of these two sisters was not high, the secret art they cultivated was quite strange. Even if they were twins, there shouldn't be no difference between their vital signs and auras. The other Saint Realm experts also noticed this interesting phenomenon, and all of them took a few more glances at the Hu sisters. I'm going out. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and said casually, Li Rong and Han Fei will come with me. The 2 great commanders of the ancient demon clan nodded. In addition, I need an elder who is familiar with the way to lead the way. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he turned his eyes to the 6 elders. Which one of you knows the way to the free and unfettered? Subordinate knows. Shikuan stepped forward. Then Elder Shikuan will also come with me. Everyone else will remain in the Holy Land. Holy Master, is there some kind of dispute between you and the free and unfettered? Su Hui frowned and asked. Yang Kai's expression and tone were somewhat different from usual, causing Su Hui to feel that something was wrong. There is no dispute, but there may be, so I need to take a few masters with me. Then subordinate will also. Great Elder, you don't need to go. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. There needs to be someone in the Holy Land, so you should stay here and deal with the situation here. Su Hui thought about it for a moment and felt that Yang Kai was right, so he didn't insist. Little senior sister, you should also stay. Yang Kai turned to Xia Ning Chang. Treasurer Meng may return soon. I won't go, I'll stay here and perform alchemy while waiting for Master. Xia Ning Chang nodded obediently. We want to go, the Hu sisters said in unison. Yang Kai looked at them and noticed the determination in their eyes, nodding lightly. Only then did Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er smile. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Yang Kai waved his hand and walked out without delay. Outside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai gave a few simple instructions to the elders and great elders before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle. After the group of 6 people boarded it, the shuttle turned into a blue light that instantly disappeared. The shuttle of Flying Apsara was about 30 feet long, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to carry 7 or 8 people. Moreover, because the shuttle of Flying Apsara was equipped with a defensive barrier, no matter how fast it flew, it wouldn't feel the wind blowing against it. However, Yang Kai's heavens, Yang's Yang Kai's Yang's is Yang, and the Holy Heavens elders in Yang. The elders and the elders and elders and elders, and elders and elders and elders was a sect. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the Hu sisters' origins and the purpose of this trip to the free and unfettered. Li Rong and Han Fei finally understood why Yang Kai was being so cautious. Yang Kai grew up in the central capital, so Yang Kai naturally had special feelings for it. Now that all the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened, the free and unfettered elders who entered the central capital's world might not take advantage of it. If they relied on their strength and didn't put the central capital's cultivator in their eyes, they might oppress and enslave the cultivator there. Yang Kai's friends and family were there, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? During the flight, Shikuan glanced back from time to time with a strange look on his face. Elder Shikuan, do you have something to say? Yang Kai couldn't help asking when he saw Shikuan's hesitant look. Shikuan smiled and said, It's nothing, I just feel that the auras of these 2 girls are very similar. Oh, that's because they cultivate a special secret art. So that's how it is. Shikuan scratched his head. But if Holy Master hadn't said so, I'm afraid I would have thought the 2 of them were from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering the name of this great force. The last time he was in Dragon Phoenix Palace, when Sun Yu had come out of Dragon Valley, his master Ling Jian had told him to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a while, saying that Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship. Senior, why do you think we're from Twin Spirit Pavilion? Hu Jiaoer asked. Because in Twin Spirit Pavilion, there are many twins like you. Shikuan explained with a smile. Shikuan smiled and explained. This faction is very special. The disciples they take in are all twins, without exception. Although there aren't many of them, because of the special cultivation method they cultivate, if sisters or brothers join forces, they can often fight above their level. When they cultivate to the extreme, their life aura and energy fluctuations will gradually transform into the same, but not as thoroughly as you 2. The 2 of you are basically indistinguishable from each other. When I was young, I went out for life experience and once met a pair of brothers from Twin Spirit Pavilion, so I had some understanding of that place, so I thought you were from there. We've never heard of it. Hu Jiaoer shook her head and shook her head. The 2 of them had been here for a few months and had been constantly on the move, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai's eyes, on the other hand, lit up and after a moment of hesitation asked, Elder Shikuan, was Twin Spirit Pavilion very powerful in the past? It wasn't very powerful. Although there were Saint Realm Masters in Twin Spirit Pavilion, their strength wasn't very high. Oh right, that pair of brothers said that a long time ago, Twin Spirit Pavilion was indeed a great sect, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, its inheritance was severed and it slowly declined. What they said was true, but who knows if they were telling the truth. Their inheritance was severed. Hu Jiao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing, apparently thinking of something. Young Kai also had a rough idea. He was basically certain that the twin chi shared spirit divine, art the Hu sisters cultivated, should have originated from Twin Spirit Pavilion. The situation of the two of them was similar to his and Su Yan's, both having obtained inheritances from long ago. If this was the case, then there was a reason why Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always been on good terms. The two sects were both top forces a long time ago and had a good relationship, but now that their inheritances were severed and they had both declined, it was only natural for them to share the same fate. If there's a chance, I'll have to visit this Twin Spirit Pavilion, Hu Jiao whispered, obviously curious about this Twin Spirit Pavilion. After we're done with the central capital, I'll take you there, Yang Kai said. Hu Jiao nodded, suddenly moving her head closer and whispering into Yang Kai's ear. By the way, Yang Kai, these people you brought with you, what are their cultivations? Why can't I sense their depths? Saint Realm. Saint Realm. The Hu sisters stared at him in amazement. Above the transcendent realm is the Saint Realm. Li Rong interjected with a smile. You two are now first order transcendents, and it seems you're about to reach the second order. Above that is the third order, and above that is the Saint Realm. It seems that the World Master came from didn't have any Saint Realm Masters. Don't mention it, 10 years ago they didn't even know what the Transcendent Realm was, they only called it the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai also blushed with shame. What about those above the Saint Realm? Hu Meier's beautiful eyes widened as she asked curiously. Above the Saint Realm? Li Rong and Yang Kai glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads, Li Rong smiling and saying, I don't know, no one has ever reached the Saint Realm. The Hu sisters fell silent. It was as if the existence of the Saint Realm had given them a huge shock, causing them to slowly digest the information they had just heard and try to integrate themselves into this world. In the central capital, when the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible, but as soon as they arrived here, they were shocked to discover that there were many masters they were no match for. This change in their perception of the strong and the weak had a huge impact on their perception. They had no choice but to re-examine themselves in Tongxian realm. As they flew, most of the time everyone remained silent. Yang Kai asked Shikuan about the free and unfettered carefully. 2 days later, the Flying Heavens shuttle came to a stop midair and Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation around them. Hu Jiao suddenly called out. I remember the town below us. Mei and I only walked for 2 days before arriving here. Which way should we go now? Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiao looked around carefully and pointed in a certain direction. This way. The blue light flashed again. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw the entrance to a void corridor in the distance, about a dozen meters above the ground. Near the entrance to the void corridor, many cultivators were standing guard, guarding the entrance while remaining vigilant. Once someone tried to approach, they would immediately chase them away. It's here. Hu Mei bit her red lips and whispered. Elder sister and I came from here. Yang Kai gently nodded and controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to descend. The group of 6 strode towards the entrance. Master, there are 5 Saint Realm Masters guarding this place, but they are only first-order cultivators. There is nothing to be afraid of. Li Rong spread out her divine sense and instantly understood the number and realm of masters here. It seems that it's not just the free and unfettered sect here. Shikuan said thoughtfully. They should have found some helpers. It seems that there are at least 3 forces involved. Yang Kai nodded. The central capital is a big piece of meat. One family can't eat it all. What should we do? Li Rong asked in a low voice. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Yang Kai quickly said. The arrival of the 6 people had obviously attracted the attention of the cultivators, all of them staring at Yang Kai and the others. Among the cultivators scattered around, 5 of them had their eyes flashing and were secretly condensing their strength, ready to attack at any time. One of them pondered for a moment before slowly walking out and blocking Yang Kai and the others, raising his hand and shouting, "Halt! This is the small sealed world discovered by the free and unfettered sect. Your Excellency, please explore elsewhere." Because all the entrances to the small sealed world had opened during this time, almost every force and cultivator was exploring and trying their luck. Often, the first sect to discover a small sealed world would send disciples to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from approaching. The powerful forces naturally wanted to monopolize the benefits of the small sealed world, and the free and unfettered sect had this ability. Chapter 926. The entrance the Hu sisters had come from was not far from the free and unfettered small world, so naturally they had arrived first. Even if the nearby small forces and families were envious of them, none of them dared to provoke the free and unfettered small world. Under the Saint Realm cultivators' shout, Yang Kai and the others also stopped. Before they knew what the situation in the central capital was like, Yang Kai did not intend to act against them. The Saint Realm cultivator nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, crossing his hands behind his back and continuing, "Please return, this is my free and unfettered small world. If you want to enter this mysterious small world to seek opportunities, please go elsewhere. Please forgive us for any impoliteness." His words were quite polite, obviously because he was aware of the strength of Li Rong and the others. Otherwise he would have directly driven them away. Shirkuan stepped forward and cupped his fists. "How should I address this friend?" The man glanced over at Shirkuan and frowned somewhat reluctantly. "Free and unfettered, Yu Chun." Shirkuan acted as if they were old friends and laughed. "So it is Brother Yu, it's an honor to meet you." Yu Chun gently nodded and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to my free and unfettered small world?" "This one is Nine Heavens Holy Land's Shirkuan." "Nine Heavens Holy Land." A burst of exclamations rang out as all the nearby cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, turned their gazes towards them. Yu Chun even swept his eyes over Shirkuan, trying to see if he was lying. Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation had spread far and wide over the past few years, so it was difficult not to notice. The old Holy Master had passed away, and a new Holy Master had succeeded him. Unfortunately, this new Holy Master was a brat who had colluded with evil demons, and before the storm had died down, a new top alchemy grandmaster had appeared. All sorts of rumors had spread, and the Holy Land's name was unparalleled. Yu Chun suddenly turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Could this be the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land?" When he saw Shirkuan standing behind Yang Kai and showing a respectful attitude towards him, Yang Kai naturally had some guesses. "It is our Holy Master," Shirkuan nodded. "So it's Yang Shengzhu, no wonder you look familiar." Yu Chun suddenly smiled, a strange smile. "Where have we met before?" Yang Kai frowned at him. "Holy Master Yang, it is only natural that you do not remember this Yu, but Holy Master Yang should remember my spirit religion's religion master, Wu Zheng, right?" Wu Zheng. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he thought for a long time before suddenly remembering. "The Wu Zheng we met outside the Nine Peaks?" More than a year ago, Yang Kai had brought the ancient demon clan from the endless snow mountain range to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Because a large number of demons were detected, a large group of human race masters had followed Yang Kai's group. Finally, outside the Nine Peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had gone to negotiate with these masters. At that time, 3 people had talked to Yang Kai. One was Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion. One was Fang Yubai of Smokelock Tower, and the last was Wu Zheng of the Free and Unfettered. All 3 of them were second-order saints. Yang Kai still remembered that Chu Yi and Fang Yubai had quickly left after hearing him promise that the ancient demon clan would not do any harm, leaving only Wu Zheng with a look of hatred and unwillingness. Yang Kai naturally had some impression of him. "Yes." Yu Chun nodded. "It seems that although Yang Shengzhu is young, he still has some memory. I thought Yang Shengzhu was as arrogant as ever, but it turns out that he still remembers my spirit religion's religion master." Hearing this, Shirkuan's face turned cold and his expression became unfriendly. He didn't know what was wrong with this Yu Chun, but after learning Yang Kai's identity, he seemed to be targeting the Holy Master, which made him very unhappy. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the Holy Land was also blessed by your religion master. Before my Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster became famous, it was lively for a while. What do you mean by that? Yu Chun's face changed slightly as he shook his head. I don't understand. You know what I mean. Yang Kai smiled coldly. In the past, the Holy Land had many strange cultivator loitering around the 9 peaks in an attempt to find secret treasures, so it was obvious that someone was behind all of this. Yang Kai suspected that Wu Zheng was behind this, and seeing Yu Chun's expression at this moment, he immediately confirmed his guess. However, this was a small matter, so Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue it. Yu Chun seemed to feel that there was no need to discuss this issue any further, so he glanced sideways at Yang Kai and asked, Then dare I ask Yang Shengzhu, why did you bring your Holy Land's elder to my free and unfettered? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this woman should be a demon, right? A demon? The cultivator guarding the entrance to the void corridor suddenly paled, all of them turning their eyes to Li Rong. Yu Chun laughed loudly. Yang Shengzhu's courage is quite big, colluding with evil demons is one thing, but he actually dares to bring a demon with him. Does he really think there is no one in my human race that can stand up to him? Following his shout, the other 4 Saint Realm Masters also wore unfriendly expressions. Humans and demons were irreconcilable enemies. Regardless of whether they had any grudges with Li Rong or not, upon seeing a demon in human territory, their first thought was to kill her. Yang Kai's expression became impatient as he shouted, I didn't come here to embarrass you. I just want to enter this entrance. You think we can enter just because you say so? Yu Chun waved his hand. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, not to mention my free and unfettered sect isn't afraid of your 9 heavens holy land. Isn't Yang Xingzhu too arrogant? Whether you're afraid or not has nothing to do with me. I'm going in now. If you dare stop me, I'll take action. Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward and walking straight towards the void corridor. Yu Chun's expression became cold as he signaled to the other 4 Saint Realm Masters. The 5 of them all stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Kai, pushing their strength as one of them shouted, Yang Xingzhu, if you dare take another step forward, don't blame us for. Halfway through his sentence, Yu Chun's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, as if there was an invisible hand pinching his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound. His entire body trembled, and sweat dripped down his forehead. His pair of eyes filled with panic as he stared towards the woman from the demon race. Before she took action, Yu Chun only knew that this demon woman's strength was quite good, but after she released her aura, Yu Chun discovered that this woman wasn't someone he could resist. Even if he joined forces with the other 4, he wouldn't be able to win against her. This was a peak 3rd Order Saint Realm Master. Realizing this, Yu Chun's expression changed incessantly, and it was particularly interesting. Yang Kai had already led everyone past them and glanced over at him. What are you going to do about it? Yu Chun couldn't move his body, couldn't speak, so how could he answer? Hu Jiao sneered and made a face at him, pretending to be a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. She and Hu Mei had wanted to return from this place a few months ago, but were mercilessly expelled by the free and unfettered sect's disciples, causing her to be extremely angry. Now that she saw Yang Kai's might, her heart was suddenly filled with excitement. When a man was strong, there was always a particularly attractive taste to him, which made her eyes shine brightly. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the void corridor. The surrounding cultivators were all trembling with fear, but none of them dared to stop them. At that moment, Yang Kai frowned and stared at the void corridor that was several dozen meters above the ground. At the entrance, a burst of light flickered and became extremely unstable. After a short while, a group of people walked out of the void corridor. The first to come out was a few free and unfettered sect's disciples. After they appeared, they immediately gathered near the entrance of the void corridor, each of them beaming with joy, as if they were in a good mood. A moment later, another group of people appeared from there one after another. However, this group of people looked embarrassed, their expressions dispirited, and their auras dull and oppressive. Obviously, they had been imprisoned. After coming out of the void corridor, these people looked around blankly and helplessly, their eyes dim, as if they couldn't see the light. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? The first few free and unfettered sect's disciples scolded them and threw them to the ground without any trace of politeness. Pung pung pung. One after another, the cultivator was thrown to the ground, followed by a series of painful howls. The Hu sisters covered their small mouths and shouted, "It's the Storm House's disciples!" Young Kai's eyes shrank, and his face suddenly became cold. "This little girl is not bad, ha ha ha." Another woman walked out of the void corridor. Her figure was petite and charming, but she was full and full. She attracted the attention of a free and unfettered sect's disciple, who chuckled at her with a lewd look on his face. Following behind the woman, a man walked out. When he heard this, he quickly stood in front of the woman and glared at the free and unfettered sect's disciple who was laughing lewdly. Dui shuang fong ziki. Young Kai curled the corner of his mouth. The woman who walked out first was the Storm House's little sister Du. When they were adventuring in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Young Kai had cooperated with her. At this moment, the one who stood in front of her to protect her was naturally the Storm House's first disciple, Fong Ziki. After not seeing each other for many years, Fong Ziki had also reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but in front of a free and unfettered sect's disciple, it was still somewhat insufficient. Not to mention that his strength was currently sealed. Fong Ziki's attitude annoyed the free and unfettered sect's disciple. He stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike, which blasted Fong Ziki's body and sent him tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground. "Barbarian, you overestimate yourself." The free and unfettered sect's disciple acted as if he had done something insignificant. Looking around, he quickly flew down and cupped his fists to Yu Chun. "Elder Yu, the sect master asked us to escort this group of people back first. He said that although the cultivation of this group of people isn't very good, they can still be used as coolies. They are quite useful for mining and transporting things. Moreover, there are many beautiful women among them that can be rewarded to the disciples who have contributed." "Elder Yu?" the free and unfettered sect's disciple reported, but found that Elder Yu didn't move at all. He couldn't help but feel strange. Looking up, he was surprised to find that Elder Yu was sweating profusely and had an incomparably difficult expression on his face. For a moment he was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 927. At the entrance to the void corridor, one by one, Storm Hall's disciples were escorted out, their eyes dim, each of them wearing a look of extreme shame and humiliation. The free and unfettered cultivator stood in front of Yu Chun and made a report, but when he found that Elder Yu didn't respond at all, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Did your religion master say that?" Young Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the disciple. "Who are you?" The disciple glanced over at Young Kai and found him unfamiliar, frowning as he asked. Young Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter who I am. Let me ask you, did your religion master instruct you to arrange for this group of people? And what's the problem?" This group of barbarians was quite dishonest and actually tried to resist, but after killing a few of them, they had no choice but to cooperate. The disciple replied matter-of-factly. When he saw Young Kai standing here, he thought he was a guest of the spirit religion, so naturally he would speak as if it was one. "Good." Young Kai nodded lightly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. "Master." Seemingly feeling his murderous intent, Li Rong's face also became cold as she called out inquisitively. "Kill them all!" Young Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded lightly, not saying a word as a monstrous demonic qi gushed out from their bodies, causing the world around them to suddenly become pitch black, without a trace of light. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of death flowing through their hearts. At the same time, there was also a kind of coldness that penetrated their hearts. No sounds of fighting could be heard, nor were there any screams or cries of alarm. In a short 10 breaths of time, when the darkness that had shrouded the world dissipated and light returned, all the cultivators who were related to free and unfettered Spirit Temple were frozen in place, all of their vitality drained away, each of them staring with wide, bloodshot eyes, as if they had seen something horrifying before they died. The 5 First Order Saint Realm cultivators were relatively stronger, and even though they were imprisoned by Li Rong's aura, they did not immediately die. Yu Chun stared at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you? It was only at this moment that he realized how vicious Yang Kai was. Once there was a disagreement, he would immediately kill without leaving any leeway. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out as the 5 Saint Realm Masters were covered in ice crystals and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Han Fei snapped her fingers and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures exploded, transforming into 5 fluorescent lights that scattered across the surrounding area. The disciples of Stormhouse who came out of the void corridor were scared silly, and all of them looked at this inconceivable scene with pale faces. They were fully aware of the strength of the cultivator who had captured them. However, these seemingly invincible enemies were actually powerless in front of the other cultivators. They were crushed to death like ants. Then what kind of heaven-defying and earth-shattering cultivation did these people have? While they were frightened, they were also excited as they all turned to look at Yang Kai's group. Soon, many of the Stormhouse disciples' eyes flashed with surprise. It's the 2 Hu family sisters. Are they the helpers they found? Hey, the man leading them looks familiar. Yes, I also think he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. A burst of whispers began to spread among the Stormhouse disciples. Some of them began to vigorously call out to the Hu sisters, thanking them profusely. Many of them also began to look at Kai Yang suspiciously. Some of them had already recognized his identity, causing a storm to rise in their hearts. Somewhere on the ground, Du Yishuang supported Feng Ziki and slowly stood up. Yang Kai strode towards them with a smile on his face. After seeing his appearance, Du Yishuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim. Feng Ziki stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth was wide open. Brother Feng, long time no see. Yang Kai stood in front of him and waved his hand to undo the seal on his body, and gently nodded. Feng Ziki didn't say anything but still stared at Yang Kai. Suddenly he whispered, Shuang or pinch me. Why would I want to pinch you? Du Yishuang asked in surprise. I want to know if this is a dream. Du Yishuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, this is not a dream. In other words, the person standing in front of me is really Yang Kai. If it's not me, then who? Yang Kai also laughed, and the previous haze in his heart was swept away. Brother Yang, you finally appeared. Feng Ziki couldn't help but show an expression of relief, and firmly grasped Yang Kai's hand, and eagerly said, Let's go back to High Heaven Pavilion. Our 3 sects have been bullied. Yang Kai nodded and narrowed his eyes. I came because of this matter, so let's talk later. It's not safe here, so you have to come back with me. Feng Ziki nodded heavily and gritted his teeth. We really have to go back. Li Rong waved her hand, and a gentle force burst out from her. And all the Storm Hall disciples who had been imprisoned by her suddenly regained their freedom. Han Fei, you and Elder Shikuan bring up the rear, Li Rong and I will go first. Yang Kai said, and led Li Rong into the void corridor. Just as they flew to the entrance, another free and unfettered disciple appeared, and before he could understand the situation, he saw a big hand coming towards him, and before he had time to react, he exploded into a bloody mist. Bathed in this blood, Yang Kai's blood boiled, and the fire in his heart burned fiercely. He then flashed into the void corridor and disappeared. After a moment of weightlessness, Yang Kai and Li Rong's eyes blurred as they appeared above a mining area. It was the Blood Battle Gang's mine. There were many people gathered below, divided into 3 groups. Standing midair, Yang Kai swept his eyes around, and immediately determined that these 3 groups were based on the 3 nearby sects. Everyone's strength had been sealed, and the people closest to the void corridor were the Storm Hall's people, who were being cursed and whipped by the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples, unable to control themselves as they passed through the void corridor. The people from Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were still waiting. Yang Kai glanced at the people from High Heaven Pavilion and saw familiar faces. The attitude of the free and unfettered disciples towards these 3 sects was quite bad. At this moment, the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be arguing with several free and unfettered disciples, loudly shouting. The disciples were holding thorny whips in their hands, constantly lashing out at the several old elders, causing their skin to split open. In the middle of these elders was a young man. The treatment of this young man seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Not only was his strength imprisoned, but his body was also tied up. His body was riddled with scars, and he sat paralyzed on the ground, staring at the free and unfettered disciples with hatred in his eyes. His eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist. Sassafras. Young Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know why this young man was being treated like this, he didn't say anything. Pushing his strength, a brilliant spear appeared in his hand and he fiercely threw it downwards. Shio. A whistling sound rang out as the heaven-punishing spear directly pierced through the body of one of the free and unfettered disciples who was whipping the high heaven pavilion elder. The violent force from the spear blew his body apart, sending it flying in all directions. His companions who were standing next to him couldn't dodge in time, and were all riddled with holes, blood gushing out of their bodies as they fell to the ground dead. The clamor suddenly died down as countless pairs of eyes looked up at the same time. Deep in the night, the moon shone like a silver plate. In front of this bright moon, a figure stood, the wind howling around him causing his clothes to flutter in the wind, his body exuding a terrifying chill. Who goes there? A loud shout rang out as several Transcendent Realm cultivator flew up into the air, shouting as they charged towards Yang Kai. Pu piu piu. A few muffled sounds rang out as the several transcendents who had flown over were severely injured and fell to the ground, all of them dying inexplicably. Inside the void corridor, Feng Ziki took the lead and appeared behind Yang Kai, the power in his body exploding as he roared towards the heavens. Yang Kai is back! Brothers and sisters, kill these bastards for me. As he shouted, he had already sent out a series of martial skills towards the nearby enemies. One figure after another appeared from the void corridor and followed behind Feng Ziji. Like frenzied beasts, they launched suicidal attacks at Feng Ziji. Yang Kai is back. The cultivator from the three sects was stunned for a moment, only waking up when the two sides began fighting, all of them turning their burning gazes towards the sky, wanting to confirm with their own eyes whether or not this person was Yang Kai who had disappeared 10 years ago. A moment later, shouts shook the heavens as all the people who had been escorted here began to move, roaring like they had been injected with chicken blood. Even if they couldn't use the power in their bodies, they still acted like ordinary people and attacked the nearby free and unfettered disciples. Li Rong, help! Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he condensed his yuan qi into a tangible form and blasted towards the enemy. The free and unfettered disciples were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why after hearing Yang Kai had returned, these people would attack without any regard for their lives. What did this Yang Kai mean to them? There weren't many masters among the free and unfettered cultivator here. And after the few Transcendent Realm cultivators were killed, the rest were insignificant characters. In just 30 breaths of time, before Elder Shirkuan and Han Fei arrived, all the free and unfettered cultivators had been killed. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river, but everyone who was still alive wore a look of excitement as they glanced around, searching for something in the crowd. After a while, everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. There, Yang Kai was walking towards the High Heaven Pavilion elders. Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xian Wu, Third Elder Hebei Shui, Fifth Elder Yu Zizai, and with the exception of Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, who was killed by the Demon Lord, all the other High Heaven Pavilion elders were here. They still couldn't believe their eyes, but after Yang Kai arrived in front of them and saluted them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shitong burst into tears and said, "It's good that you're back, the sect can be saved." Yang Kai stared at him deeply and said, "Disciple came back late, causing several elders and the sect to suffer." Chapter 928. Not at all, not at all. You came back just in time. Su Xianwu wiped the corners of his eyes and said with relief. At their most critical moment, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and helped them resolve the crisis. Just like more than 10 years ago, the events of the past were still vivid in their minds. Although things had changed over time, what remained unchanged was the absolute confidence everyone had in Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as he was here, there was nothing to worry about. Brother-in-law. Su Mu, who was still tied up, stood up shakily and grinned at Yang Kai. He was a little ashamed, but more than that he was excited. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Sassafras had already grown to the First Order Transcendent Realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Long time no see. your strength has grown quite well." As he spoke, Yang Kai had already broken the ropes binding him and unlocked the seal on his body. Sassafras's growth was much faster than Feng Ziqi's. This was most likely related to the benefits he obtained from Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sassafras had also obtained some benefits from Heaven's Cave inheritance, but no one knew what he had obtained. Moreover, the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had given to Su Yan had also been shared with Sassafras by his elder sister. With the myriad drug liquid improving his physique, it was not an exaggeration for him to grow to his current level in 10 years. "Where's elder sister? Did she come back?" Sassafras looked around but did not find Su Yan among the people who had come, so he could not help feeling a little disappointed. "No, don't worry, Su Yan is now in a very safe place," Yang Kai comforted him. Sassafras nodded. While Yang Kai was talking with these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the others had already unlocked all the seals on the cultivators from the three forces and restored their strength. Many of the cultivators wore looks of surprise and excitement as they gathered around. Li Yintian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with Yang Kai, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Their strength hadn't grown much, and they hadn't reached the Heaven's Gate realm yet. All of them were only at the Yuan-Chi realm. After all, they didn't have the opportunities and aptitude of Sassafras and Yang Kai. Even if they spent their whole lives, their achievements would still be limited. "Where's Grandmaster?" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't see Ling Tai-Su's figure, so he asked worriedly. "Grand Sect Master went to the central capital a few months ago to ask for help, but the situation there may also be." Su Xianwu explained sadly. "Grand Sect Master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Who is the Sect Master now?" Sassafras chuckled and pointed at himself. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and gently nodded. With Sassafras's current strength, he was qualified to assume the position of High Heaven Pavilion's Sect Master. After all, none of the elders had reached the Transcendent Realm yet. Sassafras said bitterly, "Brother-in-law, you don't know, but after you left, Grand Sect Master began to wander the world and didn't care much about the sect's affairs. A few years ago, he suddenly returned and passed the position of Sect Master to me. I had no choice but to accept. No wonder you're the only one tied up and treated differently. It's because your status is different." Kaiyang laughed heartily. "Brother-in-law, don't make fun of me." Sassafras scratched his head awkwardly. "How could I compare to you?" "Right, brother-in-law, what's your current cultivation? Why do I feel like I can't see through you?" "Third Order Transcendent Realm." "Ah!" Everyone cried out in alarm, inexplicably horrified. Ling Tai-Su was still only a second-order transcendent, a dragon that rarely showed itself. The Hu sisters, who had been called the world's #1 master in recent years, were only first-order transcendent realm, but Yang Kai had already reached the third order. When he left the central capital that year, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. Now only a little more than 10 years had passed. This kind of progress was simply shocking. "What about my sister? She shouldn't be too bad, right?" Sassafras asked excitedly. "She should also be a third-order transcendent." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "But I haven't seen her for several years, so I'm not too sure about her current situation." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What's the situation with the sect now? Has it been occupied by someone else?" "Yes." Sassafras smiled bitterly. "Not only has our High Heaven Pavilion been occupied, the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall have also been occupied. There aren't many of them, only a few hundred at most, but there are many powerful masters among them, so we can't resist at all." Everyone talked at once about the current situation. Just as Yang Kai had guessed, the entrance to this world had appeared near the Free and Unfettered, so naturally the Free and Unfettered had come to investigate. When they discovered the vastness of this place and the potential wealth it contained, they immediately sent out a large number of masters to suppress the 3 nearby forces. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm Hall, and Blood Battle Gang were all imprisoned. In order to ensure that they could swallow this big fat piece of meat, the Free and Unfettered had also called in 2 or 3 people from other forces to help them. Then, using this place as a springboard, they marched towards the central capital. This was already a month ago, and the current situation in the central capital was still unknown. The people here hadn't heard any useful news. However, Judging from the strength of these enemies, the central capital had no ability to resist at all. Otherwise, Ling Tai-su would not have left without returning. It was very likely that Ling Tai-su had also encountered some kind of accident. The cultivator from the 3 nearby sects also resisted, but every time they resisted, many people were killed. They didn't treat us as human beings at all, killing and plundering as they pleased. Many people were killed without even knowing why, as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. Sassafras said angrily. Many of my blood battle gang's female disciples have been harmed by those beasts. Hu Man also rushed up and shouted angrily. Listening to him, the Hu sisters' eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. They also rejoiced. When the entrance to the void corridor opened, if the two of them hadn't gone one step ahead to investigate, perhaps they would have also suffered a disaster. Not to mention finding Yang Kai as reinforcements. Nephew Yang, what are you going to do? We'll listen to you. Storm Hall's lord, Xiao Ruohan, walked up and looked at Yang Kai. Are they really going to bully us like this? Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes cold. Fine, I didn't want to make such a big fuss, but since they're so despicable, there's no need to have any scruples. Li Rong. Master. Li Rong also felt a little angry hearing this, her chest heaving up and down. You and Han Fei go out and clean up all the invaders from the 3 nearby forces. Don't miss a single one. Yes. Li Rong nodded, and together with Han Fei, their tender bodies flickered and disappeared. The group of people were all stunned, and before they could even react, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left. Nephew Yang, don't be rash. Xiao Ruohan was startled and quickly tried to stop him. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so rashly, not even bothering to inquire about the enemy's strength before directly attacking. There are a few powerful masters among those people. And there are more than a dozen transcendents among them, many of them 2nd or 3rd order transcendents. I even heard that one of them is a Saint Realm master, apparently even stronger than a transcendent. Hu Man also chimed in. Isn't it a bit too rash for you to just let those 2 girls go? Saint Realm? Yang Kai grinned and shook his head. Don't worry, even if there is a Saint Realm master, they aren't worth mentioning in front of those 2. What realm are those 2 in? Wei Shitong's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai. They're also saints, but they should be much stronger than the enemy. Not to mention there is only one Saint Realm master here. Even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be their opponents. Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Not to mention his own cultivation, which had grown from the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage to the 3rd Order Transcendent Realm in just over 10 years, creating a legendary miracle. He had actually brought 2 such women with him this time. From the way the 2 women addressed Yang Kai before and the way Yang Kai treated them, it was obvious that Yang Kai held absolute dominance over them, ordering them around like a master. Not only did they not have the slightest complaint, they even obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Weren't their strengths much higher than Yang Kai's? Why were they so obedient to his orders? This strange phenomenon left everyone baffled and unable to explain it. Good girl. Hu Man quietly walked over to the Hu sisters and whispered, It looks like you 2 still have a long way to go. What way? Hu Mei looked at her father suspiciously. Hu Man said, Those 2 girls are strong, beautiful, and obedient. You 2 can't compare to them. Why should we compare to them? Hu Mei became more and more confused. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes and suddenly understood something. Glaring fiercely at Hu Man, she said, Who asked you to speak so much? Hu Man smiled meaningfully. Isn't this because I'm worried about the lifelong happiness of my 2 daughters? Don't miss out on such a good husband. And father supports you. I will always support you. Just find an opportunity to throw yourself at him. You must take the initiative, don't be too passive. A person like him won't lack women. Hu Mei finally reacted and said shyly, What are you talking about? Hu Jiao smiled sinisterly. If you still want someone to take care of you in old age, then shut your mouth. I won't say it, I won't say it. Hu Man immediately shut up and sighed faintly, thinking to himself, This old man has more than 10 wives, working hard every day, but why do I only have 2 daughters? Why can't I give birth to a son like Yang Kai? Now when I want someone to take care of me in old age, I have to look at my daughter's mood. Everyone. Yang Kai stood in place and talked to the people of High Heaven Pavilion for a while. Suddenly, he said in a clear voice, "It's almost time to return to the sect. If you feel unsafe, you can temporarily stay in High Heaven Pavilion." Sassafras, can High Heaven Pavilion accommodate people from 3 sects? Sassafras seriously thought about it and said, "It shouldn't be a problem to squeeze in a little, but the conditions may be a little worse." N Tower Master Xiao, clan leader who, whether you want to come to High Heaven Pavilion or not is up to you. I will return to the pavilion with several elders first. Yang Kai said to them, and then walked towards High Heaven Pavilion. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan looked at each other, and followed without saying a word. The invasion of the free and unfettered had really left a psychological shadow in their hearts. They secretly felt that if they didn't follow Yang Kai, they wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 929. High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Group Gang, and Storm House's invaders were all swept clean. All of them fell to the ground, dead. With Li Rong and Han Fei's methods, how could the free and unfettered people be a match for them? Before they could figure out the situation, they had all died. In the face of absolute strength, their resistance seemed futile and powerless. Before they died, they could understand how High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall felt these past few months as they were bullied and humiliated. This kind of hopeless despair filled their hearts, making them wish they could die sooner rather than later. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei were standing in an open space inside High Heaven Pavilion, curiously looking around, wondering if this was the land where their master grew up. They couldn't see anything special about this place, but it was actually able to cultivate such a miraculous person like their master. It was really strange. Not all of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples had been escorted to the Void Corridor. A large number of them were still inside the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei were like divine soldiers, cutting off the free and unfettered people like a bolt of lightning. These disciples couldn't help looking at them in amazement, not understanding why they had saved them, and even unlocked the seals on their brothers' bodies. A large group of people majestically galloped in from the main entrance. After seeing the appearance of the people leading the group, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had stayed behind immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the sect master and several elders. They're back. Hey, isn't that person beside the sect master junior brother Yang Kai? It really is junior brother Yang Kai." The shouts spread out and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been hiding in the dark came out from all directions, crying bitterly as they rushed forward. Sassafras comforted them for a while before calming the excitement of his many brothers and sisters. This time brother-in-law. And brother Yang has returned. From now on, we don't need to be afraid of those bastards anymore. We'll kill our way to the central capital, and drive them all away. Chase all of them away. The shouts of the disciples echoed Sassafras's call. Among the excited crowd, there was one person whose expression changed. He quietly slipped to the back and hid in the dark, as if he was preparing to secretly leave. Sassafras suddenly looked in that direction and shouted, "Brother Jia, where are you going?" Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples stopped shouting, and followed the direction Sassafras was looking, only to see Xia Hongchen standing there helplessly. All sorts of disdainful gazes were cast on Xia Hongchen, causing him to look extremely embarrassed, unable to show his face. The several High Heaven Pavilion elders also shook their heads and sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. "Brother Jia?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he also turned to Xia Hongchen. This brother of his was the second strongest master of the sect's younger generation, second only to Su Yan. He had also had a number of disputes with Yang Kai. However, as Yang Kai became stronger and stronger, Xia Hongchen no longer cared about this person. But at this moment, seeing the disdainful looks of the sect's elders and brothers, Yang Kai faintly understood why he had angered so many of them. After not seeing him for many years, Xia Hongchen had also grown to the immortal ascension boundary 6th stage, neither low nor high. "Brother Jia." Sassafras sneered softly, walking towards him step by step, gritting his teeth. "Brother Jia's care these past few months, my pavilion's brothers and sisters are deeply grateful. Junior brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Xia Hongchen stepped back step by step, feeling the murderous intent and hostility from Sassafras. his body and mind turning cold, as if death was beckoning to him. Do you think someone like you is worthy of calling me junior brother? Sassafras shouted. Sect master. Xia Hongchen's legs went soft, and he almost fell to his knees pleading. Brother, I had no choice but to submit to those bastards in order to show weakness to them. I wanted to see if there was a chance to save everyone. But brother had no choice but to endure humiliation. Endure humiliation? Sassafras suddenly burst into laughter. Brother, no matter how I look at it, you were like a dog obeying the orders of those bastards, reporting all the secrets of my sect to them. Not only that, you even killed a junior brother to show your loyalty. Sun Huan, junior brother, died at your hands, right? Don't try to deny it. Many people here saw it with their own eyes. Xia Hongchen was speechless, feeling the determination and murderous intent of Sassafras. He panicked and quickly looked at the elders, kneeling on the ground and begging, Elders, this disciple knows his mistake, please spare this disciple's life. The 4 elders looked at him coldly. Wei Shitong shouted, Spare your life? I can't wait to cut you into pieces, Xia Hongchen. You have disappointed this old man. This old man raised you as the hope of the sect, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless and unscrupulous person. This old man was really blind. The other 3 elders also looked like they wanted to kill Xia Hongchen. In a sense, this person in front of them was even more hateful than those invaders. He deserved to be killed. Junior brother Yang, junior brother Yang. Xia Hongchen saw that the elders were not speaking up for him. So he looked at Yang Kai. I know you have the most face, you saved my life, I Xia Hongchen will repay this kindness. Yang Kai looked indifferent and said lightly, Brother Xia, you talk too much. Xia Hongchen was stunned. I, Sassafras, was ordered by the Grand Master to take charge of High Heaven Pavilion. When the sect was in danger, disciple Xia Hongchen, for his own selfish desires, killed his junior brother, and lived an ignoble existence. He recognized a thief as his father. His crime is punishable by death. Today, this sect master is here to clean up the sect. I hope that all brothers will take this as a warning and work hard every day to shake the prestige of High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras shouted loudly, slowly raising his hand and looking down at Xia Hongchen, his eyes cold and piercing. The yuan qi in his palm surged, forming a terrifying tornado. The palm gradually enlarged in Xia Hongchen's eyes, and the violent wind engulfed him. None of the surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples showed the slightest sympathy. Instead they showed a look of extreme satisfaction. As the wind blew, Xia Hongchen softly fell to the ground, his eyes turbid, his body turning into a pool of blood and then exploding. Master's junior brother really does look like a sect master. Li Rong chuckled to the side, looking at Sassafras with some surprise. Sassafras didn't look old, slightly younger than Yang Kai, but now he had the demeanor of a sect master. Yang Kai also gently nodded. Sect master, please make arrangements for the disciples of our 2 sects. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan walked up together and said to Sassafras. Sassafras nodded and first asked the junior brother to dispose of Xia Hongchen's body, then hurriedly discuss with the elders to make arrangements for the disciples of the other 2 sects. Everyone busied themselves, while Yang Kai walked alone through High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed once before. At that time, the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, came with a number of masters. After a fierce battle with her Grand Master and several elders, she set fire to the sect. The current High Heaven Pavilion had been rebuilt. However, the structure was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai went to the small wooden house he had lived in before. This wooden house carried many of his memories. When he was weak and helpless, he lived here. He still remembered that when he was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, he had to eat 3 meals a day. In this small wooden house, Yang Kai obtained the wordless black book, and since then, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. The wooden house had been renovated, and the tables and chairs inside were the same as when Yang Kai left, but because no one had lived here for a long time, they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai remembered that night when he returned from outside. When he saw his senior sister, Xia Ningchang, sleeping soundly on the bed, the moonlight pouring down, Yang Kai was stunned. It was from that moment onwards that a beautiful figure was left in his heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart was filled with sweetness. It was a brand that could never be erased. After sitting in the wooden house for a while, Yang Kai went to Su Yan's small loft. It was in this loft that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing her clothes. That enchanting curve of her back was something he could never forget. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used her ice attribute to seal Yang Kai in ice. It took several days for Yang Kai to break free, and use this opportunity to comprehend the mysterious martial skill Unyielding Will. Xia Ningqiang and Su Yan, the two most important women in his life, had met here, gotten to know each other, and gotten to know each other. His heartbeat quickened, and he became flustered. High Heaven Pavilion held many of Yang Kai's memories and emotions. Walking along this road, just like when he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion many years ago, he stepped on the familiar path he had once walked, reminiscing about everything from the past. The contribution hall was still the same contribution hall. Kai Yang seemed to be able to see Treasurer Meng clasping his hands together, squinting his small eyes, lecherously looking at the beautiful bodies of the female disciples who passed by. Looking at those plump breasts and perky buttocks, he commented. The Martial Skill Pavilion was still the same Martial Skill Pavilion, containing many of High Heaven Pavilion's secrets. However, these things no longer had any value to the current Yang Kai. He once again arrived at the Coiling Dragon Stream. Next to the Coiling Dragon Stream, the wind howled and the bottom of the stream was immeasurably deep. Several fruit trees stood there, swaying in the wind. These were the fruit trees Yang Kai had planted in the past. At first, they were only as tall as a person, but now they were full of leaves and branches, enough to provide shade. Jumping up, Yang Kai allowed his body to fall into the Coiling Dragon Stream. Halfway down, Yang Kai nimbly turned around and entered the secluded cave he had painstakingly carved out all those years ago. Inside the secluded cave, there were some bonsai plants Xia Ningqiang had brought over. Without the evil demonic qi flowing down from the stream, many green vines had climbed up. There were even a few flowers blooming around the cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was still the faint scent of Su Yan and Xia Ningqiang. This secluded cave was a secret place for the three of them. Several times, when Yang Kai and Su Yan were having sex, the little senior sister would be sleeping on the stone bed. Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, closed his eyes, and opened his mind and body. After walking around, seeing and reminiscing, he suddenly felt as if his soul had been sublimated. This indescribable feeling made him feel very comfortable. With a burst of buzzing sounds, Yang Kai's flesh began to squirm, and the yuan qi flowing through his body surged like a river breaking through a dam. Chapter 930. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as if they were filled with lightning. However, a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. He was a little confused about his current situation. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion and seeing the familiar scenery, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a strange state. At first, he thought he was about to break through, so he let nature take its course, but after waking up, he discovered that he had not broken through to the Saint Realm at all. His cultivation was still only at the third-order transcendent realm, but the yuan qi flowing through his body was very different from before. Closing his eyes and examining himself with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the yuan qi flowing through his meridians and physique had become more condensed and pure than before. If his previous yuan qi was like a gurgling river, now his yuan qi was like tiny and subtle crystals attached to his physique and meridians. When not in use, this yuan qi no longer flowed freely, but once it was used, it became more fluid and filled with more destructive power than before. The yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's dantian also seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, turning into a dazzling golden gem that dazzled the eyes of all present. Yang Kai was confused and didn't know what was going on. Carefully examining his physical condition, Yang Kai didn't find anything wrong with his body. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed, as if the change in his strength was a positive one. Not only was there no harm, but there were also huge benefits. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he had become stronger. Sending out his divine sense, Li Rong and Han Fei flew over together and entered the secluded home. Bowing respectfully, "Master, What instructions do you have for us? These 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei had also been guests in High Heaven Pavilion, helping out with the current mess. Both of them had noticed that Yang Kai was cultivating here. So naturally, they hadn't come to disturb him. It wasn't until Yang Kai took the initiative to summon them that they hurried over. I have some questions to ask the two of you. Yang Kai gestured for them to sit down and speak slowly. The two of them glanced at each other and smiled. Even Han Fei showing a faint smile, causing her ice attribute domain to melt slightly. In their impression, Yang Kai seemed to be omnipotent. This time, Yang Kai actually said that he had something to ask them, which made them feel very surprised. The two of them sat down. Li Rong asked, "Is there something that Master doesn't understand about cultivation?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and relaxed his body and mind. "Use your divine sense to check the energy in my body and see if you can find anything wrong." "Inappropriate?" Han Fei was surprised. "Then we'll be offending you." Li Rong did not waste time and released her divine sense to investigate Yang Kai's body. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up and she muttered, "Yuan Qi holiness?" Han Fei also showed a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai happily, chuckling, "Congratulations, Master. With Master's cultivation speed, I'm afraid he's not far from the Saint Realm. Master has already reached the point of Yuan Qi holiness. Master's growth rate is incredibly fast. I estimate that it will take him at most 2 or 3 years to break through to the Saint Realm. If he has some kind of opportunity or epiphany, I'm afraid that time will be even shorter." "Stop." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, frowning as he stared at the two of them blankly. "Explain first. What do you mean by Yuan Qi holiness? Why are you so certain that I'm not far from the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, but soon, the two of them burst into laughter, their giggles like silver bells ringing throughout the cave mansion. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with disgust. Li Rong laughing so heartily was one thing, but even Han Fei, who had always maintained a cold expression, was also laughing so hard it was obvious she had found something funny, and this discovery was definitely related to him. However, Yang Kai didn't know anything about it. "Are you two done laughing?" Yang Kai glared at them angrily. Noticing that Yang Kai seemed to be a bit angry, Li Rong and Han Fei quickly restrained their laughter, but they still couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as their shoulders trembled slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. After a while, Li Rong and Han Fei's expressions finally became serious, the former asking, "Master, have you not been systematically taught anything about the Saint Realm?" "Why do you ask?" "Because if someone had systematically taught you, you should know what Yuan Qi sanctification is, and that it is the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm." "The key to breaking through to the Saint Realm?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "Tell me more about it." Li Rong and Han Fei immediately began explaining one sentence after another. "In this world, there are many transcendent realm cultivator, but of these transcendent cultivators, less than 1% can successfully break through to the Saint Realm. Why is it that so many transcendents are unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm? The biggest reason is that Yuan Qi sanctification. A cultivator, from the very beginning of their cultivation to the Saint Realm, progressing step by step, every major breakthrough is extremely difficult. It can be said that every breakthrough to a great realm is a baptism from the inside out. However, during this process of growth, there are two major changes in the strength of a cultivator's body. The first time is when a cultivator breaks through from the separation and reunion boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary. The Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body transforms into Yuan Qi. Comparing the two, the disparity in strength between them is something Master must have deeply experienced. Yang Kai nodded gently. Before reaching the separation and reunion boundary, a cultivator would have Yuan Qi flowing in their body, but after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, the energy flowing in their body would be Yuan Qi. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Disregarding the improvement of one's cultivation, just from the transformation of strength, when Yuan Qi transforms into Yuan Qi, a cultivator's combat effectiveness will suddenly soar. The second time is when a cultivator breaks through from the transcendent realm to the Saint Realm, Li Rong said excitedly. Because what flows in the body of a Saint Realm Master is not Yuan Qi. It's not Yuan Qi? Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat unable to accept this. No one had ever told him about this before. And what flows in the body of a Saint Realm Master is Saint Qi, which is not on the same level as Yuan Qi. Yang Kai was shocked and was unable to speak for a long time. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, for example, between two crystal stones of the same volume, high-rank crystal stones naturally contain much more energy than low-rank crystal stones, and saint crystals contain much more energy than high-rank crystal stones. In comparison, Yuan Qi is inferior to low-rank crystal stones. Yuan Qi is high-rank crystal stones, and Saint Qi corresponds to saint crystals. Such an obvious truth, how could Yang Kai not understand? The Yuan Qi in Master's body, because of some kind of opportunity, has begun to transform into Saint Qi. Once this transformation is complete, Master will understand the mysteries of the Saint Realm and break through to the Saint Realm. Li Rong looked at him excitedly, feeling sincerely happy for his rapid growth. Has no one told Master about this before? Han Fei asked in surprise. The reason why they hadn't told Yang Kai about this was because they thought Yang Kai knew about this common knowledge, but Yang Kai was completely ignorant. It's normal that no one told Master about this. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Master's growth is too fast. Those seniors and elders probably didn't expect that he would already be undergoing the process of true Qi sanctification. Even if Master doesn't ask now, someone will mention it to you in the future. At the very least, the Holy Land's great elder will tell you. Kai Yang gently nodded. After understanding the cause of his current situation, he was able to let go of his worries. Then what should I do now? Kai Yang hesitated for a moment before asking. Nothing, just maintain your previous appearance and do what you need to do. Li Rong replied with a smile. Is there no other way to speed up the progress of Yuan Qi sainthood? Yang Kai frowned. I remember that when Yuan Qi is transformed into Yuan Qi, one can use some kind of medicine to assist in the process, making Yuan Qi more condensed and pure. That was when one's foundation was still being established. Those who can reach the Yuan Qi sainthood have already begun to develop their foundations. Now there is no way to speed up the process. We can only let nature take its course. I understand. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little bit of excitement in the depths of his heart. When all Yuan Qi was transformed into Saint Qi and comprehended the mysteries of the Saint Realm, one would be able to reach that realm. Yang Kai wasn't worried about comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Perhaps for others this would be a challenge, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He had absorbed too much of a Saint Realm cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. These insights had become his own nourishment, so breaking through to the Saint Realm was naturally not a problem. Now all he needed to do was wait for the Saint Qi in his body to transform, so the time it would take was much shorter than Li Rong had estimated. After a while, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Saint Realm, stood up, and asked, How is the situation in High Heaven Pavilion? Everything has been settled, Li Rong replied. Good, then we should go. Yang Kai said so and took the lead to fly out of his secluded home. He had planned to revisit his old haunts and immediately rushed to the central capital, but because of Yuan Qi's sainthood, he had been delayed for 2 days. High Heaven Pavilion was overcrowded with disciples from all 3 sects gathered here. Sassafras could only arrange a place for them to rest, but he still couldn't find enough space. Many people could only sit on the ground, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Inside the main hall, Sassafras and several of the pavilion's elders were present. Blood Battle Gang's Hu Man, the Twin Flower Sisters, Storm House's Xiao Ruohan, and Fang Ziki were all gathered together. When Yang Kai arrived, they seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. Brother-in-law, are you going to the central capital? Sassafras suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded. Then I wish you victory and a triumphant return. Sassafras shouted. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Sassafras grinned. We know our place so we won't drag you down, but brother-in-law, you have to teach those people a lesson, don't show any mercy. Yang Kai smiled and nodded seriously. Don't worry, I won't let any of them go back alive. Turning around, he shouted outside, "Shirkuan! Subordinate is here." Shirkuan answered and appeared. "You stay here and help me take care of the people here. If anyone dares to invade, report the Holy Land's name. I'd like to see who dares to offend my holy land." Yes. Chapter 931. The Central Capital, the greatest city under the heavens. From a distance, the huge central capital looked like a dormant ancient beast, quietly lying on the ground, giving off a desolate aura that inspired awe. A blue light suddenly appeared 50 kilometers away from the central capital, and the figures of Yang Kai, Li Rong, and Han Fei appeared. "There's actually such a huge city here?" Li Rong's eyes flashed a look of surprise as she exclaimed. The scale of the central capital was extremely rare even in Tongxian realm. Li Rong found it hard to imagine how many years it had taken the indigenous people here to create such a huge city. But there seems to be some traces of destruction. Han Fei frowned. And more than 10 years ago, the central capital's earth vein erupted and the entire city was destroyed. When I left that year, everyone was busy rebuilding the central capital. Although more than 10 years have passed since then, it doesn't seem to have been completely rebuilt. Yang Kai gently nodded. At this moment, the entire central capital was slightly calm. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still see many people moving about. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from a corner of the central capital, illuminating Yang Kai's eyes. "Master, there seems to be a battle going on over there," Li Rong whispered. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai once again activated the Flying Heavens shuttle and disappeared. At the central capital's south gate, a group of Transcendent Realm cultivator were fleeing in panic. The central capital's south gate was a gate used exclusively by the Yang family. All of the Yang family's direct descendants would pass through this gate when returning from outside. When Yang Kai returned to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, he had also passed through this gate. At this moment, the fleeing Transcendent Realm cultivator were basically all masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. They were desperately running away with the goal of escaping from the central capital. However, behind them were two unparalleled enemies. "You bastards, you've run away quite fast. Let's see where you'll run now." One of the one-eyed middle-aged men followed behind them unhurriedly, not showing any intention of immediately taking action, simply taunting them with a mocking look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. "A group of trivial transcendents dares act presumptuous in front of me? Run away as fast as you can. Don't let me catch you, or else you'll suffer a miserable fate." Everyone who was being chased had bloodshot eyes, but all of them were well aware of how tyrannical their enemy was, so they didn't dare to stop and fight. They could only use their martial skills as they fled, trying their best to delay the enemy's pace. But when these martial skills blasted onto the one-eyed middle-aged man, they were utterly unable to do anything to him. Only layers of ripples appeared around his body, and then the attacks were like stones that sank into the sea, vanishing without a trace. This caused the fleeing group of transcendents to lose all hope and despair. "Cho Su, stop fooling around. Leader Wu is waiting for our report. Let's catch them quickly." In another direction, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure reminded the one-eyed middle-aged man. Cho Su glanced over at her and snorted. "There's no need for you to remind me." He then cursed in a low voice. "Little whore, you think you can order me around just because you've got a big tree like Wu Zheng? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" Saying so, his expression became violent as he shouted towards the people below. "Run, run. If any of you are caught by me first, I'll let you taste all the torture in the world, and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Seeing you have some strength and some use, I allowed you to work for me, but you actually dared to find an opportunity to escape. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The words of this man and woman reached the ears of the people below, causing their expressions to become uglier and uglier. In the crowd, a tall and sturdy man shouted in a low voice, "Brothers and sisters, disperse. Life and death are up to fate. If anyone can escape from here, you must survive. Find the young master, and tell him what happened here." Everyone nodded and shouted, "Good luck." The next moment, everyone scattered in all directions. The man and woman chasing behind them saw this scene, and didn't show the slightest surprise at all. The one-eyed man named Cho Su sneered, You have some brains. I thought you would stop and fight with me, but it turns out you're not stupid. Don't make trouble. It'll be troublesome if you let them run away. You block their way forward, I'll block their way back. The voluptuous beauty shouted. At the same time, a surging force burst out from her body, and an invisible barrier appeared behind the transcendent realm cultivator, blocking their retreat and pushing forward at an extremely fast speed, reducing their space of movement. Seeing that she had already taken action, Chosu no longer spoke nonsense, and used the same method to block the path of the cultivator below. **********. One figure after another slammed into the invisible barrier, causing ripples to appear in midair. These cultivator were all forced back dizzily, their faces ugly. Two sword-like auras attacked from the front and back, forcing them to gather together again, back to back, and look up at the man and woman in the sky. There was no door to heaven, no road to hell. Under absolute strength, they could only be toyed with in the hands of the enemy, unable to resist at all. Xioli, it's okay for me to kill one person to vent my anger, right? Chosu looked at the voluptuous beauty with his only remaining eye. The beautiful woman called Xioli frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "They're not very strong. What's the use of killing them? The reason why sect leader Wu spared their lives is to make them surrender and work for us. As long as this group surrenders, the rest will be easy to deal with. The world energy here is not rich, and the resources are not abundant, but there are many people. It's fine to take them to the mines and do some rough work. Of course I know sect leader Wu's intentions, but if I don't kill their spirit, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart." Chosu slowly shook his head. Seeing him like this, Xioli felt disgusted, but she didn't want to be entangled with him on this issue, so she nodded helplessly. "Fine, but you can only kill one. If you dare to kill more, I will definitely report this matter to sect leader Wu. I know you have a good relationship with sect leader Wu, but you don't need to use him to pressure me. I am the pavilion master of heaven-seeking pavilion. It's not up to him to control me. If you want to kill, just do it, don't talk nonsense," Xioli shouted impatiently. Chosu sneered, looking down at the group of people below with his only remaining eye. His eyes swept over the dozen transcendent realm cultivator, ignoring their angry glares, suddenly stretching out his finger and pointing at one of them. "She'll be fine. I like to kill women, especially beautiful women." Saying so, he glanced at the woman called Xioli, intentionally or unintentionally. Xioli snorted, knowing what he meant, but she didn't pay attention to him. The face of the woman who was pointed out by him turned pale. "Yu Xian." The others all paled. Tang Yu Xian smiled bleakly. "Life and death are up to the heavens, don't resist. The place they came from should be where the little lord went. When you get there, do everything you can to find the little lord and have him avenge me and my dead brothers and sisters." Everyone shook their heads. "Woman, if you have any last words, I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Chosu stood in the air and laughed wildly. "They've gone too far, I'll kill them." Tu Feng roared, his blood qi madly rising, apparently preparing to use Yang Kai's blood warrior's mad tyrant blood skill. "If you want to die, we'll die together. In any case, we can't just stand by and watch you get killed." Ingzio's figure flickered as he prepared to use his dancing shadow strike at any moment. At that moment, an invisible pressure descended, making everyone unable to move. The mad tyrant blood skill that Tu Feng was about to use was also directly suppressed, causing Ingzio's figure to stiffen in place. Chosu laughed loudly. "I say you're overestimating yourselves, but you still don't know your limits. How can a transcendent compete with a saint? Now I'll let you see the huge gap between the two of you. If I want to kill you, it'll be as simple as crushing an ant." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Tang Yu Xian, who was standing in the crowd, exclaimed as she suddenly found herself being bound by an invisible force and slowly floating up into the air. A moment later, she stopped a few dozen meters above the ground. The invisible force that bound her body slowly became stronger and stronger, causing Tang Yu Xian to struggle to breathe and her face to turn red. Although she wanted to resist, she was unable to exert any strength. Screams and cries came from below. Cracking sounds came from Tang Yu Xian's body as her bones seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Feeling death beckoning to her, Tang Yuxian's heart remained calm as she stared coldly at the one-eyed man named Cho Su. The look of unflinching determination in her beautiful eyes causing Cho Su to stare blankly. Xiao. A sword-like attack suddenly shot out from the void, cutting through the space between Cho Su and Tang Yuxian. The sound of something being cut rang out. Tang Yuxian, who was bound in the air, let out a sigh of relief as the huge pressure on her body disappeared at this moment, and her body regained its freedom, falling straight down. With a flash of blue light, 3 figures appeared mid-air like ghosts, each of them wrapped in a bone-chilling aura. Who's there? Cho Su and Xiao Li's faces changed drastically as they shouted at the same time. The Transcendent Realm cultivator below also hurriedly turned their eyes towards the 3 figures. All of them wore dull expressions. In the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. "Little Lord!" Yang Kai nodded gently and looked down. Familiar faces flashed in front of his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ingjiu Jili Shaoshan Yanling Xing Wuju. Most of the masters of the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall were here. "Is Yuxian all right?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. "It's just a minor injury, little Lord doesn't need to worry." "That's good." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Who are you?" Cho Su frowned, quietly stood beside Xiaoli and asked in a stern voice. Chapter 932. He didn't know why, but when these 3 people appeared, Cho Su couldn't help feeling a sense of horror, as if the aura of death was approaching him, causing him to shudder. If he didn't stand with Xiaoli, he didn't feel any sense of security. "Were you the one who said that a transcendent can't fight a saint?" Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Cho Su coldly. "Yes, may I ask who your excellency is?" Cho Su frowned. "Do I need to tell a dead man my name?" "Your excellency is quite arrogant, who are you?" Cho Su's expression became cold, also realizing that these newcomers had ill intentions, quietly signaling to Xiaoli to act according to the situation. Xiaoli gently nodded. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and instead turned to Li Rong. "I'll leave that woman to you too, I'll deal with this man." Li Rong nodded. "Be careful, master." She didn't stop Yang Kai, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was furious and wanted to personally kill the one-eyed man who had just bullied them. On top of that, with her and Han Fei supporting him, even if Yang Kai couldn't defeat the other party, his life wouldn't be in any danger. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stared straight at Xiaoli as an invisible pressure descended from the sky. The voluptuous young woman called Xiaoli instantly stiffened, and the flow of her Saint Qi became sluggish, as if she had fallen into a swamp. Shocked, she finally understood just how tyrannical these 2 women who had suddenly appeared in front of her were, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Cho Su's complexion also changed. As soon as Li Rong and Han Fei used their Saint Qi, he noticed that something was wrong and couldn't help feeling shocked. Not bothering to find trouble with the Blood Warriors, his figure flickered and he flew towards the central capital's interior. He wanted to find Wu Zheng. Although he was dissatisfied with the benefits Wu Zheng had given him, in the end Wu Zheng was the strongest here, a second-order saint, far stronger than him. But just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him, and the young man who didn't seem to know the immensity of heaven and earth appeared in front of him. Third-order transcendent. Cho Su saw through Yang Kai's true cultivation at a glance and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there is no door to hell." He shouted, "Boy, get out of my way!" At the same time, he reached out to grab Yang Kai. He was trying to capture Yang Kai so that he could fight for a chance of survival. Yang Kai didn't move, only coldly looking at him. His expression was indifferent. Only when his large hand touched his shoulder and squeezed hard did he suddenly burst forth with the power in his body. The scorching heat wave exploded. Cho Su let out a strange cry and hurriedly retracted his hand. His face suddenly changed color, and he was somewhat in disbelief. This young man opposite him was only a third-order transcendent, but the aura radiating from his body was actually purer and more vigorous than his own. The scorching yuan qi penetrated the meridians of his palm, rampaging through his physique and meridians before penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs in an attempt to destroy his vitality. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Cho Su hurriedly pushed his Saint Qi to suppress this scorching heat, causing his body temperature to soar and his blood to show signs of boiling, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. Before he could recover though, a golden spear pierced through the air towards him. This spear exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, as if it was capable of tearing through space, breaking through the shackles of distance and rapidly enlarging in Chosu's eyes. Chosu was horrified as he felt the destructive power contained in this spear and hurriedly dodged. Xiao. The heaven-punishing spear hit thin air, and flew several dozen kilometers before it gradually dissipated into specks of light and disappeared. One heaven-punishing spear after another was formed in Yang Kai's hands, and he stood mid-air, throwing them out without pause. Like a swarm of locusts, the sky was filled with flashing golden lights. Chosu was in a difficult situation, only able to dodge these 9 heavens' divine skills. Unable to resist at all, his face pale. Dodge, keep dodging. Let's see how long you can hide. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pushed his strength to the limit, imitating Chosu's sarcastic tone as he taunted him like an ancient god. The heaven-punishing spear continued to stare at Chosu as golden light shot out from it. Chosu didn't have time to respond. Simply dodging these attacks was already exhausting him, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. Aren't you a saint? Go all out and fight. Why are you afraid of a mere transcendent? Come, show me all your means. Today this young master will let you see how a transcendent can kill a saint realm master. Yang Kai grinned coldly, following up with the heaven-punishing spear. The profound heavenly sword and imprisoning heaven chain also burst forth one after another, the 9 heavens' divine skills shining brilliantly. Down below, Tu Feng and the others were dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time. They had been trained by Yang Kai in the past, and had broken through to the transcendent realm long before Yang Kai left, standing at the peak of this world. In the 10 years since Yang Kai had left, all of them had diligently cultivated. Now basically every blood warrior had seen the hope of breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm, and had set this as their goal. But a few months ago, a group of enemies that they were no match for suddenly appeared and took control of the central capital's 8 great families. Today this one-eyed man named Chosu had chased her all the way to the heavens and earth, and now, Tang Yuxian was about to be crushed to death by him. The young master came out of nowhere and beat Chosu so hard that he covered his head and scurried away like a rat. He didn't even have time to answer. The blood warriors' hearts were filled with excitement as a sense of pride rose within them. Looking at the previously domineering Chosu's miserable appearance, each of them couldn't help feeling happy. Li Rong and Han Fei were also watching from the sidelines, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on their faces. Although the two of them knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, ever since they had followed him here, they had never seen Yang Kai fight against any master, so they didn't know what his bottom line was. Just now, the two women had secretly decided that if Yang Kai was in a difficult situation, they would immediately step in to help. However, the situation was completely different from what they had feared. A first-order saint in front of Yang Kai didn't even have a chance to put up any resistance. The two of them were even certain that Yang Kai could easily kill this opponent, because Yang Kai hadn't used his demon god transformation yet, and was only fighting with his own strength. At this moment, the two women finally relaxed and began putting pressure on Xiuli, so she couldn't rush to their aid while paying close attention to Yang Kai's battle. Father will fight with you. While dodging in a sorry state, Chosu suddenly let out a loud shout, and a large bell flew out. The bell emitted a loud sound that seemed capable of stealing souls. Layers of light rippled, and the sound waves formed a shock wave that spread out in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and profound heavenly sword flying towards him suddenly slowed down, and their attacks weakened significantly. As for the blood warriors who were watching from below, when they heard this bell ring, each of them showed a look of extreme pain, their bodies trembling as their blood began to boil and their faces flushed red, as if they would explode at any moment. Li Rong waved her hand and dispersed the pressure on their side, allowing the blood warriors to regain their composure and turn grateful looks towards her. Chosu's divine sense burst forth as he controlled the giant bell artifact and stimulated its full power while he hid behind it, and used it to resist Yang Kai's attacks as he desperately rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to make a last stand, hoping that he and Kai Yang would both suffer heavy losses. If he could capture Kai Yang, that would be even better. A spirit-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai grinned, ignoring the impact of the devilish sound. Not only did he not retreat, but instead rushed forward fiercely. True Yang Kai's yuan qi erupted and Yang Kai was like a blazing fireball, rampaging through the sound waves. A moment later, a loud noise rang out. The sound of a huge bell reverberated throughout the central capital, causing everyone's blood to boil and their hearts to feel uncomfortable. Cho Su, who was hiding behind the giant bell, was hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a paper kite, coughing up blood midair as his face paled and his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. This third-order transcendent youth had actually used his own body to collide with his artifact, not only blocking its attack, but also sending him flying. Cho Su only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. Just how tyrannical was this youth's physique to be able to collide with his artifact? It wasn't until this moment that Cho Su completely understood that his combat strength was on a completely different level. Although this youth's cultivation was lower than his own, he was a monster capable of fighting above his own realm. Cho Su's eyes dimmed as he flew backwards and roared, "Wu Zheng!" Yang Kai grabbed the giant bell in his hand and tossed it away, his figure flickering as he caught up with Cho Su, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "It doesn't matter who you call out, today you'll die." A stream of pure yuan qi was sent by Yang Kai into Cho Su's body. Cho Su tried to resist but was unable to do so. His body rapidly heated up as his blood boiled like boiling water, and huge blisters appeared on the surface of his skin. Hong. Cho Su's body exploded. In midair, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed. His death was extremely miserable. Xiao Li's tender body trembled as her heart filled with panic. She had watched the entire battle from beginning to end, but even now she couldn't figure out how a Saint Realm cultivator could be so easily killed by a mere transcendent. This scene completely subverted her understanding of the strength of a cultivator. Staring at the young man's terrifying back, Xiao Li couldn't help feeling terrified. "Master, how should we deal with this woman?" Li Rong asked softly. "Kill her." Yang Kai responded faintly. "Understood." Han Fei responded, her tender body flickering as she arrived beside Xiao Li, her jade-white hands casually patting her body a few times. The next moment, the surface of the enchanting woman's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. Gradually, she was frozen like a lifelike ice sculpture. The panicked expression on her face was clearly reflected through the layer of ice. The ice sculpture fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering into pieces. This enchanting woman also died without leaving behind even her bones. Who dares commit murder here? A roar came from the distance and a moment later, an old man with a ruddy complexion appeared, his expression extremely angry as he glanced around. After seeing Yang Kai's face, this old man couldn't help paling. Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master. Chapter 933. As the religion master of the free and unfettered sect, Wu Zheng naturally recognized Yang Kai. After all, he Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion and Feng Yubai of Smoke Lock Tower had pursued the ancient demon race all the way to the Nine Peaks. Wu Zheng also quite disliked this young man who had colluded with the demon race, and was even a little jealous of him. The reason was simple. This guy was so young but was already the master of a great force and had subdued so many obedient masters from the demon race. The power he held in his hands was enough to make anyone jealous. Wu Zheng didn't know how he was inferior to Yang Kai, and why such a good thing never happened to him. "Wu Zheng." Yang Kai grinned at him silently and mysteriously. "Yang Shengzhu, long time no see." Wu Zheng looked around and frowned. "I don't know why Yang Shengzhu would come here. Did you see Cho Su and Xiao Li? I just heard Cho Su's voice and there were fluctuations from a battle here. Could it have been Yang Shengzhu? If you're talking about the one-eyed man and the middle-aged woman, they're already dead." "Dead?" Wu Zheng's expression changed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. Could it be they died at the hands of Yang Shengzhu? "Correct," Yang Kai admitted frankly. Wu Zheng's expression became cold as he narrowed his eyes. "Why did you kill them? They have no grudge with Yang Shengzhu, right?" "Can't I kill without any grudge?" Yang Kai laughed, glancing sideways at Wu Zheng before reaching out and grinning. "Today not only will they die, But so will you. Wu Zheng's face twitched as he glanced cautiously towards Li Rong and Han Fei, forcing a smile as he asked, Yang Shengzhu, what is the meaning of this? This Wu has not offended you in any way, right? When he heard Cho Su's shout just now, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed over and saw Yang Kai here. However, since he didn't understand the whole story, Wu Zheng didn't feel much of a sense of crisis. After all, Yang Kai was the holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land, so it was impossible for him to kill someone for no reason. After all, Wu Zheng was the leader of a force and was not inferior to Yang Kai in the slightest. He took it for granted that since they were all in the same position, they could sit down and talk if there was anything. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no intention of negotiating with him at all? The moment he opened his mouth, he was filled with murderous intent. How else do you want to offend me? Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as ice. This is my home. You brought your friends here and bullied my family. Before Yang Kai could finish his words, Wu Zheng knew something was wrong. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, Cho Su and Xiao Li's deaths were a fact. If Yang Kai dared to kill the two of them, he might really kill him as well. Wu Zheng was also a decisive person. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish explaining, he immediately summoned an artifact and transformed it into a light shield around his body, before flying out of the central capital as fast as he could. Yang Kai frowned as he stared in the direction Wu Zheng fled, waving his hand with a strange expression. Han Fei didn't say a word and simply chased after him. There was no need to guess what would happen to Wu Zheng. He would definitely die. When an ancient demon clan member used their demon god transformation, almost every one of them could fight above their realm. Li Rong was only a second-order saint when she fought Xue Li to a draw. Today Han Fei was also a second-order saint, so if she wanted to kill Wu Zheng, it would only be a matter of time. Li Rong, go to the central capital and clean up the people Wu Zheng brought here. Yes. Li Rong nodded before disappearing, her huge divine sense spreading out like a tide and penetrating every corner of the central capital. Yang Kai then flew down. Little Lord. All the blood warriors looked at him excitedly and called out. Yang Kai glanced over at them and nodded. It's fine, let's head back first. Good. By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family mansion, Li Rong had already finished cleaning up. Most of the people Wu Zheng had brought here had been gathered in the Yang family mansion, so she had directly cleaned them all up. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many of the Yang family's direct descendants were happily waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were even more anxious. Dong Suju constantly wiping her tears, feeling extremely gratified. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai and the many blood warriors appeared in their field of vision. Dong Suju ignored the Fourth Master's attempts to stop her and rushed over to Yang Kai. Mother! Yang Kai called out eagerly. Dong Suju looked him up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was unharmed. After confirming that her son wasn't injured in any way, she hugged him tightly. Yang Kai couldn't breathe. Li Rong watched the scene of mother and son reuniting with a strange expression. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call out to her just now, she would have thought that this seemingly young woman was Yang Kai's older sister, never having expected that she was actually her master's mother. Good, everyone is waiting. Why are you hugging Kai so tightly? Fourth Master Yang saw that there was no movement from the other side for a long time, and couldn't help but come forward and remind her. I don't care about them. This is my son. Dong Suju burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged, as if someone was trying to snatch Yang Kai away from her. Father! Yang Kai grinned and greeted Fourth Master Yang. And well done. The Yang family Fourth Master nodded his head heavily, the corners of his eyes revealing an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away from home for more than 10 years without any news, so naturally he and Dong Suju were most worried about him. Now that they had not only confirmed their son's safety, but also learned that it was Yang Kai who had led people to rescue the central capital, the Fourth Master couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. After a while, Dong Suju's mood gradually calmed down, and she let go of Yang Kai. Wait for the evening, we'll talk again as a family. Yang Kai patted her hand and comforted her. Yang Kai stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the family's elders and his 7 brothers, greeting them one by one. Everyone was in a good mood. Ninth brother. The other brothers also couldn't help but stare at him. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now it seemed that he was the one with the highest achievements. In comparison, no matter who it was, they all felt a little ashamed of their inferiority, but also a little happy for him. Second brother, how do you feel about being the family head? Yang Kai laughed loudly as he turned to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao sighed. If you don't lead the family head, you won't know how expensive daily necessities are. Second brother always thought too simply. If I was given another chance, I wouldn't have participated in the inheritance war. Among the 9 brothers of the Yang family, besides Yang Kai, the most suitable one to be the family head was naturally Yang Zhao. Although the eldest brother, Yang Wei, had great personal strength, he was obsessed with the martial Dao and didn't care about anything else. The family's elder Mo also didn't feel comfortable leaving the family head to him. So after Yang Kai left, the family had been managed by Yang Zhao. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the other brothers had all settled down and had children of their own. Let's talk inside, it's been a long time since we've been together. Yang Zhao stepped aside and said. In the Yang family spirit hall, Yang Kai, under the orders of the 4th master, came in and offered incense to the ancestors. According to the 4th master's words, the reason why they were able to escape this disaster was all because of the blessings of the ancestors. It had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Yang Kai could only comply with his 4th master's wishes. After paying his respects, Yang Kai walked out of the spirit hall and followed the 4th master to the Yang family hall. At this moment, the hall was overcrowded. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone's expression changed as they stared towards him. Grand Master. Yang Kai saw Ling Tai Su in the crowd at a glance and quickly rushed over, shouting happily. Ling Tai Su smiled and nodded, but he seemed to have been seriously injured. His face as white as paper, his body trembling slightly as he stood there. Yang Kai's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. It's nothing serious, I was just hit by that man named Wu Zheng. Fortunately, he didn't mean to take my life, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here today. Ling Tai Su comforted. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, instead reaching out and placing his hand on Ling Tai Su's wrist, carefully examining it. After a moment, his expression relaxed slightly. His Grand Master's injuries weren't light, but they weren't life-threatening. With his current means, it wouldn't be difficult to treat him. Grand Master, take this pill. Yang Kai placed a pill in his hand. Ling Tai Su didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill directly, patting Yang Kai's shoulder and saying, We'll talk about this another time, I need to refine this pill first. Good. Master, I'll see you off. 4th Master Yang quickly stepped forward and helped Ling Tai Su leave. Senior Ling was injured by that man in order to save us. Tu Feng suddenly said. This time, if it weren't for Ling Tai Su attracting the attention of those people, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Yang family. Unfortunately, we were almost caught. Fortunately, Little Lord appeared in time and prevented Senior Ling's efforts from going to waste. Tang Yuxian lowered her head with some shame. Don't worry about it, since Grand Master acted like this, he must have his own considerations. Isn't everything fine now? Yang Kai smiled. Come in and sit down. Inside the hall, everyone crowded in and found a place to sit down. Those who didn't have a seat simply stood around, all of them turning their eyes to Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. Second brother, did the family suffer any losses this time? Yang Kai casually found a place to sit down and asked Yang Zhao. Hearing this, everyone's face became gloomy, and even Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. The biggest loss was the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Zhao sighed heavily. When those people arrived, we didn't know their strength was so great. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng both died in battle, and the entire Blood Warrior Hall was beaten to a pulp. The Blood Warrior Hall was the most loyal institution to the Yang family, and the place where all the masters the Yang family had cultivated gathered. When danger came, they would naturally do their best to resist. Yang Kai had an impression of Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng. After all, he had dealt with them before, but he hadn't expected that they would be killed in this foreign invasion. Tu Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling as he choked out. Chu Gao Yi Ji Li Shaoshun, Luo Hai, Fu Tsong, they're all dead. Yang Kai's body shook. The names of the blood warriors Tu Feng reported were all those who had followed him during the Inheritance War. During the final stages of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had gathered 13 blood warriors and created 13 transcendent realm masters. This was especially true for Chu Gao Yi. He and Ing Jiu had followed Yang Kai from the very beginning and were extremely loyal to him. Both of them were the two most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall. Hearing that all these familiar names had passed away, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Chapter 934. The Blood Warrior Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the surviving blood warriors all wore solemn expressions. In addition to the Blood Warrior Hall, several of the family's elderly elders had also died in battle. The first elder of the Long Chalk Hall, Yang Zhen, had died tragically at the hands of the free and unfettered. It could be said that the arrival of this catastrophe had caused the entire Yang family's high-end strength to shrink by nearly half, the biggest blow it had ever suffered. Not only the Yang family, but almost every one of the central capital's 8 great families had suffered the same fate. Fortunately, Wu Zheng didn't want to kill them all and had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that with the strength of these central capital's masters, they wouldn't be able to cause him any trouble. So after a brief period of slaughter, he had sealed the strength of the various great families' masters and ordered them to submit to him and work for him. He had set his sights on the human resources here. Whether he could take the people here to Tongxian realm to work as coolies or sell them as slaves, he could make a considerable fortune. It was also because of this that the central capital's 8 great families had not suffered a devastating blow and had retained a glimmer of hope. Ninth brother, that Wu Zheng's methods are extraordinary and his strength is earth-shattering. Can the people you brought really deal with him? Yang Zhao asked worriedly. I never thought there would be such a powerful person in this world. Some of the elders also said worriedly. Whether or not we can deal with him, seeing is believing. Yang Kai chuckled, listening carefully for a moment before nodding. She's back. What's back? Yang Zhao was stunned. A beautiful figure flashed into the hall from outside, wrapping herself in a bone-chilling aura as Han Fei appeared. Holding a bloody head in his hand, he walked straight in, tossed the head to the ground, and bowed to Yang Kai. Master, I was fortunate to not fail my mission. You've worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded. Inside the hall, everyone's eyes turned to the head rolling on the ground. Looking at the pair of widened eyes that had lost all light, Yang Zhao slowly straightened up and shouted, "It's Wu Zheng. Is he really dead? Good." The eyes of many Yang family members lit up, their spirits rising. Turning to look at Han Fei again, everyone's eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Previously, Li Rong had rushed here to eliminate the masters brought by Wu Zheng. Her actions were swift and decisive, and before anyone could react, the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples had inexplicably died. None of them had seen Li Rong's methods, so they didn't know just how tyrannical she was. But now, seeing Wu Zheng's head being brought in by Han Fei with her own eyes, she naturally understood just how powerful this icy beauty was. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel as if they were in a dream. Many people even leaned over to take a closer look, wanting to see if that was really Wu Zheng's head. After confirming it, his body trembled. Ninth brother, this lady is. Yang Zhao looked at Han Fei hesitantly, a strange light flashing across his eyes. We are master's subordinates, Han Fei took the initiative to explain, lest everyone misunderstand. Subordinate? Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. His ninth brother had been gone for more than 10 years without any news, but as soon as he returned he had brought such powerful subordinates with him, sweeping away the enemy and saving the central capital. On the other hand, as the patriarch of the Yang family, he had been helpless when facing an enemy invasion. Comparing the two, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed. But this is good. With this lady's strength, my Yang family will no longer need to fear being bullied. Yes, ninth brother, now that you've come back, are you not leaving? All the brothers began to ask questions at once. Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suju, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, paled and couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand and whispering, Kai, do you still want to leave? Yang Kai smiled. I'm leaving, but this time I'm taking all of you with me. Together? Yang Zhao frowned. I hope all of you can come with me to Tongxian realm. and give up on the central capital. The hall suddenly fell silent. The central capital was the foundation of these people, and Yang Kai telling them to give up with just a few words made them feel somewhat reluctant. Yang Kai naturally understood their feelings, standing up and saying, "In the past, my Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families and one of the top forces in the world, but now the situation is different. The passage between this world and Tongxian realm has been opened. This time Wu Zheng came, next time someone else may come. It is not safe for all of you to remain in the central capital." Someone else will come? Many people's faces changed, none of them realizing the seriousness of the situation. They thought that with Wu Zheng dead, they would be safe, but the reality was far from what they had imagined. According to Yang Kai, this place had become a piece of delicious cake that all masters wanted to take a bite out of. If that's the case, then it's time to make some plans. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Ninth brother, second brother wants to ask you a few questions." Yang Kai nodded. "If we leave the central capital with you and go to that Tongxian realm, with our strength, can we live in peace?" Second brother is not belittling himself, but after this incident, we have indeed recognized our own short-sightedness and shortcomings. I still have some weight over there and can say a few words. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. "Then what about a place for us? Is there a suitable location?" "And I've already found a place, you don't have to worry about that." Yang Zhao asked again. "What about cultivation materials? We can obtain them here, but once we reach the other side, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to obtain cultivation materials, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What I don't lack the most right now is cultivation materials. I have so many crystal stones that I can't even use them all up. I also have a variety of spirit grade and saint grade materials, far more than you can imagine. I guarantee you that when we reach the other side, you will have everything you need. There is absolutely no need to worry about cultivation materials." Everyone was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitated. "Little Lord, I've heard of spirit grade, but what kind of grade is saint grade?" "Above spirit grade," Yang Kai explained. "Then what are crystal stones?" Tang Yuxian also asked. "These things are called crystal stones." Yang Kai casually tossed one to her. Tang Yuxian caught it, and the other blood warriors also gathered around to examine it, like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world, their eyes filled with amazement. Heavens, this thing contains a lot of energy. And it seems like it can be directly absorbed and transformed into one's own yuan qi. If we had this thing in battle, wouldn't we be able to quickly recover? Exclamations continued to ring out as the blood warriors' faces flushed with excitement. And the world spirit qi over there is not something that can be compared to here. The world spirit qi over there is much denser than here. That's why the cultivation speed of the cultivators over there is much faster than here. Yang Kai described all the wonderful things of Tongxian realm, causing the eyes of the Yang family group to light up more and more as they listened, filled with more and more expectation. The world energy aura was rich. There was no need to worry about their own safety. There were plenty of cultivation materials, and there was a place to settle down. Yang Kai had already arranged everything. All they needed to do was follow him. "Of course, I just hope that you can come with me to Tongxian realm. If some of you are reluctant to leave this place, I won't force you." After speaking for a while, Yang Kai made his attitude clear. Those who want to stay here can still do so. Not everyone is as hateful as Wu Zheng. Perhaps the masters who come here in the future won't bully the weak. You can make your own choice. "My Chiu family will go with you. I wonder if little Lord is willing to take us with him?" Suddenly, a tender voice called out from outside the hall. Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look outside. A figure like a dancing butterfly walked in from the outside, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she pursed her red lips. Although she was pretending to be calm, anyone could see that she could not hide the excitement and joy in her heart. "The Chiu family's patriarch has arrived." Yang Zhao got up and greeted. "Beauty, long time no see." Yang Kai also stood up and stared at the woman who walked into the hall. Chiu Yimeng. Just as decisive and resolute as before anyone else had even made a decision. She had chosen a direction and entrusted her own interests and future to Yang Kai without hesitation. "And long time no see." Qiu Yimeng's eyelashes trembled a few times as a look of grievance appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered and calmly greeted him. Sister Luo. Yang Kai then turned to the woman standing behind her and nodded. This woman's chest was quite large, and she was none other than Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley, Qiu Yimeng's best friend. After more than 10 years apart, Luo Xiaoman's fear of Yang Kai had not disappeared, so she simply nodded lightly and hid behind Qiu Yimeng. She didn't know why, but when Luo Xiaoman saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help thinking of the ash-gray cloud evil land girl named by Luo. My Qiu family will go with you. Would little lord be willing to take more people with him? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai seriously and asked. Don't be so polite. Yang Kai grinned. I didn't intend to only bring my Yang family with me this time. Since you're willing, naturally that's for the best. Seems you still have some conscience. Qiu Yimeng glared at him before smiling widely, the hall suddenly brightening up. I heard that young Lord Kai is back, is that true? Another shout sounded from outside the door, full of excitement. Just as this voice fell, the Hua family's Hua stars rushed into the Yang family hall like a gust of wind, looking around and shouting, Where is young Lord Kai? The next moment he saw Yang Kai standing not far away and rushed over, giving Yang Kai a bear hug and patting his back fiercely. Brother, you're back. Qiu Yimeng missed you so much. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face changed as she grit her teeth and shouted. Stars Hua, do you want me to tear your mouth off? The Hua family young lord grinned meaningfully before letting go of Yang Kai, his smile becoming more and more brilliant. Brother, I missed you too. You little brat, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. How did your cultivation fall so far behind? Yang Kai laughed, feeling happy to see familiar faces. Chapter 935. During the Inheritance War, all those who had followed Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chong had used her myriad drug liquid to create a pool of medicinal liquid that allowed them to be reborn and purified, improving their aptitude to varying degrees. Hua stars and Qiu Yimeng, as well as other important figures, had obtained even greater benefits. It could be said that their future achievements would not be too low. Even if they stayed in the central capital, they could still break through to the transcendent realm. After 10 years, Qiu Yimeng had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but Hua Stars, who was not inferior to her, was only at the 6th stage, which surprised Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't understand why his cultivation had fallen so far behind. Listening to Yang Kai's question, many people in the Yang family hall snickered, as if they knew the inside story. Qiu Yimeng covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Hua Stars wore a bitter expression as he cried. Young Lord Kai, you don't know this brother's life is very hard, he continued. Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange as he became speechless. The Hua family was one of the central capital's 8 great families, but the previous generation's patriarch, Hua Zheng, only had one son, Hua Stars, while he had a large number of daughters, all of whom he regarded as treasures and cared for in every way possible. After Hua Stars took over the position of patriarch, the Hua family elders learned a painful lesson from the previous generation's patriarch and began to arrange marriages for Hua Stars, allowing him to start a family. Over the past 10 years, the Hua family had selected more than a dozen young ladies for Hua Stars to fill his harem. Hua Stars, under the coercion of many of his elders, worked hard every day to prolong the Hua family's bloodline. Working so hard, it would be strange if Hua Stars' cultivation didn't fall behind. Ha! This young lord already has 15 concubines and 1 wife. Stars Hua looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression. He patted his shoulder and sighed. I'll introduce them to you when I have the chance. Although they are all beauties, this young master is really unable to do so. Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he said, My condolences. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. It seemed that news of Yang Kai's return had already spread. Following Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xing, the other young patriarchs of the 8 great families all came to the Yang family. Meng family patriarch Meng Shanyi, Lu family patriarch Lu Qingyao, Kong family patriarch Kong Jian, Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian, Yi family patriarch Yi Jingli. Of these 5, Meng Shanyi and Lu Qingyao were quite familiar with Yang Kai, but he didn't know much about the remaining 3. Naturally, They had come together this time because they had heard the news of Yang Kai's return, and how he had defeated the free and unfettered. They wanted to ask what they should do next. Learning that Yang Kai wanted to take the Yang family away from the central capital and go to Tongxian realm, the five of them couldn't make a decision for a while. A family's affairs were not something they could casually decide. On top of that, they also had concerns. During the inheritance war, the ones who had the closest relationship with Yang Kai were naturally the Hua family and the Qiu family. Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xing had also been assisting Yang Kai, so it was natural for them to follow Yang Kai now. However, the remaining five families had all opposed Yang Kai in the past. Now that things had changed, they didn't know how to take a stand. Yang Kai casually invited them to follow him to Tongxian realm. The events of the past were already in the past, so Yang Kai didn't care. No matter what, these five families were still from the central capital. If he could help them, it was only a small matter for Yang Kai. However, the five of them all said that they would go back and carefully discuss with their respective elders before making a decision. After the five left, the hall was not quiet for long before countless more people arrived. All of them were friends of the Yang family who participated in the inheritance war. 10,000 Flower Palaces Han Xiaoqi, Yi Han, Lu Qingru Huaruayin. Water Moon Halls Feng Qianhen. Pure Heart Palaces Li Xian Yuan. Reflecting Moon Sects Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Treasure Instrument Sects Tao Yang Xiaorong. Ghost King Valleys Lengshan Chen Yi, Chening. After Yang Kai left, these people had been helping to rebuild the central capital. The Yang family was also grateful for their assistance to Yang Kai, and had signed some contracts with the sects these people belonged to, leaving them in charge of managing the central capital. As such, these people had been living in the central capital, acting as the liaison between the Yang family and their respective sects. This time's disaster, none of them had been affected and all of them were unscathed. Old friends meeting again was a joyous occasion. The four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace had all grown up, and had become more mature. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, Yang Kai told them about his plans for this trip, and all of them said that they would consult their sect elders first before making a decision. After they left, Yang Kai said, "Second brother, discuss with the Elder Hall's people whether they want to come with me or not. Give me a reply as soon as possible, I'll be staying here for a while." "There's no need to discuss, ninth brother. Since you've arranged everything, my Yang family will naturally follow you," Yang Zhao readily agreed. Everyone else also nodded, no one objecting. The blood warriors were even more excited, secretly happy to be able to follow their little lord and serve him again. "Good, then take advantage of this time to pack up your things, and bring your most important things with you. As for the supplies, you can give them up, they won't be worth much in Tongxian realm," Yang Kai said before turning his eyes to Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xing. The Hua family young lord nodded. "Whatever Qiu Yimeng does, I will do. Her vision is much longer than mine. I'm going to take the Qiu family to Tongxian realm." Qiu Yimeng glanced over at him. Hua Xing shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll go back and inform my father so the family can pack up quickly." Saying so, he quickly left. "Then we'll also pack up quickly." Yang Zhao stood up and ordered the Yang family members in the hall. Just as ninth brother said, "Keep everything simple, don't bring anything you don't need." "Yes." Everyone nodded and quickly dispersed. Soon, only Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman remained in the hall. "Master, we'll wait for you outside." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before walking out together with Han Fei. With her eyesight, how could she have noticed that this girl named Qiu Yimeng was looking at her master with a strange look in her eyes? That kind of longing and obsession was simply impossible to hide. She had deliberately stayed behind because she wanted to be alone with Yang Kai for a while. "Elder sister Qiu, I'll also go out," Luo Xiaoman whispered and followed behind Li Rong and Han Fei inside the hall. The atmosphere was a bit strange as Qiu Yimeng just stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, "Looking at your clothes and appearance, it seems you've never married. You're not young anymore." "I was waiting for you." Qiu Yimeng raised her head, revealing her slender white neck. "Don't joke around." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Do I look like I'm joking around?" Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted, suddenly grit her teeth and said, "I know you have another woman in your heart, And I don't expect you to like me. The gap between you and me is too big. I have some self-awareness. Young Kai stared at her helplessly. But since you've come back, I'll be frank. You said before, you don't want to talk about love with me, just play around. Did I say such a thing? Young Kai was stunned. You did. Qiu Yimeng said angrily, biting her red lip and glaring at him. So you know those words were too much. I thought you didn't know. Ah. I was young and frivolous. It doesn't matter, let's play around. I don't expect to be together forever. That's too unrealistic, and I don't want to continue to wait, suffering day by day. I just want to be together once. Are you serious? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, secretly shocked by Qiu Yimeng's bold words. I don't care what you think of me, just wait until we reach Tongxian realm. After everything is settled, I'll let you know just how fierce I am. Saying so, Qiu Yimeng's tender body flickered as she rushed up, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her red lips against his. Kai Yang let out a pitiful cry and reached out to touch his lips. There was a burning sensation of pain. Qiu Yimeng turned around and walked away, her silvery bell-like laughter ringing out. That's just interest. When we reach Tongxian realm, I'll make sure to collect both principal and interest. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the hall with a serious expression on his face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside, glanced over at him before quickly averting their eyes, both of them wanting to laugh but not daring to, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to hold back their laughter. Laugh all you want, isn't it just being bitten by a woman? Yang Kai rubbed his mouth, feeling like he had lost face. That girl is actually quite good. Li Rong said seriously. If she had been born in Tongxian realm, her current cultivation would definitely not be too low. And this world restricts their development. Han Fei also agreed. That's why I want to take them away from here, and experience a wider world. Yang Kai's eyes became deep. This world is too small. Although there are more dangers there are also better conditions. The two women nodded slightly. After a while, Yang Kai ordered, you two stay in the Yang family and guard this place for the time being to avoid any unexpected situations. Li Rong was surprised. Where is Master going? I still have 2 places to visit. Then, why don't I accompany you or let Han Fei accompany you? No need, I'll be fine by myself. There's no need to worry about my safety. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, no one can catch up to me, so this world isn't dangerous. Li Rong thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, simply saying, then Master must be careful. Tell my father and mother that I have a lot of time to spend with them in the future. Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle, and flying 100 kilometers away in a flash of blue light. Staring in the direction he disappeared, Li Rong and Han Fei's tender bodies flickered and also disappeared, rushing to the 4th Master's mansion to accompany his parents in place of Yang Kai. Chapter 936. Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak. With a flash of blue light, Yang Kai appeared. He didn't fly up directly but instead took the initiative to stop at the foot of the peak. This was a holy land in the hearts of all the world's alchemists. Here was where the world's #1 alchemist grandmaster, Xiao Fusheng, lived. Anyone who came here would not disregard etiquette and fly up the mountain. Many years ago, Yang Kai had spent some time in Medicine King's Valley. Although he had never learned the alchemic way from Grandmaster Xiao, this old man had taught Yang Kai many valuable lessons. On Yang Kai's path of growth, these lessons had helped him a lot. Yang Kai respected this kind grandmaster from the bottom of his heart, as well as the 2 beautiful women who served him. They had given Yang Kai the best resources they could. Yang Kai was very grateful for their generosity and help. This time, he was prepared to take the 3 of them to Tongxian realm. Xiao Fusheng's lifelong wish was to refine a spirit-grade pill, but due to the constraints of this world, he had never been able to achieve this. As long as they arrived in Tongxian realm, with the resources there and Xiao Fusheng's methods, refining a spirit-grade pill would not be difficult. Yang Kai began to walk slowly towards Hidden Cloud Peak, looking at the herbs cultivated in the mountains along the way, recalling the 2 months he had lived here. Couldn't help smiling. Medicine King's Valley was not much different from before. Wu Zheng had taken a group of people to the central capital and High Heaven Pavilion to commit crimes, but it didn't seem to affect this place. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of the peak. As always, there were only a few huts, very simple and crude. Two plump figures were sweeping the fallen leaves and dust in front of one of the huts, their hair wrapped in silk scarves to prevent it from getting dirty. Hearing Yang Kai's footsteps, the two women raised their heads, the one standing in front wiping the sweat from her forehead as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Auntie Xiang, Auntie Lan." Yang Kai grinned and greeted them loudly. "You are." Auntie Xiang froze for a moment before her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, putting down the broom in her hand and quickly greeting him. "Yang Kai?" "It's me." Auntie Lan also hurried over and gently nodded. She examined him from head to toe and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's been so many years since we last met. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Yes, you're much stronger than before. In the past, your body didn't look very good." Auntie Xiang warmly greeted him. "Come in and sit." "Yes." Inside the thatched cottage, Yang Kai, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan sat down at a simple table. There were 3 cups of tea on the table. Auntie Lan said, "There's nothing to entertain, so don't be so formal." "Aunt Lan is too polite." Yang Kai drank the tea in front of him in one gulp and said with a smile, "Although we haven't seen each other for many years, Auntie Lan and Auntie Xiang haven't changed at all. They are still as young as before." The two women looked at each other and smiled. "You have a glib tongue. You only know how to please people." Auntie Xiang glared at him. "You've deceived a lot of young girls, haven't you?" "No." Yang Kai scratched his head. "I heard that you left the central capital more than 10 years ago. I don't know where you went, but now you're back?" "And I've only been back for a few days." "It's good that you're back safely. Grandmaster used to talk about you a lot, saying that you were clearly proficient in alchemy, but acted like you didn't know anything. When you first came here, you deceived him." Back then, I really didn't understand. Where is Grandmaster? Why haven't I seen him? Is he in secluded retreat to perform alchemy again?" Yang Kai asked. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's faces suddenly dimmed, the smiles on their faces converging and their expressions becoming gloomy. Yang Kai's heart sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Grandmaster, he passed away 5 years ago." Auntie Xiang turned her head away, her eyes red as she whispered. Yang Kai froze in place, his heart filled with an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being overturned. He suddenly remembered that the reason Grandmaster Xiao had publicly accepted him as a disciple was because he realized that he did not have much time left, so he was so anxious. But unexpectedly he had passed away 5 years ago. "Grandmaster." Yang Kai opened his mouth. His wish has come true. Auntie Xiang suppressed her sad emotions and took out a jade box from her sleeve. Just 7 days before he passed away, he spent the last of his vitality to refine a spirit pill. This is what he was refining at that time. Yang Kai took this spirit pill and felt its weight in his hand, as if what he was holding was not a spirit pill, but a human life. Opening it, the spirit pill was round and full. The aura was dense and the medicinal efficacies were pure. Even an excellent spirit-grade alchemist would not necessarily be able to refine such a good pill. Grandmaster passed away peacefully. Auntie Xiang wiped the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile. "So we don't need to feel sad for him. However, Grandmaster said that spirit grade is not the highest peak of alchemy. There must be a higher grade above it." Yang Kai's body shook as he secretly felt surprised by Xiao Fusheng's vision. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to understand that the reason Xiao Fusheng was so eager to refine a spirit pill was not because he wanted to make a breakthrough in his own alchemy technique, but rather because he wanted to break through the shackles of this world with his own strength. He had done it. A spirit-grade pill that had never been seen before in this world had been refined by him. "Where is Grandmaster buried?" Yang Kai looked up and asked. Auntie Xiang got up and said, "Come with me." Hidden Cloud Peak, in a very remote valley, a single mound of dirt stood alone, not too far from the peak. It was hard to believe that such a simple grave was actually the burial place of the world's #1 alchemist. Everything was done according to Grandmaster's last wishes before his death. There is no Grandmaster's body here. After Grandmaster's bones were burned, they were scattered into the river. Here are only a few of his belongings. While Yang Kai was paying his respects, Auntie Xiang stood to the side and explained. If Grandmaster knew that a registered disciple like you could come to see him, he would definitely be very happy. Auntie Xiang covered her mouth and sobbed as she spoke. Auntie Lan's eyes were also red as tears flowed down her cheeks. It's my duty, Yang Kai nodded gently. Half a day later, at the top of Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai said goodbye to Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan. Won't the two of you reconsider? This place may not be peaceful in the future. This world is now connected to a place called Tongxian Realm. In the future, there may be many unimaginable masters who will come here. Yang Kai tried to persuade them. Just now, he wanted the two women in front of him, who had taken care of him before, to accompany him to the central capital, but they had refused his good intentions and insisted on staying here. No need. We've lived here all our lives and don't want to go anywhere else. Also, Grandmaster is here, we can accompany him. If we leave, he will be the only one left here. We're very happy that you have such intentions. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. The attitude of the two women was firm, and Yang Kai could feel it, so he knew that persuading them would be useless, so he could only say, Then I'll come back to see you when I'm free. Right, if someone really dares to come here looking for trouble, just report my name, it may be useful. Yes. Auntie Xiang smiled and nodded. Then take care of yourself. Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to descend the mountain. You also have to be careful, don't try to be brave. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan waved from the top of the mountain. After leaving Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai placed the spirit pill refined by Xiao Fu Sheng into a jade box and carefully hid it inside the black book space before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle, transforming into a streak of blue light and flying west. His destination was the ash-gray cloud evil land. Yang Kai was leaving the central capital this time mainly to go to two places. One was Medicine King's Valley, and the other was the ash-gray cloud evil land. He was going to see Shanqing Luo. Although the dragon lady was unrestrained, she was still very good to Yang Kai. During the battle with the demon lord, she had helped him a lot. Most importantly, Yang Kai had planted a seed of affection in her heart, creating an indelible connection between the two of them. This was a rare opportunity for him to return, so naturally he would bring her to Tongxian Realm, lest she be bullied here. As for what she would do in Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai wouldn't care about her. 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived near Fragrance City. This city could be said to be the most prosperous and stable city in the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and was also under the jurisdiction of Shanqing Luo. After the death of the Demon Lord and the 6 great evil kings, the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had fallen into chaos, but only Fragrance City had not been affected because the beguiling Demon Queen had returned safely. The prosperity and stability here formed a sharp contrast to the slaughter in other parts of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Many cultivators who did not want to live in fear would come to Fragrance City to seek a livelihood, causing the city to accommodate more and more people and become increasingly prosperous. Yang Kai walked all the way here, thinking about what kind of attitude he should use to speak to the dragon lady when he saw her. That seductive woman was too charming. If she really acted spoiled in front of him, Yang Kai didn't know if he could handle it. If he couldn't control himself, he would lose his integrity. On top of that, she was also very good at taking advantage of others. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of the Shanqing Luo's palace in Fragrance City. At the entrance of the palace, there was a man in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar leaning against the wall, his eyes closed. His appearance was unkempt, his hair was a mess, and his beard seemed to have not been shaved for many years, making him look terrible. Anyone who passed by here wouldn't give him a second glance. The existence of such a person was only annoying. Yang Kai glanced at him casually, a strange smile appearing on his face as he slowly walked in front of him, ignoring the stench emanating from his body. The noon sun was blocked by Yang Kai's figure. The beggar narrowed his eyes, looked up, and then casually closed his eyes again, continuing to meditate. He acted as if Yang Kai didn't exist, turning a blind eye to him. Yang Kai grinned and greeted him, "Shadow King, hello." The beggar's body shook as he suddenly opened his eyes. Only at this moment did he seem to recognize Kai Yang's identity. His face couldn't help but change color as his skinny body trembled in place as electricity surged through his body. In an instant he disappeared. Chapter 937. Yang Kai turned his head and stared in the direction the beggar disappeared, sneered softly, and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Above Fragrance City, the beggar was flying at a high speed, looking back anxiously in the direction of the palace, but he couldn't see the young man at all. Suspicious, he hurriedly searched for him, but in the blink of an eye, that young man had actually caught up with him and was now flying side by side with him. His demeanor was relaxed and relaxed. You. The beggar's eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe that he had been surpassed in speed. What he excelled at the most was his burst of speed, and he believed that no one in this world could match him, even if it was the demon lord Yang Bai. He had also praised this young man's speed and admitted his inferiority. But this young man had actually caught up with him first, and from the looks of it, he hadn't even used his full strength. How could he not be shocked? Shadow King, don't waste your energy, you can't escape. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and a scorching hot power erupted from his body. An invisible fist struck the beggar, catching him off guard. The beggar's figure was suddenly thrown into disarray, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, flipping through the air. He tumbled. After a long time, the beggar managed to stabilize himself and stand in the air, his expression fluctuating as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of dread. Unwillingness and fear filled his face. He had not expected that not only was he inferior to his opponent in terms of speed, but his opponent was also superior to him in terms of strength. Realizing the huge gap between him and his opponent, his thoughts of resistance and escape faded. The other party was right. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was a futile struggle. The burst of power midair alarmed the cultivator in Fragrance City, and they all looked up. After seeing the two figures in the air, many people exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the beggar in front of the Queen's Master's palace? Yeah, he stays at the entrance of the palace all day long. I don't know how the Queen's Master can stand him. If it were me, I would have driven him away long ago. But looking at him now, he doesn't seem to be a simple beggar. This person's strength is so great. Why is he in such dire straits? Until now? Who is that young man? He seems to be even more powerful." The exclamations continued, and the cultivator of Fragrance City moved closer to this side, all wanting to see more clearly. After a short while, the street below, as he spoke, the roof was filled with people. There were even quite a few courageous cultivator, who flew into the air and gathered around, putting on an expression as if they were watching a good show. Yang Kai turned a blind eye to this. He really didn't put the strength of Fragrance City's cultivator in his eyes. "Little brat from the Yang family, do you really want to kill us all?" The beggar shouted in grief and indignation. "It's not that I want to kill them all." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm just curious. One of the 6 great evil kings, the Lightning Flash Shadow King, is actually so powerful. Why are you disguising yourself as a beggar and hiding in Fragrance City?" "Lightning Flash Shadow King?" A series of exclamations rang out from below. Everyone was dumbstruck. "No way. That beggar is actually Lightning Flash Shadow King. It does look a bit like him. It really is the Lightning Flash Shadow King who disappeared more than 10 years ago. We all thought he was dead, but it turns out he's still alive and is hiding in Fragrance City. Fuck, when I passed by him a few days ago, I even spat at him. Isn't this a dead end?" The person who spoke had a pale expression. The beggar's complexion paled as he trembled with fear. "I also kicked him. The Shadow King Master won't settle accounts with me, right?" Another beggar cried out. The nearby cultivators all cast sympathetic gazes at him, their expressions saying, "You're dead meat," causing the person who spoke to become even more terrified. "Fortunately, when I passed by him last time, I threw some money to him. Fortunately, I have a kind heart, ha 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 ha." Another beggar said. Some were sad, others were happy. Because of the revelation of this beggar's identity, everyone's expression was different. The Lightning Flash Shadow King, along with the Thunderbolt Beast King, Annihilating Poison King, Profound Een Ghost King, Tyrannical Force King, and Beguiling Demon Queen, were known as the 6 great evil kings. Before the appearance of the Demon Lord, The entire ash-gray cloud evil land was under the jurisdiction of these 6 evil kings. When the catastrophe of the central capital arrived, the 6 great evil kings, under the leadership of Demon Lord Yangbai, rushed out to kill the central capital. But in the end, Yangbai died in battle and the 6 great evil kings also suffered heavy losses. Besides Shanqing Luo, who remained unscathed, 4 of the other 5 evil kings died. Only the Lightning Flash Shadow King managed to escape from the central capital by relying on his own speed. Since then, there had been no news of him. Some people said he had died, others said he had changed his name and lived in seclusion in the mountains. After all, there were many masters in the central capital, so if he dared to show himself, he would likely be targeted. No one could have imagined that he would actually disguise himself as a beggar and hide in Fragrant City, enduring humiliation and dragging out an ignoble existence. If Yang Kai hadn't come to Fragrant City today to find Shanqing Luo, his identity would not have been exposed. He could hide from others, but he couldn't hide from Yang Kai's perception. A second-order transcendent was already the highest level of existence in this world, so it was difficult for Yang Kai not to notice him. Yang family little brat. I am no longer the Lightning Flash Shadow King, nor am I an enemy of the central capital 8 great families. Why are you still being so overbearing? Shadow King yelled harshly. Then why are you hiding your identity and hiding in front of Shanqing Luo's palace? Do you want to harm her? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Harm her? Shadow King froze for a moment before shouting. Are you misunderstanding something? I can stay in front of her palace because she agreed to it. If not for that, do you think I would have stayed here? She agreed to it? Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, sending a golden rope flying towards Shadow King and binding him. Bind. Yes or no, we'll see later. If the truth isn't what you said, you'll definitely die today. Shadow King struggled for a moment, but soon found that this Yuan Qi rope was not something he could break, and after being tied up like this, he couldn't use his full strength. Unable to move, a look of horror appeared on his face, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's strength to have reached such a high level. Anxiously he said, You won't be able to find her, she's no longer in Fragrant City. Not here? Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper as he released his divine sense, but really couldn't find Shanqing Luo's aura, causing him to feel a sense of loss. A sense of loss welled up inside him. Where did she go? There are still a few people in the palace, you can ask them. Lightning Flash Shadow King said angrily. Good. Yang Kai nodded before pulling Shadow King into Shanqing Luo's palace. Fragrant City's cultivator stared at this scene in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Evil kings were the supreme masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Every evil king was synonymous with strength, but now, this young man had appeared out of nowhere. This young man had actually captured an evil king with just a wave of his hand. It was as simple and easy as pinching a turtle. This scene gave them a surreal feeling, many of them rubbing their eyes hard to confirm that what they were seeing was not an illusion. All they saw was the backs of Yang Kai and Lightning Flash Shadow King gradually disappearing. Inside the palace, several maids heard the commotion and rushed out, just in time to meet Yang Kai. Seeing the appearance of this person, all of them exclaimed. The beautiful woman, Yun Li, and the maids Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, were still here. The 3 of them were the ones sent by Shanqing Luo to serve Yang Kai. Young Master Yang? Yun Li covered her mouth and called out. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Shadow King, how did you? Yun Li glanced over at the embarrassed Lightning Flash Shadow King, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Can I trouble you to explain to this Yang family boy? Was it your master who agreed for me to stay in Fragrant City? Lightning Flash Shadow King asked angrily. Yes. Yang Kai looked over at Yun Li and said, Just tell the truth, there's no need to be afraid of him. Yun Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry but nodded. Young Master Yang, it was indeed the Queen's master who agreed for him to stay here. Since the master has been gone for so many years, it was Shadow King who secretly watched over Fragrant City, preventing any major disturbances from occurring. Outside, no one knows that the Queen's master has long since left and only thinks she has been in retreat. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, but since Yun Li said so, it meant Shadow King wasn't lying. Unlocking Yution. You just said that Shanqing Luo left Fragrance City a long time ago? Where did she go? Yunli Ruoyu and Ruoqing both shook their heads. We don't know where the master went, but before she left, she seemed to have said something to Shadow King. Shadow King should know some clues. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at lightning flash Shadow King. Shadow King muttered a few words, seemingly cursing, before angrily saying, Shanqing Luo said she went to find you, but as for where she went, I don't know. I don't know. Find me? She should know I'm not in the central capital, so why would she go looking for me? She didn't go to the central capital to find you. What she said before she left was very strange, as if she mentioned something about a higher level world, similar to Yang Bai's. What she said was somewhat similar. Yang Kai's expression shook as he suddenly remembered that when he left, he had indeed said these things to Shanqing Luo. When did she leave? 2 years after you disappeared, she left. She said that her soul-seeking seal was placed in your body, so as long as she could find the world you were in, it would be easy for her to find you. Yang Kai nodded, confirming that Shadow King was telling the truth. The fact that he had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body was something no one knew about except for him, so Shadow King should have known about it. Luo had mentioned it to him. What about Bai Luo? She was also taken away. Yang Kai sighed, at a loss for what to do. He hadn't expected that the Dragon Lady would actually leave the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land in order to find him, and even declare that she was looking for a higher-level world. He didn't know whether she had found him or not, but if she had, it would mean that she was also in Tongxian realm, so why had she not come to see him? Yang Kai had completely lost track of her. Feeling somewhat lost, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. When the Dragon Lady was pestering him, he couldn't wait for her to scram far away and not appear in front of him. She had appeared before him, but now that he had really lost her, Yang Kai felt somewhat melancholy. Suddenly he felt like he was being cheapened. I've said everything I need to say. Since I've fallen into your hands today, if you want to kill me or cut me into pieces, do as you see fit, Shadow King coldly snorted. Just like before. Chapter 938. Inside the beguiling Demon Queen's palace, Lightning Flash Shadow King proudly raised his head, an unyielding look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and waved his hand. Scram, I have no interest in killing you. Shadow King stared at Yang Kai with some surprise, apparently not having expected him to be willing to let him go. The reason he had chosen to live as a beggar these past few years was because he was afraid the masters of the central capital would find trouble with him. Now that he had accidentally fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he actually had a chance to survive. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai shouted. Shadow King gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was the Shadow King, but he had to endure humiliation to survive. It was one thing for him to be looked down upon by the world, but now this young man in front of him was casually yelling at him, not taking him seriously at all. This made him feel very unjust. He wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death, but in the end he suppressed his anger and coldly said, Shanqing Luo went to the Spider Mother's nest before she left. She seemed to have found something there. If you want to find her, you may find some clues there. Saying so, Shadow King turned around and left. Spider Mother's nest. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He naturally remembered this place clearly. Back then, a 7th-order monster beast that could communicate with humans through divine sense lived there, the Spider Mother. It was also the only 7th-order monster beast in the entire world. Shanqing Luo's poisonous widow constitution originated from it, and the aphrodisiac poison in her body was neutralized by the Spider Mother's monster core. Young Master Yang. Yinli called out softly, Are you going to find the Queen Master? Let's go take a look, she may not still be there. And she should have left long ago. Oh, then young Master Yang should be careful. Yunli Ruoyu and Ruoqing nodded lightly, not bothering to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai glanced at them and suddenly said, Your master is no longer here. What are you doing here? Yunli smiled and said disappointedly, Where else can we go? If we stay here, at least we'll have a place to live. But if we go somewhere else, with our current strength and appearance, young Master Yang should be well aware of what awaits us outside. The 3 women, 1 big and 2 small, all looked pretty good, but they didn't have much strength. If they really lost the protection of this place and went outside, they would only become the playthings of men. I'll take you with me. Are you coming with me? Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Yun Li's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing before nodding. Good, if young Master Yang can reunite with the Queen's Master in the future, we can continue to serve the Queen's Master. Then you guys pack up, I'll be back as soon as possible. Oh right. Ask the others in the palace if they want to leave. I remember there are still 2 maids, right? Yang Kai instructed, and Yunli hurriedly complied. An hour later, in the Broodmother's lair, Yang Kai stood in the air and looked down at the huge spider statue. He had never thought carefully about how this giant spider statue had come to be, but now that he had come here more than a decade later, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. In the past, there had been countless giant spiders here, and the spider mother had also lived here, but in the end, they were still monster beasts, so it was impossible for them to build such a statue. Moreover, this statue seemed to have undergone many vicissitudes of life, and Yang Kai estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of years old. At this moment, there was no sign of life in the Broodmother's lair. After the spider mother's death, the giant spiders that had originally lived here had all disappeared. When Yang Kai arrived, he didn't see a single living creature. Descending, Yang Kai arrived in front of the statue and entered through the mouth of the giant spider. Inside the statue, there was a huge space filled with sticky spider silk, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. Obviously, no one had entered this place for many years. Yang Kai looked around and suddenly his brow furrowed as he stared in a certain direction. There, he saw an altar-like object with a series of crisscrossing grooves that seemed to form some kind of strange spirit array. At this moment, there were some dark black things inside this spirit array. Yang Kai saw at a glance that these dark black things were the remnants of dried blood. The altar wasn't very big, at most able to accommodate 2 or 3 people standing on it. Yang Kai stared at it, and could clearly see that there were 2 different sets of footprints on the altar. Because they had stepped on blood, they had left behind traces that would not be erased. Were these footprints left behind by Shanqing Luo and by Luo? Yang Kai didn't know, but he felt a faint aura from this altar. Although it was very faint, it couldn't escape his perception. The altar had been damaged, and there were many cracks on its surface. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, but unexpectedly it couldn't even withstand this small amount of force and collapsed. Staring blankly at everything in front of him, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. There was a strange spirit array on the altar, and there was also a faint aura of the void, so it wasn't difficult to infer that a void corridor had once appeared here. If the 2 pairs of bloody footprints were really left behind by Shanqing Luo and by Luo, they must have passed through a void corridor and left this world. Where could they have gone? When Yang Kai separated from the Dragon Lady, she was only a first-order transcendent. Such strength was nothing in Tongxian realm. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't find any useful clues, so he left the huge spider statue and stretched out his hand towards the void. Heaven-covering hand. A huge palm print descended from the sky and slammed into the spider statue. Rocks rolled down, and the statue shattered. Dust flew up, and the statue was buried underground forever. Yang Kai's mood was subtly complex. When he left the central capital this time, he had gone to a total of 2 places, wanting to take 2 groups of people to Tongxian realm. But unfortunately, Xiao Fusheng of Medicine King's Valley had already passed away. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had volunteered to stay behind to accompany him, and Shanqing Luo from Fragrance City had disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai hadn't accomplished a single thing he had planned. Helplessly, Yang Kai returned to the palace in Fragrance City where Yin Li and the other maids had already prepared for him. In addition to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, there were 2 other maids in the palace, so Yang Kai took them all together and flew to the central capital. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai bring back 5 beauties, the expressions of Li Rong and Han Fei suddenly became strange. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain things to them, and simply asked the Yang family 4th master to make arrangements for Yin Li and the others. Before Shanqing Luo appeared, these 5 women would remain in the Yang family as maids. 4th master Yang nodded. Yang Kai, cousin. 2 voices called out from nearby, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and see Dong Qinghan and Dong Qingyan running towards him from a short distance away. Dong Qinghan was no longer fat, as if he had lost several dozen kilograms, becoming tall and powerful. His cousin Dong Qingyan had also grown into a slender and elegant woman, large where she should be and small where she should be, quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. When he returned a few days ago, he had seen many of his old friends, but he hadn't seen anyone from the Dong family until today, when these two cousins appeared in front of him. Dong Qingyan rushed over, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Yang Kai as she smiled. "Cousin, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years. You've become much more handsome. Your little mouth is quite sweet." Yang Kai was very satisfied, but Dong Qingyan just grinned meaningfully and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. "Cousin, do you have any reward for me?" Yang Kai was stunned. Dong Qinghan smiled at Yang Kai, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. "I'll give you this." Yang Kai took out a piece of crystal stone and handed it to Dong Qingyan, saying seriously, "Take good care of this, it's a precious treasure. It contains a huge amount of energy that can be directly absorbed and transformed into Yuan Qi. Whether it's for recovery or cultivation, it'll be of great benefit." Dong Qingyan's eyes lit up, her hands tightly gripping the crystal stone as she couldn't help praising. "This thing is so clear and beautiful, it's like a huge gem. Are you really giving it to me? What's the point of taking back something you've already given away?" "Thank you, cousin." Dong Qingyan was very happy, solemnly placing the crystal stone into her purse, a look of satisfaction on her face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were standing nearby, couldn't bear to see this little girl being deceived by Yang Kai like this, but were too embarrassed to say that this crystal stone wasn't anything precious, slowly shaking their heads and laughing. "Little sister, go play somewhere else. I have something to discuss with Yang Kai." Dong Qinghan winked at Dong Qingyan. "Acting so mysterious, it's definitely not something good." Dong Qingyan snorted and ran off. Leaving behind only the two cousins, Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he asked, "I heard you're taking the Yang family to a place called Tongxian Realm. What's your Dong family's plan? My father and mother should have sent you a message already, right? I received a message from aunt and uncle, so I hurried over. The Dong family is now packing up and preparing to advance and retreat together with your Yang family." Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he quickly asked, "But is this reliable? If it wasn't, would I let my entire family follow me? I'm not someone who doesn't have a plan." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Of course I know that. It's just that I have to leave my hometown all of a sudden and head to an unknown place. Isn't that a little terrifying? You'll get used to it slowly." Yang Kai comforted. "When I first arrived there, I was also confused, but there were many more wonderful things and opportunities there, suitable for young people." "Haha." Dong Qinghan laughed. "I was just asking casually, but since Qiu Yimeng chose to go with you, it shouldn't be a bad idea. To put it bluntly, I believe in Qiu Yimeng's vision more." Yang Kai was speechless. "When does your Yang family plan to leave?" "As soon as possible. The journey is too long. From here to our destination, it will take at least 3 or 4 months, and if there are any delays along the way, it will only take longer." "So long?" Dong Qinghan's face changed. "The vastness of Tongxian Realm is far beyond your imagination. So your Dong family doesn't need to come to the central capital to meet with the Yang family. You can send a message back to High Heaven Pavilion. I will take the Yang family there." "Good." Dong Qinghan nodded. "I'll arrange it." Chapter 939. The central capital was bustling with activity. The Yang family, Qiu family, and Hua family members were all packing up. Although Yang Kai had ordered them to keep everything simple, with so many people moving together, it was still quite time-consuming. Yang Kai waited for 10 days in the central capital before everything was ready. With a single order, nearly 1,000 people from the 3 families set off in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. The total number of people from the 3 families was naturally more than this, but no matter which family it was, there were still some who were unwilling to leave the central capital. The situation of the Yang family was slightly better. 90% of their people had followed Yang Kai, leaving behind only the elderly who were unwilling to travel such a long distance. At least half of the people from the Hua family and Qiu family stayed behind. Only the direct descendants, under the strict orders of Hua Stars and Qiu Yimeng, joined the expedition team. Yang Kai's friends were also in the team. They had already sent the news back to their respective sects. As for how to deal with it would depend on the attitude of their sect's elders. Yang Kai had already told them that as long as they were willing to follow him to Tongxian realm, they could go directly to High Heaven Pavilion. He would be staying at High Heaven Pavilion for a while and wouldn't wait for them after that. Outside the central capital, the procession continued on its journey. At the city gate, many people were gathered, watching the procession leave with complicated looks on their faces. Most of these people were members of the other 5 families of the central capital. Brother Meng, is it right for us to choose to stay here? The Kong family patriarch Kong Jian's eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at the 1,000 people walking away, a trace of envy appearing in his heart. These people were going to go to a higher world, to a higher place, but they had to stay here in the central capital, unable to integrate. The Meng family patriarch Meng Shanyi shook his head and sighed. I don't know whether it's right to stay here or not, but our families don't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. If we really follow him, we won't necessarily be better off on the other side. If he has any good resources, he will definitely give priority to the Yang family, Qiu family, and Hua family. Our 5 families won't be valued and may even be marginalized or swallowed up. Brother Meng is right. The head of the Yi family, Yi Jingli, nodded his head. It is precisely because we have such concerns that we rejected his invitation. I believe that he can also guess our concerns, so he did not insist. Are we thinking too much? Since it's a higher level place with our capital, I'm afraid Yang Kai won't take a fancy to it, right? Kong Jian's expression was hesitant. Maybe it's just a small matter for him to invite us over. Let him think too much. Now that he has already rejected him, do you think he can still follow him? Brother Lu, what do you think? Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian turned his eyes to Lu Qingyao and asked. Lu Qingyao was the #1 master of the central capital's younger generation. So among these people he had some weight. I have no opinion. Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head, refusing to say another word. 10 kilometers outside the central capital, Yang Kai and Stars Hua and Qiu Yimeng walked side by side. Hua Stars glanced back and asked, Young Master Kai, are we just going to ignore those people? How? If they don't want to follow me, I can't force them, right? Everyone has their own destiny, let nature take its course. And this is their own choice, what are you worrying about? Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes at Hua Stars. Hua Stars laughed dryly. It's not that I'm worried about them, it's just that after all, we've all lived together in the central capital for so many years, suddenly leaving like this makes me a bit reluctant. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about them. Come, young Master Kai, I'll introduce you to my 15 concubines and main wives. They're all very interested in you, and want me to introduce you to them. Yang Kai's face went black. Forget it. With more than a dozen wives, it would be troublesome to even greet them. What if they asked him for a meeting gift? How can that be? If you don't meet them, they'll definitely come to me tonight to settle accounts. Hua Stars shouted. Yang Kai felt extremely helpless, but just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction, his expression gradually becoming dignified. Master! Li Rong shouted from the side. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded and hurriedly said, Brother Hua, Qiu Yimeng, you two continue leading the team, I'll be right back. Saying so, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Li Rong and Han Fei both glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Qiu Yimeng and Hua Stars were stunned, not knowing why they had all suddenly run away. Where did Kair go? Dong Suju quickly walked up and asked. I don't know, he seemed to have discovered something. Qiu Yimeng said thoughtfully. Is there any danger? Dong Suju asked worriedly. Don't worry, Auntie, Yang Kai has 2 masters protecting him. Although I don't know how strong those 2 are, they should be very powerful. Qiu Yimeng smiled and comforted. Hearing her say this, Dong Suju also breathed a sigh of relief. 4th Master Yang laughed and said, Your son is all grown up. Why do you always care about him? Let him do what he wants, Kai, or has a sense of propriety. The team continued to move forward, and except for a few people nearby who noticed that Yang Kai had left, no one else was aware of this. 100 kilometers away from the team, a beam of bloody light and a beam of black light were flying towards them at high speed. The speed of these two lights was extremely fast. Obviously their strength was not low, and as they flew, they unscrupulously exuded a shocking evil chi. Wherever they passed, trees withered, as if they had been eroded by the flowing time great emperor. Their vitality drained away. All the creatures who perceived this terrifying evil chi trembled and curled up in place, those with poor psychological endurance directly dying of fright. This kind of terrifying evil chi was not something the cultivator of this world could withstand. Oh! A cry of alarm came from the black shadow, and immediately after, the black shadow stopped mid-air, revealing a tyrannical body. As soon as he appeared, he exuded a mountainous momentum. The blood-red light also stopped beside him, revealing a slim and graceful figure. Impressively, it was a woman. Someone actually got here before us? The majestic man frowned, showing an interested expression. And it's someone from my demon race. Could it be Go Che? The woman shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If Go Che came here, he would definitely act with us. How could he come here alone? It's not Go Che? Then who else in my demon race would have such a cultivation? The man showed a puzzled look, but his expression suddenly changed. No, there's also a human. This human's aura. Why does it feel so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before? He muttered softly, but still couldn't figure out where he had seen this human before. Just as he was puzzled though, the graceful woman's expression suddenly changed and she shouted, I know who it is. Who? The woman sneered softly. It's really a small world, so it's that woman. Speak clearly. The man impatiently shouted in a low voice. The woman glanced over at him coldly and snorted. Do you remember when I was injured 2 or 3 years ago? The man thought for a moment and said with a gloating expression. You mean you went to the human race's territory without permission, and were injured by a human race master? Of course I remember. What's the matter? Is it related to this human? The woman ground her teeth and said. How could it be related? The one who attacked me at that time was her. She was clearly a member of my demon race. Yet she willingly colluded with a human. It was a great shame to my race. The man raised his brow and grinned. Then today you'll have a chance to get your revenge. The woman coldly said. She's not weak. At that time she was only a second-order saint. Yet she was able to fight me to a draw. How is that possible? Are you still asleep? The man paled. You're a dignified demon general. How could you not even be able to defeat an opponent a minor realm lower than you? That woman is different from the others. If I'm not mistaken, she should be from that clan. Which clan? The woman glanced over at him faintly and quickly said, The clan that served great demon god back then. The man paled and his expression became gloomy, as if he was very afraid of this clan, hesitating for a moment before asking, Are you sure she's from that clan? I fought her before. How could I not know? The divine technique she displayed was the demon god transformation passed down to that clan by great demon god. That's really strange, that clan actually still has a bloodline. The man's expression gradually became excited, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure, his eyes filled with greed. Mengu, are you interested in her? The woman glanced over at him and asked casually. I'm not interested in her, but I'm interested in the demon god transformation. The man named Mengu chuckled meaningfully. I'm also interested. The woman giggled. How about this, you and I will join forces? There are 3 people here, 2 of them are descendants of that clan, and 1 of them is a human. We'll each take one of those 2. As for that human. You're also interested in that human? Mengu looked at her with some surprise, suddenly becoming vigilant. Shueli, what kind of wicked idea is this? What is it about that human that you care about? With his understanding of this poisonous woman, if this human wasn't too special, it would be impossible for her to have such thoughts. This human was only a 3rd-order transcendent, so in front of the 2 demon general, he was as weak as an ant and could be easily killed. Shueli giggled. Mengu, you're thinking too much. It's just that human escaped from my sand city and caused this queen to lose a great deal of face, so I want to take him back and torture him to vent the hatred in this queen's heart. Mengge was startled, and also remembered this matter. In the past, a human had escaped from Sand City, which was under Shui Li's control, and this matter had spread throughout the demon land for quite some time. The other demon general regarded this matter as a laughingstock for Shui Li, and would make fun of her every time they met, causing Shui Li to be quite annoyed. Do as you wish. Mengge waved his hand impatiently. As long as you don't harm my interests, don't blame me for being impolite. Shui Li nodded with satisfaction, a faint light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Chapter 940. That human brat had indeed escaped from Sand City, but he had the demon god Golden Blood in his body. This was a secret Shui Li had not told anyone. This time, as long as she could catch that boy and absorb the demon god Golden Blood in his body, her strength would reach the peak of the demon land, and she would become the first female demon commander in history. What kind of glory was this? Thinking of this, the blood in Shui Li's body began to boil. They're coming towards us, their courage is quite big, Mengge sneered softly, standing high up in the air, not showing any intention of evading. With the two demon general here, they had nothing to fear. It's Shui Li, young Kai shouted. As the distance closed, he also noticed the identity of the master on the other side, his brow furrowing slightly. But there's also another master. This aura is somewhat familiar. Where have I seen it before? Both he and Mengge felt a sense of déjà vu at the same time. Master, you must be careful. Young Kai nodded, his thoughts turning sharply. Just now he had noticed the aura of a master approaching from a different direction, which made Young Kai very concerned. So he had left the team and brought Li Rong and Han Fei to investigate. After confirming that the one approaching was actually Shui Li, Young Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. This world was not small, so there was definitely more than one passage connecting to Tongxian realm. He had come from High Heaven Pavilion, so where had Shui Li come from? A moment later, Young Kai's group of 3 appeared in the vision of the two demon general. Pausing, they stared at each other from a distance of 1,000 meters. Human brat, I didn't expect to see you again in this place. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Shui Li's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a scorching anger, as if she wanted to burn the world down, sneering gloomily. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be so lucky, Young Kai coldly snorted. Your tone isn't small. Mengge laughed as he looked at Young Kai with interest, frowning as he asked, Boy, have we met somewhere before? Why do I find you familiar? Who are you? Young Kai frowned. He also felt that this guy looked familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. I am a subordinate of the Demon Lord, the Demon General Mengge. Mengge replied proudly. Mengge? Young Kai was startled, and his expression became strange. He chuckled. No wonder you look familiar, it's you. Mengge looked at him suspiciously. What? Don't you remember me? Young Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Do you still remember the person who killed one of your avatars? Mengge's face changed. He carefully observed Young Kai's face and finally had an impression of him. He shouted. It's you. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Back in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's Evil Cavern, one of Mengge's avatars had been destroyed by Young Kai using the demon sealing chain. This was many years ago, so not only had Young Kai's impression of him faded, but so had Mengge, so when the two of them met again, they only felt each other was familiar. After being reminded by Young Kai, Mengge's anger surged as he sneered. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I never expected you would deliver yourself to me today. Good. Today I'll take my revenge and vent the hatred in my heart. As he spoke, his malevolent aura almost condensed into a tangible substance and rushed towards Young Kai. Shui Li's face changed drastically and she waved her hand, sending out a blood-red light to intercept Mengge's malevolent aura. She shouted, Mengge, you and I agreed before, this human is mine. If you dare kill him, I'll make you pay. Mengge didn't care about her threat at all and just sneered. Today he will die, no one can stop me. Shui Li, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding our many years of friendship. What happened back then was a great shame to Mengge, something that had always been stuck in his throat. Now that he saw the culprit, Young Kai, how could he restrain himself? He couldn't wait to skin Young Kai alive, grind his bones and scatter his ashes. That strand of divine clone was something he had cultivated for many years. After it was killed, he had not been able to cultivate another strand of divine clone until today. Yang Kai's actions back then had caused him to suffer a great loss. If you want to kill him, you'll have to pass through me first. Xueli refused to be outdone, and firmly declared. Yang Kai smiled as he watched the two demon general quarrel. Even Li Rong and Han Fei, who had followed him here, couldn't help shaking their heads. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but the two demon general were already fighting amongst themselves. It was quite laughable. Xueli and Mungo stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. As their eyes met, it was unknown what kind of exchange occurred, but both of their anger was suddenly extinguished. Mungo nodded. We'll deal with this human later. First we need to deal with these two women. That's what I was thinking. Xueli nodded gently before turning her eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei. The two great commanders of the ancient demon clan raised their eyebrows and stepped forward without fear. Go, there's no need to show mercy, Yang Kai ordered faintly. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded at the same time. Mungo laughed. Little brat, your tone is quite big. Aren't you looking down on our demon general too much? Do you think these two women can win against us? Last time we were in too much of a hurry and didn't get a chance to experience your skills properly. This time, let's compare notes carefully. Xueli also stared at Li Rong coldly, directly targeting her. Good. Li Rong gently nodded, her tender body suddenly transforming into a series of afterimages. After condensing, she had actually appeared beside Xueli and gently struck out with her palm towards her chest. Xueli's pretty face changed dramatically as a bloody aura burst from her body, spreading out in all directions with her as the center. Li Rong's face was quickly covered in strange demon crests, and her delicate palm smashed through the barrier of Xueli's blood chi with unstoppable force before landing on her tender body. Crying out in alarm, Xueli avoided her vitals and fled 1,000 meters away. Li Rong didn't pursue her and simply stood in place, staring at her indifferently. Your cultivation. Xueli's expression fluctuated as she muttered in disbelief. Last time, Li Rong had used her demon god transformation and gone all out to fight Xueli to a draw, but this time, as soon as she attacked, Xueli felt a great deal of pressure. This kind of pressure was similar to the one her demon commander master was giving her. This caused Xueli to be at a loss. Xueli couldn't help having an illusion that if she fought with this woman again this time, the result would be certain death. Thinking so, Xueli's tender body trembled as she shouted. You shouldn't have broken through to the Third Order Saint realm, right? Li Rong nodded. Yes. Xueli's face drained of all color, becoming somewhat pale. As a demon general, she knew better than anyone just how powerful and strange those who had served great demon god were. They had all obtained the demon god transformation personally taught to them by great demon god, allowing them to fight those above their realm. When she was a second-order saint, this woman named Li Rong could fight her to a draw, but now that she had broken through to the third order, she had no hope of winning. Hurriedly turning her head to look at Mungo, Xueli sucked in a cold breath, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. While she and Li Rong were fighting, the other woman had already faced off against Meng Ge. A bone-chilling ice domain swept across the surrounding several dozen kilometers, transforming the surrounding area into a world of ice. The ground was covered in frozen earth, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, dyeing the ground white. This kind of cold was so cold that even the two demon general had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist it. Mungo, who had been acting very arrogantly just now, was now being entangled by this woman who exuded a frigid aura. The evil chi which had emerged from his body had been frozen, forcing him to fight with a look of helplessness and annoyance. Even if this woman's strength wasn't as good as Mungo's, it wasn't far off. If Mungo wanted to capture her or take her life, it would be impossible for him to do so. Xueli's heart trembled as she realized the situation was hopeless. She and Mungo had completely underestimated the other party's combat effectiveness, causing them to lose the initiative in this battle. The other party daring to come here, so unscrupulously obviously had some skill. Xueli, it seems we should go. Mungo also realized this and glared hatefully at Han Fei, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Let's go. Xueli decisively shouted. transforming into a bloody streak of light and fleeing. Mungo's body flickered, and then he turned into a black cloud and followed Shueli like a wisp of a ghost. His murderous aura filled the sky. The two demon generals were all bark and no bite. They shouted for a while, but in less than 10 breaths of time, they retreated one after another. No need to chase, Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei heard this and stopped, dispelling their demon god transformations and restoring their original appearances. The other party was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, so if they wanted to escape, Li Rong and Han Fei wouldn't be able to stop them. Returning to Yang Kai's side, the two of them stared solemnly in the direction the two demon general had disappeared. That direction seems to be a place called the Great Yin Kingdom. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. In this world, the only place he was familiar with was the Great Han Dynasty. He had been to the nearby Tianlang Dynasty once, but he wasn't familiar with the Great Yin Kingdom at all. Master, there were actually two demon general here. Could they have come from? Li Rong said worriedly. They didn't come from High Heaven Pavilion. There should be another passage in this world that leads to Tongxian Realm, and it's actually connected to the demon land. With the methods of the demon race, I'm afraid the people there have already been wiped out. What should we do now? It doesn't matter. They probably came here this time to go to the central capital, but they didn't expect to run into us halfway. After suffering such a loss, I don't think they'll try to go to the central capital again. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Let's go back. This world is big and everyone has their own destiny. I can only take care of my family and friends. Bringing them back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land as soon as possible is the right thing to do." "What Master says is right." Li Rong gently nodded in agreement. A moment later, the group of three returned to the group. Fourth Master Yang asked a few simple questions, but Yang Kai brushed him off. After a month of trekking, the thousands of people finally arrived at High Heaven Pavilion and joined up with the people from the three nearby sects. Chapter 941. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai didn't rush to leave, but instead waited here as agreed. A few days later, the Dong family's direct descendants arrived. A few days later, a group of large and small beauties from 10,000 Flower Palace also arrived, a dazzling sight to behold. A few days later, the people from Treasure Instrument sect arrived. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a new group of people would arrive from different places and join the group heading to Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai didn't refuse any of them. As long as they were certain they were from his sect, he would eagerly accept them. This made all of them very grateful. The world was in chaos, the central capital had fallen, and suddenly a Saint Realm Master had appeared. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Great Han Dynasty. Just as these sects were at a loss as to what to do, Yang Kai gave them a clear path. So after receiving news from the disciples stationed in the central capital, they didn't hesitate and hurriedly packed up their things and rushed to High Heaven Pavilion to meet with Yang Kai. The group grew day by day, and soon, more than 1,000 people had snowballed into a master's wave of 4,000 to 5,000 people. While waiting, Yang Kai didn't remain idle, asking Li Rong, Han Fei, Shikuan, and the others to guide these people in their cultivation while refining some pills and distributing them appropriately, doing everything possible to help them improve their strength. Everyone was ecstatic. In front of Li Rong, Han Fei, Shikuan, and the others, countless cultivators sat in front of them day and night, listening to their insights and explanations of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The three Saint Realm Masters who had followed Yang Kai here talked until their mouths were dry, but when they saw the eager eyes of these people, they couldn't ignore them. As such, they could only grit their teeth and pass on their cultivation experience. Among them, the growth of the Yang family blood warriors and the Hu sisters was the most remarkable. In just 10 days, their yuan qi and cultivation seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Due to the shackles of this world, even if these people broke through to the transcendent realm, they wouldn't be able to comprehend much. However, when Li Rong and the others suggested it, they immediately understood. Outside the crowd, Qiu Yimeng stared at the transcendent realm cultivator enviously before examining her own cultivation, and sighing slightly. These days, she had talked a lot with Yang Kai and learned a lot about the wonders of Tongxian realm from Yang Kai. She also knew that transcendents were considered masters on that side, so her cultivation was already on par with that world. On the other hand, she, a peak immortal ascension boundary master, was considered a powerhouse here, but she was nothing on the other side. There were as many mental wander state cultivators there as there were hairs on a cow. She was secretly anxious. Are you envious of their cultivation? Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and asked in a low voice. What's the use of being envious? His aptitude is right there. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Besides, I'm just a woman. In the future, I'll just have to do housework and take care of children, so what's the point of having such a high cultivation? You're not such an easy woman to satisfy, are you? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. Qiu Yimeng forced a smile. I'm easy to satisfy, it's just that you don't want to satisfy me. Stop, don't talk nonsense all the time. Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore. Qiu Yimeng glared at him faintly before venting her anger like a little girl. Fine, I'm envious of them, so what? I'm not as strong as they are, so why can't I be envious? Especially those whose sisters you don't know before their cultivation was even lower than mine, but since you left, I don't know what happened to them, but their strength soared day by day. All of a sudden, they broke through to the transcendent realm, causing everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. Look, aren't they red now? Saying so, she took the initiative to press her tender body against Yang Kai's waist and grit her teeth. Tell me honestly, did you give them something good but not me? Of course not. Yang Kai felt wronged. Didn't I give you the myriad drug liquid back then? That myriad drug liquid was enough to improve your aptitude. Then why are they so strong? They have their own opportunities. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain. What about your brother-in-law? Qiu Yimeng looked at him pitifully. He also caught up. He also has his own opportunities. Yang Kai braced himself. However, after hearing Qiu Yimeng's words, Yang Kai suddenly realized that among the younger generation, only a few who had obtained benefits from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had stood out. Everyone else, including Qiu Yimeng, had yet to break through to the transcendent realm. It was obvious how great the benefits of the Heaven's Cave inheritance were. I believe you. Qiu Yimeng saw the embarrassed look on Yang Kai's face and no longer tried to force him, instead proudly saying, You've always done things fairly, I know you won't treat me unfairly. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his divine sense sweeping her body for a moment before suddenly smiling mysteriously. When we reach Tongxian realm, I'll give you a surprise. What kind of surprise? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes lit up. You'll know when we get there. Don't ask too much now, just focus on your cultivation. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips disdainfully. What kind of trick are you playing? Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything, acting all mysterious, causing Qiu Yimeng to grit her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about it. Qiu Yimeng's biggest advantage was that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. Even though the gap in strength and status between her and Yang Kai was huge, she still dared to maintain a close relationship with Yang Kai and didn't deliberately alienate him. This made Yang Kai feel very gratified. The same was true for Starshua. On the other hand, the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Chen Shueshu, and the others all felt somewhat restrained when facing Yang Kai, no longer speaking as freely as before. The gap in strength and status made them not dare to do so. While chatting happily with Qiu Yimeng, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he looked up towards the distant sky. Master! Li Rong and Han Fei, who had been imparting their cultivation experience, called out at the same time. Fuck. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing, his expression becoming as gloomy as the calm before a storm. He rarely cursed, unless he was too agitated. What's wrong? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. From the change in Yang Kai's expression, she also noticed that something was wrong, as if some great danger was approaching, causing Qiu Yimeng's face to go pale. Listen, if you feel the fluctuations of a battle coming from that side, immediately arrange for everyone here to pass through the void corridor. Don't waste a moment. Yang Kai said anxiously. What happened? Qiu Yimeng stamped her feet anxiously. Powerful enemies are approaching, and several of them are coming together. Yang Kai explained casually, no longer wasting any time, turning to Li Rong and Han Fei, preparing to lead them to stop these enemies. He didn't need to investigate the identities of these people, From the shocking fluctuations of demonic qi, he could smell the auras of Demon General Menggu and Xueli. More than a month ago, when he had driven them away outside the central capital, Yang Kai had thought they wouldn't come back again, but now after a month they had actually returned. And this time there was the aura of another master, one whose aura was even more profound than Menggu and Xueli's. Is there another demon general? 3 demon general. Even if Li Rong and Han Fei joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them quickly, so there was no way they could protect the safety of the thousands of people here. Yang Kai made a prompt decision not to allow the enemy to approach this place. But before he could move, a loud shout came from the thick clouds. This senior has come uninvited, and has an important matter to consult Yang Shengzhu. Yang Shengzhu, please don't take offense. The owner of this voice was still 100 kilometers away, but it rang directly in Yang Kai's ears, clear as day. The thousands of people gathered here also raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that the originally bright sun was gradually gathering into clusters of thick ink-like black clouds, covering the light above their heads. The black clouds were so thick that it was as if they could not be assimilated. They pressed down on their heads, causing them to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Yang Kai's expression changed as he froze in place. Li Rong and Han Fei both turned inquiring eyes towards him, but Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning them to remain calm. The other party hadn't even arrived yet, but had already taken the initiative to send him a message, seemingly expressing goodwill. This made Yang Kai confused, not knowing who this person was, or what he wanted to do. On the horizon, a black curtain of darkness swept across the heavens and earth, quickly approaching them like a destructive disaster, causing everyone's face to go pale and fear to fill their hearts. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Can your excellency retract this evil aura? You're scaring my friends." His voice was like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the inky black clouds and piercing through the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine down, accurately hitting High Heaven Pavilion. The oppressive aura stagnated, and everyone gasped for air, breathing to their heart's content. Soon an apologetic voice called out, "My apologies, this senior is used to being undisciplined and didn't expect so many people to gather here. Yang Shengzhu, please forgive me." As these words were spoken, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be caressed by a giant invisible hand, and quickly melted away. The world was once again restored to clarity. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a deep sense of dread, and even Li Rong's expression became unprecedentedly dignified. All of them were aware of the tyrannical strength of this newcomer. Soon, 3 figures suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, quietly floating mid-air, as if they had been standing there from beginning to end. Among the 3 people, the leader was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore an extremely gaudy cloak with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Standing behind this middle-aged man were Demon General Xueli and Menggu. Both of them stood behind this middle-aged man, their expressions serious, and when they stared at his back, there was even a trace of fear and respect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a storm rose in the depths of his heart. Chapter 942. Before seeing this scene, Yang Kai had thought that Xueli and Menggu were unwilling to accept this humiliation, and had called the other demon general to help. But after seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately determined that this plain-looking middle-aged man was not a demon general. Silently crying out in alarm, Yang Kai tried to maintain a calm expression as he stared deeply at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with fear. The middle-aged man wearing a gaudy cloak had a plain appearance, but his eyes were bright and filled with a brilliant light, making it difficult to look straight at him. His aura was also vast and unfathomable. Tilting his head, he swept his eyes over the crowd before focusing on Yang Kai, a warm smile like a spring breeze appearing on his face as he asked, "Yang Shengzhu?" He had never met Yang Kai before, but he had still been able to accurately identify him among these several thousand people, demonstrating just how sharp his eyesight was. Yang Kai gently nodded and called out, "Demon Commander?" The middle-aged man raised his brow and laughed loudly, praising, "Yang Shengzhu's eyesight is quite good, actually seeing through this senior's identity in an instant. Admirable, admirable." He hadn't expected Kai Yang's eyesight to be so good, and there was no one who could remain so indifferent after knowing his true identity. Everyone who recognized him would panic, as if they were facing a great enemy, or directly attack him. Young Kai, however, was different. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, he did not lose his composure and remained calm. He truly admired him. Young Kai lightly snorted. He was able to recognize this man's identity because he had inferred from Xue Li and Meng Jiyi's attitude. These two were demon general, their strength reaching the heavens, and besides the current demon commander, there was no one else who could make them willingly stand behind him and show such awe. Yang Kai had fantasized countless times about what kind of person the current demon commander was. Perhaps he was as strong as a bear. Perhaps he had a sinister and cunning face. Or perhaps they were free and unrestrained. But he had never thought that the current demon lord would actually have such a plain and ordinary appearance. If it weren't for the gaudy cloak he was wearing, even if he walked in the crowd, he wouldn't attract the attention of others. When others looked at him, the only thing they cared about was his clothes, not his person. Was this the demon lord who had sealed Meng Wuya's strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Yang Xingzhu, there is no need to doubt. This senior is indeed the current demon commander, Zhang Yuan. Yes, Xue Li and Mungo can prove it for me. The demon sovereign was still smiling indifferently. I don't doubt it. Yang Kai took a deep breath. I just don't understand. Why aren't you guarding the demon land? Why did you come all the way here? There doesn't seem to be anything here that's worth a trip for you, right? Perceiving Yang Kai's hostility and rejection, Zhang Yuan rubbed his nose and smiled. This senior said that I came here to talk to Yang Shengzhu about something. What do we have to talk about? Yang Kai frowned. There is. Zhang Yuan insisted, glancing around for a moment before saying, this isn't a good place to talk. Yang Shengzhu, can you arrange a quiet place for us to talk? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Master. Li Rong, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, stared at Zhang Yuan with dread in her beautiful eyes and quickly said, be careful of his schemes. Don't agree with him. Han Fei also interjected. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. I'll talk to him. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have come here looking for trouble. It seems he really has something he wants to say to me. If he had come here looking for trouble, or to avenge Meng Gu and Xue Li's humiliation, with Zhang Yuan's strength, there would be no need for him to speak too much nonsense. He could just start a fight. Although he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai, if a third-order saint were to fight here, the thousands of people gathered in High Heaven Pavilion would likely suffer a calamity. This was the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai. Please come in. Yang Kai shouted, stretching out his hand and motioning for them to enter High Heaven Pavilion, leading the way. Many thanks for your hospitality. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai with Meng Gu and Xue Li. After the group of 6 gradually disappeared, the thousands of people present breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura just now had almost suffocated them. Who was that guy just now? He seemed very powerful. Brother Yang called him the demon commander. What's a demon commander? Shikuan, old man Changemo, how much do you know about this matter? Ling Tai-su and 4th Master Yang walked up to Shikuan and asked. None of them knew much about this place called Tongxian Realm. Shikuan's face was pale as he heard the whispers of many people around him, smiling bitterly as he muttered. Ignorance is bliss. Demon commander. Even he had never seen such a thing before, but everyone here was discussing what the demon commander was. If this name was mentioned anywhere in Tongxian Realm, it would cause an uproar, but here, it only aroused the curiosity of many people. The demon commander can be said to be one of the strongest masters in Tongxian Realm. As for how strong he really is, and let me give you an example, do you think I am strong? The group of people gathered around Shikuan nodded vigorously. Half a year ago, no one here knew what a Saint Realm Master was. The blood warriors of the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall had personally experienced the huge difference between a saint and a transcendent. In front of them, a Saint Realm Master was of course strong, and they could not resist such earth-shattering means. Shikuan smiled bitterly. In your eyes, I am indeed strong, but even if there were 100 of me, I would still die against the demon commander. He could crush me to dust with a single finger. Everyone paled as they finally understood how tyrannical the demon commander was. Then isn't Kair in danger? Dong Suju screamed. Shikuan scratched his head. Not necessarily. The demon commander didn't come here to fight. Moreover, the lady named Li Rong next to Holy Master is not weak either. With her protection, the demon commander may not be able to hurt Holy Master. You mean, that lady is as strong as the demon commander? Everyone was surprised, as if they had only just realized Li Rong's strength. I don't know. Shikuan shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definite answer. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out why a person like the demon commander would come here to discuss something important with the Holy Master. The two of them had never met before, so what could they possibly discuss? Inside a large hall in High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and the demon commander sat down. Li Rong and Han Fei stood behind Yang Kai while Shueli and Meng Gu stood behind the demon commander. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and the air was heavy. Yang Kai was full of doubts but did not speak as he stared straight at the demon commander, unwilling to miss any of his actions. The demon commander, on the other hand, looked around the simple hall as if nothing had happened and praised. A blessed land, a blessed land. This place was actually able to give birth to someone like Yang Shengju, truly a blessed land. This senior wishes he could have been born 1,000 years later, and become brothers with Yang Shengju, traveling the world together. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became strange, none of them knowing what Zhang Yuan wanted to do. Immediately offering such flattery, everyone couldn't help feeling like he was trying to steal something. Demon Commander, if you have something to say, just say it. You are not welcome here. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, his expression becoming impatient. With such a master sitting in front of him, Yang Kai felt a great deal of pressure. He wasn't worried about his own safety though. Even if they really fought and his strength was no match for the demon commanders, he could simply tear space and escape. He could even use the Flying Heavens shuttle. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, even the current demon commander would have to eat dust behind him, never to catch up. Yang Kai was worried about the safety of the thousands of people gathered here. Here were his fellow disciples, his clansmen, his parents and brothers. There were too many things he needed to worry about. Impudence. Meng Gu shouted. Little brat, don't think you can be so easily bullied. For Master Demon Commander to come here in person is your honor. He came here uninvited. I am the master, can't I drive him out? Yang Kai sneered. Meng Gu, shut up. Zhang Yuan shouted, causing Meng Gu to immediately lower his head. Although they were both third-order saints, the demon commander was far stronger than any of the other demon general, which was why he could sit firmly in his current position. Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Shengju seems to be very wary of this senior. Good, this senior won't waste your time and will get straight to the point. Smiling, Zhang Yuan continued. In fact, Yang Shengju doesn't need to be like this. Let's put it this way, the strength in your hands is not inferior to this senior's. As for that lady behind you, even if her strength isn't as good as this senior's, she isn't far behind. This senior has 4 demon general subordinates, all of whom are third-order saints, but Yang Shengju's subordinates aren't bad either. If the two of us really have a falling out, it won't be good for either of us, isn't that right? Yang Kai frowned, his expression calm, but he didn't say a word. He didn't know why the demon commander wanted to point out the difference in strength between the two sides. It was easy to think that the demon commander really didn't want Yang Kai to make such a big fuss. The strength of each side was about the same, so no one side had a huge advantage, so naturally, their status was equal. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few days ago, this senior heard that my 2 subordinates had no eyes and offended Yang Shengju. It was this senior who taught them a lesson. And the 2 of you, apologize to Yang Shengju and let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Let's not hold grudges against each other in the future. As soon as this statement came out, Meng Gu and Shueli's eyes became dull as they stared at Zhang Yuan incredulously. Neither of them had expected him to say such a thing. Even Yang Kai's expression became strange. Even if Zhang Yuan wanted to show goodwill, this was too much. Moreover, with his status, why would he do that? Yang Kai felt more and more that Zhang Yuan had ulterior motives. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a character like him to allow his subordinates to be humiliated. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he stared at Zhang Yuan with a relaxed smile on his face. He wanted to see what this demon lord wanted to do, and what he wanted from him. As long as he had the map, the initiative would always be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai's heart settled. Chapter 943. Inside the hall. Yang Kai smiled lightly while Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm. Standing behind him, Shueli and Meng Ji's eyes bulged as their bodies trembled slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on their faces. Demon Commander Master actually wanted them to apologize to this hateful human being? They could hardly believe their ears as they stared at Zhang Yuan in a daze. Wanting to confirm this but not daring to ask, Zhang Yuan snorted and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you too deaf or mute? Didn't you hear this senior's words? Do you want this senior to personally apologize for you?" "We don't dare." Meng Guo and Shueli trembled as they noticed Zhang Yuan's anger, and no longer dared to hesitate, hurriedly cupping their fists and gritting their teeth as they said, "We have offended you many times before. We ask Yang Shengzhu to forgive us." Although they had been forced to apologize to Yang Kai by Zhang Yuan, anyone could see that as long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely seek revenge for this humiliation. Zhang Yuan's coercion had not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but instead deepened their hatred and anger towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and did not say anything. Zhang Yuan laughed loudly, seemingly very happy. "That's right. Since you've done something wrong, naturally you have to apologize. Good. Let's not hate each other in the future. I also want to make friends with Yang Shengzhu." "I don't want to." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Zhang Yuan's expression became bitter as he said, "Not giving me this little bit of face. Yang Shengzhu is simply too unreasonable." The two of them exchanged a few words, and although there was no trace of blood or knife between them, everyone standing behind them couldn't help trembling in fear, fearing that the two of them would really start fighting. However, the two of them both wore genial smiles on their faces, and seemed to be in a harmonious atmosphere. Meng Guo and Shueli's mood was like a tidal wave as they felt uncomfortable. Last time, Shueli had broken into human territory without permission, and was injured by Chu Ling Xiao, forcing her to hurriedly return to the demon land without telling anyone. A month and a half ago, she and Mungo met Yang Kai by chance. After a fierce battle, she left in a hurry. Originally, she wanted to keep this matter a secret, but Meng Guo was different from her. He was loyal to the demon commander. After returning to the demon land, he reported what had happened here. When Demon Commander Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately set off from the demon capital and rushed here, saying that he wanted to see this Yang Shengzhu. With things having come to this point, Shueli could only helplessly lead the way with Mungo. Originally, they thought that the demon commander was going to help them regain their face and take revenge, so they were secretly looking forward to it. On the way here, the two of them had been thinking about how they would make that human boy suffer if he fell into their hands, so that they could vent the hatred in their hearts. Who would have thought that the Demon Lord Master would have such an attitude towards this human brat? The two demon generals' hearts were filled with bitterness. "Zhang Yuan, enough nonsense. Tell me what you want to do?" Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked the question in his heart. Speaking in riddles with such a master, the one who was destined to suffer was himself, so Yang Kai decided to get straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed, not intending to conceal anything. "It seems that Yang Shengzhu has also guessed that this senior has come here for some other purpose. And I came here this time mainly to confirm one thing." "Confirm what?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "I want to know if Yang Shengzhu is the successor of Great Demon God." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Li Rong's eyes flashed coldly as she glared towards Zhang Yuan. Mungo and Shueli couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. The words Great Demon God had an unparalleled impact on anyone from the demon race. Yang Shengzhu doesn't need to deny it. Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and interrupted him. Originally, this senior only had some suspicions, so he hurried over to confirm. "After all, if you left here and returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even this senior wouldn't dare trespass into human territory. Now it seems that Yang Shengzhu really is the successor, and absolutely." Zhang Yuan's expression and tone were very certain. But Yang Kai didn't deny it, simply curling his lips and asking, "Why are you so certain?" "Because these two ladies are loyal to you." Zhang Yuan turned his eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei, a trace of envy flashing across his eyes as he faintly said, "I have a lot of ancient books in my possession, each of which contains a great deal of information that is unknown to the world. Besides this senior, no one else knows about these things." One of the ancient records recorded the matters of the bloodline that served the great demonic god. They called themselves the Ancient Demon Clan, and were close confidants of Great Demon God, vowing that they would only ever serve and be loyal to Great Demon God. Unfortunately, before Great Demon God Master fell, they went into hiding and no one knows where they went. Rumor has it that they were exterminated because they controlled too much power. Great Demon God Master was worried that after his fall, no one would be able to control them, so he personally destroyed them. But I know that these rumors are false. Great Demon God Master sealed them away in order to leave this power to his successor. These two ladies are from the Ancient Demon Clan, and since they are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, Yang Xingzhu's identity is clear at a glance. Because it is impossible for the Ancient Demon Clan to be loyal to anyone else, even this senior wouldn't place them in his eyes. As Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spoke, Yang Kai just listened quietly, not interjecting. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seems that Demon Commander Master knows many secrets that others don't. His expression was firm, so even if Yang Kai wanted to deny it, it was useless. Zhang Yuan nodded proudly. I also know why Great Demon God Master sealed the Ancient Demon Clan, and why he wanted to leave this power to his successor. All of this was left behind by Great Demon God many years ago. Why? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious, but as soon as he spoke, he realized something was wrong. Silently, his thoughts had been led by Zhang Yuan, and he had suddenly lost the initiative. This discovery made him feel so depressed he wanted to cough up blood. Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend that nothing had happened, secretly reminding himself that this guy in front of him was an old fox who had lived for who knows how long, so he couldn't afford to fall for his tricks again. Zhang Yuan chuckled. For the upcoming catastrophe. Catastrophe? Yang Kai was stunned. And as for what this catastrophe is, I don't know, but Yang Shengzhu can figure it out. Zhang Yuan quickly said. If even you don't understand it, how could I? Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he said, in my demon capital, there is a secret chamber left behind by Great Demon God Master. This secret chamber has many powerful spirit arrays, and several generations of demon commanders have tried to unravel its mysteries, but unfortunately, no one has been able to crack them. Even you can't crack them? Zhang Yuan shook his head, a look of yearning appearing on his face. Great Demon God Master's methods are too profound, not something I can compare with. I always felt that his cultivation had surpassed the Saint Realm, perhaps even reaching a higher level. Yang Kai's body shook as he involuntarily came to the same conclusion as Zhang Yuan. When he and the two monster race great seniors entered that strange space and saw Great Demon God's various methods, Yang Kai had this conjecture at that time, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan was also thinking the same thing. I can't crack them, but Yang Shengzhu should be able to, Zhang Yuan continued. I don't know why Yang Shengzhu was able to become Great Demon God's successor, but since he is his successor, you should have the Demon Mystic Tome in your hands, right? Demon Mystic Tome? Meng Ge and Xueli exclaimed in unison, a trace of fanaticism appearing on their faces. It seemed that these four words had caused their blood to boil. Great Demon God obtained a complete soul-suppressing stone from somewhere, and used it to create the Demon Mystic Tome. His various divine technique is hidden inside this Demon Mystic Tome. Whoever can open the Demon Mystic Tome will be his successor. Yang Shengzhu is Great Demon God's successor, so he should have obtained the Demon Mystic Tome. That thing is the key to opening the demon capital's barrier. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he thought about it for a moment before summoning the black book into his hand. Are you talking about this? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the wordless black book. Meng Ge and Xueli's eyes filled with greed. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan couldn't help feeling moved. Guessing was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another. But soon, Zhang Yuan's expression returned to normal as he took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, this is the demon mystic tome. It seems that everything is as I guessed, but the heavens have no eyes, actually allowing the demon mystic tome to fall into the hands of a human. Zhang Yuan wore a look of regret, not bothering to conceal his true feelings. This was only natural. Great demon god's successor should have been a member of the demon race, but the one who obtained the demon mystic tome was actually Yang Kai. This made them feel a sense of grief and indignation. Whether this is the demon mystic tome or not, I don't know. I just call it the wordless black book, Yang Kai said casually before putting the wordless black book back into his body chalk. Meng Guo and Xue Li suddenly became frustrated as they stared sharply at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see where he had hidden the demon mystic tome. Something made from such a large piece of soul-suppressing stone. Not to mention whether it contained the various divine technique of great demon god. The value of the material itself was immeasurable. Anyone who saw it would be tempted. Let's talk about it. Zhang Yuan tried to maintain a calm state of mind as he stared at Yang Kai. This senior came here in person this time with sincerity. It stands to reason that your identity as great demon god's successor is enough to control the entire demon land. After all, the demon land was established by great demon master many years ago. This senior also believes that as long as you are given enough time, you can grow to the same height as great demon god, a height that even this senior cannot hope to reach. As soon as this statement came out, Meng Guo and Xue Li couldn't help gulping as a trace of dread appeared in their eyes. Perceiving the hostility in their eyes, Li Rong and Han Fei secretly condensed their strength, preparing to attack at any moment. Chapter 944. Inside the hall, because of Zhang Yuan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As long as there was enough time, Yang Kai could grow to the same height as great demon god. These words made Meng Guo and Xue Li feel a sense of crisis. Even Master Demon Commander had admitted that such a height was beyond his reach. So what if Yang Kai was allowed to grow up? Great demon god was able to sweep through the world and become invincible. So could this Yang Kai. At that time, he would be able to kill all living beings in this world. The two demon general couldn't help having the dangerous thought of strangling Yang Kai here. Lest that day really came. Don't be rude. Zhang Yuan shouted. I already said that I want to be friends with Yang Xingzhu, so I will say whatever I want without concealing anything. If the two of you dare act so murderous again, this senior will cripple you first. Meng Guo and Xue Li both wore shocked expressions, never having expected that Zhang Yuan would actually reprimand them for Yang Kai. Only now did they understand that Master Demon Commander's firm attitude was not just empty words, quickly bowing their heads and admitting their mistake. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction before turning to Yang Kai. That being said, Yang Xingzhu, you shouldn't expect too much. Now that the demon land is in this senior's hands, it is impossible for me to hand over such a large piece of land to a mere human. I have no idea about the demon land. That would be for the best. Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled. In fact, the safest way is for this senior to kill you and take your demon mystic tome. However, this senior knows that even if I kill you, I can't obtain the great demon god's inheritance. It is unique and irreplaceable. Since great demon god chose you, he must have his reasons. All members of the demon race are descendants of great demon god. So this senior only hopes that Yang Xingzhu will not treat us as enemies in the future. I swear in the name of great demon god that I will not harm you in the future. So please don't find trouble with me. How about it? Yang Kai secretly nodded. No demon dared to casually swear an oath in the name of the great demon god. These three words held immeasurable weight in the hearts of all demons. Even the current demon sovereign was the same. Yang Kai deeply recognized Zhang Yuan's sincerity and his expression couldn't help becoming serious as he nodded. Good. Zhang Yuan laughed, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Then it settled. Although Yang Xingzhu is young, his decisiveness in handling matters is very much to this senior's liking. Dealing with people like you isn't difficult at all. You're quite straightforward too. Then we're friends. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In any case, he's not an enemy. Yang Kai also smiled. All right. Zhang Yuan stood up. Then that's all for today. It's time for me to leave. If Yang Xingzhu has some free time, please come to the demon capital. Firstly, This senior will be able to show this senior some hospitality. And secondly, this senior is very curious about the secrets left behind by the demon god master, and would like to borrow the demon mystic tome. I wonder if Yang Shengzhu can agree? Good, I'll be there. Many thanks. In the future, if Holy Master Yang wishes to visit the demon capital, please inform us in advance. My demon land will allow you to travel freely, no one will harm you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and immediately walked out after saying so. Li Rong, see these guests out. Yang Kai ordered. Li Rong immediately acted, escorting Zhang Yuan and the two demon general out of the hall. A moment later, she leisurely returned and together with Han Fei stared at Yang Kai. Master, do you really believe Zhang Yuan's words? What do you think? Yang Kai didn't answer directly. Li Rong thought about it carefully and nodded. He is indeed quite sincere, but after all, we are not familiar with him so we can't completely believe him. I think so too, Han Fei nodded. I actually think he's a good person. Yang Kai grinned, causing the two women to be stunned. Yang Kai wasn't a child. If Zhang Yuan could deceive him with just a few words, he wouldn't have lived to this day. Regarding Zhang Yuan's attitude and words, Yang Kai obviously had his own thoughts. Do you want to go to the demon capital? Of course I want to go. Yang Kai nodded firmly. However, it wasn't because of Zhang Yuan's invitation, but rather because he was very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god. If his guess was correct, the secrets left behind by the great demon god were definitely related to what the soul clone of the great demon god had said in that strange space. When he brought Meng Wuya and his little senior sister back, the great demon god's soul clone had also told Yang Kai that if he had time, he should go to the demon capital. Once he arrived there, he would be able to figure out everything. Yang Kai didn't care much about this, but now that Zhang Yuan had come here, his words had given him an opportunity. All of the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened because he had destroyed that place, and the soul clone of the great demon god had said that it was the center of the entire world. What kind of shocking secret was hidden here? Yang Kai couldn't sleep or eat in peace until he figured it out. While contemplating this, a group of people rushed in from outside the hall, led by Ling Tai-su, all of them rushing over to ask if the demon commander had done anything to harm him just now. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, repeatedly offering words of comfort. A few dozen kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Zhang Yuan took Mengge and Shueli and quickly flew away. The two demon general followed behind the demon commander, staring at each other, unable to understand why the demon commander didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill this human, and instead chose to make friends with him. Such a terrifying person naturally had to be destroyed as soon as possible, lest he become a threat to the entire demon land in the future. As if seeing through the doubts in their hearts, Zhang Yuan, who was flying, suddenly said, "You can't kill him, don't even think about it." Mengge and Shueli trembled. Zhang Yuan continued, "Being chosen as the successor of the great demon god, how bad can that Yang Kai be? Don't just look at him as just a third-order transcendent. If he really goes all out, I estimate he'll be able to display strength comparable to a second-order saint." Really? Mengge and Shueli exclaimed. Why wouldn't he? Zhang Yuan chuckled. The great demon god master was famous for his ability to fight enemies above his own realm. It is rumored that he was able to easily defeat enemies several minor realms above him. You two are also demon general. How could you not know this? Mengge and Shueli were speechless. They were naturally aware of this information, but they didn't associate it with Yang Kai. That's just his own strength. Perhaps he has also mastered some kind of great demon god divine technique. If I can't kill him in one strike, I will only become his enemy. If he really matures in the future, my demon land will be finished. This senior cannot afford to take such a risk. Moreover, that woman from the ancient demon clan following him. This senior cannot defeat her. As long as she follows Yang Kai, no matter how big this world is, there is no one who can threaten his life. The two demon general couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Although they had personally experienced Li Rong's terrifying strength before, and compared it to the demon commander, hearing Zhang Yuan admit that he couldn't win, Mengge and Shueli still couldn't believe it. Then what master said today? Mengge hesitated. I didn't lie to him, I really wanted to make friends with him. And, if you want to make friends with someone, you have to do it while they are still weak. Once they are strong, it will be too late to make friends with them. Remember this, no matter what kind of grievances you had with him before. Today is the end of it. Don't have any more conflicts with him in the future. I don't want to see the relationship I worked so hard to build be destroyed by you. Meng Guo and Shui Li felt a mix of emotions in their hearts, not knowing what to say for a while, only nodding. 5 days later, under Yang Kai's command, several thousand people passed through the void corridor and headed towards Tongxian realm. After waiting for so many days, those who should have come had already arrived. Those who hadn't would probably not come, so there was no need to wait any longer. What made Yang Kai feel gratified was that almost all the friends he had made were willing to follow him and entrust their lives to him. They all had complete confidence in Yang Kai. In the vicinity of the free and unfettered territory, Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, and Shi Kuan had arrived ahead of time and cleared out all the cultivator who had stayed nearby, leaving almost no one within a 50-kilometer radius. Shi Kuan looked at Yang Kai puzzledly and asked, "Holy Master, won't doing this provoke public anger? In fact, as long as we clear out a 10-kilometer radius, everything will be fine." He didn't quite understand why Yang Kai wanted to clear out a 50-kilometer radius. "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the void corridor. A group of people suddenly appeared, one after another. The first group to arrive was naturally the Yang family's direct descendants, all of them looking around curiously, as if they had arrived at a new world. When they noticed the richness of the world energy aura in this place, all of them were ecstatic, greedily inhaling the air, their faces filled with excitement. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the first group of Yang family direct descendants flew down from the sky and found an open place to wait for the others to arrive. A beautiful figure mixed in with the Yang family direct descendants. After walking out of the void corridor, she looked around and immediately flew straight towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him with a smile. "Isn't your Chiu family the fourth group? Why have you, the patriarch, come here yourself?" Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng in amazement. Chiu Yimeng stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. "I've come to ask for a gift." "What gift? Didn't you say it yourself? You said a few days ago that when we arrived here, you would give me a big gift." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. "What's wrong? You didn't forget, did you? Oh, you're talking about a gift." Yang Kai seemed to wake up from a dream and patted his head. "I remember, I've already prepared one." Chiu Yimeng was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Give it to me quickly. If I'm not satisfied, I'll teach you a lesson." "You'll definitely be satisfied." Yang Kai smiled and patted Chiu Yimeng. "What are you doing?" Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, then glanced at the place he patted and found that there was no trace of it left behind. "Just now, I spent a great deal of effort to help you improve your current realm." Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Feel it carefully. Do you feel anything special?" Chiu Yimeng stared at him suspiciously, obviously wary of his words, but when she tried to sense them with her heart, her pretty face suddenly filled with astonishment as she muttered, "Oh, I feel like I'm about to break through." Quickly find a place to comprehend the mysteries of this place. The surrounding 50-kilometer radius is all safe. Yang Kai waved his hand. Chiu Yimeng didn't dare delay in the slightest and quickly disappeared. So easy to deceive. Yang Kai sighed softly. Li Rong and Han Fei both smiled to the side. Chapter 945. It took 3 days for several thousand people to safely pass through the void corridor and arrive in Tongxian realm. Within a 50-kilometer radius, many cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty each found a suitable location and sat down cross-legged to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, breaking through their own shackles and advancing their cultivation to the next level. Because of the different world principles, all cultivator who arrived in Tongxian realm could obtain some improvement in their strength. Those cultivator on the verge of a breakthrough could naturally take advantage of this opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. When Yang Kai first set foot in this world, this was the case. When the ancient demon clan was brought out of the mysterious small world by Yang Kai, many of their clansmen had their cultivations improved. Now that it was the turn of the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty, Yang Kai was already familiar with this process and had long since prepared for it. So he had purged the 50-kilometer radius to provide a safe environment for everyone to break through. Of the several thousand people, at least a third of them were on the verge of breaking through. Although the others were not so lucky, they were still satisfied. The yuan qi in their bodies and their own cultivation had improved somewhat, so they took the initiative to disperse and protect their companions who were about to break through. Qiu Yimeng came over from somewhere 10 kilometers away, gritting her teeth as she muttered under her breath, seemingly cursing something. Rushing over to Yang Kai's side, she raised her head and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. "Is this the gift you gave me? Are you satisfied?" Yang Kai grinned. "I'm satisfied, but this has nothing to do with you, right? Open your eyes wide and look around. So many people are breaking through." Qiu Yimeng stretched out her hand and pointed around. As far as the eye could see, countless cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the ground, inhaling and exhaling world energy, creating a spectacular scene. "It's fine as long as you're satisfied. Don't be so serious. Remember this, if you disappoint a woman, I won't let you off." Qiu Yimeng stomped her foot bitterly and no longer bothered with Yang Kai, running over to where the Qiu family members were gathered. Yang Kai rubbed his nose helplessly. "Holy Master." At this time, Shikuran appeared out of nowhere and said anxiously, "There's a large group of people coming this way. They look very aggressive. Something's not right." "Who is it?" Yang Kai frowned. Subordinate didn't have time to inquire, but there is a Saint Realm Master on the other side. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai's expression was displeased. The only major force in the vicinity was the Free and Unfettered, but after so many of their experts had been killed, the Free and Unfettered seemed to have scattered. This time, when he had come from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai had specifically asked Li Rong to go to the Free and Unfettered, but when Li Rong arrived, she found that there was no one there. At this time, who would be so blind as to run over? After walking a short distance, Yang Kai saw some small black dots on the horizon rapidly approaching. As time passed, the figures of that group of people became clearer and clearer. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that in this group of people, there was only one Saint Realm Master, a First-Order Saint Cultivator at that. The others were all Transcendents with a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators. What made Yang Kai feel strange was not that the strength of these people wasn't high, but that there were many familiar auras among them. Carefully perceiving them, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. The approaching group of cultivators apparently also noticed the situation here and stopped a kilometer away, the leader of the group shouting, "Dare I ask if you are friends from the Free and Unfettered? This one is Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master, Chen Zhou. We have come here today to ask for your guidance." Dragon Phoenix Palace? Li Rong, who was standing behind Yang Kai, frowned, having no impression of this unknown sect. "We're on the same side," Yang Kai said casually before calling out, "Sun Yu, are you over there?" As soon as this statement came out, the Dragon Phoenix Palace cultivator all frowned. Palace Master Qinzhou even moved slightly, firmly blocking the figure of a young man in the crowd, preventing Yang Kai from seeing him. "Disciple, someone over there is calling out to you. Do you have friends from the Free and Unfettered?" Ling Jian looked suspiciously at Sun Yu, who was being protected in the middle. As his master, he naturally knew his disciple's life experience the best. Sun Yu had been picked up by Ling Jian when he was very young, and brought to Dragon Phoenix Palace to cultivate. Over the years, Sun Yu had never left Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he hadn't insisted on coming here this time, how could Ling Jian have allowed him to go out so easily? Now he was the future hope of the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace, and could not be allowed to have any accidents. Sun Yu had almost never left Dragon Phoenix Palace, so how could he know people from the Free and Unfettered? Ling Jian was confused. Palace Master Qinzhou also turned his eyes to Sun Yu and asked, "Do you know the one who called out to you?" Sun Yu's face filled with ecstasy, but he didn't answer and simply walked out of the crowd, a look of awe on his face as he called out, "Is that Senior Yang?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Yes. It really is Senior Yang." Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly broke away from the crowd and flew over. The expressions of the Dragon Phoenix Palace Masters all changed greatly as they quickly followed after him. "Old man Ling Chong, who is this Senior Yang that Sun Yu mentioned?" Why is he so enthusiastic? Chunzhou asked curiously as they flew. This old master doesn't know either. Ling Jian was also confused. As they spoke, everyone arrived in front of Yang Kai. Sun Yu wore an excited expression as he respectfully cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Yang. It turns out you are also here. Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Sun Yu and looking behind him. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, almost all of the masters had followed Sun Yu here, forming layers upon layers of guards. Even at this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would act against Sun Yu. Right, let me introduce you. Sun Yu excitedly pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This is Senior Yang." Then, pointing to the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace, he said, "This is our palace master Chunzhou. This is my master Ling Jian. This is Elder Xiaoling. This is..." After each introduction, Yang Kai nodded and greeted each of them. "Young man, what qualifications do you have to call me senior?" Chunzhou asked with some displeasure. Sun Yu was now the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, his status far higher than even Palace Master Chunzhou's. But now Sun Yu was actually calling such a young man senior, making Chunzhou feel very uncomfortable, as if the Dragon Emperor was being belittled. If Yang Kai was a middle-aged man, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Chunzhou clearly saw that he was a young man in his late 20s. "Palace Master, this Senior Yang has shown me great kindness. I won't allow you to speak of him like that," Sun Yu snorted. Chunzhou was stunned, his expression becoming awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "Friend, please don't take offense, this one's mouth is a bit blunt, I mean no harm." "Palace Master Chun is too polite." Yang Kai didn't care at all. Chunzhou immediately compromising and changing his attitude because of Sun Yu's words showed just how much importance he attached to Sun Yu. Next to him, the elder from Dragon Phoenix Palace named Xiaoling suddenly stared at Shikuan, hesitating for a moment before asking, "May I ask if Your Excellency is Elder Shikuan of Nine Heavens Holy Land?" "Indeed, have we met before?" Shikuan looked at him suspiciously. Xiaoling's expression became strange as he exclaimed, "No wonder you look familiar. Half a year ago, this Xiao went to Nine Heavens Holy Land to request alchemy from a grandmaster. At that time, Elder Shikuan was sitting in the stone pavilion outside the Nine Peaks, so this Xiao has seen you before. However, Elder Shikuan probably doesn't have any impression of this Xiao. So that's how it is." Shikuan nodded. There were too many people who came to the Nine Peaks to request alchemy services every day. How could he remember each one? "Your Dragon Phoenix Palace went there to request alchemy services?" Yang Kai looked at Sun Yu. Elder Xiao Changjiao came back and said there were many people waiting in line. He waited for a month before it was his turn, and gave all the alchemy services he requested to me. Sun Yu smiled. "If you want to request alchemy services in the future, just tell me directly. There's no need to wait in line," Yang Kai said. In an instant, everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace looked at Yang Kai in a different light. Chunzhou hesitantly asked, "Dare I ask, what is your relationship with the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai?" The Holy Land's Elder Shikuan was here, one step behind Yang Kai, so it was obvious he was the leader. Sun Yu had just called him Senior Yang. This made Chunzhou think of many things, but he was also a man with keen eyesight and quick thinking, so he quickly made some guesses. "This is my Holy Master," Shikuan quickly said. Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace trembled as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Chunzhou's expression was extremely awkward as he cupped his fists. "So it is Yang Shengzhu." This Chen was ignorant just now and offended Yang Shengzhu. "I hope Yang Kai can forgive me." As soon as they met, he had questioned Yang Kai without any sense of propriety. But how could he have imagined that this young man was the most famous person in the world? The difference in strength between Dragon Phoenix Palace and Nine Heavens Holy Land was simply too great, so if he really angered the other, Dragon Phoenix Palace would definitely not have a good end. Thinking so, Chunzhou felt a chill run down his spine. Palace Master Chen doesn't need to worry, Sun Yu and I are friends. Naturally I don't care about such matters. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Friends? Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace was dumbfounded, each of them blushing in excitement, as if being able to make friends with Yang Kai was a great honor. Turning their gazes towards Sun Yu again, their eyes filled with even more admiration and excitement. All of them secretly thought to themselves that the Dragon Emperor was truly worthy of being the Dragon Emperor, actually being able to make friends with such a character. Sun Yu was still so weak, yet he was able to obtain such good treatment from the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. It seemed that this Yang Shengzhu was also a person with great vision, and had long since seen through Sun Yu's extraordinariness. While the group of masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were secretly celebrating, Yang Kai turned to Sun Yu and asked, "Why are you here?" Sun Yu scratched his head. "Last time, Senior Yang asked me to inquire about some information, so I had been keeping an eye out for clues. Finally, I heard that this mysterious small world had some information that Senior Yang wanted, so I brought some people here. How could I have known that Senior Yang would also be here? And I also inquired about this place not long ago. Then these people." Sun Yu glanced around and found that there were between 4,000 and 5,000 people gathered here, somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 946. The strength of the several thousand nearby cultivator wasn't too high. Only a dozen or so transcendents were worth paying attention to. Most of the others were Immortal Ascension Boundary, or Yuan-Chi Boundary cultivators. This puzzled Sun Yu and the other masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace, wondering where this group of people had come from, and what their relationship was with Yang Kai. "They're all my friends and relatives," Yang Kai explained lightly before solemnly saying, "In any case, I must thank you this time." Because of Yang Kai's words, Sun Yu had spared no effort in ordering Dragon Phoenix Palace to inquire about his whereabouts. After receiving the news, Sun Yu had personally led a group of people to this place. This made Yang Kai very grateful. At that time, Sun Yu had no other choice but to use all the connections he had. Yang Kai could imagine how Sun Yu had insisted on going out this time, and how the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had tried to dissuade him. But he had refused without hesitation. "This young man is very good. Shirkuan, when you go back, tell Great Chang Mo to visit Dragon Phoenix Palace more often in the future," Yang Kai casually said. "Yes," Shirkuan quickly responded. "This." Chen Zhou rubbed his big hands as a smile suddenly appeared on his face, not knowing what to say. "What should I do?" Dragon Phoenix Palace wasn't very strong right now, but Nine Heavens' Holy Land was on the rise and had a mysterious alchemy grandmaster. There wasn't a sect that didn't want to establish a relationship with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Once they established a relationship with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they would receive huge benefits in the future. At the very least, they would have a guaranteed source of Saint Pills. Chen Zhou hadn't expected that this Yang Shengzhu would be so enthusiastic, causing his palace master's heart to tremble, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Flushing with excitement, Chen Zhou quickly said, "This Chen thanks Yang Shengzhu for his kind intentions. From now on, Dragon Phoenix Palace will advance or retreat together with Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Chen Zhou could be considered a man who had experienced great storms, but because of Yang Kai's words, his mood was still fluctuating. "No need to be polite, since you've come here I need your help." Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. "Yang Shengzhu, please speak," Chen Zhou said seriously. "As Palace Master Chen can see, my friends and family all have different cultivations, and the distance from here to Nine Heavens' Holy Land is quite far. So there is no telling what kind of accident we will encounter along the way. If it is convenient for Palace Master Chen, would you be willing to have your noble house escort us for a while?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course, once we arrive at the Holy Land, there will be generous rewards." Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace's eyes lit up. Sun Yu quickly waved his hand. "Senior Yang, there's no need to be so polite with me. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell us. Since we're already here, we'll follow you. As for compensation, there's no need to mention it." Chen Zhou calmed himself down and hurriedly said, Yang Shengzhu acting like an outsider is clearly looking down on my Dragon Phoenix Palace." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then, I'll have to trouble you." Sun Yu smiled happily. "That's great, I'll have another opportunity to learn from Senior Yang." The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace immediately spread out under Chen Zhou's arrangement and stood guard. They hadn't brought many people with them this time, only about 30 to 40, but most of them were transcendents. With such a group of people joining the team, their journey forward would definitely be much safer. After all, these people were very familiar with Tongxian realm, so it would be easier for them to deal with any problems they encountered, unlike the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty, who knew nothing about this place. Ling Jian quietly pulled Sun Yu aside and asked in a low voice, "Disciple, when did you meet that young Shengzhu? Listening to your tone, you seem to have studied with him for a while, right? How come Master doesn't know about this?" Sun Yu hesitated for a moment, not daring to tell the truth, causing Ling Jian to become even more suspicious. 2 days later, everything was ready and the several thousand people set off in the direction of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty had been observing the scenery along the way and was very curious about everything around them. From time to time, they would gather in groups of 3 or 5 and whisper to one another. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had become a hot commodity, each of them surrounded by countless cultivators who would ask them about Tongxian realm's situation. The masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace didn't dare neglect Yang Kai's friends and relatives, answering whatever they were asked. All day long, their moods were somewhat complicated as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these country bumpkins from the Great Han Dynasty, because they found that these people were completely ignorant of a lot of common sense. Sighing with emotion, they couldn't help wondering what kind of backwater the mysterious small world they had lived in before was. At the back of the crowd, Yang Kai and Sun Yu walked side by side, Sun Yu asking some questions about the martial Dao from time to time, and Yang Kai would also teach him. Not far away, Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master Chen Zhou stared at the 2 beautiful figures in front of him with a thoughtful expression. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's brow rose and he asked, "Has Palace Master Chen discovered something interesting?" Chen Zhou smiled. "It's not a big deal. I'm just curious about the feeling the 2 girls in front of me give off. The 2 of them are almost identical, not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of their life auras and yuan qi fluctuations. The only difference is their temperament. If I hadn't confirmed that they had just arrived in Tongxian realm, I would have thought they were from some sect." Yang Kai raised his brow and called out, "Jiao Mayor." The Hu sisters, who were walking not far ahead, heard this call and hurriedly stopped. When Yang Kai approached, Hu Jiao asked, "What do you want?" Yang Kai ignored her and instead turned to Chen Zhou and asked, "Which sect does Palace Master Chen think they are from?" Chen Zhou was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, "Twin Spirit Pavilion. I wonder if young Shengzhu has heard of it." "Sure enough." Yang Kai nodded. "Naturally I have heard of it, and I have also heard that this Twin Spirit Pavilion has a good relationship with your sect." "The relationship between our 2 sects is indeed very good, but it is not without reason." Chen Zhou smiled bitterly and explained. The relationship between the 2 sects could be traced back to a very long time ago. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion were both extremely powerful sects a long time ago. Their status in the human domain was even higher than today's Nine Heaven's Holy Land. However, for some unknown reason, a pair of top masters from Twin Spirit Pavilion disappeared along with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Since then, the 2 sects had lost their most powerful inheritances and gradually declined. The relationship between the 2 sects had always been good, and over the years, their relationship had become closer and closer. Our Dragon Phoenix Palace is in a better position. Sun Yu has lived up to our expectations and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, inheriting the Dragon Emperor's mantle. As long as he can find a suitable Phoenix Empress, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will surely regain its former glory. But Twin Spirit Pavilion. We still haven't heard anything about their inheritance. Chen Zhou sighed and said with some relief. Sun Yu, who was standing to the side, lowered his head, not daring to speak. Twin Spirit Pavilion? After listening for a long time, Hu Jiao finally reacted and asked with a slightly excited expression, "What kind of sect is Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Chen Zhou chuckled. "It's a very special sect. Because this force only recruits twin brothers and sisters, the disciples of this force always go out in pairs. And this is somewhat similar to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, but they are born from the same body while we cultivate male and female dual cultivation, so our natures are quite different." A force that only recruits twins? The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. And the feeling their disciples give off is very similar to the two of you. After cultivating their secret art, the aura, yuan qi, and life fluctuations of a twin brother and sister will gradually become identical. When the two of you join forces, their power is infinite. However, the two of you seem to be even more powerful than them. I have been to Twin Spirit Pavilion many times and have seen many of their disciples, but in this regard, they are inferior to you. Senior, do you know what kind of secret art they cultivate? Hu Jiao'er asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew she had some suspicions. The secret art they cultivate seems to be called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. But a large part of it is missing. Although it has been repaired by later generations, it has never been able to restore the glory of their ancestors, Chunzhou casually said. Although a sect's secret art would not be casually passed on to outsiders, the name of the secret art wasn't a secret, so it wasn't a big deal to reveal it. Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Hu Jiao'er's tender body trembled, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Elder sister. Hu Mei'er also covered her mouth and muttered incredulously. Isn't that the secret art we obtained? You obtained it? Chunzhou exclaimed, staring at the Hu sisters in shock. Hu Jiao'er nodded. The secret art we two sisters cultivate is the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Could it be related to Twin Spirit Pavilion? How could it not be related? Chunzhou looked excited. That must be the lost inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion. I never expected it to be obtained by you two. No wonder your auras are so similar. After speaking for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. If Wu Fa and Wu Tian knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep. Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Yang Kai was stunned. Oh, the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion are called Wu Fa and Wu Tian. They are a pair of twin brothers, Chunzhou quickly explained. This name. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. It was really a cheap name, but this name was too arrogant. It would easily attract hatred. If some bad-tempered master encountered them, they would teach them a lesson about what it meant to be truly lawless. So that secret art came from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Hu Jiao'er's expression was complex, her beautiful eyes faintly shining. Since she and her sister obtained the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art, their paths in life seem to have changed. The two of them improved their strength at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. In just a dozen years, they had broken through to the transcendent realm, becoming one of the few masters in the Great Han Dynasty. Towards this secret art, they were very grateful. Towards the senior who left behind this secret art, they were naturally in awe. Now that they knew the origin and sect of this cultivation technique, the two of them had the same idea at the same time. To go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion and take a look at the sect that this cultivation technique came from. They wanted to see their twin brothers and sisters who cultivated the same cultivation technique as them. Chapter 947. Naturally, the Hu sisters' thoughts could not be hidden from Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai already had a plan. Sun Yu was treated like a treasure because Chunzhou and the others mistakenly thought that he had unlocked the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. If the Hu sisters went to the Twin Spirit Pavilion with the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art, their treatment wouldn't be bad. He would definitely become the rising star of the Twin Spirit Pavilion. This was because what they had obtained was the most orthodox version of the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art, and was not something that the descendants of the Twin Spirit Pavilion had completed themselves. More importantly, the Twin Spirit Pavilion might have information that the Hu sisters needed. Over the years, the two sisters had been cultivating on their own, and although their strength had reached the First Order Transcendent Realm, it was nothing in Tongxian Realm. The people in the Twin Spirit Pavilion undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art than they did, and could impart a lot of experience to them, which was much better than them cultivating on their own. Kai Yang, we want to. Hu Jiao'er stammered as she looked at Kai Yang, but he gestured her to stop, interrupting her. Headmaster Chen, how are the two pavilion masters of the Gemini Pavilion? Yang Kai asked seriously. He knew what the Hu sisters were thinking, but he didn't feel at ease letting them go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion. In terms of character, Yang Shengzhu can rest assured, I have dealt with them for many years and they are all honest people. The Twin Spirit Pavilion doesn't have many disciples, in total, no more than 1,000, so they have always been obedient and have never done anything outrageous. However, although there are only 1,000 of them, the Twin Spirit Pavilion's status in Tongxian Realm is no worse than my Dragon Phoenix Palaces. Wu Fa and Wu Tian are both first-order saints, the same as this Chen, but when the two of them join forces, they can defeat most second-order saints, Chen Zhou explained. Then there's no problem. Yang Kai nodded. Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. If these two ladies can bring the complete Twin Qi shared divine art to the Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will definitely be overjoyed. There's no need to rush. Jiao and Mei should return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with me first. It won't be too late to make a decision after we arrive. Yang Kai chuckled. Oh. The Hu sisters were very obedient. Then, can I send a message to Wu Fa and Wu Tian to inform him of this good news? Chen Zhou asked cautiously as he observed Yang Kai's expression. Thank you, Manor Head Chen. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you. Chen Zhou gratefully called over Elder Xiao Ling of Dragon Phoenix Palace and told him to quickly go to Twin Spirit Pavilion and convey the news of the Hu sisters to Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship, and Chen Zhou, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian also had a good relationship. Sun Yu had opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's power to reappear after thousands of years. While Chen Zhou was overjoyed, he also felt sorry for the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Now that he saw hope in the Hu sisters, he wanted to quickly inform his two friends and secretly rejoice for them. Yang Kai had already stepped into the middle of the group, walking side by side with Ling Tai Su. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts as they stood on either side of Chen Zhou and asked him about the situation at the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Chen Zhou told them everything he knew, and the three of them chatted happily. Yang Xingzhu has taken great pains to think about the two of you. Chen Zhou suddenly smiled mysteriously. What does Senior mean by this? Hu Jiao was puzzled. Chen Zhou explained. Yang Xingzhu asked the two of you to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with him first. I also sent a message to Twin Spirit Pavilion, so if Wu Fa and Wu Tian want to find you, they must go to Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Yang Xingzhu's relationship with them, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. On the contrary, they will regard you as the future hope of the sect. On the other hand, if the two of you go directly to Twin Spirit Pavilion, the situation may be different. Hu Jiao thought about it for a moment, and also felt that this was reasonable, her beautiful eyes faintly glancing towards Yang Kai in front of her and curling her lips. He's so crafty. He's also doing this for your own good. Chen Zhou nodded and smiled ambiguously, as if he had seen through something. After 3 months of continuous trekking, the thousands of people were finally about to reach their destination. When the news spread, everyone was excited and looked forward to the future. After such a long time, the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty was also exhausted. After experiencing the initial curiosity and novelty, they couldn't wait to find a place to settle down and enjoy the rich world energy and the gifts of this world. This world was many times better than the cultivation environment of the Great Han Dynasty, so everyone was secretly looking forward to what kind of development they would have in the future. Nearly 100 kilometers away from the Nine Peaks, a group of figures quickly flew over from Nine Heavens Holy Land. When they arrived, all of them cupped their fists and saluted. Holy Master! The several elders of the Holy Land had come out in full force, none of them missing, their eyes wandering around the thousands of people, full of curiosity. Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "Is everything ready?" Great Elder Su Hui replied, "Everything is ready." In response to Elder Shirkuan's message, as early as a few days ago, we have refurbished the former site of War Spirit Temple, and can now move in at any time, but there are still some places that need to be repaired. No problem, Yang Kai nodded, expressing satisfaction. Nine Heavens Holy Land already had 3,000 disciples, and Yang Kai had brought 4,000 to 5,000 people this time. There was no way the Nine Peaks could accommodate all of them, and even if they could, with so many people gathered in one place, the supply of world energy in the future would become a problem. As such, Yang Kai had already thought of a place to settle everyone. The former sites of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were good choices. The places where these two sects had been established were also filled with rich world energy and beautiful scenery, making them very suitable for long-term residence. Most importantly, the buildings there were ready-made. However, the entrance to Starfield had now appeared in Shattering Mystical Palace, so Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable settling all of the Great Han Dynasty's people there. So he had stuffed them all into the former site of War Spirit Temple. Elder Shirkuan had also set off more than a month ago to rush back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to convey Yang Kai's instructions. Now everything had been arranged. All that was left was to wait for the people Yang Kai had brought to move in. War Spirit Temple was not far from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, and the most valuable thing was that it was located between the Holy Land and Netherworld sect. This way, no matter who wanted to harm them, they would have to go through either Nine Heaven's Holy Land or Netherworld sect first. The safety of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator was strongly guaranteed. While on the road, Yang Kai had also told everyone about this matter. Yang Zhao, Qiu Yimeng, Hua Stars, and the other leaders of the various forces all expressed that there was no problem living in the former site of War Spirit Temple if they wanted to find Yang Kai or come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land in the future. It would be extremely convenient for them. As the huge team moved forward, Yang Kai introduced the elders of the Holy Land and the leaders of the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty, allowing them to familiarize themselves with each other. Towards the people brought by Yang Kai, Su Hui and the other elders showed great humility, causing some of the younger generation leaders to feel flattered. They all knew very well that with their insignificant cultivations, if it weren't for their relationship with Yang Kai, these Saint Realm masters wouldn't even spare them a glance. But now, these masters who had lived for hundreds of years were treating them with great courtesy. For a moment, a subtle sense of excitement welled up within them, as they deeply understood the extraordinary status of Yang Kai in this world. Yang Xingzhu, since we've arrived, we'll take our leave first. Qinzhou suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and said. They had been away from Dragon Phoenix Palace for several months now, so it was time for them to return. Palace Master Qin must be tired after such a long journey. Please return to the Holy Land for a few days so I can show you some hospitality. Yang Kai said sincerely. Along the way, they had indeed encountered a lot of trouble. With several thousand people traveling together, there were always some people who didn't have eyes and tried to cause trouble. If it weren't for the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace properly handling the situation, Yang Kai would likely have already killed them all. Chen Zhou and the others had also done their best to escort Yang Kai. But now that they had arrived at their home, Yang Kai had no choice but to extend his greetings. Chen Zhou hesitated. Senior Yang has invited us, let's not refuse, Sun Yu interjected. Chen Zhou smiled bitterly. You little brat. Nodding, Chen Zhou cupped his fists and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Sun Yu sneakily came over to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, Senior Yang, when will you tell Palace Master the truth of this matter? Every time I see them treat me so respectfully, I feel a sense of guilt. How about this, after this matter is settled, I'll go find someone, and when I find that person, I'll go to your Dragon Phoenix Palace and explain everything. Really? Sun Yu was overjoyed. Is the person Senior Yang is looking for the Phoenix Empress? Sun Yu guessed casually. However, Yang Kai nodded and admitted, yes. It was time to find Su Yan. She had stayed in Ice Sect for more than 10 years, and had been separated from Yang Kai for 7 years. Now that everyone from High Heaven Pavilion had come to Tongxian Realm, it was time for her to return to the sect. After finding her and inheriting the Phoenix Empress inheritance, presumably her cultivation would reach a new height. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. After an hour, the huge team passed through the 9 peaks and, under Yang Kai's orders, Su Hui personally led the group from Dragon Phoenix Palace into Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Everyone else continued to move forward towards the former site of War Spirit Temple. Yang Kai had already asked Su Hui to send some pills to Dragon Phoenix Palace as a thank you gift, so presumably Su Hui would be able to handle this matter well. After another hour, everyone finally arrived at the former site of War Spirit Temple. From a distance, tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect, flew over and cupped his fists. Yang Xingzhu, long time no see. Sect Master Wizard, how come you've come to help? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Wizard Tribulation chuckled meaningfully. I had nothing better to do, so I brought some disciples to help. Are these people from Yang Xingzhu's hometown? Quite a few. Saying so, Tribulation glanced behind Yang Kai, secretly surprised. And they will live here from now on, not far from Netherworld sect. I'll have to trouble Sect Master Wizard. Rest assured, as long as my Netherworld sect does not fall, no one can cross my sect's line of defense and bully this place. Wizard Tribulation patted his chest and vowed. Chapter 948. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty settled in. After more than 10 days of discussion and arrangement, each force had their own place to stay. War Spirit Temple originally had several thousand disciples and occupied a vast area, so there was no problem in accommodating the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. With a new home and a new atmosphere, everything was thriving. Yang Kai summoned the leaders of the various great forces and gave them some instructions, especially regarding the passage leading to the Star Gate in Shattering Mystical Palace, ordering them to strictly prohibit their disciples from entering at will. In that kind of place, even a Saint Realm Master would have a slim chance of survival, let alone this group of people from the Great Han Dynasty. This place is different from the Great Han Dynasty. You can no longer act independently like before. Everyone must treat each other as a family. It may take you a few years, a decade, or even a few decades to integrate into this world. Although the road ahead is bumpy, there is much more room for development here than there, Yang Kai said to the crowd. The leaders of the various forces all nodded. They were willing to follow Yang Kai here, so naturally they were mentally prepared. If they wanted to develop and make a living, they must seek common ground while reserving differences. They must give up their previous notions of family and sect and treat everyone as a whole. This kind of thing didn't need Yang Kai to say. They all understood. Fortunately, the people at the helm were basically all young people, so it was easier for them to communicate with each other. A large number of cultivation materials were sent over from the Holy Land, and were properly handed over to everyone. So the cultivator who came here didn't need to worry about the lack of cultivation materials, and could improve their cultivation without any worries. It was easy for the Holy Land to collect these cultivation materials now. The 5 grandmasters in Xia Ningchang had been busy performing alchemy, and as the storm in the mysterious small world passed, the number of people coming to the Holy Land gradually increased. Every day there was a huge income, enough to support the 10 Holy Lands, so it didn't matter if a part of it was given to the Great Han Dynasty. During these 10 days, Xia Ningchang also rushed over and stayed for a few days, meeting with the people from High Heaven Pavilion, but because there were too many people from the Holy Land requesting alchemy, she had no choice but to return. More than 10 days later, everything was finally back on track. In a corner of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Yang Kai appeared. He glanced at Ling Tai-su, who was standing there quietly, gazing into the distance with a deep gaze. He walked forward and said, "Grand Master." Ling Tai-su turned around and nodded with a smile. "You must be tired these days, right?" "I'm not tired." Yang Kai smiled. "Being able to settle all my family and friends here was one of my first wishes when I came to this world." Ling Tai-su showed a look of approval. "This time, you handled the matter very well. I think everyone who comes here will be grateful to you." Yang Kai gently breathed in, and revealed a worried expression. "The only thing I'm worried about now is that they might have some sort of conflict in the future." Ling Tai-su laughed heartily. "There will definitely be conflicts. After all, the people who came here belong to too many different forces. But you don't need to worry, they are not unreasonable people. Even if there is a conflict, they will know how to resolve it. As long as they are willing to integrate into one, after 1 or 2 generations pass away, they can truly become one family. It's only a matter of time." "I hope so." Yang Kai nodded. He had done what he had to do. The rest would depend on the efforts of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. "Kai, on the way here, you mentioned Soaring Heaven sect to me." Ling Tai-su suddenly changed the subject. "Is there really the founder of High Heaven Pavilion there?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's true. When Disciple first came to this world, he was also taken care of by the founder and martial uncles. On the way here, Yang Kai had told High Heaven Pavilion about Soaring Heaven sect. At that time, High Heaven Pavilion had been very interested, and had even expressed some excitement. Now that they were suddenly mentioning it again, it was obvious they had some sort of plan. The founder is actually still alive. Ling Tai Su's face showed a look of yearning. His strength must have reached the peak of enlightenment, right? The peak of cultivation, Yang Kai quickly said. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. I want to pay him a visit. He was High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, but compared to Chu Ling Xiao, the difference in seniority was too great. Now that he learned that his sect's ancestral founder was still alive, he naturally wanted to pay him a visit. I'll send you there, Yang Kai immediately said. No need, you have many things to do. Just find someone who knows the way to take me there. Ling Tai Su waved his hand. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. If someone else were to go with Grand Master, it would take at least 4 months, but if Disciple were to send you there, it would only take a few days. Oh. Ling Tai Su raised his brow. Do you have a way to make it so fast? Grand Master will know soon. Yang Kai smiled, thinking for a moment before saying, bring Sassafras with you. Ling Tai Su pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, he is now the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. He should come with me to see the founder. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and searched for Sassafras in the old site of War Spirit Temple. After a stick of incense worth of time, Sassafras rushed over. Brother-in-law, Grand Sect Master, what did you call me for? I'll take you to see the sect's founder. Yang Kai grinned, summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle, flew up, and called out to Sassafras and Ling Tai Su. After they stood up, the Flying Heavens shuttle immediately turned into a streak of blue light and disappeared. Feeling the terrifying speed of the shuttle, Ling Tai Su and Sassafras both paled. Sassafras exclaimed, Brother-in-law, what kind of artifact is that? Isn't it a bit too fast? He had now reached the transcendent realm, but when he released his divine sense, he was unable to capture the surrounding scenery, which meant that the speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle was several times faster than his divine sense. The Flying Heavens shuttle, an artifact specifically designed for flight, Yang Kai explained casually. That's amazing with this kind of speed. If I wanted to go to Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future, I'm afraid I could arrive there in the blink of an eye, Sassafras said excitedly. Brother-in-law, get me one too. Yang Kai's face went black. Ling Tai Su smiled and said, Don't even think about it. I'm afraid it's not an easy treasure to obtain. And in this world, I'm the only one. Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Sassafras was disappointed, only now realizing how precious the Flying Heavens shuttle was, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Brother-in-law, you can even obtain such a unique treasure. Your luck really surpasses the heavens. Right. You just said you wanted to take me to see the founder? What founder? Yang Kai immediately told him about Chu Ling Xiao and Soaring Heaven sect. Sassafras listened and couldn't help looking forward to it. With nothing to do along the way, Yang Kai took this opportunity to instill some knowledge of Tongxian realm into Sassafras and Ling Tai Su. 2 days later, they arrived at Soaring Heaven sect. Yang Kai rushed directly into Serene Resplendent Peak. Before he entered the mountain corridor though, a tender voice called out in his ear, Little martial nephew. Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai saw his martial aunt Feiyu standing not far away and waving towards him, apparently having noticed his arrival. Beside her were Sangyan, Rimaru, Fei Jian, and the others. Yang Kai smiled happily and hurriedly rushed over with High Heaven Pavilion and Sassafras. I was wondering which idiot dared to trespass on Serene Resplendent Peak. It turns out it was you who came back. Feiyu said enthusiastically as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back, always appearing and disappearing like a ghost? I just got here, Yang Kai grinned. In any case, it's not like I'm an outsider. You're the only one who dares to enter and leave my Serene Resplendent Peak at will. If Rimaru and the others dared to do so, I would have already beaten them to a pulp, Feiyu snorted. Rimaru said with a look of grievance. Why are you dragging me into this? I've never run over here without telling you first. These two are. Song Yan looked at Ling Tai-su and Sassafras suspiciously, wondering why Yang Kai had brought these two to Soaring Heaven sect. This is the Grand Master I mentioned to you before, Ling Tai-su, and this is my junior brother, Sassafras. He is now the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion. The four martial uncles were shocked, their eyes filled with surprise. The sect that ancestral founder founded in another world. High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai-su greets several brothers. Ling Tai-su cupped his fists. Although he looked much older than Song Yan and the others, Ling Tai-su knew that in terms of real age, each of these four was much older than him. So calling them brothers was only natural. Sassafras greets several martial uncles. Sassafras also hurriedly saluted. Good. Song Yan laughed and returned the greeting. Junior brother and martial nephew have finally returned to the sect. Good. If ancestral founder knew about this, he would be very happy. What about the other members of High Heaven Pavilion? Feiyu asked with concern. I placed them near Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The journey is too far, so they just arrived in Tongxian Realm, so I didn't let them come. It's fine if there is a chance in the future, bring them along, Song Yan said. Come with me to see ancestral founder. We also have some matters to attend to. Many thanks, brother. Ling Tai-su's mood fluctuated, secretly excited. Inside Chu Ling Zhao's secluded cultivation room, the group found a place to sit down cross-legged. After learning about the origins of Ling Tai-su and Sassafras, Chu Ling Zhao also felt a little emotional. After talking for a while, Chu Ling Zhao said, When I founded High Heaven Pavilion, it was an idea I had on the spur of the moment. After guarding the demon general's body for too long, I found a few disciples and taught them, but I didn't expect that after I left, they would be able to bring about great prosperity to High Heaven Pavilion. How many of them can bring glory to High Heaven Pavilion? And it seems I was a little irresponsible. If I had known earlier, I would have left more secret arts and manuals there. These years, you've suffered a lot. Ancestral founder is too serious. Ling Tai-su hurriedly said. It is also thanks to ancestral founder that this disciple can have today's achievements. Disciple being able to see ancestral founder in this lifetime is already a blessing from High Heaven Pavilion's ancestors. If they were to learn of this in the netherworld, they would surely be smiling in the afterlife. Good. Chu Ling Zhao gently nodded, a look of relief on his face. Chapter 949. Chu Ling Zhao was very concerned about the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion, while Ling Tai-su also wanted to chat with his ancestral founder. Seeing that they seemed to have a lot to talk about, Feiyu beckoned to Yang Kai from the side before quietly withdrawing. Yang Kai quickly excused himself and left. Outside the secret room, following Yang Kai, Song Yan and the others also came out. They had come here to report something to Chu Ling Zhao. But seeing him and Ling Tai-su chatting happily, they did not disturb them. Little martial nephew, I heard your Nine Heavens Holy Land's development is quite good. Feiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It's just SOSO. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I also heard that the saintesses of your Nine Heavens Holy Land are all obedient to the Holy Master. Is that true? Little martial nephew, how many saintesses have you found? Rimaro poked his head out and asked with a wretched expression before solemnly saying, Little boy, although you're young and strong, you need to exercise restraint, don't harm your body. Yang Kai's face went black, not knowing what to say, quickly changing the subject. Martial uncles, did you just come back from outside? Song Yan nodded. We went to the Snow Mountain Range to investigate the situation. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yang Kai asked curiously. The four saints glanced at each other, Feiyu thinking for a moment before asking. Little martial nephew isn't an outsider, why don't we talk about it? Song Yan nodded. We can talk about it. It's also a good opportunity for little martial nephew to remind your Nine Heavens Holy Land to pay attention. Seeing the dignified look on their faces, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this matter was somewhat unusual. Otherwise, how could four Saint Realm Masters treat it so seriously? Come with us. Feiyu beckoned and then led Yang Kai to the side with the other three martial uncles. More than half a year ago, the world's mysterious small worlds opened on their own. Little martial nephew should know, right? As they walked, Song Yan asked. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded. On top of that, he also suspected that the opening of all the mysterious small worlds had something to do with him destroying the space where Great Demon God's soul clone was. Although there was no definitive evidence, the timing was quite consistent. It was when the space was destroyed that all the entrances to the small sealed world opened. We don't know if there is any connection between these two events, but ever since the entrances to the mysterious small worlds were all opened, something happened in the Snow Mountain range. What's the situation? Yang Kai asked. A top-notch expert has mysteriously appeared. The Tsangyan replied in a low voice. Expert? A third-order saint. Yang Kai's expression changed. The number of third-order saints in the entire Tongxian realm could be counted on one's fingers. Among the 3 clans, the total number of such masters added together did not exceed 20. Yang Kai knew that the demon race only had 5 such masters. In addition to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, there were also the 4 Demon General. On the monster race's side, only 3 monster race great seniors had reached such a level, namely Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Shaking Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The human race's side had slightly more such masters, but not by much. Such a master suddenly appearing in the Snow Mountain range was naturally a cause for concern. Which race is it? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. The expressions of his 4 martial uncles suddenly became strange. The Tsangyan hesitating for a moment before saying, It is precisely because we cannot determine which race it is that it is puzzling. When we arrive, you'll understand. Yang Kai was stunned but no longer asked and simply followed the 4 martial uncles forward. Listening to what they said, it seemed that the third-order saint was being held captive in Soaring Heaven's sect at this moment, which made Yang Kai feel somewhat puzzled. Capturing a third-order saint wasn't a simple matter. Wearing a puzzled expression, Yang Kai did not say a word. Following the 4 martial uncles through Soaring Heaven sect, Yang Kai soon arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. At the base of this mountain peak was a hidden entrance that led the group into a mountain corridor. Along the side of the corridor, bright torches flickered, giving off a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. Feeling the pressure on his body, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Feiyu took the initiative to explain. There is a large spirit array here that has a restraining effect. It is a place my Soaring Heaven sect uses to imprison powerful enemies, but this place was generally empty until a few months ago when it was opened. That master is being held here? And the situation is very strange. We don't know how to explain it. It's best if you see it with your own eyes. Tsangyan nodded. All the way down, Yang Kai felt the pressure on his body grow larger and larger, as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him, causing his breathing to become heavy. This was obviously the residual power of the spirit array. Although it was not specifically targeted at Yang Kai, it still made him feel some pressure. If it was specifically targeted, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of person would be able to withstand such pressure. After descending 1,000 meters or so, the group finally arrived at a dim stone room. Inside this stone room, bright lines of light flickered and gathered together to form a huge and complex pattern. At the center of this pattern was a humanoid figure that was bound. Chu Lingzhao's demon sealing chain was firmly wrapped around the humanoid creature's body, constantly releasing a scorching hot power that incinerated its body. At the same time, the humanoid creature's hands and feet were firmly bound by some unknown artifact. A terrifying murderous aura spread throughout the stone room. That's him. Tsangyan pointed to the front and said, Little martial nephew, look carefully. If your 9 Heavens Holy Land encounters such a creature in the future, you must be careful. We still can't determine which race he belongs to. Yang Kai looked towards the humanoid figure, and his eyes suddenly shrank, calling out in horror, Bone race? What? The 4 martial uncles all turned to look at him. Yang Kai frowned and quickly stepped forward, arriving in front of the humanoid figure, and carefully examining it, becoming more and more certain of his judgment. The one bound here was actually a member of the Bone race. Little martial nephew, do you know this race? Tsangyan asked anxiously. I've seen it before. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Where did you see it? 7 or 8 years ago, when I went to find a senior sister of mine, north of the sea, in a place covered in glaciers, Yang Kai quickly explained. Back then, he had gone to find Su Yan and merged his souls with her in Ice Sect. The two of them had transformed into golden dragons and ice phoenixes, wandering the world and inadvertently destroying an iceberg. Inside that iceberg, Yang Kai found a frozen skeleton. This skeleton was exactly the same as the humanoid figure in front of him. With no flesh or blood, only bones and meridians, a terrifying sight to behold. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know the depth of this skeleton, and thought that it was some ice sect disciple who had accidentally encountered it. So he kindly brought back the frozen skeleton. Ice Master Qingya, Elder Qianyu, and Qianhao on the other hand, told Yang Kai a secret. A long time ago, a race called the Bone Race had mysteriously appeared in Tongxian realm. Their characteristics were that they were skeletons with very little flesh or blood, but each of them possessed tyrannical strength and lived long lives. The decline of Ice Sect was inextricably related to the Bone Race. Qingya finally asked Yang Kai to burn the skeleton, but the moment Yang Kai burned it, the skeleton, which should have been dead for countless years, revealed a trace of vitality. At that time, Yang Kai was startled and had a deep impression of this matter. Now that he saw the skeleton that was bound here, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the expressions of his martial seniors became more and more dignified. You mean he lived for thousands of years? The Tsangyan asked in disbelief. It should be, Yang Kai nodded. Ancestral Founder also said that although this person seemed to have no vitality, he was actually still alive. However, he should have just woken up from a deep sleep and his strength should not have been restored yet, which is why Ancestral Founder was able to easily capture him and bring him back to the sect. This Bone Race person was captured by Ancestral Founder? Yang Kai turned to look at the other four. On the same day that all the entrances to the mysterious small world opened, Ancestral Founder suddenly felt an abnormal aura coming from the Snow Mountain Range, and went to investigate. A few days later, he returned with this person. We all thought he was dead. Fortunately, Ancestral Founder had the foresight to bind him here. Rimaru said with a look of lingering fear. This Bone Race person's cultivation fluctuations were at the peak of the Third Order Saint realm, and although they were very faint, his realm was clear. If he had really been allowed to recover, Chu Ling Xiao may not have been able to do anything to him. Look, when we came here a few days ago, his meridians were still shriveled, but now they seem to have filled up a bit, and the vitality in his body has also become much richer. Feiyu noticed the situation and quickly reminded them. He's recovering. The Tsangyan's face changed. What kind of astonishing vitality was this? After being frozen in the Snow Mountain Range for thousands of years, he was actually able to recover after waking up. It was simply shocking. How come we've never heard of such a race before? The four people looked at each other in confusion. The world is big and full of strange things. There are many things we don't know about. Rimaru, go inform Ancestral Founder and ask him what we should do now, the Tsangyan ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Rimaru immediately disappeared. Originally, he had brought Yang Kai here just to give him a reminder, but Yang Kai had unexpectedly obtained some information, causing the Tsangyan to immediately take this matter seriously. A short time later, Chu Ling Xiao rushed over. I've heard the situation from Rimaru. Yang Kai, how much do you know about this Bone Race? Chu Ling Xiao asked seriously. Not much. Yang Kai shook his head. All I know is that if we want to completely obliterate him, it's best to burn his bones to ashes, otherwise, once he fully recovers, he'll be very difficult to deal with. Indeed, this old master has never heard of such a strange race before, but I do know a thing or two about that ice sect. I didn't expect their bloodline to still be alive. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Ancestral Founder knows about ice sect? Yang Kai was surprised. Of course, that endless Snow Mountain Range was where ice sect was founded a long time ago. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. However, this also explained why the Bone Race had appeared here. The decline of Ice Sect was inextricably related to the Bone Race. Presumably, a long time ago, they had fought with the Bone Race here and then chased them to that ice world, where they had been stationed. There, they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 950. Soaring Heaven Sect. In a secret room at the bottom of a mountain peak, Yang Kai released his true Yang Yuan Qi and condensed it into a true Yang flame that burned towards the Bone Race skeleton. Chu Lingxiao and his 4 martial uncles stood nearby and watched quietly, a look of dread filling their faces. Yang Kai's true yang flame was not an ordinary flame. It was the crystallization of his cultivation, extremely condensed and vigorous. Very few things could resist its burning power. The bone race skeleton, bound by the demon sealing chain and various artifacts, remained motionless, as if it was truly dead. However, the demonic qi emanating from its body only grew stronger and stronger. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk a series of ear-piercing explosions rang out in the secret room as the bone race skeleton, and the meridians attached to it were gradually burned to ash at a rate visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, 2 green lights lit up from the bone race skeleton's eye sockets, like 2 gloomy eyes or 2 ghostly flames, flickering erratically. An even more violent demonic qi suddenly burst out. Asterisk roar. Asterisk an angry roar suddenly sounded from the bone race skeleton's divine sense, penetrating everyone's knowledge sea, allowing them to clearly feel its unwillingness and fury. This roar was mixed with an inexplicable divine sense attack, causing everyone's knowledge sea to tremble. Everyone paled, Yang Kai increasing the output of his yuan qi. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk the skeleton gradually shattered and turned to ash. The violently pulsing ghostly flames in the bone race skeleton's eye sockets also quickly dimmed and soon lost their luster. After an incense stick worth of time, all that was left of the skeleton was a cloud of black dust. Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a while. He really didn't die, his vitality is so tenacious. Feiyu said with a look of fear. With only a skeleton left, how could he possibly survive? Song Yan also felt a little incredulous. Perhaps he was originally just a skeleton without any flesh or blood, or perhaps his skeleton was his life essence. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. What little martial nephew means is that as long as his skeleton remains, he won't die. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, this race is completely different from the known races on the continent. They are also extremely dangerous. If we encounter them in the future, we can't let our guard down. Don't worry, if I ever see him again, I'll definitely crush his bones into dust. Ramar secretly swore. Is there such a strange creature on the continent? Chu Lingxiao's brow furrowed deeply. With his knowledge and experience, if it weren't for Yang Kai's coincidental arrival today, he wouldn't have been able to figure out the identity of this bone race youth he had captured. At that time, he had gone to the snowy mountain to investigate. Following the source of the murderous aura, he found this skeleton under 1,000 feet of snow. Sensing that his condition was strange, he casually brought him back. Fortunately, I had the foresight to seal him here. However, ever since that day, this old master has felt that this world has become somewhat different. Chu Lingxiao solemnly said. What ancestral founder means is. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Chu Lingxiao pondered for a moment before saying, Your cultivation is not high enough, so you cannot clearly feel this change, but I believe that all third-order saints in this world will feel the same as this old master. The world seems to have become brighter than before, and at night, many stars that were previously invisible can now be seen. Yang Kai's expression changed. This old master doesn't know why this is, but it seems that the world is about to change. Chu Lingxiao sighed faintly. The 4 martial uncles and martial seniors all trembled slightly, finally understanding why their ancestral founder would often leave his secluded retreat at night to look up at the star field. They didn't know why their ancestral founder would do such a strange thing, and thought that Chu Lingxiao was trying to comprehend the heavenly Tao, but after hearing him say this, they understood that he had discovered something unusual, and was now observing it carefully. After staying in Soaring Heaven sect for 2 more days, Yang Kai, Ling Taisu, and Sassafras returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Before leaving, their ancestral founder repeatedly warned them to be careful in the future, and that if they encountered any strange creatures like the bone race again, they were to inform him. Yang Kai readily agreed. Along the way, Yang Kai was silent, lost in thought. Ling Taisu noticed his absent-mindedness and asked, Did something happen? Yang Kai nodded and told him about the bone race. Ling Taisu also paled slightly, but he couldn't give any opinion. After all, he had only been in Tongxian realm for a short time, and didn't even know how big this world was, let alone the bone race. Back in the Great Han Dynasty, they didn't even know about the demon race or the monster race. They only thought that in this world, the only sentient beings were the human race. Only after arriving in Tongxian realm did they realize how short-sighted they were. Grand Master doesn't need to worry. Even if the heavens fall, there will be a tall one to hold it up. Yang Kai chuckled, his mood relaxing greatly as he turned to Sassafras and asked with a smile, "What good thing did you get? Why are you grinning so much?" Sassafras grinned meaningfully and took out a universe bag. "Look, this was given to me by Ancestral Founder." "A universe bag?" Yang Kai nodded. "You know how to use it, right?" "Of course I know. The Ancestral Master and several martial uncles also gave me a lot of secret treasures, ancient books of martial arts, and so on. They are all in there." Sumu carefully put the universal bag on his chest and gently patted it. "Since they gave you so many things, you have to make good use of them. Don't fail to live up to the expectations of Ancestral Founder and your martial uncles," Ling Tai Su said earnestly. "Disciple understands." Sassafras nodded seriously before suddenly asking, "Brother-in-law, when are you going to bring elder sister back? Our entire sect has come here. It's time for her to come back." "And after sending you back this time, I'll go find Su Yan," Yang Kai nodded. Even if Sassafras hadn't reminded him, he had already planned to do so. After being separated for 7 or 8 years, Yang Kai didn't want to live such a life of lovesickness any longer. Now that Xia Ningchang was also in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, as long as he could find Su Yan, his whole family would be reunited. Yang Kai yearned for such a life. 2 days later, the trio returned to the former site of War Spirit Temple. Just as they returned, Su Hui, who had heard the news, reported, "Holy Master, 2 days ago, someone came to the Holy Land and asked to see you." "Who?" Yang Kai asked. "They said it was the Pavilion Master of Twin Spirit Pavilion, called Wu Fa or Wu Tian," Su Hui reported, after which he couldn't help laughing, obviously thinking that these two people's names were too arrogant. "Oh, they came in person?" Yang Kai raised his brow. While leading this group of cultivators to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master Chenzhou had sent Elder Xiaoling to Twin Spirit Pavilion to report to them. Now that a few months had passed, Twin Spirit Pavilion had received word that they would indeed take action. However, the fact that the two pavilion masters had come in person showed that they really attached great importance to the Hu sisters. This made Yang Kai very satisfied, at least they had shown enough sincerity. "Does Holy Master want to see them?" Su Hui asked. "Of course I want to see them. Where are they now?" "They're in the Holy Land." "Good, continue to entertain them, tell them I'll be back soon." Su Hui nodded and quickly left. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and searched War Spirit Temple, a moment later finding the location of the Hu sisters. His figure flickered and he quickly rushed over. War Spirit Temple covered a large area, and Blood Battle Gang was located in the northwest corner of War Spirit Temple. There was a complex of buildings there that could accommodate the Blood Battle Gang's disciples. At this moment, the Hu sisters and gang leader Hu Man were working with the disciples to take care of this new residence. They were repairing the damaged house and cleaning the floor. They were extremely busy. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Hu Man walked over with a hearty smile and cupped his fists. "Nephew Yang has come." The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes also lit up as they smiled like blooming flowers. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "What do you think of this place? Are you satisfied?" Hu Man quickly said, "How could we be dissatisfied? Nephew Yang has already arranged everything and sent us a lot of cultivation materials. All we need to do is live here and cultivate in peace. We are completely satisfied with our current cultivation environment. There is nothing to be picky about." "That's good. Good, if you have any needs, just tell the Holy Land's elders. They will do everything possible to satisfy you. There is nothing we need." Hu Man laughed and changed the topic. "But if Nephew Yang is free and can take the time to teach my 2 daughters, then this Hu will be very grateful. And it would be best if you could teach them day and night. There is no harm in teaching them personally. This Hu will be very relieved. Ha 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 ha. Father, if you don't speak, no one will think you are mute." Hu Jiao Er's face turned red as she glared at her father. Since coming here, Hu Man had been constantly talking about Yang Kai in their ears. How could the Hu sisters not know what he was thinking? Now that he was saying such things in front of Yang Kai, Hu Jiao couldn't bear it. His intentions were clearly written on his face. You talk. Hu Man laughed dryly and tactfully left. Don't pay attention to him. Hu Jiao walked over to Yang Kai's side, her face still red. He is used to talking nonsense. What business do you have with us? Hu Mei asked. The people from Twin Spirit Pavilion have come. Yang Kai replied seriously. The Hu sisters' tender bodies trembled as they stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes. The two people who have come are the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Their intentions are obvious and they are sincere. Now it is up to you to decide. The two sisters glanced at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a moment, Hu Jiao said, Whatever you say we will do as you say. They handed the choice to Yang Kai. Do you want to go? Yang Kai asked with a smile. The two sisters nodded together, Hu Jiao saying, I want to see what kind of sect it is. Yang Kai could understand their mood, just as when Yang Kai learned that Dragon Phoenix Palace was the source of his and Su Yan's inheritances, he couldn't help but associate it with himself. Giving Sun Yu such a great opportunity and being kind to Dragon Phoenix Palace was also for this reason. If you want to go, then go. There, you may be able to find some people you can share a common language with. Moreover, if you go there, you may have even greater gains. Chen Zhou had vouched for Wu Fei and Wu Tian's character, so with this layer of protection, even if the Hu sisters went to Twin Spirit Pavilion, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Wu Fei and Wu Tian would only treat them as treasures. Chapter 951. Nine Heavens Holy Land, Guest Hall. Twin Spirit Pavilion's two pavilion masters, Wu Fei and Wu Tian, sat upright on their chairs with anxious expressions, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. From time to time, they would turn their heads to look outside, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had been here for a few days now, but had yet to see the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, or the twin sisters who cultivated the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art. His heart was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. With the Holy Land's great elder chalk old man Su Hui accompanying them, none of them dared to show too much impatience, only able to secretly express their anxiety. A few years ago, an ordinary young disciple from Dragon Phoenix Palace entered Dragon Valley and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's power to reappear. In just 2 years, this young disciple's cultivation had broken through from the Yuan-Chi Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage. On the day he emerged from seclusion, Frozen Nether Cave Heaven, who had come to invade Dragon Phoenix Palace, was forced to retreat. Frozen Nether Cave Heaven suffered heavy casualties while Dragon Phoenix Palace emerged victorious. When the news reached the Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fei and Wu Tian were incredibly envious. They also deeply understood the might of an ancient inheritance. While they were happy for Dragon Phoenix Palace, they were also somewhat disappointed. The supreme inheritances of Twin Spirit Pavilion and Dragon Phoenix Palace had both been severed at the same time, but now new hope had appeared in Dragon Phoenix Palace while none existed in Twin Spirit Pavilion. In comparison, how could Wu Fei and Wu Tian feel at ease? He often sighed and lamented that the heavens did not favor the Twin Spirit Pavilion. However, a few years later, Dragon Phoenix Palace's old man Xiaoling came to report happily that a pair of twin sisters who cultivated the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art had appeared in a mysterious small world. What's more, this pair of sisters had now arrived in Tongxian Realm, in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Hearing this news, Wu Fei and Wu Tian immediately set out from the Twin Spirit Pavilion and rushed to this place, not daring to waste any time along the way, arriving at Nine Heavens Holy Land as quickly as possible. However, they didn't see anyone, and even after asking Su Hui, Wu Fei and Wu Tian couldn't help feeling anxious. Fortunately, just now, Su Hui had rushed over and told them that the Holy Master would be arriving soon, telling them to calm down. Great Chalk Elder, may I ask when Yang Shengzhu will arrive? Wu Fei couldn't hold back the impatience in his heart. As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression became incomparably awkward. Because he had already asked this question Shengzhu 3, he He is, Pavilion Master Wu. Isn't being a little Pavilion Master as he is being too anxious? To be Pavilion Master Wu is? Chalk, please don't mind Chalk to Chalk man. Right at this time, Wu Tian's body suddenly trembled as he said in a low voice, Big brother, they're here. Wu Fa also quickly released his divine sense, and sure enough, he noticed that someone was quickly approaching from outside. The two brothers couldn't sit still any longer, their figures flickering as they arrived outside the guest hall, and gazed into the distance. A moment later, a green light flashed, and 3 silhouettes appeared leisurely. Divine Chalant his divine shungs twos to be understood Chalant. SBs or Yangbi. However, Wu Fa and Wu Tian's eyes were firmly attracted to the 2 women behind the young man. The 2 women looked exactly the same. Their life auras and true qi fluctuations were exactly the same. As they stood together, there seemed to be an invisible connection between them. Their true qi and true qi coexisted. If it weren't for their different temperaments, anyone would have mistaken them for one and the same. Wu Fa and Wu Tian took a deep breath, their expressions suddenly becoming excited as they stared at the Hu sisters, unwilling to move their eyes away, their eyes gradually filling with surprise and excitement. There was no need to confirm it. When they saw these 2 sisters, Wu Fa and Wu Tian had already determined that they were cultivating the twin qi shared spirit divine art. Because in this world, besides the twin qi shared spirit divine art, there was no other secret art that could cause such a situation. What's more, the 2 of them were cultivating the most orthodox twin qi shared spirit divine art. In terms of their auras and vitality, even Wu Fa and Wu Tian, as pavilion masters, were inferior to the Hu sisters. Their degree of Yuan qi connection was also inferior to these 2 girls. Big brother! Wu Tian shouted, a fanatical expression appearing on his face. That's right, Wu Fa was also very excited. This is definitely the supreme inheritance of my twin spirit pavilion. The Hu sisters were also curiously sizing up Wu Fa and Wu Tian. They had never seen a cultivator in a situation similar to theirs. However, the 2 of them were glaring at them as if they wanted to eat them alive, causing them to feel a little frightened, so they couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Their subtle movements made Wu Fa and Wu Tian realize that they had lost their composure, so they quickly put on gentle smiles, showing harmless and amiable expressions. You 2 are the pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion, right? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Wu Fa and Wu Tian's expressions became serious as they cupped their fists. We are. Is Your Excellency Yang Shengzhu? Yang Kai nodded. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Wu Fa exchanged pleasantries and got straight to the point. Yang Shengzhu, these 2 girls. Yang Kai smiled and interrupted him. Let's talk inside. Saying so, he led the Hu sisters into the main hall. Wu Fa and Wu Tian glanced at each other before helplessly following. After the host and guests were seated, Yang Kai asked for tea to be served before calmly saying, I'll get straight to the point. The purpose of the 2 pavilion masters coming here is clear to me. Wu Fa looked excited as he stared at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. It's just that my 9 heavens holy land and twin spirit pavilion have never dealt with each other before. And this holy master is not familiar with the 2 pavilion masters, so there are some things I must clarify first. I hope the 2 pavilion masters will forgive me. Yang Shengzhu is right, this is only natural, Wu Fa and Wu Tian quickly expressed. Let's put it this way. You want the 2 of them to go to your twin spirit pavilion, right? Wu Fa and Wu Tian both nodded. Because the 2 of them have mastered the supreme inheritance of the twin spirit pavilion, and are the hope of its revitalization. The 2 of them also want to see the twin spirit pavilion. I have already confirmed this with them. Really? Wu Fa was overjoyed and looked towards the Hu sisters gratefully. They had been on edge all this time, worried that the 2 sisters wouldn't be willing to go with them. But if they didn't want to, they couldn't force them. This was 9 heavens holy land, where masters were as common as clouds. The 2 brothers were only first-order saints, and although defeating a second-order saint wasn't a problem for them, in 9 heavens holy land, such strength was far too weak. The 2 of them had stayed here for a few days, and had felt a powerful aura from a nearby mountain peak that caused their hearts to palpitate. They didn't doubt that there was a third-order saint guarding this place. Daring to act presumptuously here was no different from digging one's own grave. This is a matter of mutual consent. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to say anything. Yang Kai smiled gently. But these two girls to me, and they're like little sisters next door. As soon as this statement came out, the Hu sisters glanced over at him faintly. Yang Kai pretended not to notice and continued. On top of that, they only came to Tongxian realm recently and lived in a mysterious small world before, so they don't know anything about this place, so I wanted to help them ask about it carefully. Yang Shengzhu, please speak, us two brothers will give you a satisfactory answer, Wu Fa said firmly. If they go to Twin Spirit Pavilion, what kind of treatment will they receive? Yang Kai no longer acted polite and asked directly. Wu Fa thought for a moment and said, Dragon Phoenix Palace has a disciple named Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor. How Dragon Phoenix Palace treats Sun Yu will be how my Twin Spirit Pavilion will treat these two girls. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. If they want to come back here one day, we will. We won't stop them, as long as the inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion can be carried forward. As for where it is, it doesn't matter. If they go there in terms of cultivation, we will provide them with the best cultivation materials in the sect, the best cultivation environment. Us two brothers can even protect them at all times. We won't let them come to any harm unless we die. The twin chi shared spirit divine art they have mastered. If they don't want to speak, no one can force them. This is an opportunity given to them by my Twin Spirit Pavilion's ancestors. They, Yang Kai spoke one by one, and the two brothers Wu Fa and Wu Tian spoke one after another, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Their faces were filled with sincerity, unconditionally agreeing to everything. All of their answers extremely satisfying. They, Yang Kai. Hu Jiao quietly nudged Yang Kai and winked. That's enough, don't make things difficult for others. The various conditions proposed by Yang Kai were quite tricky, and the Hu sisters really didn't want to see Wu Fa and Wu Tian make any more promises. They had already felt the other party's sincerity. Then let's leave it at that. Yang Kai chuckled before turning to the side and ordering. Su Hui, prepare some saint pills for cultivation and have them take them on the road. Yes. Su Hui quickly went out to arrange. Over the past few days, Xiaoning Chang and the 5 grandmasters had continued to refine pills for those who requested them, so the Holy Land had now accumulated a lot of saint pills and spirit pills. Wu Fa and Wu Tian both trembled as they stared at Yang Kai with slight surprise. Saint pills were rare, but this young Shengzhu actually wanted to give some to these two girls. It was obvious how important these two girls were to him. For a moment, their expressions became ambiguous. When do you want to leave? Yang Kai turned to look at the Hu sisters. Hu Jiao hesitated for a moment before replying. It depends on the two seniors' intentions. Wu Fa couldn't wait any longer. Let's set off now. The journey to Twin Spirit Pavilion is long and will take at least 1 to 2 months. All right. Hu Jiao nodded before turning to Yang Kai. Help me inform my father that we will be going to Twin Spirit Pavilion first, and we'll be back soon. Tell him not to worry. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. How should I address these two young ladies? Wu Fa and Wu Tian had already come up and inquired about the Hu sisters' names. They would be living in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a long time in the future, so it was natural to ask for their names first. The Hu sisters quickly replied. The 4 of them chatted happily and the atmosphere was harmonious. The 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion wore relieved looks as they looked at the Hu sisters with kind eyes. Chapter 952. Outside the 9 Peaks, Yang Kai personally sent off the Hu sisters and the 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Wu Fa and Wu Tian walked in front while Yang Kai led Hu Jiao and Hu Mei a few steps behind, carefully reminding them of a few things. The 2 sisters hadn't been in this world for long, and now they were going to another place, so there were some things they needed to pay attention to. Jiao and Hu Mei nodded their heads obediently. After talking for a long time, Yang Kai stopped and said, Then I'll send you off here. When you go there, keep a low profile and try not to cause trouble for others. If you feel wronged, come back and find me. I'll help you vent your anger. Oh, Hu Mei seemed a little reluctant to part. Hu Jiao, however, stuck her tender body close to Yang Kai's and reached out to pinch his back. What are you doing? Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he stared at her blankly. You actually said that we're your little sisters from next door. Hu Jiao clenched her teeth. Mei is one thing, she's younger than you. So it's fine if you call her little sister, but what about me? Do you want this grandaunt to call you big brother Yang? She had an enchanting appearance, and her voice was sweet and coquettish. Yang Kai listened to her and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Can you be any more shameless? Hu Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of age, she was older than Yang Kai. But because she and her little sister looked so similar, people who didn't know would mistakenly think they were twins. Isn't it convenient to introduce you? Also, I said that to raise your status. You know it in your heart. Why are you taking it so seriously? Yang Kai said helplessly. I know what you're trying to do. Hu Jiao let go of his hand, her expression suddenly becoming faint as she giggled. It wouldn't be bad to have a big brother like you next door. Yang Kai froze for a moment. While he was still in a daze, the Hu sisters had already stepped forward and joined Wu Fa and Wu Tian. The twin spirit pavilion's two pavilion masters turned around and cupped their fists. Yang Shengzhu, we will take our leave now. You don't need to worry about the safety of the two ladies. As long as we brothers are alive, no one can bully them. Thank you, pavilion masters. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a serious expression. Jiao and Mei looked at each other. And for some unknown reason, they suddenly raised their hands together and said, Goodbye, big brother Yang, we will miss you. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Staring in the direction they disappeared, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, and quickly returned to Nine Heaven's holy land to find his little senior sister to seek some warmth. 10 days later, everything was arranged properly. On the side of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty coexisted peacefully. The early preparatory work had been completed, and all that was left was time for them to familiarize themselves with this world. Inside the Holy Land, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about many things as Great Elder Su Hui handled everything properly. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yang Kai embarked on the road to Ice Sect alone. He was going to bring Su Yan back to reunite with everyone in the sect. This time he didn't bring anyone with him. Li Rong and Han Fei wanted to go with him, but Yang Kai didn't agree. Going to find his own woman, how could he bring two beauties with him? Even if Su Yan was magnanimous and didn't suspect anything, Yang Kai would still feel embarrassed. As such, he firmly refused Li Rong and Han Fei's request to go with him. As for how to get to Ice Sect, Yang Kai didn't know. So he planned to go to Water Spirit Temple first and use it as a transit point to find Ice Sect. High up in the sky, a blue light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai stood atop the Flying Heavens shuttle and flew forward, crossing mountains, crossing rivers, and getting closer and closer to Water Spirit Temple. Yang Kai's mood became more and more excited. The closer Yang Kai got to Su Yan, the more he felt a sense of homesickness. He didn't know what Su Yan's current cultivation was, but Yang Kai estimated that with her aptitude and the cultivation environment on the other side, she shouldn't be any weaker than him in terms of cultivation. When he had chased her and Xia Ningchang all the way to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai's only thought was to find them as soon as possible. But this simple wish had taken him a full 10 years to achieve. At that time, he had never imagined he would have the achievements he had today. Third Order Transcendent Realm, Yuan Qi Saint Transformation Realm, and as the Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, he could command the ancient demon clan while concealing his identity as the Dragon Emperor. Besides the fact that his strength was still slightly lacking, it could be said that Yang Kai had already stood at the peak of this world, and was an absolute overlord. The improvement of his strength was only a matter of time. When he first arrived here, Yang Kai felt as if he had come from the wilderness, not knowing anything about the outside world. Following behind Yun Xian and the others from Bold Independent Union, he silently observed the world around him with his own eyes. Alone, without anyone to rely on, Yang Kai was shocked by the strength of Bold Independent Union. But now, a force like Bold Independent Union could be destroyed with a single word from him. And Bold Independent Union's Union Master, Yin Cheng, was even complacent about being able to form a relationship with him. Thinking about this for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, a burst of panic screams came from below as many cultivators were running in his direction, many of them wearing horrified expressions as they looked back from time to time, as if something was chasing them from behind. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and slowed down his speed. He wasn't sure what had happened down below that had caused so many people to flee in panic. About 30 kilometers in front of him was a city called Blue Water City. In order to find Su Yan, Yang Kai had come here before, so he knew that this Blue Water City was the territory of Water Spirit Temple. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that at this moment, Blue Water City was filled with chaos, with miserable howls and screams echoing in his ears. Yang Kai's face sank as he transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared. A moment later, when he reappeared, he had arrived above Blue Water City. Looking down, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help narrowing. The entire Blue Water City could be described as a living hell. Everywhere one could see red blood and broken limbs. The scene was simply too horrible to look at. Yang Kai was at a loss. He didn't know what had happened here that had turned the entire city into an Azura's field. This was Water Spirit Temple's territory. Did Water Spirit Temple not care? Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered some unusual places. In many places in the city, Yang Kai sensed a familiar and violent aura, all of which were bursting out without any concealment. This evil chi was so rich that it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Looking at the place closest to him, Yang Kai froze on the spot. In that location there stood a skeleton. This skeleton was completely red, and the sound of flowing water could be heard coming from it, as if there was blood flowing through it. Within its two eye sockets, there was a flickering green light that caused anyone who saw it to shudder. Beside this skeleton there were many dead cultivator corpses. At this moment, an inexplicable suction force was being emitted from this skeleton, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the corpses and pieces of flesh on the ground turned into pure energy that was quickly absorbed by the skeleton. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of these corpses, a thin layer of flesh appeared on the surface of the skeleton, covering its bones. It looked like a skinny man who had been skinned alive. Yang Kai was horrified and exclaimed, "Bone race?" The skeleton in front of him exuded a vigorous vitality, clearly belonging to the bone race, but it was different from the ones Yang Kai had seen in Ice Sect and Soaring Heaven Sect. It was as if the skeleton had completely come back to life. The powerful aura of a first-order saint was exuding from its body. Yang Kai groaned in his heart, unable to explain the strange phenomenon in front of him. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, the Bone Race Master suddenly turned his head and stared at him, his green eyes glowing like willow. The wisps as a fierce divine sense locked onto Yang Kai. Then he cracked open his bloody mouth and seemed to reveal a smile. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he finally understood why the residents of Blue Water City had fled in panic. Anyone who saw this strange scene would be terrified. What's more, the strength of the residents of Blue Water City wasn't very high, but this bone race skeleton was at least a Saint Realm Master. Throughout Blue Water City, there was more than one bone race skeleton in front of him. Under Yang Kai's divine sense, he noticed that there were at least 4 or 5 other auras scattered throughout the city. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have attracted the bone race skeleton's interest, and after staring at him for a while, it actually began walking straight towards him. This skeleton clearly had no skin, but wherever it passed, it was extremely clean. Not a single drop of blood spilled from the surface of its body, nor did it stain the ground. Halfway through, the bone race skeleton transformed into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, and the yuan qi in his body surged as he sent out a palm strike. A huge palm print flew out like a collapsing mountain, and with a loud crash, the bone race skeleton was struck by the heaven-covering hand and revealed its true form. Drops of gemstone-like blood sputtered from its body, and the thin layer of flesh that had just condensed was shattered, falling to the ground and revealing blood-red bones. The bone race skeleton was stunned for a moment, the flames in its eye sockets flickering more and more rapidly, seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to block its attack. The bone race skeleton's aura was obviously enraged as it opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. As this roar passed by, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer, his knowledge sea tumbling violently. The bone race skeleton's roar clearly contained an extremely powerful soul attack. Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards the bone race skeleton. Xiao. The heaven-punishing spear transformed into a streak of golden light, and pierced through the bone race skeleton's mouth with lightning speed, exiting from the back of its head. A transparent hole appeared in Yang Kai, who was standing in front of the bone race skeleton, was able to see through this hole to the back of its head. However, the bone race skeleton remained indifferent, the thin layer of flesh on its neck wriggling fiercely as the wound quickly healed without any trace of having been penetrated. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong and his mood became heavy. Chapter 953. This strange race could not only absorb the essence of the flesh and blood of the dead to shape their own bodies, they could even ignore such fatal wounds. It was practically an immortal existence, causing Kai Yang to involuntarily give birth to a creepy feeling. The blow just now seemed to have completely enraged the other party. The bone race master opened his mouth and let out a fierce roar as a blood-red light suddenly condensed into a giant hand that covered the sky and shot towards Yang Kai. Within the blood, there was a power that made one's heart tremble. It released a wave of sizzling sounds, possessing extremely powerful corrosive properties. Yang Kai let out a grunt as the hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up, and his true Yang Yuan Qi erupted like a volcano. In an instant he became like a blazing sun, his golden light illuminating all of Blue Water City in a dazzling manner. Blood fell onto his head, but before it could reach him, it evaporated completely. The bone race master on the other side was obviously taken aback, but before he could recover, Yang Kai had already rushed forward and clung tightly to him. A profound heavenly sword condensed from his true chi appearing in his hand. Waves of unwilling and angry howls came out from the mouth of the bone race clansman. The thin flesh attached to his bones was cut off piece by piece, and blood constantly flowed out of the bright red bones. It was a very miserable sight. Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he continued to destroy this bone race master in front of him, while silently observing his strength. This bone race master had the aura of a first-order saint, but it seemed that he was unable to display his full strength, and as his flesh and blood was cut off, his violent aura also gradually weakened. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew and stared at his opponent. The bone race master in front of him had been reduced to a skeleton, with only his bones and meridians remaining firmly fixed to his bones. It was an extremely strange sight. However, Yang Kai was shocked to discover that even after so many of his attacks, his opponent's bones did not have the slightest scar. His bones seemed to be even stronger than the strongest artifact. Even though his flesh and blood had been destroyed, it did not affect his vitality at all. The bone race master's body once again exuded a powerful suction force, and in an instant, Yang Kai felt his vitality churn as the blood flowing through his veins threatened to burst out of his body, causing his skin to crack open. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated his Yuan Qi to resist the attraction of the bone race's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in all directions, the flesh and blood essence of countless cultivators who had died tragically transformed into streams of energy that were visible to the naked eye and poured into the skeleton. A moment later, another thin layer of flesh and blood appeared around the bone race master's body, bolstering his violent momentum. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt that his guess back in Soaring Heaven sect a few days ago might be correct. For this strange race, flesh and blood were not necessary. Their bones were where their essence lay. As long as their bones were not destroyed, they would never die. No wonder Qingye wanted him to burn the bones of the bone race. Only by doing so could he completely destroy them. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly felt that he had seen through the essence of this race. The profound heavenly sword in his hand turned into specks of light and disappeared. Yang Kai clapped his palms together and pushed them forward. Beast Soul Seal. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the cry of an ox, the white tiger and divine ox appeared. Break for me. Yang Kai roared as the two beast souls condensed from his Yuan Qi rushed towards the bone race master. Yang Kai following closely behind. One man and two beasts launched the simplest, most direct, and most violent attack. Earth-splitting divine ox charged forward. the single horn on its forehead directly piercing through the Bone Race Master's abdomen, lifting him high into the air. The huge impact caused the Bone Race Master's eyes to flicker, clearly unable to bear such a blow. The heaven-splitting white tiger took this opportunity to pounce forward, opening its bloody maw and firmly biting down on one of the Bone Race Master's arms, refusing to let go, allowing the Bone Race Master to beat it up. Yang Kai flew out and stood on top of the white tiger, his expression cold as he reached out and grabbed the Bone Race Master's other arm. Ci la la. The hot yuan qi burned the blood and flesh outside the bones, emitting an unpleasant stench. Yang Kai turned a blind eye to this and stared down at the Bone Race Master indifferently, pulling hard. A violent aura burst out from the Bone Race Master's body, causing him to panic. At the same time, he struggled violently, trying to break free from the shackles of the two beast souls. The beast souls condensed from Yang Kai's yuan qi were unable to resist the impact of his aura, and in the blink of an eye, they dimmed significantly, and were on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai unhurriedly used his free hand to release the imprisoning heaven chain. A golden rope wrapped around the Bone Race Master's body, immobilizing him. His two ghastly eyes pulsed rapidly, revealing the uneasiness in his heart. Thick blood qi rushed out from his bones, transforming into a series of strange monsters with ferocious fangs that bit at Yang Kai. Grand Heavenly Shield. A shield-like barrier appeared in front of those ferocious beasts, blocking their attacks. Yang Kai increased the strength of his grip. Kacha. Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. One of the Bone Race Master's arms was gradually elongated, and then torn off. Scorching hot yuan qi burst forth from Yang Kai's hand, instantly incinerating the torn arm into ashes. A fierce roar came from the Bone Race Master's mouth as thick blood and life essence flowed out from his severed arm, making him appear much more dispirited. Yang Kai clenched his hand into a fist and slammed it into the Bone Race Master's chest, crushing his opponent's bones like a giant hammer. Kacha. The bones in the Bone Race Master's chest gradually broke and shattered while the heaven-shaking white tiger also bit down hard, tearing apart his meridians and ripping out his bones one by one. After half a cup of tea's time, the ghastly flames in the Bone Race Master's eyes finally dimmed and slowly extinguished, his entire body disintegrating and scattering to the ground. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he stood in place, his brow furrowed. He realized just how difficult the Bone Race was to deal with. Against them, ordinary attacks had no effect at all, and even fatal wounds couldn't harm them at all. The only way to destroy them was to burn them directly or tear them apart violently. With Yang Kai's current strength, dealing with a First-Order Saint cultivator wasn't a problem, but facing a Bone Race Master was a different story. Throughout Blue Water City, there were 4 or 5 such auras, one of which was even a Second-Order Saint. Things weren't quite right. At that moment, a familiar life aura suddenly appeared in the range of Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai quickly flew up into the sky and looked over, quickly discovering that Shui Ling of Water Spirit Temple was fleeing under the protection of a saint cultivator. This saint realm cultivator's strength wasn't low, and a rich and soft water aura flowed from his body. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s and his robes were stained with blood. His saint chi was fluctuating erratically, clearly indicating he had just experienced a difficult battle. As soon as he appeared, the 4 or 5 Bone Race Masters in Blue Water City immediately noticed him, and shot out beams of blood-red light from all corners of Blue Water City towards him. To the Bone Race, he seemed to be a delicious meal that had aroused their interest. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Bone Race Masters rushed to his side and surrounded him, their ghastly eyes staring at him with great interest, clearly harboring malicious intent. Shui Ling, who was being protected by this middle-aged man, couldn't help shivering as her pretty face went pale. The middle-aged man wore a dignified expression as he turned to Shui Ling and said a few words. When Shui Ling heard this, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she shook her head repeatedly. "Be obedient." Seeing her like this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. Shui Ling's expression froze for a moment before she nodded. A resolute expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he released a soft water aura from his body, causing the surrounding water attribute world energy to suddenly become violent. Crystal clear water droplets suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man, tens of thousands of them seemingly endless. Immediately after, these water pillars shot out like arrows from a bowstring, bombarding the bone race soldiers from all directions, each containing a tyrannical power. Retreat! The middle-aged man shouted as he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the water droplets to converge midair and form a series of water arrows. The bone race people gathered around the middle-aged man remained indifferent, allowing the water arrows to penetrate their bodies. The only reaction they had was to shift their bodies due to the huge force behind the water arrows. By the time these water arrows were formed, Shui Ling had already turned into a mist and disappeared from this world. She possessed the water spirit body and was born with this divine technique. Yang Kai had also suffered many losses under this technique, and in the end, he had to rely on Old Demon to subdue Shui Ling. However, Shui Ling still couldn't escape. One of the bone race masters suddenly stared towards a certain spot in the air and released his spiritual energy, sending out an invisible attack. Shui Ling screamed miserably as her disappeared figure reappeared and fell from the sky, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. A burst of strange laughter came from the mouths of the bone race masters, but because they didn't have much flesh and blood left, their voices sounded like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, extremely harsh to the ears. One of the bone race masters stared at Shui Ling with greedy eyes, obviously very interested in her flesh and blood. The water spirit body allowed them to recover faster than the flesh and blood of an ordinary cultivator. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and intercepted Shui Ling before she could fall to the ground. The eyes of the bone race masters flashed as they stared at the blue light in surprise, their divine senses bursting forth as they quickly communicated with one another. Being held in someone's arms, Shui Ling finally saw who it was that had saved her life and exclaimed, "Yang Kai. We'll talk later." Yang Kai beckoned to the absent-minded middle-aged man below. "Come up." The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and directly jumped onto the flying heavens shuttle. In a flash of blue light, Yang Kai had already taken the middle-aged man and Shui Ling 100 kilometers away. The bone race masters didn't try to stop them, as if they knew they couldn't, simply staring at Yang Kai's disappearing back and laughing. The bone race masters were still communicating with their divine senses, and after a while, one of them nodded and quickly left Blue Water City, heading towards the sea. Chapter 954. I've caught a cold, so I feel dizzy and uncomfortable. 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Water City, inside a mountain valley, Yang Kai put down the middle-aged man and Shui Ling he had rescued, the three of them looking at each other silently, their expressions heavy. Shui Ling was still a little weak. Just now, she had been hit by a bone race divine sense attack, and had suffered some injuries. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out some pills from his universe bag, and fed them to Shui Ling, watching Shui Ling meditate to restore herself. The middle-aged man gradually relaxed, turning to Yang Kai and cupping his fists. "Many thanks for little brother's life-saving grace just now. This one can't thank you enough." "You're too polite," Yang Kai gently nodded. "It was nothing more than a slight effort." "Little brother and Ling know each other?" The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai smiled faintly, not answering the question directly. "Are you the temple master of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Yun?" Shui Yun nodded. "How should I address little brother?" "Father, he is the Yang Kai I told you about." Shui Ling interjected. Shui Yun's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, exclaiming, "My apologies, it turns out you are the holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land." This Shui's eyes must have been blind. After knowing Yang Kai's identity, Shui Yun immediately changed the way he addressed him. In this world, no one dared to despise the holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land. It was easy for Yang Kai to recognize his identity. There was only one Saint Realm Master in Water Spirit Temple, and that was Temple Master Shui Yun. Coupled with his concern for Shui Ling, Yang Kai was naturally able to determine his identity. "Yang Kai, why are you here?" Shui Ling asked while looking at Yang Kai. "I was just passing by." Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Where did the bone race people in Blue Water City come from?" "Bone race?" Shui Yun was startled. "Those skeletons that can absorb the essence of flesh and blood. Yang Shengzhu knows about them." Shui Yin was shocked and asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know much about them, but I've seen them in the past and recently. Does Senior Shui know where they came from? Shui Yun's expression dimmed as she sighed. We don't know where they came from. A year ago, an iceberg that was about to melt drifted near the Water Spirit Temple, and the disciples found a skeleton inside. Out of curiosity, they took the skeleton out but didn't find anything of value. Everything was peaceful until a few months ago. For some reason, the skeleton suddenly came to life. Shui Yin explained briefly, and Yang Kai listened quietly. Only then did he learn that after the bone race had come back to life, they had gone on a rampage in the Water Spirit Temple. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the dead, his strength rapidly recovered. With the combined efforts of all the experts of the Water Spirit Temple, they had paid the price of over a dozen casualties to capture and imprison him. But no matter what they did, they couldn't kill the bone race. In the end, they had no choice but to burn it. This method was correct, allowing him to die completely. After a few months of peace, a few days ago, many terrifying skeletons appeared from all around the Water God Temple, and the entire Water God Temple fell in an instant. Those skeletons, and the bone race is very strong, they have many Saint Realm masters among them. Even the weakest among them is a transcendent, not a single immortal ascension boundary master. Moreover, after they kill someone, they can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dead. They use it to restore themselves and shape their own bodies. My Water Spirit Temple's 2,000 disciples were slaughtered overnight, and more than a dozen nearby islands fell. Water Spirit Temple was completely destroyed, Shui Yun said with a pained expression. Not many people managed to escape in the end. This Shui was incompetent. I could only escort Ling, or out of the islands and come to Blue Water City. I never would have thought that a few bone race masters would chase after me here, causing Blue Water City to be plunged into misery and suffering. Father, this isn't your fault, Shui Ling comforted. But Water Spirit Temple was destroyed by my hands, Shui Yun said bitterly. They may have come from the Ice World, Yang Kai said gloomily. Ice World? Shui Yun looked at him in amazement. Ice Sect? Yang Kai shivered. Has your Water Spirit Temple had any contact with Ice Sect over the past few months? What is the situation there? The most recent transaction was a few months ago, a few days before that skeleton came back to life. Shui Yin replied. You stay here and recover. I'll go check out the situation, Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and preparing to leave. Yang Kai, don't go, Shui Ling shouted anxiously. Those people are very strong. It'll be dangerous for you to go alone. And although there aren't many of them, there are many Saint Realm masters. On top of that, they can restore their strength after killing people. Yang Xingzhu, you'll have a hard time going there. It's fine, I'm just going to check out the situation. If you notice any danger approaching, leave immediately, I'll find a way to find you. Yang Kai hurriedly exhorted a few words before disappearing. Shui Yun and Shui Ling wanted to stop him but were powerless to do so. I hope he's safe, Shui Yun sighed heavily. In front of those terrifying skeletons, he, the Temple Master of Water Spirit Temple, was completely powerless to resist. This time, if he hadn't run away fast enough, even he and Shui Ling would have suffered. Thinking back, Shui Yun couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. A blue light flashed as Yang Kai flew towards Water Spirit Temple. The bone race had appeared in Water Spirit Temple on such a large scale, occupying all of its islands, and slaughtering 2,000 Water Spirit Temple disciples. It was impossible for them to appear here for no reason. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, these bone race people should have come from Ice Sect. Ice Sect had been guarding the Ice World all this time in order to prevent the bone race from reappearing. Yang Kai hadn't thought about this before, but now that he thought about it, Ice Sect must have known that the bone race hadn't died out, and was instead hiding under the ice, so they had remained there. However, Ice Sect probably didn't know where the bone race was hiding. When these bone race people hadn't fully recovered, they were no different from dead people, and were difficult to detect. But now, a large number of bone race clansmen had appeared in Water Spirit Temple, so Ice Sect's situation was quite worrying. Su Yan was still in Ice Sect, so how could Yang Kai not worry? A short time later, Yang Kai returned to Blue Water City again. This city was now filled with a deathly aura, with no trace of life. Even the Bone Race clansmen had disappeared, and even the corpses of those who had died had disappeared. All that remained in Blue Water City, only broken walls and bloodstains remained. Crossing Blue Water City, Yang Kai instantly arrived above Water Spirit Temple. Waves of tyrannical aura that made one's heart palpitate were spreading from below. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he released his divine sense and quietly probed his surroundings, his face paling in the next moment. Down below, there were at least several dozen saints and hundreds of transcendents, many of whom were second or third order saints. Such a huge force was impossible for any sect in the world to resist. It could be said that if they wanted to dominate Tongxian realm, it would be easy for them to achieve this goal. The heavens have really changed. Chu Ling Zhao's words from a few days ago were still ringing in Yang Kai's ears, and they were coming true at this moment. Yang Kai's speed was very fast and he flashed past. He had no intention of going down to meet these Bone Race clansmen. When the blue light passed by, the strongest Bone Race clansmen actually raised their heads and stared in the direction Yang Kai left. A star shuttle. A middle-aged man with green eyes shouted with his hands crossed behind his back, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his eyes. This Bone Race clansman was completely different from the one Yang Kai had seen before. He already had his own body and looked no different from an ordinary person. His complexion was ruddy and his body exuded a powerful vitality. Only his eyes were green, a terrifying sight to behold. "Master, this is the star shuttle we saw in that city. Should we go and take it back?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "A star shuttle is too fast, we can't catch up. Find a way to inquire about this person's origins." "Yes. Looking at his appearance, it seems he went to that glacier. Why did he go there? What does he have to do with those people?" The middle-aged man frowned thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Yang Kai successfully arrived at the vast glacier world. As soon as he arrived here, Kai Yang could feel an unusual aura flowing around him. Void force. Looking up, Yang Kai glanced around. A few dozen kilometers away, about a dozen meters off the ground, there was a void tunnel. There was an entrance to a void corridor. The dense void energy was coming from this void corridor. Yang Kai was startled. Not bothering to inquire about where this void tunnel led, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate the glacier world. However, to his disappointment, the entire glacier world was devoid of life. The ice sect disciples who had originally lived here had long since disappeared, and the ice peaks they used to live in had all collapsed. From the traces left behind, it was clear that a great battle had taken place here. In this pure white world of ice and snow, many places were stained with red. Kai Yang's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. He and Su Yan had long been connected. As long as the two of them weren't too far apart, they could clearly feel each other's existence. But now, he couldn't feel Su Yan's aura. One possibility was that she had died. The other was that she had already left this place. Yang Kai's expression became fierce and his aura became violent as he tried to calm his mind. After a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath. He felt that the latter possibility was much more likely. Ice Sect's sect master, Qingya, was a third-order saint cultivator, and several of her elders were also saints. Even if the Bone Race had revived here and attacked them, it was impossible for Ice Sect to be completely wiped out. Qingya should have escaped with them. Yang Kai raised his head and turned his eyes towards the void tunnel. Even though he didn't find any clues, he was certain that Qingya and the others had probably entered the void corridor. Because if he was Qingya, he would also make the same choice if he couldn't defeat the enemies in the void corridor. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately rushed into the entrance of the void tunnel. Yang Kai's vision blurred as a strong sense of oppression came from all directions, seemingly trying to crush his body. Below his feet was a vast expanse of nothingness, surrounded by stars. Star field. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected that this void tunnel would be the same as the Starfield Gate in Shattering Mystical Palace, leading to the vast Starfield, causing his relaxed heartstrings to tighten again. Chapter 955. The Starfield was vast and its pressure was terrifying. If one's physical strength wasn't high enough, no matter who it was, they would die here. At the very least, One needed to be a third-order saint to be able to resist the pressure of the star field with their Saint Chi. This was a legendary place that very few people could actually set foot in. The legendary great demon god of that era was even rumored to have died while exploring the mysteries of the star field. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it was certain that there was a great danger in the starry sky. If Ice Sect's people thought it was just an ordinary void corridor entrance that led to some mysterious small world and rashly rushed in, it was likely they would not survive. Besides Ice Sect's sect master, Qinya, who had the strength to resist the pressure of the star field, no one else would be able to escape. Young Kai's heart was in a mess as he stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do for a while. It wasn't until he caught a glimpse of a few pale white bones floating around him that Young Kai finally recovered his senses. Those bones were floating not far away from him. They were quiet and did not move at all. Young Kai's big hands trembled as he picked up these bones and carefully examined them, letting out a deep breath. These bones should have belonged to a member of the bone race who had rashly entered the star field, and were unable to withstand the huge pressure, and had been crushed to pieces. This further confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. The people from Ice Sect should have really fled here, and the bone race cultivators, in order to pursue them, had accidentally come here as well. As a result, they had been crushed by the pressure of the star field and died tragically on the spot. There were many bones scattered around, so several bone race cultivators should have died here. But if this was the case, then what about Ice Sect's people, Su Yan and the others? There were no traces of their deaths here. It was as if they had magically disappeared from the star field. His mood gradually calmed down. Yang Kai crushed the bone in his hand and controlled the shuttle of flying Apsara to search the vast star field for clues. Releasing his divine sense to the greatest extent possible, Yang Kai fantasized about suddenly discovering Su Yan's whereabouts and discovering her safe and sound hiding in some corner of the starry sky, under the protection of Ice Master Qinya, waiting for his arrival. He was greatly disappointed. With the Starfield Gate as the center, he searched the area within a radius of 10,000 miles several times, but he couldn't find any clues. Time passed. After an unknown number of days, he once again returned to the void corridor through which he had passed. He turned his head back and gazed deeply at the star field dotted with stars before entering the entrance. After returning to Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai went directly to Water Spirit Temple. In this world, if there was anyone who knew the whereabouts of Ice Sect's people, it would be the bone race, but for news of Su Yan's whereabouts, Yang Kai had to find out. Water Spirit Temple, the largest island in the Central Plains. This was originally the island where Water Spirit Temple's headquarters were located, but since the destruction of Water Spirit Temple, it had been occupied by the bone race. At this moment, all the bone race clansmen had gathered here. Every clansman now had their own complete fleshly body, unlike before when they were just skeletons without a trace of flesh and blood. They looked no different from the humans of Tongxian Realm. The only thing that distinguished them were their pairs of green eyes. Nearly 200 bone race clansmen had gathered here, each pair of flickering green eyes exuding a gloomy aura, making the atmosphere of the entire island seem gloomy and frightening. They rejoiced and celebrating their recovery after thousands of years. Every bone race clansman's face was brimming with elation. The sound of this celebration spread far and wide along with the sea breeze. They were gathered in a circle, and at the center of these bone race clansmen was a huge blood pool filled with dark red blood and chunks of flesh. Huge bubbles constantly emerged from the blood pool, bursting and sputtering out a bloody mist, causing a bright red cloud to condense above the blood pool. Many pale bones and unknown herbs floated up and down in the blood pool. Bright lines flashed from time to time at the bottom of the blood pool, converging into a complex spirit array. Master Kaluo, it's about time. A bone race clansman walked over to a middle-aged man and reported softly. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, and immediately stood up. The noisy bone race clansman quieted down in an instant as they stared at him expectantly. Kaluo glanced around and shouted, "Thousands of years ago, my clan inadvertently came to this place, thinking it was a good opportunity to expand our territory, but we were stopped by a top master here. My clan suffered a crushing defeat, all of our masters dying in battle. and the rest of our clansmen had no choice but to flee to the remote ice world and hibernate there. But now we have awakened. The master our clan's masters could not defeat has long since died. This world belongs to my clan. No one can stop us." The Bone Race clansmen cheered excitedly, their voices growing louder and louder. Kuluo stretched out his hand and suppressed the crowd's voices. "Tonight, new clansmen will be born. We must contribute our strength to help them wake up." Many Bone Race clansmen nodded. In the next moment, everyone began to move, pouring energy filled with the life essence of their Bone Race clansmen into the blood pool. The blood pool began to bubble as if it was boiling, the bones and herbs floating up and down even more rapidly. Along with the sounds of wailing and howling, many human faces with blurry facial features emerged from the blood pool. Those human faces were bound in the blood pool like ghosts, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape from the binding of the blood pool. All the Bone Race clansmen stared excitedly at the blood pool, their eyes overflowing with expectation. All the floating bones suddenly sank, and with a series of cracking sounds, the countless bones inside the blood pool began to fuse and intertwine, seemingly undergoing earth-shaking changes. Suddenly, accompanied by a crashing sound, a complete skeleton stood up from the blood pool. 2 balls of green light suddenly appeared in its originally dark eye sockets. However, compared to the Bone Race clansmen beside it, these 2 green lights were very weak, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. This skeleton looked a little confused, as if it was still unaware of its situation. However, driven by instinct, it began to absorb the flesh and blood essence in the blood pool. At a rate visible to the naked eye, flesh and blood gradually began to grow on its bones, and after a short while skin began to grow. At first glance, it looked like a withered old man. More skeletons stood up from the blood pool after this skeleton, at least 100 of them in total. As these skeletons continued to absorb the blood in the blood pool rapidly decreased, and within half an hour, the blood pool had completely dried up. At the bottom of the blood pool, there were still many herbs and bones left, all of which were now useless. Kuluo only nodded slightly at this moment, a satisfied look on his face, but just as he was about to give some orders, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out from the night sky. "So this is how you were born?" Kuluo's pair of bright eyes suddenly turned to the side. All he saw was a golden light approaching from that side, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Kuluo's face changed greatly as he hurriedly circulated the power in his body to try and stop this golden light, but he was still a step too late. With a loud bang, the blood pool was directly smashed into smithereens. The newly born Bone Race clansmen standing in the blood pool were unable to withstand such an attack, their bones shattering and scattering in all directions. None of them were spared. Bone Race clansmen born in this way were very fragile at first. "Who?" Kuluo's expression became violent as he roared. Yang Kai stood in the air, his body wrapped in a cold aura as he slowly walked over to the heads of the Bone Race clansmen, looking down at Kuluo with a fearless expression. He could also feel that among the Bone Race clansmen here, this person's strength and status were the highest. If he wanted to know something, this person was the best person to ask. Numerous gazes locked onto Yang Kai as their divine senses locked onto him. All of the Bone Race clansmen wearing unfriendly expressions. One of the Bone Race clansmen in the crowd carefully looked at Yang Kai and immediately exclaimed, "It's you. Master, he's the one with the star shuttle." He quickly reported to Kuluo. Hearing this, Kuluo smiled happily and laughed. "No wonder your strength isn't high. It turns out you're relying on the power of your star shuttle. However, I'm afraid you've made the wrong decision. Your star shuttle is useless in front of me." As he spoke, the aura of the world energy around him suddenly stagnated, as if an invisible barrier had been placed around Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and carefully probed with his divine sense, but was unable to detect anything, so he remained vigilant. "Human, hand over your star shuttle, and I will grant you the honor of becoming one of my clansmen." Kuluo stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and ordered lightly. "Star shuttle?" Yang Kai frowned but immediately seemed to think of something and took out the Flying Heavens shuttle. "You mean this?" Kuluo stared at the Flying Heavens shuttle. "Give it to me." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You call it a star shuttle. Do you know what this artifact is? A trace of contempt flashed across Kaluo's eyes as the other Bone Race clansmen also burst into laughter, as if they were mocking Young-Kai's ignorance. Who hasn't seen a star shuttle before? In Star Territory, it's just a very common artifact. A Bone Race clansman shouted. Star Territory? Young-Kai raised his brow. Kaluo said impatiently, Star Territory is Star Territory. Your world is so remote that you don't even know about Star Territory and star shuttles. This artifact has no other use except for traveling. What do you want it for? Young-Kai asked. Without a star shuttle, how can one travel to the star field? The vast star field can make anyone lose their way and die of old age alone. Young-Kai's expression changed. Although the other party hadn't explained it clearly, he had heard some unusual information. This star shuttle was actually specifically used to travel through the star field. No wonder its speed was so fast. Most importantly though, Young-Kai was able to spy on another piece of shocking information. Looking at Kaluo with a dignified expression, Young-Kai quickly asked, Are you not from Tongxian realm? Kaluo laughed. When did I say I was? Chapter 956. Young-Kai couldn't help feeling a storm in his heart. According to the Bone Race's statement, they were guests from outer space who had come from the Star Territory. How inconceivable was this? In the past, some people had suspected that there might be other living beings in the vast starry sky. But because no one had ever been able to enter the star field, no one could confirm this theory. It wasn't until now that Young-Kai was certain that his predecessor's suspicions were not groundless. The Bone Race was a creature from the star field, not a native of Tongxian realm. Boy, how much did you see just now? Kaluo's pair of gloomy eyes stared coldly at Young-Kai as he asked in a deep voice. I saw basically everything. Young-Kai had seen the strange blood pool and the flashing spirit array at its bottom. He had also seen the bones of the Bone Race reassemble with the help of the herbs and Bone Race's life essence, then stand up from the blood pool as if they had been reborn. Although the newly born Bone Race were very fragile and had been wiped out by him in a single blow, they all possessed the aura of a transcendent. It could be said that as long as they were given enough time, they would become transcendent realm masters, and transcendents who would be extremely difficult to kill. Kaluo coldly snorted. It doesn't matter if you saw it. In any case, you're going to die today. Young-Kai grinned. When I came here just now, I heard you shouting that you wanted to unify this world. Do you think you can achieve that goal with just a few transcendents? Kaluo stared at Young-Kai contemptuously, a look of disdain on his face, not in a hurry to act, instead using his divine sense to seal the space around Young-Kai so he couldn't use his star shuttle to escape, lightly saying, Transcendent realm? The thin materials here can only allow my clan's newly born clansmen to possess the strength of a transcendent. You can also create Saint Realm Masters? Young-Kai's face sank. Kaluo laughed. As long as we can kill enough powerful masters and obtain their flesh and blood, coupled with enough high-grade herbs, how difficult could it be for us to reach the Saint Realm? Young-Kai's face suddenly became livid. He had underestimated the strangeness of this race. He didn't expect there to be such strange creatures. However, the price they paid for this was not small. There were many herbs and bones at the bottom of the blood pool. Presumably, the corpses of all 2,000 Water Spirit Temple disciples had been placed in this blood pool, but in the end only 100 or so Bone Race cultivators had been born. Enough idle chatter. Hand over your star shuttle to me and as a reward, you can choose a comfortable way to die. Kaluo's expression gradually became impatient. I'll ask you one last question. If you can answer it, I'll give you this star shuttle. Young-Kai shouted. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Kaluo's expression turned ruthless. With your insignificant strength, I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. Why don't you try and see if I can destroy this star shuttle before I die? Young-Kai didn't show any fear as he gripped his star shuttle tightly, his yuan qi flickering like a fanged snake, ready to fight to the death. Kaluo's expression changed as a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Young-Kai's words had really grasped his lifeline. Star shuttles were indeed very common in the vast Star Territory. When they first came to Tongxian realm, their clansmen also had many star shuttles, but after thousands of years, without flesh and blood, Their star shuttles had been damaged and could no longer be used. The star shuttle in Yang Kai's hands was probably the only one in all of Tongxian realm. In the future, if they wanted to leave Tongxian realm and return to Tongxian territory, they would have to rely on this star shuttle. This was why Kuluo wanted Yang Kai's star shuttle so badly. Without it, they would never be able to return to where they came from. Young man, don't be impulsive. If you have something to say, we can talk it out. Kuluo's expression became gloomy as a cold light flashed across his eyes, secretly deciding that once he got his hands on this star shuttle, he would let Yang Kai taste all kinds of torture. Then can we talk about it? Speak. There is a passage to the star field in that glacial world. I ask you, where did the people who originally lived there go? You mean those who cultivated the ice attribute secret art? Kuluo's eyes flashed. Yes, tell me where they are. What relationship do you have with them? Kuluo didn't answer and instead asked. Don't talk nonsense with me, otherwise I'll destroy this star shuttle right now and make sure you never get it. Yang Kai snapped. Kuluo's face filled with anger as if he was about to explode, but he suppressed it and coldly said, most of them died, the rest fled. Fled to where? To the star field. Bullshit. Yang Kai's expression became ferocious as he roared. You think I don't know the mysteries of the star field? The pressure there is so great that unless one's strength reaches your level, it is impossible to survive in the star field. Don't try to fool me, I've been to the star field, and more than once. Kuluo couldn't help staring at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have such courage and experience. The star field was not a place ordinary people dared to enter easily. Shrugging his shoulders, Kuluo laughed. Even if you don't believe me, they really did flee to the star field because they also had star shuttles. They also had star shuttles? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly recovering. Ice Sect had fought many battles with the Bone Race before, so it was normal for them to be able to seize a star shuttle. If one used a star shuttle, it was indeed possible to travel to the star field without any fear of danger. Kuluo's words could be trusted. How many of them escaped? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Didn't you say you would only ask one question? Kuluo coldly snorted. I'm going back on my word. Kuluo ground his teeth and glared towards Yang Kai bitterly, shouting, 6. 5 saints and 1/3 order transcendent. 6. Yang Kai muttered in a low voice, silently calculating before asking. How many of them were women? 3. The one who reached the transcendent realm was a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai grinned. At first his voice was low, but it soon became louder and louder, and finally, it rumbled like thunder, as if he had found something very funny. His originally nervous expression suddenly relaxed, and a look of contentment appeared on his face. He was now certain that the cultivator who had reached the transcendent realm was Su Yan. Her cultivation really wasn't behind his own. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai's tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and he let out a heavy breath. If you're satisfied, give me your star shuttle. Kuluo stretched out his hand again and stared at Yang Kai gloomily, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. Apparently, he had decided that if Yang Kai continued to complain, he would directly snatch his star shuttle. If I don't give it to you, what are you going to do? Yang Kai put away his smile and stared down contemptuously. You'll die. And you'll die a very ugly death. Kuluo coldly warned. Don't even think about using your star shuttle to escape, it's useless. The cultivator in star territory has many ways to restrain the speed of a star shuttle. It's just an artifact for traveling. I don't want to use my star shuttle. Yang Kai shook his head and waved his hand towards the void. Suddenly, there seemed to be a crack in space. A dark crack suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved to Kuluo, and then dove into the void crack, disappearing. Tearing the void. Kuluo's complexion changed greatly as he sent out his spiritual energy towards the crack in an attempt to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. However, the spatial rift closed in an instant, causing his divine sense attack to hit nothing but air. Staring at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, Kuluo's expression fluctuated greatly. He hadn't expected that this human youth, whose strength wasn't very high, would actually know how to tear the void. Such a method was not something an ordinary person could master. The void turbulence was far more dangerous than the vast star field. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be trapped in it for the rest of one's life, unable to find a way out. Master, should we chase? The bone race masters all turned to Kaluo. We don't even know where he is. What's the point of chasing after him? Kaluo flew into a rage. Go collect more materials. The news of my clan's return can no longer be concealed. We need to prepare early. Yes. Many bone race clansmen flew out of Water God Island and scattered in all directions. 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, his expression heavy. Although he had determined that Su Yan was safe, which made him feel somewhat relieved, the bone race's sudden revival made him feel quite troubled. Especially after witnessing the various magical abilities of the bone race, Yang Kai realized just how difficult it was to deal with. The bone race had several dozen saints and over 100 transcendents. Such a huge force was impossible for a single great force to deal with. The most important thing was that they could collect bones and flesh, combine them with various herbs, and create new clansmen. As long as they were given enough strength, they could indeed dominate the world. This was a malignant tumor that needed to be strangled as soon as possible. Otherwise, Nine Heavens' Holy Land and the friends and family from the Great Han Dynasty would sooner or later be implicated. Yang Kai faintly felt that the emergence of the bone race, as well as the various events that had occurred during this time, were all related to the words left behind by great demon god's soul clone, as well as the secret hidden in the demon capital. Summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle, Yang Kai sped along while contemplating. When he passed by the mountain valley where he had left Shui Yun and his daughter, Yang Kai went down to investigate, and was surprised to find that the two of them were still waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai return, Shui Ling hurriedly rushed over, a look of concern on her face. You finally came back safely, it's been half a month. Shui Yun also showed a look of admiration on his face. Yang Xingzhu is really bold. Did you gain anything from this trip? And some, Yang Kai nodded. Why are you still here? We were waiting for you, Shui Ling replied. Then we can go now. Where do you want to go? I'll send you off. Yang Kai turned to Shui Yun and his daughter. Shui Yun wore a bitter expression as he helplessly said, Water Spirit Temple has been destroyed. We don't seem to have anywhere to go. Shui Ling also wore a sad and helpless expression, secretly feeling quite sad. Water Spirit Temple was their foundation, but now it had been completely occupied by the bone race, and all of its 2,000 disciples had been slaughtered. Even Blue Water City had suffered a calamity. It could be said that in this world, there was no place they particularly wanted to go. Chapter 957. Yang Kai observed their expressions and understood their difficulties, hesitating for a moment before inviting them. Would you like to return to Nine Heavens' Holy Land with me? Shui Yun was startled and looked towards Yang Kai with some surprise. Is that appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just that the environment there isn't suitable for you to cultivate. Of course, if Senior Shui is willing, you can first serve as a deacon in my Nine Heavens Holy Land. If you want to revitalize Water Spirit Temple in the future, my Holy Land will fully support you. Listening to Yang Kai's words, Shui Yun's eyes overflowed with joy and gratitude. If that's the case, I must thank Yang Shengzhu for his great kindness, Shui Yun said gratefully. Shui Ling and I are friends. Senior Shui shouldn't be so polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Shui Yun was a first-order saint, so serving as a deacon in the Holy Land was not a disgrace to him. After some discussion, the three of them headed to Nine Heavens Holy Land together. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned and immediately sent a message to High Heaven Pavilion. Half a day later, Sassafras, Su Xianwu, and Ling Taisu arrived at the Holy Land and met with Yang Kai in the main hall. At this moment, the Holy Land's several elders and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all present, their expressions solemn and the atmosphere dignified. Seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off, Ling Taisu couldn't help frowning as he looked towards Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering why he had summoned all the elders here. Yang Kai, where's Su Yan? Su Xianwu was concerned about his granddaughter's safety, and after looking around the hall and not finding any trace of her, couldn't help asking, Yes, brother-in-law, where did elder sister go? Sassafras was also puzzled. Yang Kai had gone out to find Su Yan. This was something they all knew, but now that Yang Kai had returned and there was no trace of Su Yan, all of them felt a little uneasy, fearing that Su Yan had met with some kind of accident. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, sorted out his words and said, Su Yan is safe now, but she is no longer in Tongxian realm. Sassafras was stunned. He scratched his head and said, What do you mean? If elder sister isn't in Tongxian realm, could she have gone to some mysterious small world? Having been here for some time now, the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty had some understanding of this mysterious small world, and knew that the place he came from was a relatively large mysterious small world. Yang Kai shook his head and pointed to the sky. She went to the star field. Inside the hall, everyone's body shook violently as the Holy Land's elders and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Star field. Ling Taisu frowned. Isn't it said that the star field is filled with danger? That man called Wizard Jia once told this old master that unless one's cultivation reached the third order saint realm, no matter who enters the star field, they will die. And that's true, but Su Yan didn't go alone this time. She had 5 saints with her, and they all had artifacts suitable for moving around the star field. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Sassafras asked, completely confused. Yang Kai let out a sigh and began recounting the events of this trip. After listening to his story, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked by the bone race's magical abilities. The Holy Land's elders all showed looks of dread. Holy Master, you mean those creatures called the bone race are just skeletons, but they can absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to create new bodies? Yes. And they can use a large amount of flesh and blood to create new clansmen? Yes. The higher the grade of the materials, the stronger the clansmen they create. That's what they admit. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Just from the information they had learned so far, everyone seemed to be able to envision the bone race dominating Tongxian realm in the future. This race was completely capable of nurturing itself through battle, so there was no need to worry about the number of clansmen they had. As long as they killed enough masters, they could continuously produce new clansmen, and these new clansmen would provide them with tremendous strength. Sooner or later, this world would become the bone races. This was a catastrophe for the entire world. This is difficult. Su Hui's expression became heavy. We need to inform the entire human race about this. Even if we do, how many people will believe us? Yuing's pretty face was filled with worry. The bone race was simply too mysterious. If it weren't for Yang Kai telling them this today, the Long Chalk elders would have only taken it as the ravings of a madman. Whether they believe us or not, we'll see in the future. We can only do what we can do. Today, I've summoned all of you here for this matter. Arrange for some people to go out and inform the various great forces, so they can pass this message to each other. In the name of the Holy Land, tell them that if they have any doubts, they can come to the Holy Land and confront me face to face. Yes. The several Long Chalk elders nodded. Without hesitation, they hurriedly went out to make arrangements, all of them realizing the seriousness of the problem. If this bone race wasn't killed in the cradle as soon as possible, once it grew stronger, it would become extremely difficult to deal with. At that time, even if the entire human race exerted all of its strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. After the Long Chalk elders left, Yang Kai turned to Li Rong and said, You and Han Fei will come with me to the demon capital. Li Rong's tender body shook. Master has decided to go? And there seems to be some kind of secret hidden there. I want to find out what it is. Good. Li Rong nodded firmly. This old master will also go with you. Outside the hall, a low voice suddenly called out. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression changed and Ling Taisu also turned around sharply. Outside the hall, Meng Wuya strode in with a big smile on his face. Brother Ling, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. How have you been? Brother Meng. Ling Taisu's face filled with excitement as he quickly stepped forward to greet him. The two old friends had not seen each other for more than 10 years, and only now did they meet again. Meng Wuya had suddenly left a few days after being brought back by Yang Kai, and soon after, the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator had arrived. After they had exchanged a few words, Yang Kai said, Treasurer Meng, you came back just in time. Are you going to the demon capital? Meng Wuya turned his eyes to Yang Kai. I'll go with you. I also want to find out what kind of secret is hidden there. Meng Wuya's eyes flashed. I also want to meet the demon commander. Last time, I fell for his trick and had my cultivation sealed. This time, I want to see what he can do to me. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I'm not going there to find trouble with Zhang Yuan. Meng Wuya's brow furrowed. You've met him. And Yang Kai nodded. Be careful of him. Zhang Yuan is a ruthless character. Don't be fooled by his usual kind face. If he really wants to take action against you, he won't hesitate. I know. Besides, you're coming with me. Even if Zhang Yuan wants to play some kind of trick, he won't have the guts to do so, right? Yang Kai's heart settled. Originally, Li Rong and Han Fei would have been enough, but now with Meng Wuya, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan wouldn't dare to have any devious ideas. I hope he knows what's good for him, Meng Wuya snorted. Treasurer Meng, what did you do when you went out for almost a year? Yang Kai asked. I was looking for information related to that bone race you mentioned. Meng Wuya's face suddenly became dignified. However, I only know that they are guests from outside the starry sky and that their hibernation is related to Great Demon God. I don't know anything else. Originally, I was going to go to the demon capital alone to find Zhang Yuan and ask him about this matter. But since you also want to go, that's for the best. I have a hunch that as long as we get there and unravel the secrets left behind by Great Demon God, everything will be clear. I have the same feeling. Yang Kai stared at him deeply. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile. On top of that, Yang Kai also held the key to unlocking that seal, the wordless black book, the demon mystic tome that Zhang Yuan spoke of. The secrets left behind by Great Demon God had puzzled several generations of demon commanders, so Zhang Yuan was obviously very curious about them. However, Meng Wuya actually being able to inquire about the bone race caused Yang Kai to admire him greatly. He had heard this information from the bone race, but Meng Wuya had used some unknown method to obtain it. Treasurer Meng had a wide network of contacts, so it wasn't surprising that he was able to obtain some clues. After staying in the Holy Land for 2 days and arranging everything, Yang Kai took Meng Wuya, Li Rong, and Han Fei and set off for the demon capital. Passing through the Beast Sea jungle, Yang Kai went to Thunder Tree Palace and told Thunder Dragon Great Senior about the bone race's revival, pointing out the stakes and warning him to be on guard. Thunder Dragon listened to this, and although he felt it was quite inconceivable, since it was Yang Kai who told him, he chose to trust him unconditionally. He firmly said that he would pass this news to the other 2 monster race great seniors and discuss with them how to deal with it. Yang Kai continued to rush to the demon capital without stopping to rest. Crossing the entire monster race territory, the group of 4 arrived at the demon land a few days later. Feeling the demonic chi flowing through the air, Li Rong and Han Fei both wore relaxed looks. They were the descendants of the ancient demon clan and should have been living in the demon land, but because they had followed Yang Kai, they had chosen to remain in 9 Heaven's holy land. For them, the environment of the demon land was undoubtedly more suitable for them to live and cultivate. Even though they were in the demon land, Yang Kai unscrupulously used his star shuttle to fly. Even if the masters of the demon land were aware of his star shuttle, they wouldn't be able to stop him. The entire demon land was slightly smaller than the human race's territory, but it was much larger than the monster race's territory. Meng Wuya also knew the way, so there was no need to ask anyone for directions to the demon capital. With nothing to do, Yang Kai asked Meng Wuya about the battle between him and the demon commander. How could he have known that Treasurer Meng would become angry out of humiliation and curse him constantly? From his curses, Yang Kai inferred that Treasurer Meng had been bold enough to travel to the demon capital alone to challenge the demon commander. How could he have known that the demon capital had a hidden spirit array? Zhang Yuan had used this spirit array to trap Meng Wuya and torment him for a full 3 months before Meng Wuya was struck by his profound heavenly seal. Even so, Meng Wuya was lucky enough to escape, but in the end, his cultivation fell from the 3rd Order Saint Realm to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. From then on, Meng Wuya concealed his identity and began searching for a way to lift the seal. Finally, he went to the Great Han Dynasty and inadvertently found Xia Ning Chang, who possessed the sacred spirit medicine body. Chapter 958. Along the way, Meng Wuya cursed angrily. It was obvious that he was still holding a grudge against Zhang Yuan for using the spirit array to deal with him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, secretly thinking that if he had known Treasurer Meng cared so much about this matter, he wouldn't have asked so many questions. Now he was suffering so much, it was as if he had lifted a stone to smash his own foot. A few days later, the demon capital came into view. Looking from a distance, the entire demon capital looked like a wild beast crawling on the ground, exuding an ancient desolate aura. Even from a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai could feel waves of tyrannical demonic qi coming from the other side. This was the aura of the masters of the demon race who lived in the demon capital. Although there were only 5 third-order saints in the entire demon land, there were no less than a dozen saint realm masters in the demon capital. Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spent most of his time in retreat comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, not paying much attention to the affairs of the demon land. It was rumored that he wanted to break through his current shackles and reach the heights great demon god had reached in the past. Unfortunately, even after several hundred years, his cultivation seemed to have not made any progress, remaining stagnant at his current realm. Even so, he was still the #1 master in the demon land, far more powerful than the 4 demon general. The cities of the demon race were quite different from those of the human race. Not only was this reflected in the architectural style, but the buildings here were also quite rough, giving them a wild sense of beauty. On top of that, the demon race cities had no one guarding their gates. Anyone could enter and leave freely from the city gates, unlike the human race cities where there were guards standing in front of the gates, and one needed to pay crystal stones to enter. The group of 4 didn't bother concealing their faces, and simply walked into the demon capital from the city gates. In an instant, countless eyes shot towards Yang Kai, sizing him up with great interest. Human. Haha, interesting. There's actually a human who dares to break into my demon capital. This little brat's courage isn't small, isn't he looking down on the demon race too much? The demon race cultivator who had been walking through the demon capital all grinned towards Yang Kai, cold murderous intent flashing across their faces. Many of them even stealthily approached Yang Kai, wanting to teach him a lesson. Meng Wuya coldly snorted, sweeping his majestic eyes around. Every demon race cultivator who was targeted by him stopped in their tracks, a chill rising from the depths of their hearts, as if they had been plunged into an icehouse. Wuya with the demon race, with the demon race, with the demon race to the end of the world. Is there anyone I can talk to? Yang Kai glanced around and asked loudly. The many demon race cultivators just stared at him, none of them answering. Yang Kai suddenly turned his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd where a second-order Saint demon race cultivator was striding over, his expression extremely cold, and his demonic qi fluctuating erratically. When he saw the 3 people standing behind Yang Kai, his eyes filled with dread. The other demons didn't have eyesight and couldn't see the strength of Meng Wuya, Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others, but this demon was different. These 3 people, no matter who they were, gave him a great deal of pressure, so naturally he knew they weren't nobodies. However, these 3 top masters were actually following behind a single human youth. Just who was this human youth? Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my demon capital? The demon stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, not daring to approach any closer, shouting from a distance. Your demon commander invited me here. Can you inform him that Yang Kai has arrived? Yang Kai? The demon race cultivator frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember where, quickly asking, was it really the demon commander master who invited you here? Do you think I would lie to you? Yang Kai laughed. Good, you wait here for a moment, I'll go to the demon palace to ask for instructions. The demon quickly exhorted, but just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled and his ears perked up, a moment later nodding seriously and respectfully saying, yes. Turning to Yang Kai, he cupped his fists and said, Demon Commander Master just sent a message telling me to lead you to the Demon Palace. There's no need to ask for instructions, this way please. Yang Kai nodded and followed along with Meng Wuya and the others. Countless demons curiously looked at the backs of Yang Kai and the others. wondering why the demon commander master had invited such a human to the demon capital. In front of the demon palace, there was a huge wide chalk field. Inside the wide chalk field, there were many black stone pillars, each of which contained some subtle mysteries, faintly visible energy flowing through them. Many people were bound to these stone pillars, some of them already dead, some of them still gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. The entire wide chalk field exuded a rancid smell, and crows cawed as they descended, landing on the corpses and pecking at the rotting flesh. When Yang Kai followed the demon through the wide chalk field, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at it, frowning slightly. The demon seemed to see Yang Kai's suspicion and took the initiative to explain. These are all sinners who disobeyed the demon commander master. They will be punished here for 90 days before they are allowed to die. 90 days? The demon commander's methods are a bit too cruel. Killing people is just a nod of the head. Yang Kai showed an unhappy expression. The demon sneered. The demon commander master has already shown mercy to them. If it were me, I would definitely have extracted their divine souls and tortured them for eternity. Yang Kai glanced at him and secretly shook his head. Although he knew that the people of the demon race were fierce and ruthless, this method was still a bit too cruel. It seems that not all of those bound here are demons. Why do I see traces of humans? Yang Kai looked at one of the stone pillars. The corpse on the stone pillar didn't have any trace of demon chi. It was clearly a human. Oh, that's a very small number. These people are the so-called masters of your human race, daring to invade my demon land. Naturally, they must pay a price. The demon grinned and said carelessly. Yang Kai nodded. There were always some people in this world who had nothing better to do and thought they were strong enough to come to the demon land to stir up trouble and make a name for themselves. But they didn't recognize their own limits. In the end, they tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Towards this kind of people, Yang Kai felt they deserved it and didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Yang Kai, Meng Wuya suddenly stopped and looked at one of the stone pillars with a serious expression. What's wrong? Look at that person. Meng Wuya pointed not far away. Looking in the direction he pointed, Yang Kai saw a demon with disheveled hair bound to the stone pillar. His aura was weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. His head was drooping, his messy hair covering his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Moreover, his hands and feet were pierced through by long black nails, nailing him to the stone pillar, making it impossible for him to move. The blood flowing from his wounds had long since dried up, making him look extremely pitiful. Li Rong couldn't help frowning, secretly rejoicing that the master she followed wasn't as cruel as Demon Commander Zhang Yuan. The demon who led Yang Kai and the others over also glanced over and grinned. That guy is a tough bone, even I admire him. Saying so, he explained, he can be considered a rising star of my demon land. 10 years ago he was still a nobody, but in the past 10 years his strength has rapidly increased and now he has reached the peak of the First Order Saint Realm. I'm afraid if he was given another 2 years, he would be able to reach my level of cultivation. Unfortunately, it's a pity he was unwilling to serve the demon commander, so the demon commander had him nailed here, and told him that he would release him when he thought it through. It's been several months now, but he still refuses to relent. Master Demon Commander said that sooner or later, he will reach the Third Order Saint Realm, and one day, my demon land will have a 5th demon general. Isn't it similar? Meng Wuya ignored the demon's chatter, and instead stared at Yang Kai with a heavy expression. It's not just similar, it's definitely him. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he strode towards the stone pillar. Hey, what are you doing? The demon saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted, at the same time trying to stop Yang Kai. You shut up. Meng Wuya glanced over at him, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I'll kill you right now. If you dare take another step, I'll kill you too. The demon opened his mouth, his face flushing red, but he didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to make any more movements. He could see the thick murderous intent in Meng Wuya's eyes. What's wrong with Master? Li Rong was puzzled. Does he know that demon? He does. Meng Wuya nodded solemnly. Li Rong's tender body trembled as she couldn't help glancing over at him with concern. On the other side, Yang Kai had already arrived at the stone pillar, seemingly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, a faint trace of guilt appearing on his face. With trembling hands, he brushed back the disheveled hair of the demon, revealing his pale and colorless face. Perceiving the movement, the demon opened his eyes faintly and Yang Kai's figure gradually condensed in front of him. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, the demon's originally cloudy eyes suddenly burst with light as a look of surprise appeared on his face. His dry lips wriggled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. "I know," Yang Kai nodded. "Don't speak for now." The demon gently nodded, obediently obeying Yang Kai. "Bear with it, I'll get you down," Yang Kai said again, reaching out and grabbing the long black nail that had nailed the demon's right hand, pulling it out with all his might, causing black blood to spurt out. Repeating the same process, Yang Kai removed the remaining 3 nails. During this time, because of the severe pain, the demon constantly trembled, but his backbone seemed to be extremely firm, not uttering a single sound from beginning to end. Li Rong and Han Fei watched with discomfort. Yang Kai put down the half-dead demon cultivator and gave him some myriad drug milk to help him recover, then hurriedly checked the condition of his body. Chapter 959. Zhang Yuan didn't seem to want to take this demon race man's life, nor did he want to injure him. He was simply torturing him, making him suffer unbearable physical pain, in order to force him to submit and serve him. Therefore, although this demon race man's injuries seemed serious, they were actually not serious. It was just that after being trapped here for a few months, he had become too weak. After taking the myriad drug milk, with his physique, he would be able to recover in a dozen or so days. Yang Kai took a deep breath and relaxed his expression. Yang Shengzhu. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. It was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan. Staring at Yang Kai with a bitter expression, he let out a hollow laugh and said, "You came to Demon Palace and immediately attacked my people. I'm afraid that's not very good. Have you ever asked for my opinion?" "Your people?" Yang Kai straightened up and glared at him, sneering. "He's one of my people." Zhang Yuan frowned and looked at Yang Kai in confusion. "Yang Shengzhu, what do you mean? This senior doesn't quite understand. Has Yang Shengzhu mistaken me for someone else? His body is that of a former demon general, but the soul inside it belongs to a friend of mine." Yang Kai interrupted him without waiting for him to finish, not giving the demon commander any face. Zhang Yuan's expression changed as he said in surprise, "Yang Shengzhu knew about this. I'll settle this account with you later." Yang Kai grit his teeth and bent down to pick up the demon race man on the ground, glancing sideways at Zhang Yuan as he said, "Arrange a place for me to heal him." Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly and nodded quickly. He could also see that Yang Kai wasn't just spouting nonsense. The soul hidden inside the former demon general's body really was related to him, and their relationship wasn't shallow. With a belly full of complaints, Zhang Yuan still cooperated and arranged a room for Yang Kai. Inside the room, the demon man was lying on a bed as Li Rong and Han Fei continued to pour their yuan qi to become the demon race into his body to help him recover. After watching for a while, Zhang Yuan felt bored and casually found an excuse to leave. Walking out of the demon palace, the second-order saint who had led Yang Kai and the others here was still waiting outside. Seeing Zhang Yuan, this saint quickly saluted respectfully. "Send a letter to Go Qiong and the others. Tell them to come to the demon capital as soon as possible. I want to see them within 10 days. Zhang Yuan quickly ordered. Yes. The devil cultivator accepted the order and immediately left. After he left, Zhang Yuan glanced back at the majestic demon palace, his eyes shining with excitement, his face twitching slightly. Yang Kai had come with the demon mystic tome. This meant that the problem that had troubled him for hundreds of years would be solved. This was his greatest wish since becoming the demon commander, so how could he not be excited at this critical moment? There's no major problem. He should be able to wake up in about half a day. Li Rong and Han Fei both took back their hands and no longer poured their yuan qi to become the demon race into the demon man's body, nodding gently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, staring at the demon man in front of him with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that this demon man, who he thought was the least of his worries, would end up in such a state today. Master, this person. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing why he took this demon man so seriously. Yang Kai smiled. He's called the old demon. I just heard that this body belonged to a demon general back in the day, and the old demon was only a remnant of his soul, but by chance he obtained an undamaged demon general's body and used his soul to occupy it. Yang Kai immediately explained. Li Rong nodded repeatedly, only now understanding the relationship between Yang Kai and the old demon. When Yang Kai was still very weak, the old demon had always been by his side and helped him a lot. Although at the beginning neither of them trusted the other, and there was murderous intent between them, as time passed and the two sides cooperated sincerely, they became more and more honest with each other. In the end, even after the old demon regained his freedom, he did not leave Yang Kai. He was grateful to Yang Kai for giving him a second life, and Yang Kai was also very grateful for the help he had provided. As they were talking, the old demon suddenly opened his eyes and called out with difficulty, "Young master, old Meng." Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to him, asking with concern, "How do you feel?" "Not good." The old demon spat disdainfully, his face filled with resentment. Meng Wuya laughed. "Old demon, how did you end up like this? If Yang Kai and this old master hadn't happened to come here today, I'm afraid you would still have to suffer that physical pain. When this old master cultivates to the third order saint realm, I'll wring Zhang Yuan's head off and use it as a urinal. Otherwise I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." The old demon cursed as he gasped for breath. "If you have such ability, just come, this senior will be waiting." Zhang Yuan walked in with a smile, a look of indifference on his face. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Zhang Yuan leisurely said, "Yang Shengzhu, please don't take offense. This senior didn't know he was one of your people. And this senior will apologize to this brother here." Saying so, he continued, "In fact, this senior didn't have any malicious intent. I just wanted him to submit to me, but I didn't expect him to have such a strong backbone. If he had told me earlier that he was one of Yang Shengzhu's people, how could I have treated him like this? You also saw that although he suffered some physical pain, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. This senior also cherishes talent." The old demon grinned strangely. "Today, I'm not as good as you, so you can do whatever you want, but when my strength surpasses yours, I'll definitely show you how fierce I am." Zhang Yuan raised his brow. "Brother, you should think about how to perfectly integrate your soul with this body. In your current situation, in less than 20 years, your body will definitely be damaged. At that time, you'll have to find a new body and cultivate again. When will you be able to twist off the senior's head?" Hearing what he said, the old demon's face went black. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Zhang Yuan said wasn't wrong. When he obtained this demon general's body, he had told Yang Kai that there wouldn't be any problems for the next 30 years, but if he couldn't perfectly integrate his soul with his body during this time, he would have to seize another body. Now more than 10 years had passed, and the demon commander's vision was sharp enough to see the old demon's future worries. "Yang Shengzhu, although this senior has made some mistakes, this brother's body is the body of a demon general of my demon race. It stands to reason that this senior, as the master of the demon race, should take back this body. It is for this reason that this senior wants him to surrender, but since he is one of Yang Shengzhu's people, how about we call it quits? This body will be given to Yang Shengzhu and Yang Shengzhu will no longer bother with me for torturing him." Zhang Yuan said sincerely. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the old demon. "It's up to you. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll help you tear this demon capital apart." As soon as this statement came out, Zhang Yuan's face changed greatly. "Yang Shengzhu, don't joke around." Yang Kai turned his head and stared at him coldly. "Do I look like I'm joking around?" Meng Wuya, Li Rong, and Han Fei all looked at him with hostility. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a great pressure. Although he was strong, had a profound cultivation, and had earth-shattering means, Meng Wuya and Li Rong were already difficult for him to deal with. If the two of them attacked together, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. If they really fought, the demon capital might really be torn apart. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's face became heavy as he stared at the old demon slightly nervously, fearing that he would agree. Many thanks for young master's good intentions, but for today's humiliation, this old master will repay it himself. There is no need for young master to intervene. The old demon grinned. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly relaxed. Yang Kai nodded and no longer said anything. This senior will send someone to deliver some supplements, Zhang Yuan said before quickly leaving. As a demon commander, how many years had it been since he had been threatened by others? When had he ever been so vexed? If it weren't for the fact that he needed to use the demon mystic tome in Yang Kai's hands to unlock the secrets left behind by Great Demon God, he wouldn't have swallowed such humiliation. A demon commander naturally had his own pride. A short time later, a maid from the demon palace delivered some rare precious treasures to help the old demon restore his vitality. The old demon was extremely satisfied and talked with Yang Kai and the others about his experiences over the past 10 years. After coming to Tongxian realm with Meng Wuya and the others, the old demon separated from the three of them. He had occupied the body of the demon general, and it was too dangerous for him to act in the human race's territory, so he had come to the demon land alone. Over the next 10 years, he had hidden his identity and cultivated diligently to improve his strength. After all, he had the foundation of a top-level master, and the body he had occupied was the body of a top-level master. Everything was ready, all he needed to do was accumulate world energy into his body, and when the time came, his strength would naturally improve. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. After more than 10 years, his strength had been restored step by step to the peak of the First Order Saint realm. But no matter how careful he was still discovered. Someone recognized him as the missing demon general, and reported this matter to the demon commander. The demon commander personally took action, and brought him back to the demon palace, ordering him to swear allegiance to him. The old demon refused, and was nailed to the stone pillar by the demon commander. A few months later, Yang Kai came here. After listening to his story, Yang Kai and Meng Wuya looked at each other, both feeling a little surprised. Neither of them had expected the old demon to be so principled. Young master, how is your situation? How did you find this place? The old demon began to ask about Yang Kai's experiences. Yang Kai explained. Compared with the old demon's experience, Yang Kai's experience was much more spectacular. Many of the things he had experienced were things that even Li Rong and the others were hearing for the first time, so they couldn't help but listen with great interest. Learning that Ling Tai Su had also come to Tongxian realm, the old demon couldn't help showing a joyful expression. After learning that the world had undergone great changes and that the bone race had revived, the old demon's expression suddenly became very strange and he quickly asked, "Young master, is the bone race you speak of a race that can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dead to shape their own bodies?" Yes. Yang Kai's body shook as he stared at the old demon in surprise. "You've seen them before?" The old demon shook his head. "But I have an impression that I have dealt with this race before." Chapter 960. The old demon was a remnant soul. Before, Yang Kai didn't know which era he was from, but as he grew in power and came into contact with more and more secrets, he was able to determine that the old demon was at least a few thousand years old. Because Yang Kai had found him in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had something to do with Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion. The inheritances of these two great forces had been broken thousands of years ago. That era belonged to the Great Demon God. In other words, the old demon and Great Demon God were from the same era. It was possible that he had dealt with the bone race, but his memory loss was so severe that he couldn't even remember his own name, only vaguely remembering how he addressed the old demon. He didn't know much about the bone race. If there is a bone race, is there a race with a single horn on their head? The old demon seemed to recall some clues and asked, "You mean the monster race?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. With a single horn on their head, it was very likely they were monster race. No. It's a race called the Horn Race. The old demon frowned, unable to recall much about it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let the old demon rest. For 5 days, Yang Kai and the others stayed in the demon palace. Zhang Yuan's hospitality was impeccable. Every day, there would be a variety of exotic delicacies, all of which were unique to the demon land. Not only were they extremely delicious, but they could also improve one's cultivation and refine one's physique. However, Yang Kai didn't come here to enjoy life. Many times he spoke to Zhang Yuan about the secrets left behind by great demon god. Zhang Yuan simply brushed him off, telling him there was no need to rush, and that he could enjoy himself in the demon capital for a few days before discussing this matter again. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Yuan was aware that with his strength alone, there was no way he could compete with Meng Wuya and Li Rong, so he had probably already sent a message to the 4 demon general to ask them to come help. It wasn't that he wanted to fight, it was just that no one knew what the secrets left behind by the great demon god were, and it was likely that there were some great benefits to be had. If the moment came, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be polite, and would definitely lead the 4 demon general to snatch these benefits. Understanding Zhang Yuan's concerns, Yang Kai no longer pressed him. A few days later, Kai Yang, who was wandering around the demon capital, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, a pensive look on his face. The 4 demon general have arrived. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This old master knew Zhang Yuan was waiting for them. That old boy's vigilance is quite heavy, thinking we're after the secrets left behind by great demon god. It's only natural for him to have scruples, Yang Kai snorted. Let's go back, I don't think he'll refuse this time. Saying so, Yang Kai led the group towards the demon palace. On the streets, countless demons cast curious glances towards Yang Kai. The demons living in the demon city all knew that this human youth was a guest of the demon commander's master, so when Yang Kai was wandering around these past few days, none of them dared to cause trouble. They were only curious as to why the demon commander's master would so warmly entertain a human. In front of the demon palace, Yang Kai and the others had just arrived when a demon walked up to them and cupped his fists. Yang Shengzhu, demon commander's master invites you in. Yang Kai and Meng Wuya glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. Lead the way. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the demon. The demon didn't say a word, simply turning around and leading the way. Inside a certain palace, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals sat down, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Seeing him stride forward, Zhang Yuan stood up and greeted him with a big smile. Yang Shengzhu, I've made you wait for so many days because my 4 subordinates were also very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god, and insisted on coming here to take a look. And come, this senior will introduce you to him. Saying so, Zhang Yuan turned to the 4 demon generals and said, This is Yang Kai, the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. I believe some of you have already met him, and even if you haven't, you have at least heard of his reputation. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 4 and added, I am also the successor of the great demon god. Zhang Yuan's complexion changed, and the 4 demon generals couldn't help showing a trace of nervousness and awe. Even Shui Li smiled at Yang Kai in a friendly manner, no longer displaying any of her previous hostility or arrogance. The weight of the great demon god's successor was almost equal to that of the demon commander, so none of them dared show the slightest contempt or disrespect. Zhang Yuan gawked for a moment before laughing. And Yang Shengzhu is also the successor chosen by the great demon god, but unfortunately he is a human. If he were someone from my demon race, and this senior would gladly hand over the position of demon commander to him. The demon land was established by the great demon god, so his successor should naturally be in charge of it. Zhang Yuan's few words revealed his dread towards Yang Kai, as if he was afraid he would try to snatch the position of demon commander. Quickly changing the subject, he introduced Yang Kai. These 4 are the pillars of my demon land. And Yang Shengzhu has already met Shui Li and Meng Ge. He is Go Qiong and he is Bahi. Saying so, he pointed to the other 2. Bahi gently nodded to Yang Kai. This demon general Yang Kai had only heard of his name, and had never had any dealings with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave Go Qiong a second glance. Go Qiong's face twitched as he felt somewhat embarrassed, cupping his fists and saying, Yang Shengzhu, there seems to have been some misunderstanding between you and me before. Go Qiong will apologize to Yang Shengzhu here. Master Yang Shengzhu, please don't take offense. I must also thank Yang Shengzhu for saving my son's life. If it weren't for Yang Shengzhu, my son would have already died in that mysterious small world. Yang Kai smiled heartily. Master Go Qiong is too polite. How is Go Che? Many thanks for Yang Shengzhu's concern. My son is well. Go Qiong nodded. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't bother with him about his past, and would simply brush it off. His son Go Che had once been trapped in a mysterious small world with Yang Kai. In the end, it was Yang Kai who helped him escape. It was in that mysterious small world that Yang Kai obtained the divine tree. However, after escaping from that mysterious small world, they were captured by Xue Li and taken to Sand City. Soon after, Go Cheong sent someone to redeem Go Che and take Yang Kai's life. All of these grievances were not worth mentioning. What about the Sun Clan? All the mysterious small worlds in the world have been opened, and there was a clan called the Sun Clan living in that mysterious small world. What happened to them? Yang Kai asked. In the past, he had suffered many losses at the hands of the Sun Clan. They've all been eliminated. Go Cheong replied firmly. The power in their bodies restrains my demon race, so they can't exist. Yang Kai nodded. The Sun Clan suffering such a fate was normal. Who told the entrance to that mysterious small world to be in the demon land? Even if Go Cheong didn't eliminate them, Xue Li wouldn't sit idly by. Good. Enough of this small talk. Let's get down to business. Zhang Yuan shouted. Everyone's expression became solemn. This time I invited Yang Shengzhu here mainly for the secret left behind by Great Demon God. Yang Shengzhu must be very curious. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. That's why I came here. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and sighed. To be honest, if I had any other choice, this senior would not have wanted to rely on others. This is a secret left behind by Great Demon God Master, one of the secrets of my demon race. But now, besides the Demon God Mystic Tome in Yang Shengzhu's hands, there is no other way to open this secret. I believe this is also the intention of Great Demon God Master. The several demon generals' expression became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. So this senior needs to confirm this and also needs Yang Shengzhu to give this senior a guarantee. What guarantee? No matter what this secret is, Yang Shengzhu must not reveal it. Good. Yang Kai nodded. If there are any benefits left behind, they will belong to my demon race. Yang Shengzhu must not covet them. Of course, since you've worked so hard and traveled so far to come here, this senior will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Demon Commander Master, what kind of benefits do you think there will be? Yang Kai chuckled. Who knows? Legend has it that Great Demon God Master possesses all kinds of divine technique. Perhaps his cultivation method is hidden there. As soon as this statement came out, the breathing of the four demon generals suddenly became rapid, and a look of greed appeared in their eyes. All of them were tempted. I actually think there's nothing there. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Why does Yang Shengzhu say that? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, secretly feeling that Yang Kai seemed to know something, so he couldn't help paying attention to him. Just saying. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. In that strange world, Great Demon God's soul clone had said that if he had a chance to go to the demon capital, as long as he went there, all the mysteries would be solved. So Yang Kai firmly believed that this secret was not some kind of divine technique of Great Demon God, but rather a simple secret. The benefits left behind by Great Demon God were all hidden in the Demon Mystic Tome, and Yang Kai had already obtained them. Seeing that Yang Kai wasn't willing to talk about it, Zhang Yuan frowned and helplessly asked, Then does Yang Shengzhu agree to the senior's proposal? It doesn't matter, I'll do as you say. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing him agree so readily, Zhang Yuan's expression froze for a moment as a bad premonition filled his heart. He also felt that the secret left behind by Great Demon God didn't have any benefits, causing his mood to plummet. But until the last moment, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be disappointed, so he quickly regained his composure and said, Then there's no problem. Of course, if Yang Shengzhu trusts this senior hopes you can enter that place alone. Impossible. Meng Wuya shook his head decisively, staring at Zhang Yuan with a sneer. You and the four demon general are here. If you let him follow you alone, wouldn't that be the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's den? No matter what, this old master and the others must follow. This old master doesn't trust you. In the past, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander, and had learned from his mistakes. Zhang Yuan looked at Meng Wuya helplessly, aware of the latter's firm attitude, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, then everyone will go together. However, this senior still has the same condition. No matter what you see there, you cannot leak it out, otherwise. Otherwise what? Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan provocatively. Nothing, this senior cherishes his friendship with Yang Shengzhu very much, and doesn't want to make things difficult for anyone. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly and no longer said anything, beckoning to his group. Everyone, please follow me. The four demon general excitedly followed. They were also very curious about the secret left behind by Great Demon God. Before, they had only heard rumors about it and had never been to that place, but now that they had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes, it was all thanks to Yang Kai. Chapter 961. Following Zhang Yuan through the demon palace, after a short time, they arrived at a certain room and Zhang Yuan walked in, the others following closely behind. Yang Kai looked around and quickly discovered that this room should be Zhang Yuan's personal residence, and the entrance to the secret chamber left behind by Great Demon God was also hidden here. For many years, only the demon commanders of each generation were qualified to study this place, but now there were many more. In the corner of the room, Zhang Yuan released a few bursts of demonic qi, and a hidden door suddenly opened. Zhang Yuan walked in without saying a word, followed by the four demon general. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai, and whispered to him to be careful before taking the lead. Yang Kai then walked inside. Li Rong, Han Fei, and the old demon brought up the rear. There was a straight passageway leading downwards. Although there was no light, it was not dark. Both sides of the passageway were decorated with many strange stones that were emitting light. The light was gentle and not dazzling. From the front, whispering could be heard, as if the four demon general were discussing something. Kai Yang also discovered a lot of interesting things. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there were many drawings of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. These drawings were very abstract, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what they were. Zhang Yuan's voice came from the front. These patterns are all important and glorious events of Great Demon God's life. Perhaps they were created by Great Demon God himself, but they don't have much significance. Yang Kai nodded gently, walking forward and looking around. Suddenly, the incongruous patterns in front of him seemed to come alive as clear scenes flashed before his eyes, silently narrating the life stories of Great Demon God. Yang Kai even saw the battle between Great Demon God and the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master. Great Demon God was injured while the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master was severely injured, taking away a drop of Demon God golden blood. Yang Kai also saw the battle between Great Demon God and a man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix flew around the world, but the couple still couldn't defeat them. He even saw a pair of tall and sturdy twin brothers being defeated by the Great Demon God. Then, he saw the Great Demonic God standing proudly in the middle of an iceberg that had never melted since ancient times. Beside him was a woman in pure white clothes who was bathed in blood. She was looking at him with a look of love and hate. After a long time, the Great Demonic God left in a carefree manner. The woman was sad, and tears silently fell from her eyes. Yang Kai suddenly realized that there was a mystery behind these patterns. If he studied them carefully, he might be able to gain something special. The man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art were obviously the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Those twin brothers were definitely the two pavilion masters of the Twin Spirit Pavilion at that time. As for the woman wearing a white dress in the Ice Mountain, if Yang Kai wasn't wrong, she should be a senior from Ice Sect. These three sects were the top sects in that era. Those who fought against the Great Demonic God were all the most powerful masters of their time, but the Great Demonic God never lost a single battle, winning every single one of them. Scenes flashed before Yang Kai's eyes like flowing water, giving him a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing in the position of the Great Demon God, coldly overlooking all living beings in this world, making him feel lonely at the top. The Great Demonic God only took a few dozen years to establish himself as the strongest master under the heavens, one that no one could surpass. Since then, he had been lonely and lonely. He embarked on a journey to Starfield to explore more profound mysteries and secrets of the martial Tao. There was no news of him. There were rumors that he had accidentally fallen on his way to Starfield. Yang Shengzhu. Hearing Zhang Yuan's shout, Yang Kai's body shook, and he quickly came back to his senses. Noticing that everyone was looking at him strangely, Yang Kai immediately understood that he had accidentally immersed himself in these strange patterns. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Yuan's expression froze as he stared blankly into Yang Kai's eyes. From these eyes, he saw a sense of melancholy, as if in an instant, Yang Kai had experienced thousands of years of the flowing time great emperor, giving the young man in front of him the impression that he was a flowing time great emperor. Meng Wuya apparently also noticed this and couldn't help frowning. However, this melancholy quickly disappeared. So quickly that Zhang Yuan thought he was imagining things and smiled. "We've arrived, now we'll have to trouble Yang Shengzhu." "Have we arrived?" Yang Kai looked forward and found that there was a dead end in front of him, a thick wall blocking their path. There was a hole in the wall. It was squarish and very flat. Everyone stared at him eagerly. Yang Kai understood, and with a wave of his divine sense, took out the demon mystic tome. In an instant, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals' eyes lit up. "Don't try anything funny. If you fight here, none of you will have an easy time." Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This space was too narrow. Once so many Saint Realm masters fought here, the only result would be a lose-lose situation. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly and said, "Isn't Brother Meng being too vigilant? This senior has no intention of seizing someone's treasure." "Who knows? That's the demon mystic tome we're talking about. Who knows what you're thinking?" Meng Wuya coldly snorted, leaning closer to Yang Kai and motioning. "You do it, I'll keep an eye on them." Yang Kai nodded and slowly pressed the demon mystic tome in his hand into the pit. Inside the quiet corridor, everyone's breathing suddenly stagnated, their eyes all glued to the demon mystic tome like locusts, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. As the distance closed, Yang Kai felt the demon mystic tome in his hand tremble slightly and emit a buzzing sound. Immediately after, the demon mystic tome transformed into a black light and shot directly into the pit. The square pit was instantly filled, and in the next moment, the entire world began to tremble. A rustling sound rang out as gravel began to fall from above everyone's heads, giving them the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's expression changed as they secretly became vigilant, not knowing what would happen next. With a cracking sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick wall in front of them, and a dazzling white light bloomed from it, causing everyone to lose their sight. At the same time, a huge and irresistible suction force emerged from this crack, and even masters like Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya were helpless in the face of this force. With a series of strange screams, everyone was swallowed up by this crack and disappeared. It was as if they had been swallowed into the belly of a fierce beast. The next moment, in a white world, the masters of the demon race and Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, and the others appeared one by one. "Little brat, where's the demon mystic tome?" Meng Wuya only briefly checked his condition before hurriedly asking Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and whispered, "It's back." The moment he was swallowed up by the crack, the demon mystic tome used to open the seal returned to Yang Kai's body. "That's good." Meng Wuya nodded. "What is this?" "Over there," Mengge suddenly shouted, his tone filled with excitement and disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes shrank as they collectively became sluggish. In front of everyone was a ship. It was an incomparably huge ship. However, this ship had been here for who knew how many years and had long since become dilapidated. There were also many traces left behind from the great battle. What was strange though was that this ship did not have a mast, and there were no traces of it being submerged in water, as if it had never been in the water before. A desolate aura emanated from this dilapidated ship, making people feel that it was very old. Yang Kai glanced around and released his divine sense, surprised to find that all the materials used in this ship were of the highest grade. The dilapidated hull exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact. A strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he secretly clicked his tongue. Such a huge ship, how much material must it have cost to cast? That amount of materials was enough to create hundreds of saint-grade artifacts. This is the secret left behind by Great Demon Master? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself with a look of disbelief on his face, a deep sense of disappointment flashing across his eyes. He had speculated countless times about what would be here, fantasizing that this place would contain great demon gods' cultivation method, various divine technique, or even some secret that would allow him to break through to the next level. No matter what was left behind here, he was looking forward to it, so he had lowered his status and befriended Yang Kai, hoping to use the demon mystic tome in his hands to open this barrier. But when he really came here and opened the barrier that no previous demon commander had been able to open, he found that the situation here was completely different from what he had imagined. It was just a dilapidated ship. Although this dilapidated ship exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact, what use did it have? Was he going to use it to go out to sea? Zhang Yuan's strength was top-notch, so there was no need for him to use a ship to go out to sea. He couldn't accept this. He even suspected that everything here was a joke played by great demon god to his descendants. It seems like there's only this dilapidated ship here. Meng Wuya grinned, taking pleasure in Zhang Yuan's misfortune. The more disappointed Zhang Yuan was, the happier he was. He couldn't wait for Zhang Yuan to die from disappointment. That shouldn't be the case. Yang Kai frowned. In that strange world, great demon god's soul clone had clearly said that as long as he went to the demon capital, he would have a chance to figure out everything. Now that he had come here and opened the barrier he had left behind for thousands of years, it was time to unravel his doubts, but he found that things were somewhat different from what he had expected. He was also a little disappointed. If it was just to see this dilapidated ship, why would he come all the way here? Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing else here except for this dilapidated ship. The profound mysteries are hidden on that ship. Find them for me. Zhang Yuan seemed to have recovered and waved his hand as he shouted. The four demon general glanced at each other before rushing towards the dilapidated ship. I'll also take a look. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly, his figure flickering as he also rushed towards the dilapidated ship with the four demon general, obviously not wanting to give any benefits to others. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't join in the fun. Chapter 962. In the blink of an eye, the four demon generals and Meng Wuya arrived in front of the big ship, and were just about to set foot on it when suddenly, a thick demonic chi burst out from a certain part of the ship. The four demon generals only felt a strong pushing force hit them head-on, and all of them let out strange cries as they tumbled backwards. Even Meng Wuya was pushed back, tumbling through the air a few times before landing beside Yang Kai, staring towards the broken ship with a look of dread. On the other side, a pitch-black energy suddenly appeared. This energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It floated in the air, constantly changing and wriggling. Great demon god's aura. Yang Kai shouted, a look of vigilance filling his face. Is this the aura of great demon god master? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with fanaticism as he let out a burst of laughter. This senior knew there was more to this place than just a broken ship. Saying so, he stared at the mass of energy with a burning gaze, hoping to discover something from it. As long as he could find something, this trip would have been worth it. Feeling the tyrannical pressure from this aura, everyone became vigilant. A moment later, the wriggling dark energy transformed into a humanoid figure, and although it was very vague, Yang Kai was still able to make out the image of great demon god from its outline. The figure only paused midair for a moment before pouncing straight towards the crowd. As it approached, everyone felt as if their strength had been imprisoned, unable to move at all. With a look of horror, all of them watched as this figure passed through their bodies, exploded into a cloud of black mist, and disappeared. At the same time, everyone felt as if something had appeared in their minds, and involuntarily closed their eyes to investigate. Inside the vast expanse of white space, everyone stood motionless, each of them using their divine sense to examine the traces left behind by the black shadow passing through their bodies, their expressions gradually becoming more and more brilliant. It was the same for Yang Kai. After he immersed his mind, he suddenly realized that his soul was no longer in his knowledge sea, but in a vast star field. Stars dotted the sky, and there was nothing under his feet. A master covered in golden light was flying fast in the star field. His eyes were firm, his body was tough, and his face was dignified. He didn't use any secret treasures to protect himself, nor did he circulate the power in his body. He just relied on his body's defense to wander in the star field. It was the great demonic god. Yang Kai was greatly shaken. He immediately understood what the Black Shadow had instilled into his knowledge. See, this was clearly the experience of the great demonic god when he explored the star field. The legendary figures of that generation had left behind their experiences in the star field for future generations. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was just an outsider. He could only quietly watch everything that happened to him, unable to intervene at all. He believed that the others were the same. Immediately, Yang Kai focused on observing, not wanting to miss a single detail. This scene could be connected to the patterns in the corridor. After countless years of loneliness, the great demonic god finally embarked on the path to explore the star field. He had no goal in mind, just like a fallen leaf, drifting with the wind in the vast star field. He encountered the storms of the star field, but managed to rush through them unscathed. His strength was astonishing. He encountered an asteroid sea and sat cross-legged on one of the asteroids, allowing it to carry him through the star field. After an unknown amount of time, the great demonic god sitting on the asteroid sea suddenly opened his eyes and stared blankly in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He saw a huge ship sailing through the star field, one that was basically the same as the broken ship he had seen before. The great demonic god's eyes lit up, and after the big ship left, he followed it without saying a word. His original intention was to let this big ship take him to a more mysterious world where he could pursue a more profound martial Tao. But to the great demonic god's surprise, this starfield ship seemed to have a problem, and seemed to have lost its way in the starfield. The great demonic god followed it for a few years without any gains, and continued to wander the starfield. Until one day, the starfield ship seemed to have discovered something and suddenly changed direction, heading towards a certain planet. The great demonic god had returned. After following the starfield ship and arriving at the planet, the great demonic god suddenly discovered that this was the Tongxian realm he had left. After wandering the star field for who knows how many years, following this starfield ship, the great demonic god had finally returned to the place he had left. The big ship was anchored somewhere in the demon land. From the big ship, many guests from outer space walked down. Some of these guests had green eyes like ghost flames, some had a single horn on their forehead, which was very strange, and some had a pair of long ears, but most of them were no different from humans. Each of them was extremely powerful, with the weakest among them being a transcendent. The leaders of this group had even surpassed the Saint Realm. As soon as they appeared, the entire demon land was engulfed in the flames of war. The demon general had come to stop them, but the peak Third Order Saint Demon General was as weak as an ant in front of these starfield guests, and was easily killed by a green-eyed cultivator, not even his bones remaining. On a high peak, these masters from the star field stood atop, overlooking Tongxian realm, all of them in high spirits, feeling that with their strength, they could completely enslave this weak world. The great demonic god did not decline, and led the entire demon race to fight against these invaders. The scene changed, and on a hellish battlefield, the great demonic god's golden body was bathed in blood as he killed one enemy after another, sending them flying in all directions. On this battlefield, blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. There were ancient demon clansmen with demon crests on their faces who swore to follow the great demonic god, using their bodies and lives to block one attack after another for the great demonic god. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace teamed up to fight against the powerful bone race, Longfeng Chengxiang. There were also many masters from Ice Sect who, with a single thought, could cause snowflakes to fall and freeze the world. The two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion used their Twin Chi shared spirit divine art to further enhance their strength. There was also the monster race's great senior, Demonic Chi. The world changed color. In this battle, all the guests from the starry sky were killed, none of them surviving. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were nowhere to be found, and so were the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Several of the monster race's great seniors had died on the spot. The entire demon race suffered heavy casualties, with the great demonic god suffering heavy injuries and barely surviving. Over the next few dozen years, the great demonic god dragged his broken body across Tongxian realm, using the power of the void corridors scattered throughout the continent to construct a shocking spirit array. He sealed the entire Tongxian realm, making the planet where Tongxian realm was located fade from the sight of the star field, making it so that any guests from the starry sky who might come here would never be able to find Tongxian realm. He left a wisp of his soul clone at the center of this spirit array, guarding it, not allowing anyone to approach for thousands of years. Then he sealed the ancient demon clan. From then on, there was no news of them. In that vast white world, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Everyone's expression was incomparably complicated. Some didn't dare to believe what they had just seen. The atmosphere was strange and dull. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk as they woke up. The dark energy that had been pouring into their bodies overflowed and rushed towards Yang Kai, imprinting itself into his body and disappearing. Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled and his face became ferocious, as if he was enduring some kind of severe pain, sweat dripping from his forehead and drenching his clothes in an instant. Master. Li Rong didn't have time to digest the information she had just obtained and hurriedly looked towards Yang Kai. Everyone had woken up, but Yang Kai still had his eyes closed. Li Rong was also very concerned about the dark energy just now, but she didn't know why Yang Kai's experience was different. Don't disturb him. Meng Wuya suddenly spoke up, a thoughtful look on his face as he said in surprise. He seems to have gained something else. In the end, he is Great Demon God's successor. Master Demon God seems to be a bit biased. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai enviously. Although the dark energy that had poured into everyone's bodies just now carried Great Demon God's memories, it was still a huge amount of energy. If he could refine and absorb this energy, Zhang Yuan was confident that his strength would improve greatly. Unfortunately, this energy had flown away from his body, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Zhang Yuan cursed in his heart. All of you stand back. Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan with displeasure, fearing that he would disturb Yang Kai at this critical moment. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. Brother Meng, after seeing what happened just now, do you think I will do anything to him? I don't know, but I don't trust you. Meng Wuya remained unmoved. Good, this senior will stand back. Zhang Yuan was helpless and could only walk away with the 4-demon general and observe the situation from a distance. Yang Kai's pain seemed to be getting more and more intense, his handsome body trembling as his muscles tightened, causing Li Rong's heart to ache. When did he undergo Yuan Qi holiness transformation? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. The Yuan Qi aura exuding from Yang Kai's body had given him some clues. A few months ago, when we went to High Heaven Pavilion, Li Rong replied. A few months? How could it be so fast? Meng Wuya's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's current appearance seemed to be a sign of a breakthrough, but after an average cultivator underwent Yuan Qi holiness transformation, it would take at least a few years to truly glimpse the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Even if Yang Kai's talent was good, it was impossible for him to take this step in just a few months. This was too inconceivable. Just as Meng Wuya was pondering, under Yang Kai's left eye, a drop of blood suddenly rolled down like a pearl, mixed with a golden glow. What happened? Meng Wuya was shocked. Will young master be okay? Old Demon also expressed his concern. Meng Wuya didn't say a word, and instead focused on inquiring about Yang Kai's situation. The more he investigated, the more uncertain he became. He had never encountered a situation like Yang Kai's. Chapter 963. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a sudden change occurred. Just after he finished investigating the secrets of Great Demon God's exploration of the star field, a surge of energy suddenly poured into his knowledge sea. His entire knowledge sea was thrown into turmoil as the island formed by the 6-colored soul-warming lotus floated up and down, seemingly on the verge of being overturned at any moment. Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the calm of his knowledge sea, but was unable to stop it. This energy was like a violent storm, like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart his knowledge sea, causing him unbearable pain. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge sea suddenly released a powerful suction force and absorbed all the energy that poured in, immediately plunging his entire knowledge sea into darkness. This was Yang Kai's domain, and here he was the master. He could command everything here, even change the scenery and layout. However, when the demon eye of annihilation swallowed all this energy, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had lost control of his knowledge sea. His soul avatar felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, falling forever without end, causing him to panic. In the darkness, only the golden light emitted by the demon eye of annihilation was dazzling. His soul avatar was enveloped by this golden light, giving him a terrifying feeling that it was about to be swallowed whole. The golden light of the demon eye of annihilation restrained all spiritual energy. The souls of the masters Yang Kai had killed were all drawn to this place, and then purified by this golden light. It had never harmed Yang Kai before. But this time was different. Yang Kai faintly felt that if he didn't do something, he might end up like those people, his soul avatar purified, leaving behind only some pure spiritual energy. At that time, he would no longer exist in this world. Roaring in resistance, Yang Kai saw a faint six-colored light bloom in the darkness. His mind shook as his soul avatar hurriedly flew in that direction. A moment later, his soul avatar set foot on the six-colored island. On the six-colored island, there were countless tiny soul-devouring insects living here. After a long period of nourishment, these soul-devouring insects seemed to have become stronger than before. Yang Kai ignored them, and with a thought, the six-colored island returned to its original form, taking on the appearance of the soul-warming lotus. The lotus petals gradually closed and wrapped around Yang Kai's soul avatar. The golden light from the demon eye of annihilation was like a scorching sun, evaporating the energy in Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, causing it to rapidly dry up. An unimaginable pain was transmitted from the depths of his soul. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and urged the power of the soul-warming lotus to continuously replenish his fading knowledge sea. Gradually, the pain became a lot weaker, and Yang Kai was surprised to discover that he had formed a strange connection with the demon eye of annihilation that belonged to Great Demon God. Since obtaining the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai had been trying to refine it, but unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Although he could use the purifying power of the demon eye of annihilation, fundamentally speaking, this golden eye was just a foreign object that existed in his knowledge sea, and was not something he truly owned. This was completely different from the six-colored soul-warming lotus. After experiencing a series of painful experiences, Yang Kai had formed a true connection with the demon eye of annihilation. The evaporated energy in his knowledge sea had become a bridge between him and the demon eye of annihilation, allowing the demon eye of annihilation to truly acknowledge him. Perceiving this, Yang Kai suddenly became excited. Without restraint, he began to stimulate the power of the soul-warming lotus, constantly producing new seawater in his knowledge sea, which was then evaporated and absorbed by the demon eye of annihilation. With the passage of time, the pain in his soul became lighter and lighter, gradually disappearing. Instead, it gave Yang Kai a relaxed and happy feeling. Finally, at a certain moment, Yang Kai felt that the demon eye of annihilation had truly become his. The demon eye of annihilation, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly fell from the sky like a meteor and crashed straight towards Yang Kai. The six-colored soul-warming lotus wrapped around Yang Kai opened its petals, and Yang Kai stared at the demon eye of annihilation fearlessly, allowing it to rush into his soul avatar and disappear. The world suddenly became a little different, and a subtle joy rose from the bottom of his heart. In the vast expanse of whiteness, Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Pain spread from his left eye, and Meng Wuya and the others around him were looking at him with concern and nervousness. Yang Kai, what happened? Meng Wuya hurriedly asked. As soon as these words came out, Meng Wuya froze on the spot, his eyes overflowing with shock as he pointed to Yang Kai. Your left eye? The left eye was no longer black and white, but a golden pupil. The long and narrow golden pupil was filled with endless majesty, and the expression in its eyes was also extremely indifferent. It was just like the great demon god that Meng Wuya had seen before, coldly looking down on all living things. Vaguely, an invisible vortex emerged from the golden eye and madly tugged at Meng Wuya's soul, as if trying to devour it and destabilize it. Treasurer Meng's face changed greatly, and he quickly averted his gaze, shouting, "Close your left eye." Yang Kai was startled but quickly realized what had happened, and reached out to cover his left eye. The palm of his hand was damp and hot, as well as the smell of blood. It wasn't until this moment that Li Rong, Han Fei, an old demon, breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with shock. "Young master, what happened to your left eye?" Old demon asked in a trembling voice. Old servant's soul was almost sucked away. "The demon eye of annihilation, it's the demon eye of annihilation of great demon god." Zhang Yuan screamed crazily. Even though they were separated by a great distance, when he looked at Yang Kai just now, he could still feel the pull he felt. It was as if he was facing the great demon god himself. The pressure he felt was like a mountain. The four demon general also went pale as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. The great demon god had all kinds of divine abilities, and one of them was cultivated in his left eye. It was the soul-extinguishing golden light. According to the ancient records, the great demon god's left eye could see through all illusions in the world and restrain all divine souls. What Zhang Yuan had never imagined was that after thousands of years, the demon eye of annihilation would reappear. It had reappeared in the body of a human. This made him feel very disappointed. He couldn't help wondering what this little brat Yang Kai had done to be so lucky. "I need to enter retreat for a while." Yang Kai covered his eye and wiped the blood from it as he said lightly. Meng Wuya nodded. That golden eye was really too dangerous. If he couldn't control it freely, anyone who approached Yang Kai in the future would likely suffer a calamity. "Then you enter retreat here, we'll go out first. When you come out, we'll discuss other things," Meng Wuya said in a deep voice before turning to Zhang Yuan. "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. Yang Kai then summoned the demon mystic tome and opened the exit, allowing the others to leave first. After they left, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in studying the demon eye of annihilation. Time flew by, and 1 month later, inside the demon palace, demon commander Zhang Yuan, the four demon general, and Meng Wuya were all waiting anxiously. During this past month, Yang Kai had remained in retreat, so they had nothing to do. It wasn't until today that they suddenly noticed Yang Kai's aura appear, and immediately understood that he should have exited his retreat. All of them rushed to Zhang Yuan's room, and stared at the entrance to the secret room. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai's left eye with lingering fear, and found that it had returned to its normal state, becoming black and white again. "Did you succeed?" Meng Wuya hurriedly asked. Yang Kai gently nodded. It took him an entire month to finally be able to freely control the demon eye of annihilation. This eye, which contained the divine technique of great demon god, could greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. "Since Yang Shengzhu has come out, let's discuss what we saw before." Zhang Yuan didn't want to talk too deeply about the demon eye of annihilation, and said in a sour tone. Everyone glanced around at each other and nodded. They had been holding this matter in their stomachs for an entire month now, so they had no choice but to discuss it. Inside the hall, the demon race masters and Yang Kai took their seats. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan lightly coughed and said, "I think everyone here has seen what this senior saw before." Everyone nodded. Great demon god really fell, but he didn't fall while exploring the star field as the rumors say, but rather died for the sake of Tongxian realm, Zhang Yuan sighed. Great demon god master is truly admirable. Meng Wuya sneered. He's been dead for thousands of years, there's no need to say such empty words. Zhang Yuan looked at him indifferently. This is the great achievement of great demon god master, no one can deny it. If he had not exhausted himself in battle, this continent would have long since fallen into the hands of those starry sky visitors. Whatever you say, Meng Wuya spat. Meng Wuya spat disdainfully. Although he didn't like the demon race very much, it was undeniable that great demon god's actions had indeed changed the fate of Tongxian realm. Unfortunately, the bone race clansmen had not all died. Although in the message left behind by great demon god, everyone saw that all the starry sky visitors had died, there must have been some bone race clansmen who had secretly hidden themselves away from great demon god's sight. After thousands of years, they had revived again. Thanks to great demon god master, we now know that there is a higher realm above the Saint realm, the Saint King realm. Zhang Yuan shouted. Great demon god master had already reached the Saint King realm back then. It was precisely because great demon god's strength surpassed that of this world that even masters like Meng Wuya and Zhang Yuan were unable to break through the various barriers left behind by him. The huge disparity in strength left them helpless. Among those starry sky visitors, there were also Saint Kings, but they were all defeated by Great Demon God and killed. I don't understand. Why did Great Demon God Master use the void corridors all over the world to arrange such a shocking spirit array to seal off all of Tongxian realm? Meng Guo asked curiously. Because he perceived the danger of those starry sky visitors. Yang Kai quickly said. Great Demon God's method back then was not a seal. It was probably just a way to dilute it. Among those starry sky visitors, there were Saint King realm masters. So Great Demon God knew that once he died, if such masters came to Tongxian realm in the future, no one would be able to resist them. So he arranged a massive spirit array to make Tongxian realm fade away from the star field. This way, if any starry sky visitors passed by Tongxian realm, it would be difficult for them to discover any traces of life here. This should be a form of protection. Chapter 964. Yang Kai's explanation was reasonable, and was exactly what most of the people present had been thinking about for the past month. All of them nodded in agreement. I understand. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he said thoughtfully. I understand what Great Demon God's soul clone meant. Great Demon God Master's soul clone? Zhang Yuan was startled and quickly asked for more details. Yang Kai didn't conceal anything, and simply explained how he rescued Meng Wuya. When I finally left, Great Demon God's soul clone told me that this world had been sealed for too long, and it was time to see the light of day again. At that time, I thought he was referring to that strange mysterious small world, but it turns out he was referring to Tongxian realm. He asked me to come to the demon capital because he had left a message here. The seal had been lifted, the mysterious small world had opened, and all of Tongxian realm had once again appeared in the star field. This was what Great Demon God meant by seeing the light of day again. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao had said that the current star field was somewhat different from before, and many stars that could not be seen before could now be seen. This was also because Great Demon God's seal had been lifted. Now that the seal had been lifted, the world had become much brighter, and naturally, many stars that could not be seen before could be seen. So, Meng Wuya's expression became strange, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Tongxian realm becoming like this is the responsibility of this old master and little Yang Kai? Exchanging a glance with Yang Kai, both of them also wore blank expressions. The lifting of the seal is your responsibility, but the revival of the bone race has nothing to do with you. Although the timing is somewhat coincidental, the old demon frowned. It may have something to do with it. The Great Demon God left behind a seal and his aura covered the entire continent, so the bone race did not dare to awaken, but after the seal was lifted, the Great Demon God's aura disappeared. The bone race sensed it and dared to come out. Yang Kai pondered. This is just my guess, but it is very likely to be true. The 5 masters from the demon race all glanced at each other before Zhang Yuan said. If that's the case, then Yang Xingzhu has an unavoidable responsibility for this World War II catastrophe. You are also duty-bound to stop them. What do you mean by that? Meng Wuya squinted at Zhang Yuan and sneered. Do you want to stay out of this? Yang Kai said that the bone race has several dozen Saint Realm masters, and that they can use their corpses to create new clansmen. Once they are given enough time, they will never be able to kill them all. The bone race was like a spark, and although the current fire was small, it could start a prairie fire. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. Of course not. The Great Demon God Master was able to exhaust himself and die for the sake of the entire continent. My demon race is his descendant, so naturally it is impossible for me to disgrace him. And my demon race will also assist Yang Shengzhu. Although he said so, everyone could see the reluctance in his words. Yang Kai glanced over at him before standing up and saying, I already understand what happened and the truth of the continent. Whether your demon race wants to intervene or not is up to you. If you want your descendants to be enslaved by the bone race forever, you can also bide your time. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and walked straight out of the hall. Meng Wuya and the others quickly followed. Zhang Yuan's face changed as he shouted, Yang Xingzhu, wait! What is it? Yang Kai turned around. Dare I ask, when Yang Shengzhu returns this time, will he deal with the bone race? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before replying. Relying on my 9 heavens holy land alone is impossible. The difference in strength is too great. I need to find some helpers, but I don't know how many I can find. Zhang Yuan frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, I don't think there is anyone in this world who understands the power of the bone race better than us. Just now this senior had some misgivings. Yang Shengzhu, after you go back, gather as many helpers as possible while this senior will immediately take stock of them and bring them to 9 heavens holy land to join you. Yang Kai sneered. You want to help? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. This senior simply doesn't want to disappoint the great demon god master. I am the demon commander, the ruler of the demon land. Can't I even clean up the mess left behind by the great demon god master? Yang Kai stared at him deeply before turning to look at the 4 demon general behind him, discovering that all 4 of them also wore solemn expressions. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai declared, no matter what, when this matter is over, all grievances between us will be written off. When the time comes, this senior may have many things to ask Yang Shengzhu about, especially when it comes to the great demon god master. Zhang Yuan laughed. Good. Yang Kai nodded. We'll be going now, there's no need to see us off. After Yang Kai and the others left, Zhang Yuan's expression became dignified as he turned to the 4 demon general and said, how serious this matter is, all of you are well aware. There is no need for this senior to explain any further. Return to your respective territories and gather your forces. Half a month from now, we will meet in Man City. Yes. The 4 demon general nodded and quickly left. Aboard the star shuttle, Yang Kai and the others quickly flew off. Meng Wuya said with some surprise, Zhang Yuan is quite easy to talk to this time. It's not that he's easy to talk to, it's just that he understands that without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. If we fight with the bone race, if we lose, the next one to suffer will likely be his demon land, but if we win, I will definitely settle accounts with him in the future. No matter who wins or loses, there will be no benefits for him. Yang Kai said lightly, seemingly seeing through the concerns in Zhang Yuan's heart. His attitude from the beginning was very ambiguous, clearly unwilling to intervene in this matter. After all, once he did, he had to be prepared to suffer some losses. But seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, he had no choice but to compromise. Perhaps at first he wanted Yang Kai to give him some benefits so he could help. After all, he didn't have any friendship with Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had too many things he coveted. The demon mystic tome, the demon god divine technique, the demon god golden blood. All of them made him extremely jealous. In any case, this time's world catastrophe is this old master's responsibility. Meng Wuya sighed heavily. If he hadn't taken Xia Ningchang to that mysterious small world, Yang Kai wouldn't have had to destroy the 8 Tongxian pillars in order to rescue him. Those pillars were the hubs of the entire spirit array, and once they were destroyed, the spirit array would no longer be able to operate and the world seal would be destroyed, resulting in the current situation. Meng Wuya blamed himself. No one's responsibility. Yang Kai shook his head. Even if I hadn't destroyed it that time, that spirit array would have stopped functioning on its own one day. We just caused this incident to happen ahead of time. If you don't have any responsibility, then why are you so enthusiastic? Meng Wuya laughed dryly. Am I enthusiastic? Yang Kai frowned. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded together. Old Demon also grinned meaningfully. Young master, you are indeed so. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, that may be because I don't want those who have just lost their homes to lose a place that can shelter them again. If it was anything else, even if the sky fell down, there would still be others to hold it up. But for those people, I am their heaven. If I don't hold it up, who will? Meng Wuya's body shook, knowing that the people Yang Kai was referring to were those from the Great Han Dynasty. Nodding lightly, you've matured a lot. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also flashed brilliantly as she stared towards Yang Kai, feeling more and more that her master was extraordinary. Under the night sky, the star shuttle flashed a brilliant blue light and flew across the sky like a meteor. Kai Yang looked up at the sky full of stars, but he was unable to find the beautiful figure that had captivated his dreams in this magnificent world. Su Yan, right now, was nowhere to be found in Starfield. A few days later, Yang Kai's group returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The atmosphere in the Holy Land was clearly different from before, and it was quite dignified. As soon as Yang Kai returned, Su Hui hurriedly reported, "Holy Master, news has spread that within a 10,000-kilometer radius of Water Spirit Temple, all living creatures have been wiped out. This matter seems to have spread across the entire continent, and has caused quite a stir. On top of that, the Bone Race seems to be continuing to expand their territory, acting extremely presumptuous." "Let them expand," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "The bigger they make this matter, the easier it will be for us to deal with it." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "When you passed the news to the great forces of the human race, what was their attitude?" Su Hui angrily replied, "Not many people believed it, and even if some reluctantly believed it, none of them had any intention of intervening. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door." Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course, but now I think they should believe it. It can't be helped if they don't believe me." In the direction of Water Spirit Temple, countless people have already begun to flee. Our Holy Land is on the edge of the human race's territory, so we don't need to worry about anything for the time being. Good, continue to contact people, and have those who are willing to fight against the Bone Race come to my Nine Heavens Holy Land. Tell them that this time it's not just my human race's business. The demon race and monster race will also be sending people. This time, the masters of the entire world will be joining forces. The demon race and monster race? Su Hui was shocked, suddenly realizing that the situation was more serious than he had thought, quickly excusing himself and leaving. After briefly staying in the Holy Land for a while, Yang Kai rushed to the Beast Sea Jungle. Inside Thunder Tree Palace, the three monster race great seniors had gathered and seemed to be discussing something. When Yang Kai arrived, the three great seniors were a little surprised. Thunder Dragon asked in surprise, "Didn't you go to the Demon Land? How come you've returned so quickly?" "I've already been there, and met with Zhang Yuan." "What was his attitude?" "He will send someone over. I came this time to see what you three think. Zhang Yuan will also send someone over." Among the three, the only woman exclaimed, "Allow me to introduce you, Yang Kai. You should have never met you. Right? The one called you. By Lei Long was an enchanting woman. She had a graceful figure, a graceful waist, and a pair of soft breasts. Her skin was white like cream, and her beautiful eyes emitted a spirit that could captivate one's soul. She was one of the three monster race great seniors, and her true body was an ice jade python great senior. In terms of strength, she was no worse than Thunder Dragon and earth-splitting Divine Ox." After the two greeted each other, Yu covered her mouth and giggled. "I've long heard that Yang Shengzhu is so young but has such outstanding strength. Seeing you today, it seems your reputation is well deserved. Yang Shengzhu, would you be interested in visiting my territory for a few days?" Saying so, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Yang Kai. "If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely ask for your advice," Yang Kai grinned. "Then it's settled, I'll be waiting for you," Yu said while throwing a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. Thunder Dragon's face went black as he shouted, "Hey, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to do this in front of me?" Chapter 965. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a bitter tone. Yang Kai glanced at him and immediately understood that Thunder Dragon was interested in this dragon lady, solemnly saying, "Let's get down to business." The expressions of the three great seniors also became dignified. Words alone won't be enough. Three seniors should take a look with your own eyes. Yang Kai quickly said, "Take a look with our own eyes?" Thunder Dragon raised his brow, somewhat puzzled as to what Yang Kai wanted them to see. "If three seniors trust me, release the defenses of your knowledge seas." As Yang Kai spoke, he condensed a white ball of light at his fingertips. This ball of light exuded his soul aura, and was obviously a part of Yang Kai's memories. The three monster race great seniors looked at each other and nodded. Yang Kai then pointed his finger at the foreheads of the three great seniors, and sent this ball of spiritual energy into their knowledge seas. The three great seniors' bodies shook slightly before they slowly closed their eyes, and carefully examined the information sent by Yang Kai. This information not only included everything they had seen in the demon capital, but also what Yong Kai had seen in Water Spirit Temple. After a long time, the three monster race great seniors slowly opened their eyes, their expressions extremely solemn. They all deeply understood just how difficult it was to deal with the bone race. I didn't expect this matter to have something to do with great demon god, Thunder Dragon muttered to himself. On top of that, my monster race's seniors also fought against those starry sky invaders. Yue frowned slightly. But why is there no record of this? Almost all of my monster race's seniors died in battle. Such a glorious past should have been recorded. Above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm? Since ancient times, only great demon god has reached this realm? Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. It's really incredible. What do you want us to do? Thunder Dragon looked at Yong Kai seriously. Help. Yong Kai said concisely. According to my observations, the bone race doesn't have a single Saint King Realm master. The most powerful one among them is only a third-order saint, and there are only a few of them. What's most frightening is that they can create new clansmen using a special method. They seem to be invincible, but that's not the case. If the humans, demons, and demons can join forces, it won't be difficult to destroy them. Thunder Dragon nodded. If we want to make a move, we have to do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. That's what I thought too. Old Cow and you, or what do you think? Thunder Dragon turned his eyes to the other two great venerables. After all, this concerns the entire monster race. This king cannot make a decision alone. I'll listen to you. You are handed the decision over to Thunder Dragon. Earth-splitting Ox shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Thunder Dragon grinned. Zhang Yuan has already intervened in this matter. How can my monster race remain uninvolved? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't the world laugh at the demon clan? Count us in as well. Yong Kai shook his head and nodded firmly. Good, I knew Thunder Dragon Great Senior would be easy to deal with. Thunder Dragon shook his head. This isn't helping you. It's just that my monster race is seeking a way to survive. Tongxian Realm is not the territory of those bones. This is our territory. After the three great seniors agreed, they immediately began to convene the monster race masters. The Beast Sea Jungle wasn't too far from Nine Heaven's Holy Land. So once the gathering was complete, they would soon be able to meet up with Yong Kai, much faster than the demon race. Both the monster and demon clans had already expressed their willingness to intervene in this matter. But what made Yong Kai feel slightly disappointed was that the great forces of the human race had yet to respond. With the exception of some forces that had a close relationship with Nine Heaven's Holy Land or Yong Kai, most of them maintained a wait-and-see attitude. All of them took it for granted that the situation wasn't too bad, and that even if the disaster spread, it wouldn't affect them. The ambiguous attitude of these great forces made Great Elder Su Hui so angry that he couldn't stop cursing, but there was nothing he could do. One day, an old man and a young man arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The old man had white hair and gave off a sage-like aura, while the young man had red lips and white teeth. His appearance was handsome enough to make many women feel ashamed of their inferiority, secretly hating how such a handsome man could be born. Master, we've arrived. The handsome young man looked towards the 9 peaks and took a deep breath. That guy is doing quite well now, actually occupying such a large piece of treasure land. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There's no need to envy others. You and I, master and disciple, have traveled the world and gained many things. What master says is right. The young man nodded respectfully. But master, why did you suddenly want to come here? The old man chuckled. I heard there was an alchemy grandmaster here, so master naturally wanted to meet him. How could there be an alchemy grandmaster that can compare to master? The young man sneered, apparently not taking this seriously, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he muttered to himself. Does master not want to embarrass the human race? Since you know, why say it out loud? The old man sighed slightly. The world's situation is worrying. How many people can he call upon at such a young age? The demon race and the monster race have already taken action. Only the human race is still divided. This old master has not appeared for a long time, but now it's time for him to show his face. I knew this was master's true intention. The young man grinned meaningfully, as if he had long seen through the old man's intentions. Good, there is a disciple guarding the mountain over there. Go and inform him. The old man waved his hand to the young man, who quickly stepped forward and said a few words to the Holy Land disciple guarding the mountain. After hearing this, the disciple quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go and report to Great Elder." Inside the Holy Master Court's alchemy room, Yang Kai was refining pills with his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters when suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Frowning, Yang Kai put down the things in his hands and quietly left the room. Outside the door, Su Hui was waiting. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Someone outside the peak is asking for an audience." "Who is it?" According to the disciple's report, the person who asked for an audience called himself Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao. Yang Kai's body shook as he hurriedly asked, "Did he come alone or with an old man?" Su Hui was taken aback, not knowing why Yang Kai was so excited, quickly replying, "It seems that there was an old man with him." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the 9 peaks like a gust of wind. Su Hui scratched his head, a blank look filling his face. He had never seen Yang Kai greet a guest so eagerly. As 9 Heavens Holy Land's reputation grew, very few people were qualified to be personally welcomed by the Holy Master. What was the identity of Zhai Yao? How could he be so important to the Holy Master? While Su Hui was wondering, Yang Kai rushed back like a gust of wind. Su Hui was stunned. "Holy Master, you..." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai had already brushed past him and rushed straight into the alchemy room. A moment later, several grandmasters' angry shouts rang out from inside the room. "Little brat, you ruined my furnace of pills. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't let you off. My pills were also destroyed. What a pity these Saint-grade herbs were wasted. Heavens, smelly brat. What do you want to do? Waste heaven's treasures. Waste heaven's treasures. Don't pull me. I want to stay here and perform alchemy. I'm not going anywhere. Who do you want to see? This old master won't see anyone." "That's right. What kind of person could be more important than alchemy? Besides, what kind of divine being is actually qualified for us old fogies to meet with him? Does he even have such qualifications? I won't see him. Tell him to scram." The several grandmasters were all grumbling, obviously very dissatisfied with Yang Kai disturbing their alchemy. Su Hui vaguely heard Yang Kai say something in a low voice. In the room, the shouts of the grandmasters stopped abruptly, as if they had lost their ability to speak. It was completely silent. Su Hui also seemed to hear a rapid heartbeat coming from inside the room. Soon after, the 5 grandmasters rushed out of the room, each with a fanatical look on their faces as they fought to be the first to rush out. The fat on Changbao's body trembled violently, wave after wave, but he still refused to show weakness. He ran faster than a rabbit, relying on his fat body to knock down the other grandmasters as he took the lead. Su Hui was dumbstruck. When had he ever seen these famous grandmasters lose their composure like this? Grandmasters don't run so fast. Su Hui only had time to warn them before the 5 grandmasters disappeared. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang also flew past him. What's going on? Su Hui was confused. Outside the 9 peaks, when Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang arrived, they happened to see the 5 grandmasters gathered around a white-haired old man. All of the grandmasters wore expressions of worship and fanaticism as they spoke to the old man cautiously. Changbao wiped the sweat from his forehead as he smiled brilliantly, seemingly having been praised by the old man, his face flushed with excitement. "Brother Yang." The young man next to the old man called out to Yang Kai. "Brother Zhai." Yang Kai greeted him warmly. "It's been many years. And it's been almost 10 years since we last met in Floating Cloud City." "Oh," Zhai Yao said, suddenly turning his eyes to Xia Ningchang and exclaiming, "Aren't you that girl? Why are you here?" "This is my senior sister, Xia Ningchang." "Senior sister." Zhai Yao's expression froze as he suddenly remembered. "So you finally found her? Congratulations, congratulations." "Many thanks, Brother Zhai." Yang Kai smiled, walked over to the old man and respectfully bowed. "Junior greets Li Lao." Xia Ningchang also gracefully bowed. "Little friend Yang doesn't need to be so polite." Li Lao smiled and nodded. "This old master came uninvited. Little friend Yang won't blame me, right?" "Li Lao is too serious." Li Lao and Brother Zhai coming to the Holy Land is Junior's honor. How could I dare blame you? Please come in. Kai Yang gestured to the side. Li Lao smiled and nodded before, under the escort of the 5 grandmasters, strolling into 9 Heavens' Holy Land. When the disciples guarding the mountain saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They didn't know where this old man and young man came from. Why were the 5 grandmasters and the Holy Lord so respectful to them? Their hearts were filled with suspicion. Chapter 966. The news of the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui's arrival in 9 Heavens' Holy Land spread like wildfire throughout the 9 peaks. Many disciples of the 9 peaks put down what they were doing and ran to the guest hall. They craned their necks and looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the master from afar and be proud of it. The source of all this was because Su Hui had accidentally blurted out Li Lao's name. When Yang Kai and the 5 grandmasters led Li Lao and Zhai Yao to 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Su Hui quickly inquired about the identity of the other party. After all, he was the Holy Land's great elder, Old Man Mo, so he could not neglect his guests. After learning that this old man was the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Su Hui shouted on the spot. Only now did he understand why Yang Kai had hurriedly run over to greet him, and why the 5 venerable grandmasters were acting like students in front of this old man. In this world, only Li Lao had such qualifications and could command such respect from the 5 grandmasters. As a result, the news spread like wildfire. Thousands of disciples from the Holy Land gathered around the reception hall, leaving not even a drop of water able to leak out. Every generation produced a new generation of talents. Thousands of years ago, the demon race had its great demon god, but now, the human race had its own unique talent, Li Lao. The human, monster, and demon races were mutually antagonistic and hated each other. But if there was anyone in this world who could command respect from all 3 races, besides the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, there was no one else. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, and the several great seniors of the monster race, didn't dare act rashly in front of Li Lao. Unfortunately, Li Lao was a mysterious dragon who moved about without a fixed residence, so very few people knew what he looked like. So it had been many years since anyone had heard anything about him. Back in Floating Cloud City, Li Lao had quietly gone to the city lord's mansion without alerting too many people. It was rumored that he had died long ago, causing many people to sigh. But now he had taken the initiative to come to 9 Heavens' Holy Land. What are you looking at? Don't you need to do anything? If you keep crowding around here, I'll dig out all your eyeballs. Su Hui walked out of the hall with a cold face and shouted. The thousands of disciples were shocked and scattered like birds and beasts. In the main hall, Yang Kai said embarrassedly, I've embarrassed myself in front of Li Lao, and I will restrain my disciples from revealing your whereabouts. It's fine, it's fine. Li Lao waved his hand amiably, indicating that he didn't care. In the past, wherever I went, I concealed my identity and didn't want outsiders to know my whereabouts. But this time, I hope someone knows that I'm here. Why is that? In the hall, the Holy Land's elder Chang Mo and the alchemists looked at him in confusion. Li Lao muttered to himself for a moment, before his expression turned serious. He said calmly, recently, this old man has heard a lot of strange news. It is said that the news came from here? Yes. That information. It's true. Yang Kai nodded. As expected. Li Lao sighed lightly and said leisurely. This old master also heard that Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors have taken action. But most of the great forces of the human race are still maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. Yang Kai's expression became heavy. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. They aren't like Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors who have seen some secrets with their own eyes, so they aren't too convinced. This can't be blamed on them. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, but not all of them are like this. Soaring Heaven Sect, Dragon Phoenix Palace, Twin Spirit Pavilion, and Bold Independent Union have all sent word a few days ago that they will be bringing people over as soon as possible. How many masters can these sects with close ties to Little Friend Yang possibly gather? When the time comes, I'm afraid the monster race and demon race will become laughingstocks. Currently, my human race is the most powerful force in the world, and this matter is happening in our territory, But in the end, it is the monster race and demon race that are mobilizing all of their forces. What kind of scandal is this? There's no other way. I can't force others to do this kind of thing. Yang Kai also felt helpless. Does little friend Yang know which force is the largest in this world? Li Lao suddenly asked with a smile. The largest force? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before thinking about it carefully. My Nine Heavens Holy Land has developed quite well, and can be considered one of the top forces in this world. My sect Soaring Heaven sect is also doing well, but how can we compare? There are many holy lands and holy lands in this world where some of the top masters don't appear for a long time. No one knows whether they are still alive or not, Hifeng also echoed. Li Lao, which force are you talking about? Duan asked curiously. Li Lao laughed but didn't answer directly, instead slowly saying, Little friend Yang, the development of your Nine Heavens Holy Land is something this old master has heard about. It is said that because of a mysterious alchemist, Nine Heavens Holy Land status has rapidly risen, gradually surpassing what it once was. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, his eyes suddenly lighting up, understanding what kind of force Li Lao was referring to. A mysterious alchemist was able to make all those cultivators come here to beg for pills. What if all the alchemists in the world were included? The Alchemist Guild. Yang Kai shouted. Li Lao smiled and nodded. If the Alchemist Guild were to step in, I believe those great forces and masters in the world would make the right choice. Li Lao, did you come here today just for this? Yang Kai looked at him excitedly. And, since becoming famous, this old master has begun to play with the world, not caring about worldly affairs. For the past 1,000 years, I have not done anything for this world, but now that countless people have worshipped this old master's heart is uneasy. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, this old master will naturally not let it go. And although I have not appeared in the world for a long time, I believe this old master still has some face. Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I'll go to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters now, and have them come forward to negotiate. Hong Fong hurriedly stood up. There's no need. Master has already spoken to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters before coming here, and has also contacted some old friends I haven't contacted for many years. Zhai Yao smiled confidently. I believe it won't be long before many people come here. Inside the hall, everyone looked at each other excitedly. Regardless of whether these people came here voluntarily or not, as long as they could come, the three clans would be able to solve the problem of the bone race as soon as possible. Many thanks, Li Lao, Yang Kai said sincerely. It is this old master who should thank you on behalf of the world. Little friend Yang has rushed to help the three clans. It is clear that he cares about the world. This old master cannot compare. Li Lao looked at Yang Kai approvingly. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before solemnly saying, Li Lao misunderstands. I have rushed to the three clans and sent messages to all the great forces not because of any righteous cause, nor because I want to save the world. Oh. Then why is little friend Yang so enthusiastic? As far as this old master knows, you were the one who took the lead in this matter. The monster race and demon race were also united by you. And because I want to deal with the bone race as soon as possible and then go do my own thing. If the bone race is not dealt with quickly, I will have to worry about them in the future, Yang Kai replied sincerely. Li Lao stared at him deeply, not asking what he planned to do after dealing with the bone race, instead just laughing and saying, no matter what your intentions are, this is a good thing. When future generations look back at the ancient records and look back to this day, they will definitely see little friend Yang and Nine Heavens Holy Land's name. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. 10 days later, Nine Heavens Holy Land didn't receive any reinforcements from the human race, but the Saint-grade alchemists from the Alchemist Guild's headquarters did. These alchemists usually didn't leave their homes and had noble status, so it was always others who came to visit them. But today, as if they had all come to an agreement, they all rushed to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Because the Old Man of Heaven's keep was here. All of them had come because of Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation, and were all excited. Over the next few days, more and more Saint-grade alchemists from different places arrived. After learning the news, these Saint-grade alchemists moved even faster than the human race's reinforcements. In just 10 days, Nearly 30 saint-grade alchemists had gathered in 9 Heaven's Holy Land, almost accounting for 90% of all the saint-grade alchemists in the world. The remaining 10% were also on their way. With the addition of the saint-grade alchemists, the human race masters from various forces also arrived one after another. Among them were several peak third-order saints. Each of these masters was over 1,000 years old, and were all old acquaintances of Li Lao. So when they heard him summon them, they didn't hesitate to rush over. Each of these experts had an extraordinary force behind them. Their disciples and grand-disciples had also followed them to the 9 peaks. Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Ling Xiao also came with his 4 martial uncles. Chu Ling Xiao and these old men also seemed to know each other, and when they met, it was quite lively. All of them praised Yang Kai in front of Chu Ling Xiao for being young and promising. As time passed, more and more human race masters gathered in the 9 peaks, none of them below the transcendent realm, all of them transcendents and saints. Because the Alchemist Guild had issued an order, if any of the great forces didn't give them face this time, the Alchemist Guild would not give them face in the future. Not only would they not be able to enjoy the services of an alchemist, but they would also not be able to buy any spirit grasses or spirit medicines. The world was shaken, and all the great forces no longer hesitated to mobilize. They could offend others, but they didn't dare to offend all the alchemists in the world, especially since the Old Man of Heaven's Keep had personally stepped forward. Once a cultivator lost the assistance of pills, they would have a difficult time in the future. Moreover, coming to help this time was not without benefits. The Alchemist Guild had promised that after this matter was resolved, all the alchemists under its jurisdiction would perform alchemy for them for 3 years free of charge, including those saint-grade alchemists who rarely acted. Such a huge benefit, no one would easily let it go. The entire 9 peaks became extraordinarily lively in a very short period of time. Experts came and went like carps crossing the river, appearing in an endless stream. Yang Kai was also introduced by Li Lao and Chu Ling Xiao to some of the top masters. Time flew by and another month passed. On the horizon, there seemed to be a demonic qi approaching like a collapsing mountain. On the other side, there was also a demonic qi soaring to the sky. The masters on the 9 peaks all turned their gazes towards the sky, their expressions dignified. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he shouted, "The monster and demon races are here." Chapter 967. The several monster race great seniors had finished their preparations a month ago, but the masters from the demon race had yet to arrive, so they had been waiting until today when they sensed the auras of the demon race masters. Inside the 9 peaks, the human race masters looked up at the sky and saw the masters from the other 2 races approaching, many of them showing looks of dread and disgust. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts. The hatred between races was not something that could be resolved overnight. It was a deep-rooted grievance. Not long after, Zhang Yuan led the 4 demon general and some of the Saint Realm masters from the demon race to the 9 peaks, the 3 monster race great seniors also arriving at the same time. Letting out a hearty laugh, Zhang Yuan swept his eyes around lightly and calmly said, "So many people. If I had known there would be so many people gathered here, this senior wouldn't have had to rush over from the demon land. Your human race could have handled this matter on its own. This senior thought none of you would intervene." Thunder Dragon nodded to the side. And this king also thought so. The 2 of them calling out "this senior" and "this king" caused many of the human race masters to glare at each other angrily, their hearts filled with displeasure as their expressions became ugly. "Can you all stop talking?" Yang Kai crossed the crowd and glared at them. "Do you want to stir up hatred between our 3 races before you're willing to give up? Since you've already come here, do you still want to return home?" Zhang Yuan sneered as a look of vigilance appeared on his face. "That's not what I'm thinking, but this senior needs you human race masters to promise me that after the bone race is annihilated, you won't take the opportunity to attack my demon race. You humans are famous for your insidious and cunning nature. If you can't guarantee this senior will leave immediately." "My monster race also needs a guarantee," Thunder Dragon shouted. Faintly, the monster race and demon race stood on the same side in an instant. Before the 2 races arrived, they really hadn't expected the human race to make such a big show of force. They only thought that with the human race's scattered and disunited nature, having a dozen or so great forces join forces would already be quite good. But when they arrived, they discovered that almost all of the human race's masters were gathered here. In terms of third-order saints alone, there were 5 or 6 of them. This did not include the people around Yang Kai. Once the crisis of the bone race was resolved, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't guarantee that the people they brought with them would be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, the leaders of the 2 clans were already thinking of retreating. They secretly regretted agreeing to Yang Kai's request so quickly. Would you believe me if I promised you? Yang Kai looked at the 2 of them indifferently. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Long shook their heads together. Although Yang Kai's aptitude was good, in the end he was still a rising star. His words held absolute authority in 9 Heaven's holy land, but among the many human race masters present, they held little weight. Among the humans, an expert laughed and said, "Aren't the 2 of you gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? If you really want to put it that way, even if we didn't have any thoughts about you before, we do now." As he said this, he smiled maliciously. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon's expressions became cold. "How about this old master promises you?" From the crowd a voice called out. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon turned to the source of this voice, and after seeing the old man who was slowly walking towards them with a gentle smile on his face, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked and cupped their fists respectfully. "Greetings, Li Lao." Li Lao walked over calmly and smiled lightly. "You 2 are too polite. And this old master can guarantee you on behalf of the entire human race that after this matter is settled, you will be able to withdraw unscathed. No one will harm you. Do you 2 trust this old master?" Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and nodded seriously. Thunder Dragon smiled and said, "If there is a human in this world who can convince me, besides Li Lao, it would be Yang Shengzhu." "My thoughts exactly," Zhang Yuan agreed. Li Lao let out a long sigh. "I have learned the specific situation from little friend Yang. The revival of the bone race must not be underestimated. This time, the world's catastrophe may really require the 3 races to join forces to resist, so this old master hopes that you can temporarily put aside the hatred between our races and focus on the starry sky visitors." "What Li Lao says is correct. We will follow Li Lao's orders. We will do our best." Among the crowd, many human race masters agreed, none of them daring to refute Li Lao's words. Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he had been worried that Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon would bring their people here and cause some kind of conflict with the human race. If that happened, their own backyard would be on fire before they even had a chance to fight the bone race. The sudden appearance of Li Lao had resolved this potential crisis. At the very least, he had temporarily unified the 3 races. "This senior has another question," Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted. "Our 3 races have joined forces this time. Who will give orders when the time comes?" As soon as this question came out, everyone quieted down and began contemplating the appropriate candidate in their minds. After a while, everyone turned their eyes to Li Lao. Apart from Li Lao, there was no one else who could command the 3 races. Li Lao shook his head and laughed. "You don't want this old master to go to that battlefield, do you? This old master's bones are too old. Going there is tantamount to sending him to his death." Everyone couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, but considering Li Lao's actual situation, no one dared to ask him to fight against the bone race. If something really happened to him, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Li Lao stroked his white beard and quickly said, "Although this old master cannot go, I have a candidate here that you may consider." "Who?" Many people suddenly looked at Li Lao. "What do you think of little friend Yang? He was the one who took the lead in this matter. If he hadn't informed the world, I'm afraid we would all have died in Li's hands. On top of that, he understands the situation better than any of us. Most importantly, this old master has heard that little friend Yang does not have any racial boundaries in his heart. He can even make friends with the monster race and demon race. I think there is no other suitable candidate besides him." Among the human race masters, many whispered, some nodding, some shaking their heads, all with different expressions. Yang Kai also froze for a moment before shaking his head. "Li Lao, I'm afraid I can't do this. I don't like to order others around. On top of that, this junior is still young and his strength is low. Everyone here is junior senior, how can I order them around? Li Lao sternly said. Don't belittle yourself. Although your current strength isn't high, to have such achievements at your age makes you the strongest person in Tongxian realm. I believe that besides the great demon god from thousands of years ago, no one can surpass you. In the future, your achievements will definitely not be inferior to any of the seniors here. On top of that, you are also the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Your status is no lower than anyone else's. That's true. Yang Kai frowned, not wanting to accept this hot potato from the bottom of his heart. Li Lao raised his hand and interrupted him. The alliance of the three clans really needs someone who can weigh the pros and cons and give orders. If you don't do this, then the alliance of the three clans is nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Zhang Yuan nodded. This senior has no objection. Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. My monster race also agrees. All of them seemed to be more reassured by Yang Kai. After all, they had no friendship with the other masters of the human race, and had never dealt with them before. On the contrary, there was even hatred between them. If they really allowed someone else to order them around and influence their actions, it was likely they would be put in a difficult position. My Soaring Heaven sect also agrees. Chu Lingxiao nodded to the side. Little Yang Kai, those who can do more work, don't refuse. Meng Wuya also tried to persuade him. As soon as these two spoke, many of the human race masters began to ponder. Whether it was Chu Lingxiao or Meng Wuya, they were both top masters of the human race. So their words naturally carried a lot of weight. Soon, the hesitant human race masters were shocked to discover that although the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was young and his strength wasn't high, his connections were far stronger than anyone else's. He had gathered many Saint Realm masters under his command, and was from Soaring Heaven sect. He had a close relationship with Meng Wuya, the former strongest master of the human race, and was favored by Li Lao. He had also made friends with Zhang Yuan and the three monster race great seniors. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's status in the hearts of these people suddenly rose, making them realize that this young man would one day be able to command the world and dominate the world. With this thought in mind, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore. Immediately, they all expressed their opinions and agreed with Elder Li's suggestion. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Not only did he not feel any joy in his heart, he even felt a sense of rejection. All eyes gathered on him, waiting for his reply. The situation was pressing and there was no way he could refuse. If he really refused, as Li Lao had said, the three clans joining forces would be nothing more than a pile of loose sand. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai braced himself and said, Then this junior will not refuse. I ask all the seniors here to help. Li Lao smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Do as you wish, don't feel any psychological burden. Yang Kai nodded gently, sweeping his eyes over the crowd and declaring, Since everyone is here, there's no time to lose. Let's go. I wish you victory. Li Lao cupped his fists solemnly. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai took a deep breath and took the lead to fly out of the 9 peaks, Li Rong and Han Fei following closely behind. Many of the human race masters also circulated their yuan qi and flew up into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon glanced at each other, smiled slightly, and quickly followed. In an instant, the 9 peaks' robes fluttered in the wind as a sea of people gathered. All kinds of yuan qi bloomed midair, creating a spectacular sight. As they flew, many masters summoned their flight-type artifacts to increase their speed. Carriages, flying palanquins, swords, carriages, all kinds of artifacts flew out in a dazzling display. Behind the human race expert, numerous devil race experts had wrapped themselves into a black cloud, hiding their figures within the black cloud as they rapidly advanced. Behind them were the monster race masters, some in human form, some not. Many of them were large and ferocious-looking monster beasts, but even so, their speed did not slow down in the slightest, rolling clouds of dust as they soared into the sky. Li Lao stood on the 9 peaks and stared at this lineup of masters from all over the world disappearing, turning to the saint-grade alchemists standing behind him and saying, We should also do what we need to do and refine more saint pills. When they return in triumph, many of them will need to be healed. Chapter 968. The sky was dim and the earth was groaning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The masters from the 3 clans flew over a city and spread out their divine senses, but after noticing that there were no signs of life in this huge city, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This was already the 10th dead city they had seen so far. These cities were originally bustling with noise and excitement, but now they had all been reduced to rubble, with dark blood stains everywhere, and the bones of the dead nowhere to be seen. After leaving 9 Heaven's holy land, after traveling for more than a month, a few days ago, as they gradually approached Water Spirit Temple, the masters from the 3 clans found that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. The bone race's expansion had been rapid, and with Water Spirit Temple as its center, the surrounding several tens of thousands of kilometers had become empty. Even the birds that were normally seen here had disappeared. This area of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have become a dead territory, with not a single living creature to be seen. On the human race's side, at least 100,000 people had disappeared. How many more bone race clansmen could be born from these 100,000 corpses? No one could calculate clearly. In front of them, a blue light flashed and Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression dignified. "What's the situation?" Chu Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. Because Yang Kai had a star shuttle, he had gone ahead a few days ago to inquire about the situation, and had only returned today. Not optimistic. Yang Kai shook his head and glanced over at the many masters behind them. The bone race now has at least 3,000 clansmen, none of whom is below the transcendent realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone paled. When Yang Kai had first encountered the bone race, they only had a few dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, numbering no more than 200. But after just half a year, their number had actually exceeded 3,000. This kind of crazy growth was almost impossible to accept. And these 3,000 people were all masters whose strength had surpassed the transcendent realm. Such a force was enough to sweep across the world. We only have a little over 1,000 people, but their numbers are 3 times greater than ours. Chu Ling Xiao called out in amazement. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him feeling somewhat pale at this moment. Zhang Yuan, Thunder Dragon, and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are bad sides and good sides. Although there are quite a few of them, most of them are transcendents. The number of Saint Realm Masters has not increased by much. I estimate that there are only about 20 more than half a year ago. On the other hand, we have 200 saints on our side. In this regard, they are inferior to us. But the remaining transcendents are also a big problem. Meng Wuya frowned. Yang Kai grinned. Leave those transcendents to me. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he was so confident. Even Meng Wuya and Chu Ling Xiao didn't dare say they could deal with 2,000 to 3,000 transcendents, let alone a rising star like Yang Kai. We should rejoice that we only managed to delay for less than half a year. If we had given the bone race another year, no one in this world would have been able to defeat them. Yang Kai said with a look of lingering fear. The bone race's development speed was simply too fast. This time, the 3 clans joining forces should be able to destroy the bone race, but if they had been given another year, or even half a year, the outcome would have been uncertain. All of them are now occupying several islands near Water Spirit Temple, less than 500 kilometers from here. Everyone has been on the road for so long. Let's rest for a while and set out again in 2 days, Yang Kai shouted. No one had any objections. They were about to arrive at Water Spirit Temple, and a great battle was about to break out. Naturally, they needed to maintain their peak state. In such a large-scale melee, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Immediately, many masters flew down to the ground and found a place to meditate and restore themselves. In the Water God Temple, the islands were already covered by a thick blood cloud. It was bright red, and even the surrounding seawater seemed to be affected. The originally blue seawater was now a deep red, as if it had been injected with blood. In the middle of the island, there was a huge pool of blood. The thick blood seemed to be boiling, constantly rolling and bubbling. Many pale white bones and countless herbs floated up and down in this pool of blood, just like the scene Yang Kai had seen before. The only difference was that this blood pool was much larger than the one Yang Kai had seen before. It occupied almost half of the entire island's surface area, and was incredibly deep. Around the blood pool, many Bone Race clansmen had gathered, pouring their life essence into it to help new clansmen be born. Countless ferocious faces, like strands of serene soul, were trapped in the blood pool, struggling and roaring, filling the island with a gloomy atmosphere. Kuluo sat at the highest point on the island, overlooking the blood pool, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a Bone Race clansman hurried over and reported, "Master, the masters of this world seem to have been attracted to this place. They are currently resting not far from here." Kuluo's ghastly eyes flickered as he grinned. "They've finally come, but it's too late." Saying so, Kuluo stood up from his chair and declared, "The creatures of this world are really stupid, actually giving my clan half a year to prepare. If it weren't for this half-year buffer, even if my clan had recovered, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything, but now it's different. Since they dared to come, we will make them pay the price and turn them into our companions." His voice was loud and filled with confidence, causing the Bone Race clansman who came to report to feel his blood boil, as if he could already see his clansmen dominating this world and enslaving all of its inhabitants. "Pass down my order. Tell our clansmen to stop pouring their life essence into the blood pool, and have the newly born clansmen absorb the energy in the blood pool as soon as possible to shape their bodies." Yes. The Bone Race clansmen immediately retreated and hurried to the blood pool to pass down the order. A moment later, the Bone Race clansmen gathered around the blood pool stopped what they were doing and began to absorb the energy in the blood pool. The skeletons who originally had no physical bodies gained their own bodies in a very short time. The Bone Race clansmen who already had physical bodies became even stronger after absorbing the energy in the blood pool. The Bone Race was also ready to go all out. In the next moment, the blood cloud that had gathered above Water Spirit Temple gradually disappeared. All the energy contained within the blood cloud was absorbed into the Bone Race's bodies, becoming their source of strength. 2 short days passed in a flash. Above the sea, more than 1,000 masters from the 3 clans, human, monster, and demon races, were rushing towards Water Spirit Temple. The island was filled with Bone Race clansmen, all of them staring at the approaching Yongkai without fear, their green eyes flashing with ferocious light as they stared at the masters from the 3 clans as if they were looking at a delicious meal. Many of the Bone Race clansmen were licking their lips, as if they couldn't wait any longer. About 10 kilometers away from the island, Yongkai stopped, and the masters from the 3 clans following behind him also came to a halt. Countless curious eyes stared towards the direction of the island. Of those who had come here, almost no one had ever seen what the Bone Race looked like. Only now were they able to see them with their own eyes. They were no different from humans having flesh and blood. The only difference was their eyes. The dark green hue in their eyes made anyone who looked at them shudder. The bloodthirsty and crazy aura emanating from these Bone Race clansmen made anyone who looked at them feel uncomfortable. "Is this the Bone Race?" Many people murmured in surprise. "It's not that big of a deal. I thought they all had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out they only have 1 head and 2 arms. Ha ha ha. We'll let these pieces of trash know how fierce we are." Everyone clamored, seemingly not putting the Bone Race in their eyes at all. "Yongkai, what do you want us to do? Just say the word. We're all at your command now." Zhang Yuan stared ahead, his demonic chi surging as a dangerous aura gradually emerged from his body. This was the race that great demon god had once fought with. And after thousands of years, demon commander Zhang Yuan was about to do the same. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, and he secretly decided to clean up this mess that great demon god had left behind for thousands of years and not disgrace his name. "I'll take the lead. All of you don't need to be impatient," Yongkai said lightly. "You'll go?" Zhang Yuan turned to look at him in amazement while Thunder Dragon and the other masters from the human race also wore strange looks. Slowly shaking his head, Zhang Yuan said, "Don't say this senior is looking down on you. If you really rush up with your strength, you'll die without a doubt." "That's right, little Yongkai, you're the one who gives orders to our 3 clans, so you don't need to take the lead," Meng Wuya said worriedly. "How about this old master go in your place?" He was afraid that Yongkai would have some kind of accident. No need, since I want to go, I naturally have my reasons, just watch. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Saying so, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle, and with a flash of blue light appeared above Water Spirit Temple. Down below, countless eyes belonging to the bone race stared towards him. Kuluo coldly snorted and shouted, "It's you!" He naturally remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Last time, he had been played by Yang Kai, causing Kuluo to be furious and secretly decide that if he could find Yang Kai in the future, he would grind his bones to dust. But now this boy had actually delivered himself to his doorstep alone. Immediately overjoyed, Kuluo waved his hand and shouted, "Capture him for me, I want his star shuttle." Immediately, a second-order Saint Realm Bone Race clansman flew up, and before he even arrived, the malevolent aura radiating from his body condensed into the shape of a giant wild beast that opened its mouth and bit towards Yang Kai. This giant wild beast was extremely large, one that no one had ever seen before, and the monstrous aura it exuded seemed capable of swallowing the world itself. In a flash of blue light, Yang Kai used his star shuttle to easily avoid this attack, his figure shuttling back and forth above Water Spirit Temple, his huge divine sense spreading out like a tide, penetrating every corner of the island and covering every bone race clansman. Kuluo's eyes narrowed as he sneered. Divine sense attack? As he spoke, he also released his divine sense, which was not inferior to Yang Kai's. Following the source of Yang Kai's divine sense, his divine sense pierced into Yang Kai's knowledge, see like an invisible sword. Yang Kai's figure froze midair. Courting death. Daring to use a divine sense attack in front of me. You should take a look at your own strength, Kuluo sneered. Chapter 969. Above Water Spirit Temple, Yang Kai, who was standing atop his star shuttle, suddenly stiffened, as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, a look of pain flashing across his face. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Earth-splitting Divine Ox slapped his thigh and shouted, "It's over, that little brat has been caught, quickly save him." "It's too late." Demon General Meng Ji's face turned ugly as he stared at the Bone Race Master, who was quickly approaching Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used the power of his artifact, so this Bone Race Master, who had been ordered to capture him, was unable to catch up to him. But now that Yang Kai was standing in place, this Bone Race Master quickly arrived beside him, a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's neck. No one doubted that this Bone Race Master could easily break Yang Kai's neck. Many people couldn't bear to watch such a cruel scene and quickly turned their heads away, their hearts filled with sorrow for Yang Kai, who had died before he had even achieved victory. At that moment, a faint heat filled the air and immediately after, a muffled explosion rang out as the entire sky above Water Spirit Temple was dyed red. Countless strange flames suddenly appeared, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. These flames contained a terrifying power that shot out like meteors, instantly burning the entire island and scorching the earth. The green eyes of many Bone Race clansmen couldn't help flashing a look of dread as they hurriedly flew up into the sky to avoid this scorching power. What they feared the most was fire. This kind of scorching power was enough to completely obliterate them. At the same time, Yang Kai, who should have been instantly subdued, suddenly regained his freedom, as if he had never been restrained in the first place. Grinning towards the Bone Race Master who was approaching him, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his camp. "Smelly brat, you scared this old master to death." Meng Wuya felt a lingering fear. Although he had full confidence in Yang Kai, the scene just now had been too thrilling. "You ran over there just to play a thrilling game and scare them?" Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai, his expression slightly dissatisfied. "Of course not." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Just wait. What are you waiting for?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help frowning, not knowing what kind of game he was playing. No one understood, including the leader of the bone race, Kuluo. Although they had been sleeping for thousands of years, they had fought with the creatures of this continent before. He had never seen such a strange young man. His opponent's divine sense strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. What confused Koro the most was what he wanted to do. Could it be that he flew here just to show off his unusual spiritual sense cultivation? 10 breaths later, A mournful scream suddenly rang out from the bone race's camp. As this scream rang out, the bone race's side seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, causing countless screams to ring out one after another in an unending stream. They seemed to be experiencing unbearable pain. Their green eyes were trembling non-stop, and their bodies were convulsing. They fell from the sky uncontrollably, and like raindrops, they fell onto the island and into the sea, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, 500 to 600 of the 3,000 bone race masters disappeared. What's going on? Kaluo paled and asked sharply. Master, we don't know. A bone race master replied in a panic. The experts from the human, demon, and demon clans stared blankly at this scene. They were also confused and did not quite understand the situation. However, they keenly discovered that the bone race masters who were screaming in pain and falling into the sea and on the island were all Transcendent Realm cultivator, and all of them were relatively weak transcendents. It's a divine sense attack. One of the First Order Saint Realm bone race masters went pale as he endured the immense pain in his knowledge sea, grit his teeth and reported. His divine sense attack was mixed with some unknown insects that are currently eating away at our soul energy. These insects are very small and subtle and are difficult to detect. I was also affected. Soul-devouring insects? Kuluo's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly thought of a strange insect that caused all living beings to retreat. How could there be such a thing on this continent? What made him feel even more puzzled was how this young man was able to control these soul-devouring insects and mix them into his divine sense attack. Hearing this, the masters from the three clans stared towards Yang Kai in amazement, each of their eyes flashing a look of pleasant surprise. Soul-devouring insects. All of them had naturally heard of them before. These were strange ancient insects that specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once one was infected by these strange insects, if one's strength wasn't high enough, the only outcome was death. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects seemed to be even more powerful than rumored, because according to rumor, as long as one's strength reached the Saint Realm, they could use their powerful spiritual energy to kill these insects. But on the bone race's side, there was clearly a Saint Realm master who had been affected, and although he hadn't fallen, he still seemed to be in great difficulty. Obviously, he had been affected by the soul-devouring insects and was temporarily unable to fight. The soul-devouring insects they speak of were really created by you? Meng Wuya asked with some uncertainty. Yang Kai nodded. I used my own spiritual energy to raise them. You. Meng Wuya's expression couldn't help changing, secretly admiring Yang Kai's boldness, and also feeling it was quite incredible. No wonder you said you'd leave the Transcendent Realm bone race masters to you. So that's how it was. Thunder Dragon suddenly realized. Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly realized that the strange power of the soul-devouring insects was too terrifying. It was a power that could easily destroy an entire race. Considering all this, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others felt a layer of cold sweat drip down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. All of them secretly rejoiced that they had maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai, and had not become enemies with him. If they had really become enemies, with the power of these soul-devouring insects alone, he could have single-handedly wiped out the monster race and demon race. There was indeed no need to fear a Saint Realm master, but how many saints did the two races have? Most of their clansmen were below the Saint Realm, so if they were infected by these strange ancient insects, they would undoubtedly die. Many of the human race's masters also noticed this, and the way they looked at Yang Kai finally changed, as if they were re-examining him, secretly wondering if they should improve their relationship with Nine Heaven's Holy Land after this incident. Good job. Chu Xiaoling laughed heartily. Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily. Dealing with hundreds of bone race masters at once, I think they're doomed to extinction. If they're smart enough, they won't just sit back and wait for death. Yang Kai frowned as he stared towards the bone race, his thoughts racing. Although he had caught the bone race by surprise, if they were to really engage in a melee, the soul-devouring insects would not be able to play such a huge role. These tiny insects only followed their instincts and devoured spiritual energy, so if they were to spread out in the middle of a melee, it was very likely they would accidentally injure their allies. Yang Kai now hoped that the bone race wouldn't make a move. Once the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would be able to kill all the bone race clansmen below the saint realm. At that time, with less than 100 bone race saints remaining, the combined forces of the human, demon, and monster races would easily be able to swallow them all. In less than 30 breaths of time, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had fallen into the sea and on the ground had all died, their green eyes losing their usual luster and becoming dim and motionless. Even a strange race like the bone race would die if their souls were devoured. Seeing so many of his clansmen suddenly die, Kuluo's green eyes seemed to turn crimson red. In a fit of anger, he threw his head back and roared as a thick blood mist suddenly erupted from his body and swept across the surrounding islands. This blood mist not only contained his own strength, but also his tyrannical divine sense attack. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the soul-devouring insects he had been raising for many years had all been killed, causing his face to change greatly as he quickly recalled the remaining soul-devouring insects. The remaining 2,000 or so bone race clansmen all glared towards Yang Kai, their eyes filled with deep hatred. A huge suction force emerged from their bodies and spread out in all directions. The bodies of the bone race clansmen who had just died began shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, their flesh and blood transforming into energy that was injected into the clansmen who were still alive, enhancing their strength. A short time later, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had died had all turned into a puddle of dust and disappeared. Yang Kai was shocked. They can still do this? The masters from the human, monster, and demon clans all paled. If this was the case, the more people who died, the greater the benefits they could obtain. Whether it was their clansmen or their enemies, they could absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. Yang Kai suddenly realized this and couldn't help feeling his heart clench. He immediately understood that this was going to be a tough battle. "They're coming," Meng Wuya shouted. "Meet them." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Remember, they won't care about ordinary injuries at all. Even if you stab them in a fatal position, they won't be affected in the slightest. The best way to kill them is to tear them apart, crush them into pieces, or burn them to ashes." Yang Kai had already told everyone these things to pay attention to when they first arrived, but before the battle began, he couldn't help reminding them again. "Understood. I'll let them experience this senior's methods," Zhang Yuan grinned. On the other side of the island, the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen flew over silently, each of them wearing a ferocious expression, seemingly unafraid of death. The human, monster, and demon clans didn't move, but the thousands of bone race clansmen were secretly condensing their strength, ready to erupt at any moment. The 10-kilometer gap between the two sides was quickly closed. When the bone race army reached half a kilometer in, many masters finally moved, bursts of pure saint chi, demonic chi, and monster chi bursting forth as multicolored artifacts were summoned, filling the sky with dazzling brilliance. The sudden burst of light swept across the entire world, causing it to tremble as if it was about to be torn apart. These artifacts came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, a dazzling array of dazzling treasures. The more than 2,000 bone race clansmen opened their mouths and roared as an invisible force pulled the seawater down below, causing waves to rise into the sky like a magnificent sea dragon. Fusing with their crimson blood chi, these waves met the first wave of attacks from the human, monster, and demon clans. Chapter 970. The heavens and earth changed color as a tsunami rolled out. The hundreds of bone race clansmen who had rushed to the front were instantly blown to pieces under the power of the countless artifacts. More and more bone race clansmen emerged from behind the waves and rushed towards the human, monster, and demon clansmen without fear of death. With the help of the sea and the deaths of hundreds of their clansmen, they were able to block the attacks of the artifacts. A melee broke out, and when the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen rushed over, the allied forces of the human, monster, and demon clans were instantly split up and forced to fight on their own. The bone race also knew that today's battle would determine the fate of the entire continent. If they were defeated, they would definitely be exterminated and would no longer be able to preserve their bloodline like they had thousands of years ago. But if they won, they would be able to enslave the entire continent. As such, Kuluo decided to go all out and muster the strength of his entire clan, regardless of their own losses. Shrill howls and miserable shrieks resounded through the clouds in an instant. People constantly fell from the sky, and their blood blossomed like the most beautiful flowers. The bone race had an absolute advantage in numbers. Even though Yongkai had caught them off guard with his soul-devouring insects, they still had 2 to 3 times the number of masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. They were not afraid of ordinary injuries. Even if their hearts or heads were pierced, their flesh and blood would wriggle and recover quickly. As long as their bones, which were the foundation of their survival, were not damaged, they were immortal. However, they did not have any artifacts. Perhaps thousands of years ago, when they first set foot on Tongxian realm, they possessed artifacts, but after thousands of years, without the nourishment of their physique and strength, their artifacts had long since been reduced to dust and could no longer be used. They could only fight with their own strength. The human, monster, and demon clans were different. Each of them had several high-grade artifacts in their hands, both offensive and defensive. In terms of number of Saint Realm Masters, they were also inferior to the human, monster, and demon clans. Each side had their own advantages and disadvantages, so when this battle that would determine the future of the entire continent broke out, it fell into a stalemate for a short time. The Bone Race clansmen were quickly killed, one after another having their bones broken and their bodies incinerated, their screams echoing as they died. The human, monster, and demon clans also suffered losses, but compared to the Bone Race, their losses were undoubtedly much smaller. The experts from all over the world displayed their divine technique, and their methods were endless. A thick, inky cloud, as if it had been dyed black by ink, enveloped the sky like a thick curtain. Not a single bit of the scorching sun's radiance could penetrate the inky clouds, and the entire surface of the sea was covered. The heavens and earth dimmed as dark clouds pressed down from above like a mountain collapsing. A heavy pressure pressed down on the hearts and bodies of the Bone Race clansmen, making it difficult for them to move. Under the black cloud, Zhang Yuan led the many masters of the demon race, forming a powerful army. When the black cloud took shape, Zhang Yuan took the lead to attack. Huge black energy balls rolled down from the black cloud and smashed into the Bone Race's camp like falling stones. Each of these energy balls was as black as ink, and there were ripples surging within them. They contained a power that could destroy the world. When this pitch-black energy ball smashed into the Bone Race's camp, a burst of pitch-black light erupted, eerie and silent. Ripples spread out and engulfed the Bone Race's skeletal body. The seawater seemed to be split apart, and huge gullies began to form on the surface of the sea. Even Water Spirit Temple's island, which was 10 kilometers away, was unable to withstand such a strange attack, and was torn apart in an instant. The buildings on the island were unable to bear the weight, and collapsed one after another. Kacha. Countless Bone Race clansmen who were affected by these ripples were turned into minced meat in the next moment, as if they had been cut by a sharp knife. The Transcendent Realm Bone Race clansmen were unable to withstand such an attack. Even the Saint Realm Bone Race masters suffered heavy injuries in an instant, and were almost torn apart. If they had not fled quickly enough, they would have suffered the same fate. After perceiving Zhang Yuan's tyrannical strength, the pairs of green eyes filled with dread. The 4 demon general followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, each of them wearing a ferocious expression as their demonic chi soared into the sky and rushed into the Bone Race camp, slaughtering them wantonly. Meng Wuya fought alone. His hands were pulling at the air in a wild manner. An astonishing aura spread out from him in all directions. No Bone Race clansman dared to approach him, all of them aware of his tyrannical aura and quickly retreating. In the midst of the tugging, streams of inexplicable energy gathered around him, gradually transforming into the figures of giant beasts. These giant beasts were extremely large in size, towering over the heavens and earth. Each of them looked incomparably ancient and desolate. They seemed to have been awakened from their heavy sleep, and the moment they opened their eyes, a catastrophic aura descended upon them. The world trembled. There were a total of 8 giant wild beasts, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky, and even some swimming in the sea. Each of them had condensed into a tangible form, like a living monster beast, and rushed into the Bone Race camp, opening their mouths wide and swallowing the Bone Race clansmen, not even spitting out their bones. Chu Ling Xiao led Song Yan's group of 4, and accurately located a third-order Saint Realm Bone Race Master in the middle of the battlefield. The 5 of them joined forces to quickly kill this Bone Race Master. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The 3 monster race great seniors no longer held back and transformed into their true forms, leading the monster race masters in a rampage. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon spat out a wave of hot flames from his mouth, and wherever it passed, the bone race masters would melt, turning them into a pool of bone fluid. Arcs of lightning that were thicker than a person's body were summoned by him from the 9th heaven, and struck down on the bone race masters, causing them to tremble and die without being able to put up any resistance. Wherever Earth-Splitting Divine Ox passed, the earth cracked and fissures several thousand meters deep appeared. From these fissures, an incomparably rich earth aura spread out, like a huge vortex, sucking in the bone race masters and crushing them into dust. The Ice Jade Python's body was like crystal white jade, extremely beautiful, and her physical defense was extremely strong. The attacks of the bone race masters that struck her only managed to create a few sparks, unable to harm her at all. With a flick of her tail, no bone race master was able to withstand a single blow from her, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere as their bones shattered. Among the ancient demon clan, Li Rong's figure flickered, her jade hand reaching out and reaping the lives of the bone race masters in an elegant manner. Han Fei's entire body was wrapped in a cold aura as she flew through the battlefield. Wherever she passed, the earth would freeze and snow would fall from the sky. Beautiful ice flowers would form on the chests of the bone race soldiers, freezing them into ice sculptures that would then explode. None of the masters from the 3 clans held back, all of them displaying their divine technique at this moment, going all out. They didn't care about the losses they suffered, all they cared about was killing these starry sky masters as quickly as possible. They had all been infected by Yang Kai's bravery when he had single-handedly charged into the enemy's ranks. Yang Kai was only a third-order transcendent, but he could charge into the 3,000 bone race masters all by himself and instantly kill hundreds of them. None of them were willing to show weakness. Before setting out, Yang Kai had been appointed by the 3 clans to give orders, but he didn't order others around, nor did he want to do so. He didn't use words, instead using practical actions to inspire the fighting spirit of the 3 clans. He allowed them to temporarily abandon their racial boundaries and work together to seek a way out for this world. Everyone was fighting hard, and Yang Kai was no exception. In such a chaotic battle, the role he could play as a third-order transcendent was too small. Each of the bone race masters was a transcendent, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to use his 9 heavens divine skills to kill less than 10 enemies. A trace of impatience appeared in his heart as Yang Kai quickly condensed the blazing yuan qi in his body. The golden dragon tattoo on his back began to move in a position invisible to the naked eye, as if it had been given life, swimming around his body. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the golden dragon tattoo, illuminating everyone's eyes. A thick and majestic aura burst forth. A resounding dragon roar rang out, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds, resounding throughout the world. A huge golden dragon suddenly soared up from a certain part of the battlefield. This golden dragon was like a radiant sun, its blazing hot energy burning all the bone race masters who approached it. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 transcendent realm bone race masters were burned to ashes. The might of the Dragon Emperor. Palace Master Chen Zhou of Dragon Phoenix Palace held his breath as he stared blankly at the golden dragon soaring through the air and wantonly slaughtering the bone race soldiers. A slight flush of excitement appearing on his face as he shouted, "The might of my Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor has reappeared." Even after several years, Chen Zhou still remembered this familiar scene. On that day, the frozen nether cave heaven near Dragon Phoenix Palace had invaded, and just as the sect was about to collapse, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared, easily killing the enemy and saving Dragon Phoenix Palace's fate. Today, on this battlefield where they were fighting against the invaders from the starry sky, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared once again. Shaoling. Chen Zhou calmed down from his excitement and shouted angrily, "Palace Master!" Elder Shaoling, who had been fighting side by side with Chen Zhou, hurried over. "Is Sun Yu here?" Chen Zhou asked anxiously. No, the Dragon Emperor's master is not strong enough and did not come this time. Then what's going on? Chunzhou stared at the huge golden dragon in amazement. Sun Yu was the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he had not come, how could the image of the Dragon Emperor appear here? Chunzhou was confused and could not understand. The aura of a true dragon. At the same time, Thunder Dragon Great Senior could not help stopping what he was doing and staring at the golden dragon in a daze, exclaiming in shock. He was also in his dragon form at this moment, but it was a scarlet flame thunder dragon. Compared with this golden dragon, whether it was in terms of size or the purity of his demonic chi, the difference was not small. This golden dragon exuded the purest aura of a monster emperor. For a moment, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's heart was in turmoil, never having expected that he would still be able to sense such an aura in this world. Even Earth-splitting Divine Ox and Ice Jade Python wore solemn expressions as they stared at the golden dragon with reverence and yearning. Many of the monster race masters also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment, transforming into their true forms and roaring madly as they rampaged through the bone race. The aura of a true dragon caused the mood of the entire monster race to soar. Chapter 971. A chaotic battle raged from day to night. The entire sky above the sea had become a battlefield, and the number of bone race soldiers was rapidly decreasing. The original 2,500 people had been reduced to a few hundred in just one day, and this number was still rapidly decreasing. The human, monster, and demon clans, who had numbered over 1,000, had now lost nearly half of their original numbers. All of them had fallen on this battlefield, without any hope of survival. Both the Transcendent Realm and Saint Realm cultivators had fallen. In such a chaotic battle, the strength of a single person was simply too small. Only those who had reached the Third Order Saint Realm could freely move about the battlefield and scrupulously. Yang Kai transformed into his golden dragon form. The bloodthirsty nature of his bones seemingly aroused as he madly slaughtered the bone race soldiers. His burning hot power was the bone race's greatest nemesis, so whenever he spat out a mouthful of hot air, any bone race soldier below the Saint Realm would be reduced to a puddle of blood, even their bones melting. The situation gradually changed from a stalemate to a one-sided one. After the human, monster, and demon clans gained the upper hand, they expanded their advantage until the bone race could no longer resist and could only be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, Yang Kai still had a bad feeling about this. He had been looking for the bone race leader, Kuluo, but since the start of the chaotic battle, this guy had not shown up again, so no one knew where he had gone. Many masters were too busy fighting the enemy in front of them to care about anything else. Yang Kai flew up into the sky, no longer paying attention to these stray cats and dogs. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai began to search for Kuluo's whereabouts. This person was the leader of the bone race and should be the most powerful existence there. If he did not die in this battle, even if the bone race was completely annihilated, it would be meaningless. After a long time though, Yang Kai frowned. Kuluo seemed to be no longer here and had long since fled. Even after releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to detect his aura. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he continued to explore. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai finally found some clues. The flesh and blood essence of the bone race, human race, demon race, and human race experts who had died on the battlefield were seeping into the ground and converging towards a certain source. At that source, an extremely powerful aura was hibernating. Koro. Yang Kai swooped down without any hesitation. His golden dragon body transformed into a dazzling golden light, and like a sun falling from the sky, he smashed heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as the violent energy passed through the soil and into the ground. With a cold snort, Kuluo's figure emerged from the ground, an abnormal red light flashing across his face as he proudly looked down at the crowd, his green eyes filled with disdain and satisfaction. An astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from his body. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he screamed in his heart. He saw that something was wrong. Kuluo had just steadied himself when a pitch-black demonic hand reached out from the void and grabbed towards Kuluo. The demonic hand grew larger and larger as it reached out, as if it could hold the entire world in its palm. This was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's hand. Kuluo didn't seem to notice, standing motionless in midair. Zhang Yuan, retreat! Yang Kai quickly shouted. His shout was a bit too late. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander, the strongest master in the demon land, so he naturally had absolute confidence in his own strength, but just as his demonic hand was about to reach Kaluo, it seemed to have been pricked by a needle and was forced to withdraw. The next moment, Zhang Yuan appeared beside Yang Kai with a dignified expression, a drop of red blood oozing from his right palm, his entire right hand shrouded in a thick corpse aura. Obviously, he had been injured by Kaluo. Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with dread as he hurriedly circulated his demonic qi to expel the strange evil energy that had invaded his body from Kaluo's body. A few more figures flashed as Li Rong, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Great Senior, and the others appeared one after another. At this moment, almost all of the Bone Race's Saint Realm Masters had been killed, and the remaining Transcendent Realm clansmen were fleeing in all directions. The Masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were chasing after them, not leaving a single one alive. Only a few of the strongest masters had remained to deal with Kaluo. Saint King Realm. Meng Wuya muttered in amazement. He knew Zhang Yuan's strength better than anyone else. After all, he had fought with Zhang Yuan several hundred years ago and knew that Zhang Yuan's strength had surpassed the Third Order Saint Realm. However, he had still been injured by Kaluo with ease. Kaluo's strength at this moment seemed to be above everyone else's. Even when facing the three clans' masters, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic, and instead maintained a calm demeanor. He hasn't reached the Saint King realm yet, but he's about to break through. Yang Kai maintained his golden dragon body and said, Kaluo's aura was indeed earth-shattering, more powerful than anyone else present, but he definitely hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet because his aura was fluctuating. A sign that he was about to break through. I must thank all of you. Kaluo looked down at the masters gathered here, and said in an insufferably arrogant tone, Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If not for so many masters dying here, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the Saint King realm so quickly. Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful Saint King realm master here who killed many of my clan's masters, but now, I want to see just how you plan to fight me. As he shouted, a powerful suction force emerged from his body, as if an invisible vortex was rapidly spinning around him. The flesh and blood essence of the countless corpses down below began gathering towards his body at a rate visible to the naked eye. Drops of crimson blood rose into the air and flowed into Koro's body, becoming his capital, madly boosting his aura. Most of this blood belonged to the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as Kaluo's breakthrough was imminent. So you've been planning this all along. Chu Ling Xiao paled. Everyone's faces also became gloomy as they suddenly realized that they had all been tricked. This time, the three clans had joined forces to attack the Bone Race, but the Bone Race had not shown any fear. Originally, everyone thought that these Bone Race masters were stupid, but now they understood that Kaluo didn't care about the life or death of his clansmen. He had created so many of his clansmen over the past 6 months, in order to force them to fight him to the death. In this war, if his clansmen died, the creatures here would also die. Kaluo could take this opportunity to absorb a large amount of their flesh and blood essence. The dead masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were all Transcendent Realm Masters with no lack of Saint Realm Masters among them. With such a huge amount of energy pouring into his body, it would be difficult for him not to break through. This was a very big game of chess, and while everyone thought victory was in their grasp, Kaluo had already arranged everything. You can kill all my clansmen, but as long as I live, I can have as many of them as I want. Kaluo seemed to feel that he had no more worries and couldn't help laughing wildly. Everyone's faces became pale as they stared up at the terrifying power gathering in the sky. This was the world energy baptism for a Saint Realm Master to break through to the Saint King realm. None of the masters present dared to test its power. If they made a mistake, they would die without even their bones remaining. You want to live? Yang Kai dispersed his golden dragon body and stared at him coldly, sneering. In your dreams. Saying so, Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out an object from the black book space. It was a stone that was entirely red. Yang Kai poured his Saint Yuan Qi madly into this stone, and the crimson stone suddenly burst with a bright red light. At the same time, an even stronger attractive force than Kuluo's suddenly erupted from this stone. The blood that was rapidly gathering towards Kuluo seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand at this moment, and froze in midair before gradually flying towards the crimson stone, pouring into it at an increasingly faster speed. The Saint King's physique essence also followed the blood and no longer converged towards Kuluo. The source of energy he was using to break through was instantly cut off. Blood essence stone. Kuluo's green eyes trembled violently as he couldn't help calling out in alarm, a trace of panic appearing on his face as he angrily shouted, "How do you have a blood essence stone?" He seemed to be very afraid of this strange stone. Yongkai grinned. "Without a source of energy, I want to see how you'll break through to the Saint King realm." As if in agreement with Yongkai's words, the world energy gathering in the sky suddenly dissipated at this moment. Kuluo looked up at the sky and realized that he had no hope of breaking through, finally panicking. Yongkai held the blood essence stone high and poured his yuan qi into it, drawing in all the Saint King's physique essence and blood within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not giving Kuluo any chance to break through. Sneering, Yongkai said, "It looks like you're afraid of this?" The masters gathered around him all had bright eyes as they once again saw hope for the destruction of the bone race. Secretly rejoicing, if Yongkai had discovered Kuluo's trace a moment later, after he had gathered enough energy, no one in this world would have been able to stop him. Kuluo's eyes trembled as a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he glared towards Yongkai, grit his teeth and roared, "Even if I haven't reached the Saint King realm, you're still not my opponent. I'll kill you first and take your blood essence stone." Saying so, a cold and bloody aura suddenly shot out from Kuluo's side. This aura contained a faint spiritual energy fluctuation, and aimed directly at Yongkai's knowledge sea, attempting to destroy Yongkai's soul. Perceiving that this attack was a spiritual energy attack, Yongkai didn't show any fear and simply stood in place without dodging. Burn! A low shout came from his mouth as his conflagrated spiritual energy burst out, incinerating the cold and bloody aura before it could even approach. Kuluo raised his big hand and pressed it towards Yongkai's position. A ghastly pale skeletal hand suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it gave everyone the illusion that death was imminent, and they couldn't help but shudder. This skeletal hand was extremely large and translucent like jade, exuding a strange power, like a mountain peak, its 5 hook-like fingers pressing down towards Yongkai. The earth couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. "Wishful thinking," Li Rong shouted, her pretty face instantly covered in dense demon crests, giving her a wild appearance. A monstrous demonic qi overflowed from her tender body, and shot towards the skeletal hand like an arrow from a bow. "Go!" Yongkai also shouted at the same time and summoned his Saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact, sending out a series of ripples midair that blocked the skeletal hand. Chapter 972. The earth cracked and mountains collapsed as a brilliant light burst forth, causing the entire world to tremble. The skeletal hand shattered into pieces, and before they could fall to the ground, they disappeared. Li Rong's tender body trembled as her beautiful face flushed slightly. In this collision with Kuluo's power, she had clearly suffered a small loss. However, at some unknown time, the other masters around Yongkai had disappeared. Zhang Yuan appeared strangely again, this time appearing on Kuluo's right side, his body wrapped in a black cloud as he gripped a long black halberd in his hand. This long halberd was pitch black and exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, as if it could swallow all light. The long halberd pierced through the shackles of space, and stabbed towards Kuluo's waist. This attack was silent and mysterious, but it was actually Zhang Yuan's strongest attack. Only now did this demon commander reveal his full strength, causing Yongkai to secretly tremble. The tip of the long halberd was filled with his demonic qi and domain, condensing it into an attack that seemed capable of tearing apart the world. Paltry tricks. Kuluo seemed to have noticed this long ago and coldly snorted, not even bothering to dodge as he summoned a pale white bone shield to his side. The long halberd struck the bone shield, and a shocking burst of energy erupted, causing Zhang Yuan to retreat a dozen steps and shatter the bone shield. Kuluo remained unscathed, causing Zhang Yuan's eyes to fill with disbelief. never having imagined that this bone race leader would be so tyrannical. Although Kuluo's current strength had yet to reach the Saint King realm, he was definitely above all others in this world. Even Zhang Yuan, who had always thought highly of himself, couldn't help but admit his inferiority. A cold wind blew and a dozen or so skulls suddenly appeared around Kuluo's body. These skulls quickly grew to the size of a house, moving like the wind as they surrounded Zhang Yuan. From the eyes and mouths of these skulls, a mysterious power shot out in all directions. These skulls wanted to kill Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was stunned, and before he had time to dodge, he was hit by one of these skulls, causing a look of pain to appear on his face. Even with his tyrannical demon body, he was unable to withstand such a violent attack. Not daring to neglect any longer, Meng Wuya hurriedly dodged. Meng Wuya appeared and pushed his Saint Qi to block wave after wave of attacks for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan understood and cooperated without saying a word, waving his halberd and sending out a series of black energy balls towards the black light shooting out from the skulls. These two sworn enemies who had been enemies for hundreds of years, at this moment, their cooperation was better than anyone else's. The Saint King here seriously injured me with just a single blow. I'd like to see just how much of his inheritance you lot. Kuluo roared as a dark green rope suddenly flew out from his sleeve. This rope seemed to have a life of its own and gradually expanded as it flew forward, eventually becoming even larger than Yang Kai's golden dragon form. When this thing Kuluo Luo Ono one knew how Kuluo had managed to maintain the power of this artifact for thousands of years. It was just that its appearance was too lifelike, resembling a flying serpent with wings on its cheeks. As soon as this flying serpent artifact appeared, it gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, making him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain, his body becoming extremely heavy, making it difficult for him to even move. As the flying serpent flew, a series of ripples spread out from its body, carrying with it a mysterious principal strength that bound everyone like a rope. At this moment, the remaining masters all felt as if their hands and feet were tied, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move or circulate their Saint Qi properly. Chu Ling Xiao took the initiative to meet the flying serpent artifact head-on, summoning his demon sealing chain, and releasing a burst of golden light to block the surrounding ripples. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also hurriedly stepped forward, releasing his fire and thunder attribute strength in a frenzy, finally joining forces with Chu Ling Xiao to block the power of the flying serpent artifact. Kuluo himself didn't move, only relying on the dozen skulls and the flying serpent artifact. He was able to pin down 4 of the world's top masters. Even if the 4 of them were to use all of their strength, they could only barely cope with Kuluo's attacks. None of them had the strength to deal with him. Only Li Rong remained by Yang Kai's side. Kuluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled coldly. You should have run away. You should have run far away, but you chose to stay. Dying at my hands is something you should be proud of. Saying so, Kuluo leisurely walked towards Yang Kai step by step. As he approached, Li Rong's face became heavier and heavier. An inexplicable pressure coming from her body made her bones creak, as if they would be crushed at any moment. Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong and muttered in a nightmarish voice, "Become the demon race." The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body crazily retreated back into his dantian, and his meridians, flesh and blood were flooded with thick demonic essence. Demonic crests that were invisible to the naked eye climbed up his body, imprinted into his flesh and blood, and then disappeared, gathering together in his body to form a heaven-shaking array. Yang Kai's vitality soared madly, and the fluctuations of power coming from his body soared. Even the traces of his vitality had become many times more vigorous than before. Kuluo paused and stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. In that instant, this young man who should have only been a third-order transcendent seemed to have become a third-order saint, causing Kuluo's expression to change slightly. You actually have such an external force to rely on. You're quite good. Kuluo gently nodded, pretended to comment for a moment before curling his lips. But you'll still die, unless you reach the Saint King realm. No one can defeat me. Kuluo lightly pushed out his palm, and sent out an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai, as if trying to crush him to dust. Yang Kai dragged Li Rong behind him, and also sent out a palm. A huge palm print flew out, covering the entire sky. Heaven covering hand, a single hand covering the heavens. On top of that, Yang Kai had displayed this heaven-covering hand while in his Become the Demon race, so its power was unparalleled. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, causing a tsunami-like disaster to sweep across the sea. Ku Luo's expression changed again. As if he had not expected Yang Kai to be able to easily block his blow without the slightest injury. Ku Luo was well aware of how powerful his attack was. Even if this young man seemed to have the strength of a third-order saint, that was only an illusion created by borrowing external force. Ku Luo himself was still just a weak third-order transcendent. However, this young man had still managed to block his attack. The only explanation for this was that his body was able to display the full extent of the external force he had borrowed. Just how powerful is his physique? Ku Luo's eyes flashed brightly as he couldn't help feeling a strong interest in Yang Kai's physique, secretly thinking that if he could absorb the essence of this young man's physique, his strength would definitely improve significantly. Yang Kai didn't give Ku Luo any time to catch his breath though, condensing a number of black spears in his hands and hurling them towards Ku Luo. Li Rong's tender body followed closely behind the countless spears, waiting for an opportunity to inflict serious damage on Ku Luo. The pale white bone shield appeared again and condensed in front of Ku Luo. This bone shield seemed to be a condensation of the energy in his body, seemingly inexhaustible. The heaven-punishing spears bombarded the bone shield, shattering it one after another, but not injuring Ku Luo in the slightest. Li Rong saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and stretched out her hands, sending out 2 streams of demonic qi towards Ku Luo's eyes while simultaneously retreating and returning to Yang Kai's side. The two's joint attack had failed to achieve any damage. Ku Luo smiled faintly. Is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, then you're out of luck. You're really long-winded. Yang Kai looked impatient as he snorted sarcastically. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Li Rong. His current goal is the blood essence stone in my hand. He wants to steal the blood qi inside it to help himself break through. Don't worry about me for now. Hurry up and help Treasurer Meng and Zhang Yuan. As long as we can break that snake artifact and those skulls, they'll be able to surround this Ku Luo. Li Rong was startled and immediately understood what Yang Kai's plan was. Right now, the 4 top masters were all occupied, so with only her and Yang Kai fighting side by side, there was no way they could deal with this bone race leader, but if the other 4 could join forces and deal with him at the same time, even if Ku Luo's strength was high, he wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet. Li Rong's pretty face showed some hesitation. No buts, hurry up. Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of struggle. Yang Kai was the master of the entire ancient demon clan, so she naturally had to protect Yang Kai at all times. But she also knew that Yang Kai's proposal was the correct one. So for a moment she didn't know what to do. If something happened to Yang Kai, she almost didn't dare imagine it. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became firm as she grit her teeth and said, "Then Master must be careful." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she took the lead to rush towards Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. The 2 of them were chased by more than a dozen skulls and had nowhere to run. They fled above the sea, avoiding the terrifying rays of light. However, in the midst of their escape, they managed to break 2 of the skulls, so they didn't suffer too much of a loss. Li Rong decided to help them first. As long as the 2 of them could spare some time to assist Thunder Dragon and Chu Ling Xiao, the flying snake artifact was nothing to fear. Watching Li Rong escape, Ku Luo tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, not intending to stop him. He seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and sneered, "Before they arrive, I can kill you." "Then you can try," Yang Kai grinned. "See if you can catch up to me." Ku Luo slowly shook his head. "Don't even think about using your star shuttle in front of me, it's useless. I remember I reminded you the last time I saw you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "And don't even think about tearing the space apart. I've already used my divine sense to seal this area. Your cultivation base is lower than mine, so you can't use this ability. If I knew you had this ability last time, I wouldn't have let you escape." "I wasn't planning on tearing space." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then how do you plan to stall for time?" Kuluo seemed to want to know what other methods Yang Kai was hiding, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. Take a guess. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he condensed the power of wind around his body, and a small arc of lightning appeared on his body. Combining the power of wind and thunder, a pair of almost transparent wings suddenly appeared on his back. Wind and Thunder Wings. Chapter 973. Ever since he had obtained his star shuttle, Yang Kai had been using this extremely fast artifact to travel. His Wind and Thunder Wings had been shelved by Yang Kai. However, these wings, which had almost become a part of his body, still played an irreplaceable role. As the wind blew and the thunder surged, Yang Kai transformed into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. He was well aware of the gap in strength between himself and Kuluo, so he didn't try to act rashly. As long as he could delay Kuluo long enough for Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Zhang Yuan, and the others to arrive, he would be able to determine the overall situation. Yang Kai was also certain that Kuluo wouldn't let him escape because he had the Blood Essence Stone in his hand, which was the massive amount of blood chi essence Kuluo needed to break through to the Saint King realm. If Kuluo's mind was normal, he would never let him go. Yang Kai saw through Kuluo's heart. Sure enough, after he quickly flew away, Kuluo's eyes narrowed and his expression became ferocious. His pair of green eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a thick murderous intent and anger filling his face. His figure flickered as he quickly chased after Yang Kai. His speed was incredibly fast, not inferior to Yang Kai's Wind and Thunder Wings, perhaps even faster. The space shackles had no effect on him at all. With a single step, Kuluo appeared a few thousand meters away, and with another step, he appeared in another place, quickly closing the distance between himself and Yang Kai. The murderous intent behind Yang Kai's back made his blood run cold. As he ran, Yang Kai tried to tear space, but was shocked to find that the space around him had become extremely viscous, as if there was some kind of strange force sealing his surroundings, making it impossible for him to tear open a crack in space. This Kuluo should have some understanding of space principles, otherwise, even if his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. One chasing, one fleeing, there seemed to be no end to this chase. Yang Kai began running in circles with a clear goal in mind. He needed to wait for the others to come to his rescue. If he really ran too far, those people wouldn't be able to catch up. The aura of death was constantly pressing down on his heart, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. He had never encountered such a difficult battle before. Kuluo's strength was far greater than Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya's. He was the true #1 master of Tongxian realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a sonic boom came from behind him. Before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be cut open and his soul was trembling. Startled, Yang Kai summoned his silver leaf artifact, turning it into a wave of water that surrounded his body. At the same time, he changed direction and agilely moved forward like a snake. Boom boom boom. Those attacks still bombarded his back with incomparable accuracy, causing him to feel intense pain. Kai Yang felt his back become blurry, and a warm feeling seeped out from it. The Saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact was instantly shattered. You can't run away, just surrender and I'll give you a comfortable death. Kuluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear, as if he already had victory in his grasp. The next moment, he appeared beside Yang Kai and stood side by side with him, squinting towards him with a playful look in his eyes as he stretched out his finger and pointed it towards Yang Kai, sending out a terrifying burst of energy at his fingertip. Not waiting for Kuluo to attack, Yang Kai pressed his palms together and pushed out his beast spirit seal. The white tiger and divine ox roared as they charged towards Kuluo. At the same time, Yang Kai paused his pace and nimbly turned around, flying off in another direction. This brief moment of time allowed Yang Kai to once again open up the distance between him and Kuluo. Secretly anxious, Yang Kai prayed for Meng Wuya and the others to end this quickly. I want you to die without a burial. Kuluo roared, his expression ferocious. It seemed that because he had chased after Yang Kai for so long, but was unable to do anything to him, he was completely enraged. A monstrous evil chi swept across the world as Kuluo used all of his strength, no longer willing to play this game of cat and mouse. The sky suddenly darkened and a red light, as if condensed from thick blood, shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became alert, summoning his silver leaf artifact once again while condensing several grand heavenly shields behind him to defend himself. However, he still felt a great sense of crisis, as if even this kind of defensive measure would not have much effect. "I seal," a tender voice suddenly called out, and Yang Kai saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching him. It was Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was indifferent, like an iceberg that would never melt, the demon crests on her pretty face making her look even colder than usual. In her white hand was an ice crystal sword, and as she waved it, a cold aura overflowed from it, and a power that seemed capable of freezing the world erupted behind Yang Kai. Kacha. The earth around them turned into frozen earth, and the pursuing blood chi seemed to be frozen in an instant. Han Fei passed by Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to help Yang Kai resist Kaluo for a while. Yang Kai, however, caught her in his arms and fled like a whirlwind, shouting, "You can't fight him head-on." Han Fei was definitely not his opponent. The best outcome for her was to be severely injured or even killed. The cracking sounds continued to spread and the extremely cold energy did stop Kaluo for a moment, causing his pace to become slightly sluggish and his body to be covered in a thin layer of frost, but it only lasted a moment before this layer of frost melted away. Kaluo chased after him even more violently. "Master!" Han Fei turned around in amazement and muttered, "Who is this person? How is he so strong?" "Bone Race Leader." Yang Kai released her and hurriedly asked, "What's the situation on your side?" "The fleeing Bone Race clansmen have basically been killed, and the ones chasing after them will soon return," Han Fei quickly replied. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he couldn't help grinning. At that moment, not far away, 4 figures flew over from the side, and saw Yang Kai fleeing with Han Fei while Kaluo chased after them, causing all of them to gawk. These were the 4 demon generals. 2 more figures arrived and stood beside the 4 demon generals. They were the other 2 great seniors of the monster race. The 6 of them had just finished chasing down the fleeing Bone Race clansmen and thought the battle was over, but when they returned, they discovered this scene. The 6 of them stood side by side, staring towards Kaluo with unkind eyes, a pressure that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth converging towards Kaluo. Kaluo finally realized that the situation wasn't good and stopped his pursuit of Yang Kai, turning his head and coldly glaring at these 6 people. A cold snort rang out from Kaluo's side as he closed his eyes and remained motionless, a dangerous aura pulsing from his body, as if he was summoning something. A moment later, in the distant sky, 6 or 7 house-sized skulls flew over. These were the skulls that had previously entangled Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. There had originally been a dozen of them, but now only half remained. The flying snake-like artifact also flew back at the same time and poured into Kaluo's body, causing his already violent and cruel aura to soar to another level. "Kaluo, you're finished." Yang Kai also stopped running and stood side by side with Han Fei, staring at him coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a number of figures appeared beside him. It was none other than Meng Wuya and the others who had chased after the skulls and flying snake-like artifacts. 11 third-order saints, 1 second-order saint, and including Yang Kai, a total of 13 people, an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. These 13 people surrounded Kaluo in an iron-like manner, all of their auras converging towards him, exerting pressure on him to prevent him from escaping. "Finished." Kaluo looked calm as he chuckled. "That's not necessarily the case." Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai and said, "Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You're just waiting for them to come together, so you can bully us with numbers." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. Kaluo was too calm, so calm that Yang Kai didn't know who had succeeded in their scheme. "I already said, even if you haven't reached the Saint King realm, no one in this world is my opponent. No matter how many of you come, it won't matter." Kaluo shouted. "Don't be so arrogant in front of this senior, it's not your turn to act presumptuously." Zhang Yuan's expression was gloomy, his mood extremely uncomfortable. "If you really have some kind of heaven-defying method, you might as well show it to us." Meng Wuya stared at him coldly. Although his words were calm and indifferent, his saint chi was actually surging, making him extremely vigilant. Very well, as you wish. Kuluo laughed and suddenly sat down cross-legged, his pair of green eyes flashing violently as a seven-colored light bloomed from them. Kuluo's hands were constantly forming some kind of unknown seal, as he muttered to himself. Kuluo's vitality rose like a rising tide as the surface of his skin began to exude a bright red light, as if he would bleed at any moment. Crisp sounds came from all over his body. His bones seemed to have broken at this moment, and countless small wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. Dark red blood flowed out from those wounds, turning him into a terrifying bloody man in an instant. Be careful, Chu Ling Xiao shouted. This was definitely Kuluo's last resort, and from the confidence in his tone and demeanor, it was clear that this method was extremely powerful. Before they knew its depths, no one would dare attack him rashly. Everyone's expression became dignified, each one more nervous than the last. The blood from Kuluo's body continued to flow out, seemingly endless, dyeing the ground red. The smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Kuluo threw his head back and laughed, standing up and shouting, "I'll let you experience my bone race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. You'll die without regrets." Along with his shout, his body suddenly exploded. Chunks of flesh flew in all directions. His bones also shattered at this moment, sputtering out one bone after another. He blew himself up? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that with Kuluo's monstrous momentum, he would actually blow up his body. Something's wrong, retreat. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, feeling a sense of crisis and quickly retreating. Too late. Kuluo laughed strangely, his laughter resounding in everyone's ears as the shattered pieces of flesh and bones suddenly seemed to come to life, converging into a monstrous sea of blood that drowned out the surrounding area and swallowed the group of 13 people. Chapter 974. This boundless sea of blood enveloped the world. In an instant, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of their chests. Everywhere they looked, all they could see was a sea of red. All around them, there was a thick pool of blood that made it difficult for them to move. This pool of blood contained a strange power that made it difficult for them to circulate their Saint Qi. The 13 of them felt as if they had fallen into a huge pool of blood, unable to find a way out, unable to see the light. All of them summoned their defensive artifacts at this moment to protect themselves, vigilantly searching for a way out. Kuluo was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was everywhere in this blood sea. He seemed to be everywhere. Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. In this thick sea of blood, a series of blood dragons took shape and swam about freely, exuding a dangerous aura. They were obviously under Kuluo's control, but Kuluo didn't rush to attack, as if he wanted to enjoy the sight of everyone struggling. Yang Kai stood side by side with Han Fei. Han Fei's ice attribute power burst out uncontrollably, but she was unable to freeze this pool of blood. Her ice attribute power was suppressed inside her body, unable to break out at all. Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone and poured his yuan qi into it, attempting to use this starry sky stone to absorb all the blood here. But he was disappointed. The blood essence stone didn't work here, soaking in this pool of blood but unable to absorb any of it. This discovery shocked Yang Kai greatly. After using the blood essence stone so many times, Yang Kai knew that it could only absorb the blood of the dead. It couldn't absorb the blood of the living. Even if a person was seriously injured, they wouldn't be able to draw blood from their wounds because a living person could still circulate their Saint Qi to resist the suction of the blood essence stone. Kuluo wasn't dead, so the blood essence stone naturally had no effect. On top of that, this entire blood pond flesh forest should have been formed by him exploding. Yang Kai suddenly understood, which was why his aura was so pervasive. You seem to have discovered something? Kuluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear as he laughed. And you can say that you are now inside my body. Here, I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. No one can resist. As if to verify his words, as soon as these arrogant words fell, a tender voice suddenly called out. You are. Thunder Dragon Great Senior anxiously called out. That sound was obviously the Ice Jade Python's scream. She must have been attacked by something. I'm fine. Yuer's voice sounded from a certain direction. Lei Long hurriedly rushed in that direction, But when he followed the voice, he couldn't find any trace of the ice jade python. In this sea of blood, he couldn't even grasp the direction. Of the 13 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Han Fei who were standing together, the other 11 were all separated, each of them able to stand on their own. The situation was extremely bad. Yang Kai's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current situation, but there was nothing he could do. Your auras are somewhat similar to that person from several thousand years ago, which makes me very annoyed. I'll start with you guys. Kuluo's voice sounded again, extremely calm, as if he really could control the life and death of everyone in the Blood Sea. Yang Kai clearly felt that a huge amount of energy in the Blood Sea was gathering in a certain direction, and soon after, a burst of cries and sounds of fighting rang out. After just 3 breaths of time, Demon General Bahi's angry roar rang out. Want to kill me? Don't think you'll have an easy time. A monstrous surge of demonic chi accompanied by an even stronger movement. With a muffled groan, Bahi's aura suddenly became ragged, as if his heart and lungs had been pierced by something, making it difficult for him to breathe. Bahi, Zhang Yuan shouted angrily. Master, avenge your subordinate. Bahi roared to the heavens, his voice deafening, and with a loud crack, Bahi's aura suddenly disappeared. Somehow, his spiritual energy had dissipated into the Blood Sea. Bahi is dead. The other 3 demon generals, who were scattered in different corners of the blood pool, cried out involuntarily. A hint of shock appeared on their faces. Among the 4 great demon generals, Bahi was the one with the least experience. Although he was the weakest, he was still a third-order saint. But since he fought with Kuluo, he had died in just 10 breaths of time. Inside this Blood Sea, what kind of ability did Kuluo use to accomplish such a feat? Mengge, Goqiang, and Shueli all panicked, fearing that it would be their turn to suffer next, hurriedly shuttling back and forth across the Blood Sea, searching for Zhang Yuan's figure, and praying for some kind of protection. The moment Bahi's aura disappeared, Yang Kai once again pushed his Yuan Qi and poured it into the Blood Essence Stone. A huge attractive force emerged, and from a certain direction of the Blood Sea, a wisp of blood Qi was sucked into the Blood Essence Stone before disappearing. This was Bahi's blood Qi. The Blood Essence Stone finally played a role at this moment, preventing Kuluo from becoming stronger. I'll deal with you later. Kuluo's cold snort sounded in Yang Kai's ears. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Of all the people present, his cultivation was the lowest, so after falling into the Blood Sea, Kuluo felt that he could kill him at any time. Master! Goqiang's voice sounded from a certain location, a hint of relief apparent in his voice. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan responded from another location. Goqiang seemed to be stunned for a moment before calling out. You are! As if he had seen something incredible. Goqiang pushed his demonic chi and shouted as he fought. Inside this Blood Sea, he can transform into anyone. Everyone be careful. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically. Only now did they understand why Goqiang's tone was mixed with relief. Obviously, he thought he had found Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, but it turned out to be an illusion created by Kuluo using the Blood Sea's energy. Caught off guard, he must have been ambushed. Goqiang. Shueli called out but received no response. The Blood Essence Stone in Yang Kai's hand once again absorbed a huge amount of blood qi. So Goqiang's fate was obvious. Goqiang. Mengge also shouted. Although the 4 demon generals had always been difficult to deal with, in the blink of an eye, 2 of their companions had fallen, so Mengge and Shueli were in a very bad mood, and couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. Somewhere inside the Blood Sea, Zhang Yuan's face became even more gloomy as he grit his teeth and roared. I will make you pay the price. This senior swears he will make you pay the price. You don't have the ability. Kuluo's sarcastic voice sounded. If that master of your clan was still alive, my clan wouldn't have dared to awaken him, but his aura has already disappeared, he has already fallen. In this world, no one can do anything to me. Rest assured, after I kill you, I will use your blood essence and bones to create clansmen who look exactly like you and let them live in your place. He shouted wildly, using the bone race's forbidden technique to toy with everyone in the palm of his hand. You're a big hindrance. It looks like I'll have to kill you first. Kuluo's voice once again sounded in Yang Kai's ear. 2 times he had killed people without obtaining any blood chi. All of it had been taken away by the blood essence stone in Yang Kai's hand, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. After killing the 2 demon generals, and avenging thousands of years of hatred, Kuluo finally turned his attention to Yang Kai. A white bone like a sharp spear shuttled through the blood sea, accurately stabbing towards Yang Kai's position. It was silent and extremely mysterious. By the time Yang Kai noticed, the bone spear was already within reach. "Master, be careful." Han Fei, who had been vigilant all this time, quickly screamed when she noticed the danger approaching. **** with a muffled bang. Even though Yang Kai's physique was extremely tough, he was still pierced through by the sharp bone spear, opening a hole in his lower abdomen where golden blood instantly gushed out. "Master." Li Rong also noticed something was wrong and called out in alarm. "Han Fei, how is Master?" Han Fei didn't answer because she couldn't see Yang Kai's situation at all, even if she was standing next to Yang Kai. The thick blood around him blocked her vision, making it so she could only see red. However, with her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai's aura had stagnated, indicating he had been injured. Her heart was filled with panic. "I'm fine," Yang Kai shouted, trying to maintain the calmness in his voice as he gripped the bone spear that had pierced through his body and stared forward. In the blood pool, there was a vague humanoid figure holding the other end of the bone spear. Yang Kai felt that Kuluo was staring at him coldly. "I've heard you mention that master from several thousand years ago more than once. Are you afraid of him?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "Afraid?" Kuluo admitted without hesitation. "I'm not his opponent at all. With just a casual blow, I fell to the ground unconscious, and all the masters of my race were killed by him. Do you think I'm not afraid?" As he spoke, Kuluo forcefully twisted the bone spear, causing Yang Kai severe pain and unbearable torture. He seemed to be venting the embarrassment Yang Kai had caused him. However, thanks to this, I was able to avoid the fate of being killed by him. I was able to sleep on this continent for thousands of years, waiting for him to fall. Kuluo laughed wildly. "The lifespan of my race is incomparable to any other race. Their life essence was stored in their bones, so as long as their bones remained intact, they were virtually immortal. What if I told you that he didn't fall?" Yang Kai roared in a low voice. The faintly discernible figure in front of him suddenly became clearer, causing Kuluo's state of mind to be greatly impacted, a sense of panic filling his heart as he immediately shouted, "Impossible, his aura has indeed disappeared. It is impossible for him to still be alive. During the Great War, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He should have died long ago. Don't try to lie to me. Then open your eyes wide and see if he is still alive." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he reached out and wiped the wound on his abdomen, staining his fingertips with golden blood before immediately pressing them against his left eye. The golden blood flowed into his left eye and seemed to be absorbed by the sea, leaving not a single drop behind. His eyes, which had a clear distinction between black and white, instantly lost their color and became snow white. It was extremely frightening. Soon, a majestic golden color was born from the white of the eye, and the clear black and white of the eye gave birth to a golden pupil that seemed to look down on all living beings. Chapter 975. Great Demon God's Demon Eye of Annihilation had long since been integrated into Yang Kai's left eye, allowing him to freely use it. The Demon Eye of Annihilation contained one of Great Demon God's divine techniques, the soul-extinguishing golden light. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mysteries the soul-extinguishing golden light possessed, or whether Great Demon God could really shoot out golden light from his eyes to purify evil spirits. But when the demon eye appeared in his left eye, the entire world suddenly became somewhat different. The world trembled and the blood sea became turbulent, as if it had suffered a great impact. Amidst the turbulent blood sea, a figure gradually blurred from nothingness, and then became clear. It was Kuluo's figure. This figure had no flesh or blood, only a condensation of spiritual energy. It was Kuluo's soul avatar. His flesh and blood had long ago exploded, forming this blood sea forest. His bones were scattered in every corner of the blood sea, becoming his weapons of slaughter. At this moment, Kuluo's soul avatar was standing in front of Yang Kai, holding a bone spear in his hand that he had pierced through Yang Kai's abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from Yang Kai's wound and merged into the blood sea. But instead of merging with it, the blood sea automatically parted and opened a path for him. Kuluo's eyes trembled violently as he stared into Yang Kai's left eye. In that majestic golden eye, he seemed to see the invincible master from thousands of years ago. In the past, when he had rushed over, that master had only needed a casual blow to knock him to the ground. From the beginning to the end, that master had not even glanced at Kuluo, as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. That scene had left an indelible mark in Kuluo's heart, causing him to feel uneasy even in his deep sleep, fearing that master would discover his whereabouts and kill him. After hiding for thousands of years, it was only when that master's aura disappeared from this world that he and his clansmen dared to awaken. But now, that aura that made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart had appeared once again. Right in front of him was a pair of insufferably arrogant eyes from thousands of years ago. The eyes exuded a mysterious power that gradually transformed into a vortex capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor. Kuluo felt his soul avatar being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and dragged into the vortex, plunging him into a purgatory where he would never see the light of day. Impossible! Kuluo roared as he desperately tried to retreat, desperately trying to resist the suction force from the golden eye. Koro, your time has come. Be a good boy and accept your death. Yang Kai pressed forward step by step, completely ignoring the injury to his abdomen, constantly using words to influence Kuluo's state of mind, making him nervous. You're not him, Karo screamed in horror. Even if you have one of his eyes, you can't be him, he's already dead. He hid his soul avatar inside the blood sea and roared as he controlled the countless bone spikes scattered around the blood pool to stab towards Yang Kai. He had listed Yang Kai as his most dangerous enemy, and was striving to kill him as quickly as possible. The masters from the 3 clans who were scattered across the blood sea suddenly felt the pressure on them lighten. Releasing their divine senses, they were able to detect the positions of others. At this moment, all of Kuluo's attention was focused on Yang Kai, so he no longer had the ability to control others, causing the power of the blood sea to drop several notches. Ice crystal shield. Hanfei shouted as she waved the long sword in her hand, condensing a massive ice shield in front of Yang Kai to protect his safety. Li Rong rushed over from the side, her delicate hand reaching out and grabbing one of the bone spurs aimed at Yang Kai, wrapping it in her demonic qi, preventing it from moving. Zhang Yuan, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and Thunder Dragon arrived one after another, each of them using their own methods to intercept one bone spur after another. In front of Yang Kai, the 10 masters worked together to block Kuluo's frenzied offensive. Yang Kai hadn't moved a single step and remained unscathed. On top of that, it seemed that because of the appearance of the demon eye of annihilation, the illusions hidden in the blood sea had been broken, allowing everyone's vision to become much clearer, allowing them to see up to 10 meters away. Kuluo was still hiding in the blood sea, far away from Yang Kai, not daring to come out. He had blown up his physical body and used the bone race's forbidden technique, leaving only his soul avatar to move about in this blood sea. He had thought that he was the master of this place, but the result had greatly disappointed him. The demon eye of annihilation was the bane of souls, so without the protection of his physical body, how could he dare to show himself? Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk bone spikes danced in the air. They were incomparably sharp and imposing. The dark red blood water also converged into blood dragons. They bared their fangs and roared at everyone as they wantonly attacked. The 10 masters were no longer at a loss and were now standing beside Yang Kai. They were no longer lost in this sea of blood, and everyone's demeanor was very relaxed as they saw hope for victory. Over there, use your divine sense to attack. He's only left with his soul avatar. Yang Kai shouted and pointed in a certain direction. Only left with his soul avatar? Zhang Yuan was startled for a moment before grinning fiercely. Good, that's good. I'd like to see how long he can struggle at death's door. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the 10 masters rushed in the same direction, as Yang Kai also strengthened the power of the demon eye of annihilation to contain Kuluo's movements. A silent and mysterious attack broke out, and a heart-palpitating spiritual energy fluctuation burst out. Kuluo screamed miserably. He had finally been injured. Even if he was a master who was close to breaking through to the Saint King realm, he was unable to resist the spiritual energy attacks of 10 top masters in an instant. Over there. Yang Kai pointed in another direction, and the spiritual energy of the 10 masters began bombarding it fiercely. The blood sea shook once more, and became unstable. The bone spurs and blood dragons that were originally under Kuluo's control also lost their deterrence, and the blood dragons scattered and merged back into the blood sea. The bone spurs were also taken back by Kuluo and disappeared without a trace. Kuluo obviously didn't have much energy left to distract himself. Avoiding the combined spiritual energy attacks of the 10 masters was the limit of what he could do. Over here. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. The attacks of the 10 masters were like spears and swords in his hands, accurately striking Kuluo again and again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the blood sea that had been enveloping everyone suddenly shrank. Everyone's vision became clear, and by the time they recovered, the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, had finally disappeared. Not far away, the bone spurs and flesh had merged back together, and Kuluo's figure gradually took shape. He had actually been able to restore himself to his original state. Without that strange forbidden technique, I want to see what you'll use to fight us. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted. The others also looked towards Kuluo with malicious intent. Just now in the Blood Sea, they had all been toyed with in the palm of Kuluo's hand. Everyone here was a top master, and they all had their own pride. What they had experienced just now was a great humiliation. Now that they had escaped from the Blood Sea, it was naturally time for them to avenge their grievances. Without waiting for Kuluo's figure to completely reform, the 10 masters scattered and surrounded him, leaving him with no path to heaven or door to earth. Kuluo finally panicked, his face going pale as his green eyes overflowed with fear and regret. He felt that he shouldn't have woken up at this time, and should have slept for another few thousand years. Kuluo, did you forget something? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked lightly. Kuluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and narrowed his eyes. He saw the bone spur that had been inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen. This bone spike was as translucent as white jade, as if it had been carved from the most beautiful crystal. It contained an incredible amount of energy, and after piercing through Yang Kai's body, it was still inside his body even now. The moment he saw this bone spur, Kuluo's face changed greatly as he became more and more flustered. This was a part of his body that contained a large amount of his life essence. With this bone spur missing, his strength would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai's expression was fierce as he reached out and grabbed the bone spur, slowly pulling it out of his abdomen. His eyes were firm as he stared at Kuluo, not showing the slightest sign of panic despite the severe pain. Golden blood spurted out as the moment the bone spur left his body. The wounds on Yang Kai's body began to heal automatically. Kuluo's eyes were like locusts as he stared at the bone spur, his lips squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Yang Kai grinned and looked at him calmly. For your bone race, your body is the foundation of your existence, isn't it? So what if it is? Kuluo grit his teeth. That's good. Yang Kai gently nodded, his destructive demonic chi pouring out of his palm and wrapping around the bone spur. In an instant, the bone spur seemed to have been ignited by a black flame and quickly melted, turning into a pool of bone liquid that dripped from Yang Kai's fingertips and disappeared into the ground. In front of him, Yang Kai had burned the bone spur. Kuluo's expression changed dramatically, as if the most important thing in his life had been destroyed by Yang Kai, his expression becoming fierce and terrifying as he roared. For destroying my body, I will make you pay the price. You won't have the chance. Meng Wuya roared as he waved his hands wildly in the air. High up in the sky, it was as if a meteor was being grabbed by Meng Wuya. A series of bright lights containing terrifying power smashed down towards Kuluo, as if they wanted to destroy the world. Since you dared to kill my demon general, today I'll grind your bones to dust. The halberd in Zhang Yuan's hand pulsed with a kind of darkness that seemed to swallow all light as it stabbed towards Kuluo like an azure dragon. Meng Ge and Xue Li followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, their faces filled with hatred as they also pushed their strength to the limit. The three monster race great seniors all exchanged a glance before transforming into their true forms and attacking Kuluo with all their strength. Chu Ling Xiao shook his demon sealing chain and wrapped it around Kuluo, restricting his movements. A series of bone shields condensed around Kuluo as he also felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that if he could not resist this attack he would die without a doubt, so he was counting on these bone shields to buy him some time. He still had the strength to fight. Chapter 976. Surrounded by his bone shields, Kuluo was extremely nervous. Han Fei appeared beside him and waved the ice crystal sword in her hand, creating a curtain of light that enveloped him. As soon as she took action, Li Rong also quickly took action. The leader of the ancient demon clan was like a hot knife through butter, her pair of delicate fists punching out one after another, completely ignoring the bone shields around Kuluo, smashing through countless bone shields along the way as she arrived in front of Kuluo and punched out. A fist force that contained the intent to destroy all living beings suddenly erupted. Kuluo's face changed greatly and he was about to resist, but Zhang Yuan's peerless halberd had already arrived. Being attacked from both sides, Kuluo could only try to evade while simultaneously meeting Li Rong's blow. Hong. The earth trembled as a deafening explosion rang out. Kuluo's newly formed body seemed unable to withstand such a violent blow, and began to crack. Chu Ling Zhao's devil sealing chain wrapped around Kuluo's body, restricting his freedom. The other masters saw this opportunity and rushed forward, using all of their strength to bombard Kuluo. Kuluo was in a difficult situation as his body cracked open, chunks of flesh and blood flying out. His bones, which contained the essence of his life, were exposed to everyone's eyes. Kacha. Kuluo's bone body was unable to withstand the barrage of attacks from the 10 top masters, and began to crack like a spider web. Kuluo was finished. This time, he was really finished. He had been counting on the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, to wipe out Tongxian Realm's masters, but at the last moment, his plan had been destroyed by Yang Kai. Kuluo, who did not dare to use his forbidden technique, was no longer the opponent of these 10 masters. In every aspect, Kuluo was being suppressed, and he no longer had any hope of winning. Kuluo's green eyes twitched, filled with annoyance, anger, and unwillingness. All kinds of emotions intertwined as Zhang Yuan's halberd directly pierced through his head, and pierced his eyes. Blood and flesh splattered as Kuluo stopped moving in place. The next moment, as if he had been dismembered, his body exploding and his bones completely falling apart. An illusory figure suddenly burst out from Kuluo's mind, and rapidly shrank into a fluorescent light that quickly flew off into the distance. Divine Soul Projection. Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice. With his flesh and bones completely shattered, Kuluo decisively sent his soul out of his body, hoping that it would not be destroyed. Without a carrier, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was impossible for it to remain in this world for a long time, unless one used some special artifact to preserve it or found a suitable body to occupy. The old demon was a good example. If Kuluo really had such an opportunity and could find a suitable body, with the Bone Race's strange nature, he may be able to make a comeback. How could the 10 experts give him this chance? They had long been prepared for this moment. As soon as Meng Wuya's voice fell, 10 spiritual energy streams erupted and chased after Kuluo's soul. In the blink of an eye, Kuluo let out a miserable cry from his soul. His soul avatar came to a stop in midair, its translucent face ferocious and terrifying, exuding a dangerous aura. Perceiving Kuluo's strange state, the 10 masters no longer dared to force him, and instead surrounded him with their spiritual energy to prevent him from escaping. A battle between souls was too dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in soul damage, a price no one could afford to pay. Everyone was afraid that Kuluo would drag one of them down with him before he died. If a master of Kuluo's level was really forced into a corner, and decided to use soul explosion, no one present would be able to withstand it. "Don't embarrass me again, or I'll take you down with me." Kuluo roared hysterically, the aura coming from his soul avatar becoming more and more dangerous, as if it could explode at any time. The 10 masters couldn't help frowning, secretly feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. "Kuluo!" Yang Kai's angry shout suddenly sounded. Hearing this shout, Kaluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but in the next moment, he realized that he was in trouble. The moment he saw the golden demonic eye, a huge and invisible vortex suddenly formed in front of him, rolling up a terrifying suction force that he could not resist and pulling his soul avatar into it. Kaluo struggled desperately but to no avail. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Xiao. In the blink of an eye, Kaluo's soul, which even the 10 masters found difficult to deal with, was directly sucked into Yang Kai's left eye, the sound of Kaluo's unwilling roars and screams echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they had time to ask Yang Kai how the situation was, Kaluo closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared. Kaluo was looking around with a look of panic on his face. Feeling the scorching heat of the sea, his expression changed several times and he couldn't help calling out in amazement. A special spiritual energy? You actually have a special spiritual energy? With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's knowledge sea was extraordinary. This was a divine sense that possessed a scorching heat. Even across the entire star territory, there were very few people who possessed such a special spiritual energy. Kaluo had never expected that someone in this inferior world would possess such a special spiritual energy. Today I'll destroy your soul. Yang Kai didn't waste any time. The moment his soul avatar appeared, he poured all the power in his knowledge sea into burning Kaluo's soul avatar. At the same time, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above Yang Kai's knowledge sea appeared again, and a golden light shot out from it. Kaluo screamed and struggled, but he was unable to resist. Under the power of the conflagrated knowledge sea and the soul-extinguishing golden light, his entire life's consciousness and experiences were completely purified, leaving behind only a mass of pure spiritual energy. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected this mass of spiritual energy. Feeling the surge of it and feeling it, his expression changed slightly. Worthy of a master who was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm. The amount of spiritual energy Yang Kai had obtained was far greater. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, one mass of pure spiritual energy after another was suspended. These were all inadvertently absorbed by Yang Kai throughout the battle. As long as someone died near him, their spiritual energy would be absorbed into his knowledge sea, something that Yang Kai could not control. However, thanks to this, Yang Kai had obtained unimaginable benefits. Yang Kai didn't rush out. In any case, the overall situation had been decided. The bone race had been wiped out, so all that was left was to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Yang Kai began to absorb the countless masses of spiritual energy. Most of these spiritual energy belonged to a transcendent realm cultivator, with many of them being saints. Each mass of spiritual energy contained the cultivator's comprehensive comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their unique cultivation insights. Yang Kai removed the impurities and turned these spiritual energy into his own nutrients. Gradually, Yang Kai's consciousness vaguely arrived in front of a door. Pushing it open, he saw the world behind it. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as his knowledge sea churned and his entire body erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Outside, everyone who was meditating suddenly felt the changes in Yang Kai and opened their eyes in surprise, turning to look at him. A moment later, Li Rong's tender body trembled as she exclaimed, "Master is about to break through." Meng Wuya's face froze. "Isn't that too fast?" He had asked Li Rong before when Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had broken through to the Saint King realm, and knew that it had only been a year ago. He estimated that even if Yang Kai's aptitude was outstanding, after experiencing Yuan Qi's saint transformation, it would take at least 2 to 3 years before he could truly touch the threshold of the saint realm. At that time, whether or not he could make a breakthrough would depend on his luck and fortune. But now, in just a year, Yang Kai had begun to break through. He was on the verge of breaking through to the saint realm. Meng Wuya was somewhat unable to accept this, staring at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster, muttering something to himself, a look of shock appearing on his face. Meng Wuya considered himself a genius, but compared to Yang Kai, he was still lacking in self-confidence. Sure enough, he's about to break through. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. a look of relief appearing on his old face. It looks like he gained a lot from this battle. And we should keep our distance so we don't disturb him. Saying so, Meng Wuya took the initiative to retreat. The demon race and monster race masters also did not linger. After they had all left, Li Rong and Han Fei were the last to leave. They were still worried about the masters from the demon race and monster race. Although they had all worked together to deal with the bone race, now that things had come to an end, no one could guarantee that they would not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai and strangle him on his path to growth. As such, Li Rong and Han Fei remained vigilant. After a long time, more and more masters from the three great clans returned from all directions, hunting down the remnants of the bone race, not letting any of them escape. They burned all the fleeing bone race clansmen to ashes, making it impossible for them to revive. Half a day later, all the people who were still alive gradually returned, and the three clans began to count their casualties. The result made everyone's mood heavy. When they first arrived, the three clans had sent over 1,000 masters, but after this battle, less than 500 had survived. Nearly half of the masters had fallen in this world, many of them saints. Although this battle had allowed the entire continent to relax, each of the clans had also suffered heavy losses. The demon race's losses were the heaviest. In the battle with Kaluo, 2 of their demon general had fallen, a blow that even Zhang Yuan could not bear. Shueli and Mengge, who were still alive, were similarly depressed. The saddest thing was that almost all of the people who had died had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of bones. No one knew who these skeletons belonged to before they died. The three clans worked together to collect the bones of those who had died in battle, and placed them on an island near Water Spirit Temple, as a form of consolation. Masters from all sides paid tribute to the contributions they had made in this battle. One day later, the clouds in the sky began to change and a terrifying world energy descended from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Yang Kai has broken through. On the island, Meng Wuya's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Let's go take a look." Chu Lingxiao said, then directly flew over to Yang Kai's side. The monster race and demon race group also followed closely behind. The masters from the human race who heard the news were also filled with curiosity and rushed over to observe. Chapter 977. A few years ago, no one had even heard of Yang Kai's name, but today his name had spread far and wide across the entire continent. A Saint Realm master in his late 20s, at such a young age and with such cultivation, he was unique in all of Tongxian realm and naturally attracted the attention of many. What's more, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. This time, he was the one who had led the war with the bone race. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone believed that from today onwards, this name would be the talk of the entire continent. It would spread far and wide, becoming the most dazzling star of the continent. His future achievements would likely be higher than anyone else's. When the human, monster, and demon clans arrived, the ancient demon clan, led by Li Rong and Han Fei, had gathered 10 kilometers away from Yang Kai, making sure no one was allowed to approach. Everyone could only watch from a distance. After seeing Yang Kai's current state, all of them were shocked. The extremely violent world energy seemed capable of tearing the earth apart and smashing down onto Yang Kai's body. His upper robes had been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy physique. From top to bottom, there were no traces of him circulating his strength, simply relying on the strength of his physique to withstand this baptism of world energy. Not a single trace of this world energy was wasted by him, all of it being absorbed into his body and transformed into his own strength. His physique was constantly wriggling and his body was as solid as a rock. Just by looking at him, he gave off a powerful and thrilling aura. Everyone could feel that Yang Kai's body was growing stronger at an extremely fast speed, comparable to the strongest defensive artifact in the world. All the masters from various clans were shocked. "Brother Meng, when you broke through to the Saint Realm," Chu Lingxiao whispered, "how much world energy baptism did you withstand?" "About half," Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. "Any more and I wouldn't have been able to bear it. I'm probably a bit weaker than Brother Meng." Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Chu Lingxiao took a light breath and compared himself with Yang Kai's actions. Chu Lingxiao couldn't help feeling somewhat inferior. Zhang Yuan's face twitched as he secretly felt that he really needed to improve his relationship with Yang Kai. In this battle, 2 demon generals had fallen. This was already a great loss to his demon race. If he didn't seize the opportunity in front of him, he didn't know what path the demon race would take in the future. The potential of the young man who was breaking through could surpass any force. In the past, Zhang Yuan still couldn't understand why top masters like Li Rong and Han Fei would be so loyal to Yang Kai, who was only a transcendent. Even if there was a relationship with the great demon god, this shouldn't be the case. This was too much of a humiliation for him. With their strength, they could establish their own sex, and no one in the world could underestimate them. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood that Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others were far more farsighted than he was. Because this young man might be able to give the ancient demon clan a future they could never hope to achieve, a new hope. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly made a move that made everyone tremble in fear. Under the unparalleled pressure and the power of the world, he suddenly stood up and coldly looked at the sky. Immediately, his body leaped, and he directly fled into the sky while enduring the power of the world that was descending. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the storm of world energy that was gathering in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, their expression changing dramatically. Withstanding the baptism of the world energy was an extremely difficult task, and if one were to directly rush into this storm of world energy, the pressure they would have to bear would increase exponentially. If one wasn't careful, they would be crushed to pieces. Everyone who had a close relationship with Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of worry, fearing that Yang Kai's rash action would cause some kind of accident. But in the next moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The storm of world energy, which had been constantly rotating, seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and suddenly came to a standstill. Then this massive storm, which no one dared approach, began to rotate in the opposite direction. At the center of this storm, there seemed to be some kind of vortex that was pulling it in. As the speed of this vortex grew faster and faster, the power of the world energy storm rapidly decreased. It was being sucked in. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the storm of world energy disappeared, and at its center, Yang Kai's figure appeared, a look of disappointment still lingering on his face. This little brat. Meng Wuya laughed, so bold. There was actually someone who could enter the center of that storm of world energy to withstand the baptism. Yang Xingzhu is truly a genius. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Soaring Heaven Sect has produced such an amazing character. It really makes me envious. I must also congratulate Great Elder Su Hui. With such a holy master, your holy land will only become more and more glorious in the future. A series of compliments and congratulations sounded, causing Su Hui to grin from ear to ear. After experiencing this battle and witnessing Yang Kai's breakthrough, everyone realized just how great Yang Kai's personal strength was. Those who had not cared much about him before finally began to re-examine their attitudes towards him. Yang Kai slowly walked down from the sky. The masters from the 3 clans congratulated him in unison. All of them sincerely. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Many thanks to all of you. And I must also thank all of you for your efforts in this battle. I believe that future generations will not forget the efforts you have made today, and will remember them gratefully. Many people's faces showed a touch of glory as their spirits soared. Yang Shengzhu, Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master Chen Zhou suddenly walked up and hesitantly asked, "Can this Chen ask you a question?" Since the beginning of the battle with the bone race, Chen Zhou had been holding this question in his heart, and had been holding it in until now. Yang Kai glanced over at him and knew what he wanted to ask, nodding and saying, "Can Palace Master Chen wait a moment? I also have something to tell you, but before that, I'd like to speak with Demon Commander Master first." "Good, this one will wait." Chen Zhou's body shook as he faintly realized something and quickly responded, "Yang Xingzhu has something to say to me." Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Kai. "Let's go somewhere else." Yang Kai motioned before beckoning to Li Rong. "Come with me." Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but still obediently followed. The other powerhouses stood where they were, enjoying the joy of victory as they discussed the future matters at the same time. I wonder what Yang Shengzhu wants to say to this senior? Zhang Yuan walked a distance away from Yang Kai and couldn't help asking. Yang Kai took out a new set of clothes from the black book space and neatly put them on before saying, Go Qiong and Ba He are dead. Please restrain your grief, Demon Commander. Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. They died a worthy death. Many thanks for Yang Shengzhu's concern. And I just wanted to tell you that although I had the idea of using the Demon Eye of Annihilation to suppress Koluo from the beginning, if he didn't come to my side, I couldn't do anything about it. When Go Qiong and Ba He died, I was powerless. This senior understands your difficulties, you don't need to mind. Zhang Yuan nodded gently. That's good. Yang Kai grinned. Now that your demon land has lost 2 demon general, your strength has been greatly reduced. What do you plan to do? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yuan frowned and coldly snorted. If you're worried that the other 2 races will take this opportunity to invade my demon land, you're worrying too much. As long as this senior is alive, no one can have any ideas about my demon land. You're thinking too much. Yang Kai shook his head. I just want to ask you, are you interested in finding another demon general to replace them? Find another demon general? Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he suddenly recovered, turning to Li Rong and asking, You mean this lady? Of course, Li Rong is also a member of the demon race and her strength isn't any worse than yours, so there shouldn't be any problem with her becoming a demon general, right? Naturally there's no problem, but is Yang Shengzhu willing to part with her? Is this lady willing to come to my demon land? Zhang Yuan smiled meaningfully as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart and see what his plans were. Li Rong indeed had no problem becoming a demon general. Her strength already qualified her to become a demon commander, but Yang Kai's sudden proposal really made Zhang Yuan a little vigilant. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of the demon land. I refuse, Li Rong said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured. Listen to what I have to say. And after this trip, I will be leaving this place. Leaving this place? Zhang Yuan, Li Rong, and Han Fei all froze for a moment. Wherever master goes, we will go, Li Rong said decisively. Yang Kai pointed to the sky and said, I'm going to Star Territory, so I can't take you with me. Star Territory? Zhang Yuan paled. Why would you want to go to Star Territory? That place is filled with dangers, and you've only just broken through to the Saint Realm. If you go there, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. Yes, master, if you really want to go, please take me with you, Li Rong hurriedly expressed. I'll go too. Han Fei bit her red lip. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'll go alone. More than 10 years ago, when I came here, I was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. I didn't even have the strength to protect myself, yet I still managed to come here. If I hadn't come here at that time, and had instead stayed in the central capital, I definitely wouldn't have the strength I have now. When the people of this world invaded, I might have become a slave to some great force, unable to resist. It was because I came here at that time that I was able to bring my family and friends here when the crisis came, allowing them to live near Nine Heaven's Holy Land to ensure their safety. The current situation is the same as it was 10 years ago. How is it the same? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Great demon god sealed this world, causing it to fade from the sight of Star Field, but now that the seal has been lifted, perhaps one day a Saint King realm, or even higher master will come here. When that time comes, who will be able to resist? Zhang Yuan paled slightly, thinking of the scene he had seen in Great Demon God's memories and shuddering. Thousands of years ago, Great Demon God had resisted the invaders from the starry sky. If that scene were to appear again, with the current strength of the masters in this world, all living beings would be reduced to slaves. Kuluo alone had cost them a great deal of effort, even sacrificing 2 demon general to kill him. Kuluo's cultivation was only close to the Saint King realm, and had yet to successfully break through. If a Saint King realm master really came, no one would be able to resist. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.